That's a lot to take on now. I've done it before. I've gone to 2 nights of the 3, but I've never done a clean sweep. But I would have if I was like interested in the artist. I don't remember who was playing.
Will they ever get good weather? Ever?
Well, the year...
Triple E says last year was great.
It's mixed.
Okay. All right, last year was
sunny and 80s.
Probably the entire week, I've had my windshield wipers on across the Golden Gate Bridge.
Totally. No,
and
the fog,
even on 101 South.
No question. Wipers ahoy.
Dude,
every day.
Explain to the United States of America that you're driving to work on August 11th.
Dude, the
with
visibility.
Your windshield wipers.
I'm telling you, some mornings out there, bro, especially with these trucks, they get right on your ass. I'm like, dude, I can't even see 3 feet in front of me.
It's been
You
thick,
might want to back
guys.
off. Yeah,
if you are in the Southern Marin Sunset District, Daly City, Pacifica Corridor, it has been thick out there, bro.
Really thick. But I love that about San Francisco. It's so unique and everything. And you're right. You don't get that anywhere else in the country, nor do you get anywhere else in the country right now where you leave the house and it's like 50-something degrees. Yeah. Across the board, bro. It's like it's cooking out there in the U.S.
I always tell people like about San Francisco's climate, like, it is incredibly unusual, but you really only have to drive a few miles to find a traditional summer.
You don't like the fog?
Like Novato, traditional summer. Petaluma, traditional summer. Walnut Creek, traditional summer. Lafayette, where you're going, traditional summer.
Yeah.
Palo Alto, San Jose, traditional summers. It's just that you get into this little dot called San Francisco.
So cool.
And it gets so
I love it, man.
Sideways. I wonder if Bochy is going to enjoy the fresh air in his lungs.
I bet he will. He'll remember.
As opposed to that steamy Arlington, Texas air.
Although, I got to say, maybe...
Although he's in climate control, isn't he, in that dome?
Yeah, and plus, maybe the heat is better for old Bochy's joints, based on some of those walks out to the mound. Well, creaking out here now. Creaking. But anyway, it's great to have the King back in town. I just like knowing that Bochy's around. I think we talked about it yesterday, Murph, the kind of reception he'll get tonight. I think it's going to be. It's setting up to be a pretty special moment. I think there's a lot of love for that guy, what he did, what he gave this city, how we all felt about him, and really what he gave to all of us. Like, we always had a great thing with Bochy, and shout out to Crowley for acknowledging that. I don't know if you heard this, but about 20 minutes ago, KC Kerry Crowley, Mr. Boy Scout of the KNBR microphone, said he came on and was like, it's a great tradition with Boch talking to the morning show over the years. And I started thinking about it. I'm like, you know what, KC? First of all, thanks for the shout out. And second of all, he's right. We've had some great conversations where Boch would literally break news on the show about Barry Zito, for example, in the postseason in 2010 comes to mind. Broke that on the show.
That he was left off the roster.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm just saying. All I'm saying is, I'm just looking forward to touching base with him again, and it's great having him back in town, man.
Wound up jock blogging about it yesterday, and my angle was Kapler. Like, what does this mean for Kapler? And I told him my slogan was probably, hey, Gabe, it's not business. It's strictly personal.
Oh, I like that.
Like
flipping the Godfather on its head. I dig that.
Because it's our personal relationship with Boch, and it has nothing to do with Kapler.
Dig it. I dig it. I dig the approach.
You do your whole thing. Kapler, you
go get your Gorgonzola. You know what I mean? No, we're down with that, too.
Said, if you need to wear your shades, and you need to, I said,
find a cup of coffee. Go eat your burgers.
You're listening to hip-hop.
Med Rare, whatever you need.
You're wearing your shoes.
Yeah, dude, Lil Jeezy, whatever.
Your influence on Instagram, you know what I mean? Your Schwarzenegger muscles,
the beard,
Barry White.
it's trimmed, I
said, you do you. I said, just allow us this little time right now.
Right, you know what? Let me applaud your whole MO right there. The whole message was spot on. It ain't about, that's right. It ain't business. This is just personal. Yeah. That's all.
That's what I said.
That's it, man.
I said, he's a little different. I said, if he's going to quote hip-hop, it'll be... My line probably was it won't be it's more Waylon Jennings than Lil Wayne, right?
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
No Instagram account for Boch.
I wouldn't think so.
No influencing. No.
I'm too busy winning ball games. I don't have time to take
I was
pictures.
Thinking about this. 1998, he takes the San Diego Padres to the World Series. Now they get steamrolled by Waterboys Yankees. Although I say Waterboys Yankees, and I want to say that I want to take a shot at Waterboy in absentia. I'd say this to his face. Did he even know the Yankees made the World Series in 98?
And don't forget, one of my favorite Sopranos lines came from that World Series when Meadows' boyfriend Finn is working on the construction site with Mr. Johnny Cakes himself, Vito Spatafor. And they start talking baseball. They're sitting around, they're eating lunch or whatever at the site. And Vito goes, the Yanks, they got a big one. The Padres are coming in tonight and all this. And Finn goes, we got a really good team. And he goes, what are you talking about? He goes, we went to the series last year. Yeah. Vito's response, this is my favorite line. He goes, Yanks in 4. I was there. Yanks in 4. I was there.
And then he later said, meet me at the bat.
Meet me on the bat. I don't like to be late. I don't want to miss the national anthem. But go ahead. But the 98 series. Boch got him there.
No, so I'm thinking about this guy's career. So, think about this. So, 1998, he takes them to the World Series. They lose, unfortunately, but then you go, obviously, 2010, 2012, 2014, and he's got a chance.
That's what took him in 2016, to be fair. Took him into the postseason.
I'm talking about series, though.
Okay.
Fall Classic.
Yep.
It's Fall Classic or bust.
Yeah.
And he's got a chance. He's got a chance this year to go back.
Oh, yeah,
Boch.
absolutely he does.
Which is crazy, by the way. When he took the gig. So, I'm trying to think about, in the history of baseball, how many managers would have taken teams to World Series 25 years apart? 25 years apart.
Very few.
I'm thinking La Russa.
Very few. That's a good one. Tony La Russa, that's a good one.
89 A's, and then how late did he take the Cardinals?
And the White Sox, too.
Well, he didn't take him to the He didn't take him.
No, that's right. Okay.
He would have taken the What was the last La Russa team with the Cardinals? It might have been like 06 or something like that. Anyway,
sounds right. So yeah, right in there.
That's 17 years. I'm wondering if there's ever been. Now Bochy's not there yet, and they got to win the playoffs. They got to beat the Rays, and they got to beat whoever else is out there. What other American League threat is out there? The Rays. The American League's soft this year. The Central's terrible. Let me give you I think the Twins are leading Let me give you the standings here. But anyway, the point is that it would be rare for a guy to take two teams to the World Series 25 years apart.
That'd be amazing.
Which is just you'd be another feather in the cap of your boy.
Huge feather in his cap, so. Yeah. And plus, Bochy in the postseason, that's what it's all about. That's when he starts doing his magic. Pulling his levers, pulling in different arms and everything. But as Ronnie Lott likes to call it, the playoffs are Bochy time.
Yeah, Bochy time.
That one text Ronnie sent out, Bochy time.
American League right now, Baltimore. That's who I'm forgetting. Baltimore. That's the team. So it'd be like, we're playing the Orioles. Yeah, we're going. Well, I've always loved Camden, Paulie. So you go. The only teams.
I used to get a cold beer and balls before the ball game.
Baltimore, Tampa Bay, Texas, and Houston are basically the four teams that would be favored to go from the American League, and so he would have as good a shot as any to go back to the Fall Classic.
Hey man,
with a team that lost 102 2 years ago and 98 last year. So got good old Boch. Yep. Anyway. We'll look forward to that very, very much.
And Niner football, buddy. Niner football on Sunday. I'm saying it right now, man. I'm all over this game Sunday. I can't wait to watch. I really can't. I'm very eager to get to kickoff on Sunday.
I got to set the old DVR.
DVR that ass. You come home from Bochy and then you go pop that bad boy on and check it out.
Should I bring a sign for Boch? Some kind of cardboard sign?
I can only beg that you do.
What do I bring? Waylon Jennings greater than Lil Wayne or something.
Or you can do one of those art things with no caption where you just have 3 crowns. You just have 3, crowns fit for a king.
That's pretty good.
Just hold that up. No words necessary.
Like a jackpot. Like
3
in
of
Vegas.
Them. Yeah.
Like when you're playing the slot machines.
Yeah, crown.
Yeah. That's the Bochy poll. All right, we got a lot to get to today. Obviously, a huge weekend between the 49ers and the Raiders, and, of course, Outside Lands, and, of course, Bochy coming to town. It's very, very fun. Paulie playing out in Lafayette Saturday night. We got all sorts of side news, too. Kyle Harrison's in the news. The Warriors did a couple things. We got schedules to talk about. It's the 50th anniversary of the founding of hip-hop.
And, well, that's interesting. I'm glad to...
If it's a Reggae Friday, are there reggae hip-hop covers?
For sure.
All right.
For sure. Yeah, there are. Anyway, there's definitely reggae.
Do we bump a Reggae Friday for hip-hop? No.
Nah, I don't think so. We got to stick with our tradition.
All right. I asked Little Tony on the way in. I said, hey, Little Tony, it's the 50th anniversary. I guess they're saying 50 years ago this week or this day or whatever was the first house party in the Bronx.
Yeah.
A guy scratched it and invented hip-hop, right?
Yeah.
So I said, hey, Little Tony, who's in? It's great to see you. I said, Little Tony, greatest rapper of all time. He said, that's a really good question. He said, I'm going to go with Tupac. That's what he said.
Okay,
so it's not a bad answer.
Yeah, sure.
It's not a bad answer. So Little Tony's vote is in.
I'm going to actually ask Little Tony to drop some bars for me during the break. Let's see what he can do on the mic.
Freestyling there.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we'll get the guest list on the other side. Man. Happy Friday, everybody. It's the Murph and Mac Show. Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey. Oh, by the way, I brought in our bobbleheads. We were cleaning out. I told you we've been cleaning about this room, trying to get ready for Declan to move into this new bedroom, finding all sorts of stuff. And here's our bobbleheads. I don't think, has Triple E ever seen these? Yes. Okay. You saw it in the men's room? Do you not own one? Oh, you got to own this one, buddy. I'll give you one.
Sign it for him.
Had the sadness was when I gave Sherry one, and then I found it in the trash the next day.
Our friend Sherry? Yeah, that's disappointing.
Really sad.
That's a bummer.
Well, it wasn't really in the trash.
But like a bag over my head.
I'm trying to figure out how to put this.
Blocking my teeth.
Pull a Dan Patrick and have this on our live stream.
Well, we need one of those cool shelves.
So
we need a Dan Patrick shelf. The official shelf of the Murph and Mac Show.
What are the odds?
Maybe Golden State Lumber and Building Materials would donate a shelf to go along with their text line. The official.
Maybe we can call it the Golden State
The
Lumber
Golden
and Building
State
Materials
Lumber and
shelf.
Building Materials shelf for the
Yeah.
Murph and Max show. Let's get this happening.
Let's get cracking during the break.
Nima, get on this, man.
104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of this earth. Thank you. Thank you.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
All right, some scheduling in the NBA has leaked. It involves the Warriors on opening night and Christmas. That story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Just first play, Dre was talking. I mean, he's got things going right away, but those are my brothers. I love those guys, so we had a good time out there competing. So
that's Jimmy Garoppolo. I didn't know that's the audio quality we got from. I thought it'd be a little bit better than that. Hey, Lil Tony, see if you can find something from like the Raiders website or the.
Was that pulled from like a Zoom or something like that?
That sounds like it was pulled from the trash can.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Trash can.
Pulled from the storage closet.
Triple E breaking with tradition, not opening with Bob Marley.
Well, he's a rogue. He's going to do his own thing, yeah.
I'm not sure he really knew that Waterboy uses Marley at 6:15. He does, all right. He's going with Toots, who, of course, is bulletproof and always welcome, but very funny. That was Jimmy talking about, if you could hear it, that was Jimmy talking about, I love my brothers.
People just can't stop talking about Jimmy. Everybody loves Jimmy, except for the people that don't.
Well, including the guy we're going to have on today. We'll talk about in just a second, Marcus Boucher, who I just saw on his Instagram, apparently was in Vegas last night watching Kyle Harrison pitch.
Very nice.
I guess what a stroke of luck that the Sacramento Rivercats were in Vegas. And it happened to be Kyle Harrison's strong pitching performance, which like really ratchets up the chances of him arriving to your club pretty soon, Paulie. He went 3 1/3, or pardon me, 2 1/3. Wait, 3 1/3, my bad. 3 1/3, 1 hit, 4 strikeouts, 0 walks. How about that? 3 1/3, 1 hit, 4 strikeouts, 0 walks. That's pretty awesome. And Triple E says he was in the owner's suite with Greg Papa?
Who's this, Marcus?
Whoa. This kid, oh, man. He's in Vegas in the owner's suite with Papa.
Grab some guacamole, Marcus.
Who knows what happened?
Pass it around.
Who knows what happened after the game?
Forget it, dude. Forget it. I guarantee you something went down.
Oh, yeah. Waterboy's been coming to us on very little sleep. And if so, we need to send him to Marin Health because we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think.
We're going to the champagne room, Marcus. Grab some singles. God only knows, man, but I'd love to be a fly on the wall. Climb into my limousine, Marcus, and pass the brandy.
That's incredible, man.
Now, we're on our way to the Cheetah Club.
I was a little confused yesterday. Johnny Lund was lashing out at Mark Davis about some treatment of Greg Papa. Was he? He was forced off the practice field.
I actually
yesterday?
heard about that.
Oh, to a corner of the practice field.
Yeah, they wouldn't let him,
Well, one of the stories was about how the Patriots, or the Raiders, had what Eric Branch called Patriot-level paranoia.
Sure.
I would call it Raider-level paranoia. Like, we invented, when you were going 2-12 in the AFC East, I invented paranoia.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, seriously, like Patriot paranoia. They're trying to keep up with Al.
Yeah, Al wrote the book on it.
But I guess they kept the reporters way far away from the scrimmage yesterday.
I mean, what are we doing?
Way far away.
It's a preseason.
And it's freaking football.
Yeah, no, exactly.
It's not Oppenheimer. We're not Project the Manhattan Project.
These are like military strategists, like, determining where you can watch and everything. It's a preseason game.
It's so ridiculous.
Yeah,
it really is.
A little bit.
But as a result, the scrimmage reports were sketchy.
Yeah.
It's like they could only see from far away.
Yeah.
So I guess, did Papa think that he should have gotten inside the ropes more than like an Eric Branch or Matt Mayoko, or they made him go they made him go to a separate place than all the other reporters.
They banished me to
They singled out Papa.
Yeah. It's like the Siberia.
I'm getting all this info from Triple E, so
we don't know
the source.
Right.
Where'd you get all that info from Triple E?
He's got a lot.
He was here while it was happening.
He's got a lot of information.
It was happening live. Okay. That's why Lundy said on the Instagram, he called Davis an immature idiot.
Right.
Get
Wow.
over it.
Look at the dark side of John Lund. I like that. Don't get on his bad side. He'll drop the hammer. Yeah.
He said, get over it and treat Greg right. So Papa was relegated.
You know who I am,
he was
damn
singled
you.
out.
Yeah. They got him like in Siberia.
Juicy.
Yeah.
Well, wait, but the Niners played the Raiders on New Year's Eve last year, New Year's Day last year. Did they single him out then?
Maybe they couldn't flex as much on him because it was like a game and he has like responsibilities. Maybe they can flex their authority because it's a practice.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, the preseason.
Because the NFL kind of controls the game, whereas the Raiders control that practice.
Get the cage match set up, dude. Throw Papa and Mark Davis in a ring somewhere. I'll pay $100 for that.
Undercard
right now.
Undercard for Zuckerberg Musk?
Yeah, sure.
You know what I mean? So
Papa takes on Davis, dude. There's intrigue there. There's a lot. And by the way, my money's on Papa. I saw him in that green A's jersey, bro. I don't mess with that physique. I saw him.
Yeah?
Yeah. Let's go. Papa's going to take somebody out.
Yeah, agreed.
And it might be Mark Davis.
Does the hair stay the same the whole time?
Great call. He might use that hair as like a handle while he's like...
No, I mean, does Papa's hair stay the same the whole time?
Oh, totally.
Yeah, totally. He's
no,
coiffed.
it's like that, not a hair out of place.
He's coiffed for sure.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, that was one of the things that happened yesterday. Bad news, guys. Ray McLeod.
Yeah, I know,
fractured his wrist. Did you realize he was third in the league in punt returns last year?
Ray?
Top 5 in the league in punt returns. So all of a sudden, you don't have your punt returner, and that's a problem. I'm in favor of good field position. You know what I mean?
I'm a fan.
So that's bad news. Also bad news, George Kittle has a groin injury.
Don't need that either.
He missed the first, remember he missed the first 2 games last year with a groin injury. And then Drake Jackson has a hamstring situation. Now, we're a month away, but this is not, great. And then Dre Greenlaw left practice with a hamstring situation. So all bad. All bad down there in Vegas. We got Papa getting singled out.
Right.
We got Ray I guess he fractured his wrist in Santa Clara, but the diagnosis wasn't official until yesterday. And then Kittle and Drake obviously had been hurt prior because they just sat out. But Dre got hurt at the practice yesterday, Dre Greenlaw, with his hamstring. So other than that, everything's great.
Yeah.
For the 49ers.
Other than that, we're looking good.
The first storm clouds on the horizon, really. So who returns kicks for them right now? Get to know 7th-round wide receiver Ronnie Bell out of Michigan.
Okay.
That's not to be confused with Ronnie Bell from Belle Biv DeVoe, right?
Nice. Wow. Very nice.
Isn't that Ronnie Bell?
BBD in the house.
Hey, on the 50th anniversary of hip-hop.
You know what I mean?
Although they don't count, do they?
Probably not.
No, they would be more R&B.
No, yeah.
More R&B.
Yeah.
The other guy would be undrafted cornerback Deshaun Jameson. I know nothing about him.
No.
So the return game, Niners haven't had a good return game forever.
Shout out John Taylor. I don't remember anybody doing it like that since him.
Shout out Kyle Williams.
Don't shout out Kyle Williams.
Poor
Part of the reason we're in this mess.
Right?
Yeah.
And it was against your team,
But I
too.
had 6 flags up there, for God's sakes.
Right. Would they have?
I think so.
Who'd they play that year? Oh, no. Was it the Patriots?
They would have taken on the Pats, yeah. Who the Giants beat, by the way.
Oh, boy.
And that was their, that wasn't their perfect season. Well, almost perfect season. That was a little earlier. But, yeah, it would have been the Pats.
It's funny you talk. I finally finished my Netflix quarterback series, which means I can get close to Walton now,
okay,
buddy.
it's about time.
I'm getting closer.
Yeah, it's about time.
But I had to finish it once I started it, and kept me. And it's relevant. Dude, first of all, Mahomes, man. I mean, first of all, can we shout out the home that he built? Dude, you want to be 20 whatever years old and be Pat Mahomes' bank account? Guy built himself an absolute freaking mansion in Kansas City. So we got a tour of that, Paulie.
Yeah.
If you need, what do you need? You need to play some full court basketball. Do you need to play a golf hole? Do you need to go play some golden tee? What do you got? It's all there at the Mahomes compound, dude. All right.
Well, it should be, yeah.
And land a little cheaper out there than it is here on the coast.
Do they have one of those heliports and everything for the chopper landing?
I think
and
that's
everything?
probably coming in
does.
after he wins the next one.
He probably does.
But let me tell you this. Going back over those games, first of all, remember he had the bad ankle sprain he had to play through that high ankle sprain, which was balls out. He was just incredible. But don't forget, they only beat the Bengals based on that late hit.
I know. No, I know.
Forget these
Give
things.
Joe Burrow the ball back in that game. Watch what happens.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
Watch what happens. That call was somewhat questionable, too. Wasn't it like a late hit out of bounds?
It's a stupid
what was the
play
call? Give it to me.
A late hit. So the Bengals, the Chiefs were driving. It was 20-20.
Yes.
And they had a third down.
Yeah.
And they were on the third, they were on like the 40-something. And Mahomes on his bum wheel, this is where you got to give him credit, has the cojones to scramble out and dash for the sidelines. And he picks up about 10 yards to the 38-yard line. But as he's stepping out of this guy, Osai is his name?
Yep.
Shoves him.
Yep.
Here comes the flag. They move it up 15.
Yeah, and that's all she wrote.
Butker to kick a 41-yarder.
Yep.
Now, don't forget now against the Eagles, it's 35-35, and they have a third down on the 15-yard line with 1:50 to go.
Yeah.
And he throws an incomplete pass. defensive holding. Remember that? Remember the grab of the jersey? The light grab of the jersey? I gotta say, watching it 7 months later or 6 months later, I still think you don't make that call.
Of course you don't make that call, but of course they do.
There were those who said, yeah, that's holding. You got to make that call. You got to make that call. Yeah. But that let them run out the clock and kick the field goal with no time left. Remember that? So I guess the Eagles got one play left. But, dude, let me tell you one thing that disturbed me about the whole freaking thing was watching the Super Bowl highlights, watching Jalen Hurts. I am not.
Oh, he's legit, man. Hurts is legit.
I am not comfortable with Jalen Hurts.
You know what else with the Hurts? I think he's going to continue to get better. I don't think he's done
baby,
like
dude.
Yeah,
it's a puppy.
Yeah,
like he's 20,
and he's got like a real fire to win. He's got like a real competitive burn to him that dude, all the great ones have.
I'm just saying, man. Where the Niners talked a lot of mess. Jalen Hurts is 25 years old.
Yep, he's got a lot of good football ahead of him. Yeah, Niners are going to be seeing him again. We'll see him soon enough, man. Could be more than once, too.
That guy fell in the second.
Probably will be. If you want to get real cut through all the BS, there probably will be two between the Niners and the Eagles this year. The first one will be December 3rd or whatever it is in Philly.
Yeah.
And then after that, they'll meet again in the postseason. I mean, I don't see how that doesn't happen.
Yeah. I'm with
Considering
you,
like how much talent both of those two teams have.
You want to get it in Santa Clara and not in Philly.
Very much.
So you got to have that better regular season there.
Yep.
So anyway, it was fun to watch and wrapped up. Dude, the sadness of Marcus Mariota. Dude,
what are they even saying about this guy?
He departed I told you, he left the team.
He just took off or something.
So he's not even in the final 2 episodes because he's gone. Then they finally catch up with him at the very end of episode 8. Dude, they find him on a beach in Hawaii. And by the way, just continued sadness and thoughts and love to the good people of Maui and Lahaina, where so many people from the Bay Area have vacationed through the years. And
it's so heartbreaking,
royal capital of Hawaii, and
it's
great history. And man, oh man, just devastation. So sad. So whatever anybody can do, I guess you can donate. There's places you can donate to help rebuild Lahaina. But man, oh man, it's going to be a long road. But anyway, they find him on a beach in Hawaii.
Yeah.
And dude, it continues to be sad because he's signed as a backup in Philly. Even though he's sitting on the beach, he's like, yeah, I wanted to be closer to the West Coast, but, you know, I'll be okay in Philly, and I'm looking forward to it. And I'm like, geez, you're depressing me talking about going to Philly.
Yeah.
He's so low energy. And then poor Kirk Cousins, dude, goes back to his memory room where he has that little notch for the Super Bowl trophy. He's like, one day I'll have one here.
I don't know about that, Kirk.
And the sadness, too, of Cousins was, do you remember the NFL Honors Show where they give out the MVP and they give out the Coach of the Year, all that stuff, and they all dress up in their tuxes and suits? They've turned it into like the ESPYs or the Oscars.
Yeah.
And Kelly Clarkson hosted. And you remember George Kittle sang Kelly Clarkson's songs?
A little bit, yeah.
That?
What about it?
Do you remember Kirk Cousins sang, too?
I don't.
He did a takeoff on Since You've Been Gone to Since Tom's Been Gone about Brady retiring.
You know, I don't know if
Here's the sadness, though.
Yeah.
Cousins said that they only called him the day before or 2 days before to invite him to the Honors Show. He's like, I just sat there. He goes, I don't get an invite to the NFL. It's called Honors, NFL Honors. He's like, we won 13 games. We won the NFC North. Our coach isn't nominated for Coach of the Year. He goes, and you call me 2 days before the honors and say, do you want to come?
It's like an afterthought. Somebody go call Cousins. Yeah, get him in.
He goes, then they called me an hour later and said, hey, can you sing at this? He goes, wait, an hour ago I wasn't even going to the show.
Now I'm singing songs.
I'm singing songs.
Yeah.
So the sadness of Kirk Cousins. He got the Bart Starr Award for leadership, and he broke down crying and all that stuff. So anyway, I got to tell you, when you get to the Hurts Mahomes level, you start realizing why guys like Cousins aren't at that level. It just doesn't have quite that Mahomes Hurts dog in him.
No.
You got to have this Brock Purdy.
I was just about to say, what about the Brock Purdy dog? Yeah.
Well, we'll find
There's
out.
some dog in there.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's get the guest list going.
Give me some horns, Triple E.
Friday.
Sound them.
August 11.
Sound the trumpets.
Foggy outside lands coming your way. Not where Paulie is. It'll be beautiful out in Lafayette.
Yeah. Come on out tomorrow night, Town Hall Theater. We got a great night. It's a benefit show, too. It's a really great cause. Going to be doing a night of Allman Brothers music. I'm singing the whole set with the Freestone Peaches. 8 p.m. start. And Murph, just go to freestonepeaches.com. You can get your tickets right there and all your information. Come on out. We're going to have fun.
That does sound good. Again, when do you guys go on?
8 o'clock.
That's a civilized hour.
Come and jump in, hitting the ground running, buddy.
All right, here's the guest list here from our guy. Did Little Tony do it? It's just because you guys went straight. Just one picture of the king. He's keeping it classy here.
Oh, he did it.
He says, what else do we need?
It was like a minimalist thing today.
7:15, the water boy in Vegas calling in.
Yeah.
How about that? I hope he starts with the parade. Is this Murph? Remember that?
Yeah.
If you can find that one, too, Triple E. So Waterboy was down at Vegas. God, this kid, the rising star that is Marcus Boucher, just a couple years ago, I wonder if he could have pinched himself to be down in Vegas at a Raiders-Niners joint practice. He's a Raider lifer, and he's starting to learn the Niner way. He's starting to learn. But we'll get his report from Boots on the Ground and seeing Kyle Harrison last night. What a stroke of fortune that was. My gosh. 7:35, Mike Krukow. Thoughts on Bochy's return. Thoughts on the Giants trying to climb back in. Guys, the Dodgers won again last night.
Yep.
They beat the Rockies. The Giants are 6.5 out in the West. Bro, I know you want the West, Paulie, but
I do.
I don't think.
Hey, we're getting farther away from it, though. Yeah.
6.5 out.
I know.
I mean, it's not insurmountable, but you're going to, I'm just saying. The big hit at 8 a.m., of course, would be Bruce Bochy's return. 8:20, cooler of content. Our dear friend Susan Slesser at 8:35. How about KNBR's Danny Emmerman, the digital kid?
That's my boy right there. Give me some Emmerman.
He wrote a piece about Bruce Bochy's favorite walks in San Francisco.
Hell yeah.
We're going to keep it local.
Well, I like to viz.
We're going to keep
I like
it local.
the Embarcadero, Murph. I like it down there.
And then the king himself at 9:30. I had to make sure that he remembered. So I sent him a text last night.
Shoot me a text.
Totally. What did he say? Hey, Murph.
Came back with a big giant thumb.
Yeah, well, that's all you need.
So, here, Paulie. Just look at the thumb at the bottom.
That's all I need. That's all I need. Yeah. Here's my thumb, Murph.
All right. Well, listen, we continue on. Get you ready for the Giants and the Rangers tonight. We got you 49ers updates here. Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday, and he talked about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Dude.
We're still fighting the Jimmy G
unbelievable.
wars.
I know.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I felt good. Just going out there, new look, new environment, and not going against our defense. So I felt good just to be able to get a different look and work on the stuff that we needed to work on. So that was a good day.
There it is. That's Brock Purdy. Hope you guys know that voice by now. I didn't. I said Triple E.
He's got a low-key voice. He's a low-key dude, man.
That's him talking about it. And, of course, Reggae Friday continues with Bob Marley's Exodus. Triple E says this is because Jimmy was forced into Exodus down to Vegas.
Yeah, but nobody can stop talking about him. That includes Kyle Shanahan.
For sure.
Everyone talks Jimmy.
By the way, two great texts before we get going here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, Paulie.
Soon to be providing the official Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line shelf of the Murph and Mac Show. I've already put in a request for that.
Because I put our bobblehead down on the garbage can back there. Probably where it belongs.
Yeah.
But anyway, because I just was cleaning up the room, and I was like, we should have this on our stream for entertainment purposes.
Like all the other big radio shows.
There's no place to put it.
Yeah, that's why we need that shelf.
I got it rested on the frickin' recycling bin over here. Anyway, there it is. If you're on the live stream, we're right in front of Tolbert and Marty. How about that? That's right. You're blocking my view, B.
Yeah, totally.
That's what it is.
You're in my eye line.
Two things. One, 510 says, you guys mentioned Outside Lands, but did you mention that Shaq is performing tonight?
Yeah.
We did not mention that, 510, and thank you for mentioning it. Shaq Diesel, Shaquille O'Neal, one of the greatest basketball players in the history of the game, is performing at Outside Lands. Somebody fill me in.
Dude,
what's he doing?
No, he loves doing that. He's a DJ. Working DJ, and his fees. I talked to a buddy of mine in Boston, excuse me, who does a lot of big events at nightclubs and stuff, my buddy Joe Mazzi, and he was telling me about, like, the fees that they pay some of these DJs. Even lesser-known guys are making, like, I'm not even kidding, Murph, guys you've never heard of. DJ Douchebag will roll in with his stuff, with his gear.
DJ Douche.
Pretty much. Yes. DJ Blankhead, and they'll give the guy, like, 50 to 60K. So a guy like...
What?
Yes. So yes. So for one gig. For one performance.
Go do that?
Tell me about it. I got a space bar on my laptop. I can hit it.
I still have my old 45 of the Monster Mash and Bad Leroy Brown. I can play those.
Murph,
dude.
I can hit a space bar with the best of them. So let me tell you this. Anyway, a guy like Shaquille O'Neal he's definitely making six figures for one gig. There's no question of that. And it's probably pretty high up there, too. It's probably about 500, I would say.
Well, the information has come from Triple E, who is attending Outside Lands all 3 nights.
Yeah, have fun, man.
He says, DJ Diesel, hey, that could be me, right? That's according to Lil Tony. How come I'm not DJ Diesel, huh? He's playing the Twin Peaks stage at 5:20. Okay,
awesome.
Immediate thought right away. Is that an insult to DJ Diesel?
No.
Draw the 5:20 slot.
No way. It'll be awesome.
Is 5:20 like...
Yeah, and the stage, I know that's...
5:20 is too early, though. People are just still getting in.
Well, who's he going to be competing against? That's the thing. I don't even know who's... I know Foo Fighters is tomorrow night.
I guess there's one way to look at it as happy hour with DJ Diesel. How's that?
And sometimes that's a big slot, too, because that sets up the headliner. And you can do two things. You could blow the headliner away if you kick ass and put in a great set. Or you're just kind of like biding time and setting the table. But
what's he going to play? Does he play...
He's probably got his own stuff.
Is he on the mic? Does he?
Yeah, he'll be yelling at you mother blankers. Let's get your hands up. He'll be doing all that.
Is that what he says?
Oh, totally.
Oh, will somebody please roll tape on that for us? Please, somebody roll tape.
Yeah.
Triple E.
Get your blanking hands in the air. Like, he'll give you a lot of that.
Do you think you'll go see DJ Diesel? He says absolutely high priority.
Yeah, no, dude, that's fun. Send me some footage.
He says the competing act at that time on the main stage is JID, a rapper out of Atlanta.
Okay, I can't speak to it. I don't know him, but I know
on the 50th anniversary of hip hop.
All I know is people love Shaq, and he's like Santa Claus, man. Everybody loves Shaq.
I guess the big headliner tonight is Kendrick Lamar. That's your boy. That's Gabe's guy. That's Gabe's guy.
I'm going to go catch Kendrick after the game.
Well, I don't know anything about Kendrick Lamar. I do remember Lamar Hoyt pitching for the 1983 White Sox.
I remember.
Really? Is that what you imagine?
I know. By the way, shout out for Lamar from the Revenge of the Nerds, too, with the floppy javelin.
So there's that. That was the one text I wanted to read. The other one was from 406, who's apparently up in Montana. It's good living up in Montana until winter, by the way. Then it gets a little tough. He says, hey, 4 years ago, I was rooting for Bruce Bochy and Jimmy Garoppolo. And now look at us this weekend, dude. How about that? Yeah. Boch and Jimmy G both back in our lives this weekend wearing
That's a good
the
point, yeah.
wrong colors. All right?
Right.
Whoa, you talking Italians?
Those are two guys.
Whoa.
You talking French-born managers?
Whoa, totally.
Yeah, so.
Whoa, you talking Boch?
Oh, man.
Baseball.
That's
my
pretty good.
man.
Hey, Kurt in Santa Rosa says, hey, Murph, I'm on the Twin Peaks stage. I'll try to get some photos. Kurt in Santa Rosa. Wait, what is he?
Maybe a stagehand or something.
Is he
Probably
a
working the
stagehand, Kurt?
festival.
Yeah, Triple E now wants to know Kurt.
He wants
Why
a
don't you go on
VIP
the
pass.
Triple E, it's on the text line. Why don't you
Make some.
hit Kurt and see if you can make a friend?
You got to connect with Kurt now.
And we'll tell Kurt, just look for the guy in the funky Giants hat.
Yeah. But Shaq Fu, dude, Shaq Diesel on the Wheels of Steel, I'd be all over that if I was at the festival tonight.
And 707 asks, does he drop a Charles? Tell me how my ass tastes.
I'd say anything's on the
Kobe.
table. Anything's possible.
All right, man. By the way, 650 says, Murph, yesterday on Papa and Lund, Silver took another swing at you in UCLA. I got to tell you guys, I'm mostly amused by this. I am mostly amused.
You don't seem upset.
There are times I get the ass, you guys know when I get the ass. You can tell, right? But I hope you knew that yesterday it was sort of like a cat playing with a little ball of yarn.
You didn't seem the least bit fazed by any of it, really.
No, because it's like he's wrong. I mean, he's wrong. That's why. I mean, it's like it's pretty
Silver?
simple.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course, it's ideal if we can all stay together and live happily ever after. There is no live happily ever after in today's college football. I got news for you.
There ain't no happily living ever after in life.
No,
You know what I mean? You
exactly,
better learn
Paulie.
that lesson pretty fast.
Yeah, 209 says, can he get a Chase Center Barkley sucks chant?
Sure.
That was recorded by me.
Maybe there will be a Barkley sucks chant. That is not that far-fetched. In rhythm to one of the tracks, poof, poof, Barkley sucks. Poof, poof, you know what I mean? Like I could easily see it taking off.
831 says, don't forget, this is showing some P1 knowledge, showing, hey, Kendrick Lamar is on the main stage. Isn't he Tanika's guy? Pardon me, he spelled Tanisha. It's Tanika.
That's correct.
And that is a true story.
That's correct.
2013 Super Bowl, New York City. We meet the great Chris Kelly, the stage manager of Saturday Night Live, just one of the greats of all time. And he had us up for rehearsal. Imagine Dragons were the musical guests that week. They were finishing up their rehearsal, and Kendrick Lamar did a hit with them on one of their singles. I'm forgetting what it was because I'm
Radioactive?
I'm not a big Imagine Dragons fan.
How about me dropping that? I think it might have been Radioactive. Yeah.
Anyway, and
Kid hitting a
when
big bass
Kendrick was
drum.
leaving the stage, he and Tanika were making eyes.
Yeah. And I think
Tanika was not giving him much.
Nope. She was going hard to get all the way. I was impressed. I was very impressed with her game. And I got to say, I think Kendrick at that time was not the huge superstar that he is. He was kind of ascending at that point.
He was pretty big, though.
But not what he became.
But not now.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't. Now he's Gabe's
But Tanika
guy.
was still like, nope, you ain't getting it. Yeah.
As En Vogue once said, you're never going to get it.
Because you're never going to get it. Good track.
How about
Good
the
track.
harmonizing on that?
No, En Vogue, bring them back. Bring them back. They started the whole thing, dude.
Shout out Oakland, California. Right?
They don't get the love. I'm not even kidding about that. En Vogue does not get enough love.
And two things. One, speaking of Papa and Lund with Silver taking swings, Tim Flannery joins Papa and Lund today at 11:15. That's awesome.
Talking Boch.
And we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement.
Right.
Call the man, Greg O'Donnell, at 866-496-2300.
Great job, brother.
Okay, let's look at the clock. I punt it to the other side to get the Jimmy stuff. So Kyle spoke, Jimmy spoke, Brock spoke. We'll catch you all up next. 49ers Raiders next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Jesus Christ.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be in Jimmy's ear before the play starts. I asked him, I'm like, Jimmy, just give me one, man. All I want is one. He didn't give it to me today, so we'll see how tomorrow goes. That's my guy, though. I love Jimmy. I love seeing him succeed, and he had a great practice today. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow again.
I mean, maybe the most amicable departure ever. I mean, everybody loves. That's Fred Warner. I love Jimmy. I want him to do well, and you got Jimmy saying, "I love my brothers. Those are my guys."
Think about this whole journey, dude. He came in. He lit the world on fire. Initially, everybody got behind this guy. Won those 5 games. It's like the first ray of light we had seen around 49er football in years. Then it kind of went a little bad, and then some people stayed with him, and some people turned their backs on him. But we had to say goodbye to him once. Nope, he's still here. Then we had to say goodbye to him twice. And now that he really is gone and wearing a different jersey and everything, no, you're right, Murph. I mean, it's kind of at least with his teammates and coaches and anybody who ever really spoken with him, everyone's universally hold him in pretty high regard. Well, a lot of people are still salty about what he did or didn't do on the field.
He's an example of what I wrote about with Bochy yesterday about how charisma goes. It's what frickin' John Travolta, Samuel L. Jackson, Jules, and what's his face?
It's one charming blanking pig.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's my entire point.
Yeah,
there's a reason why Tarantino wrote this line. Is personality goes a long way.
Yeah, that's true. Now you're not talking about this scene, are you?
So you're gonna go out there. You're gonna say goodnight. I've had a very lovely evening. Walk out the door, get in the car, go home, off, and that's all you're gonna do.
You're not talking about that scene. That was a different one. That was like a monologue. Yeah, Travolta assessing the risk-reward scenario. Yeah,
but I do like that scene very much.
That's all you're gonna do.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
Incredible, man. But personality goes a long way. Charm goes a long way. And I wrote about that with the Bochy Jock blog. That's one of the things that just I said to Kapler, don't worry about what you hear this weekend. It's not business. It's strictly personal. And one of the things, too, is how you treat the media. That goes a long way. I mean, if you figure out how you treat the media, that Steve Kerr understood that, Steph Curry understands that. Jimmy understands that. Bochy understands that.
Yep.
I'm not sure Kapler understands that a little bit. I think the word condescending comes to mind sometimes with Gabe.
Well, that's the right question.
Yeah, I know. Exactly.
Yeah,
I understand what you're asking. I mean, Gabe's not a bad. I've done the dugouts with Gabe, and he'll chat and he'll shoot the breeze and he'll shoot. There's just always an underlying feeling of he's tolerating us kind of rather than
do some homework on that one.
So for Jimmy, but then there'd be the whole other side of the room, Paul. They would tell you, blank all that, give me a Super Bowl, and Jimmy didn't deliver.
Mm-hmm.
That's what there's a whole nother room. What about that pass to Emmanuel Sanders? What about the blowing that lead in the fourth quarter? What about this? What about that? What about losing this game? What about losing that game? What about this pick? What about that bad read? What about that lack of deep ball? All those things that people didn't like about Jimmy. But you and I, we're weak-minded. We fall for the jawline, the Italian charm, all that stuff.
That
probably.
might be simplifying it just a little bit because I also fell for all the wins that he provided as well.
I said.
Yeah.
And since it's a Friday and I'm enjoying their board today,
what do you
we
need?
fell for the charm, Paulie, that like Waltz was upset about the charm of a Johnny Fontaine.
Oh, well, that's the kind of charm that seduces me, though. I love that.
Then Johnny Fontaine comes along with his olive oil voice and charm.
And he definitely had an abundance of blank charm.
Can we get a cut where we actually put the words Jimmy Garoppolo instead of Johnny Fontaine?
Then Johnny Fontaine comes along with his olive oil voice and charm.
By the way, even olive oil voice is borderline.
Yeah, no, that's definitely objectionable. Definitely objectionable.
We say that as two guys who's have Italian blood in our bloodline.
I'm not going into that.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Okay, let's dive into it here. So here he is, Johnny Fontaine himself, Jimmy G. And by the way, when Silver sent out that picture of him and Jimmy that he sent to me, did you see? Jimmy's gone, dude. The gray is real now. At a young age, Jimmy's got the gray has come in.
Makes him look distinguished and dashing.
You know what our Triple E, you know what our buddy Kenny Thunderhawk would say down here on Battery? He'd say, "Hey, he's the Silver Fox."
Totally,
that's what he would say.
Totally, a little salt and pepper.
So here he is, Jimmy G. About well, it started with him asking about like what it was like to mentor young Brock Purdy last year.
From Brock, yeah. Brock was a cool dude, on and off the field. You know, he really, I mean, as a rookie, he was pretty quiet off the get-go, but he started to open up towards the end, especially once he started playing. We got to talk it up a little bit out there today, so he sounded like he was doing good.
Did you see that footage of those two saying, like, dapping it up after practice yesterday, Paulie?
Wait, Jimmy and who?
Jimmy and Brock.
No, actually, I didn't see that footage.
Yeah.
I saw other stuff. I didn't see that.
Let's see if I can find this one for you here. I forgot. Was it on KNBR? Was it on KNBR's Insta? No, it wasn't. Who was it? Oh, no. You know what it was? Was it Cam? Was it Cam Inman who had it? 49ers. Cam, let me see if I can find that here for Paulie. No, darn it. Can't find it.
All
anyway,
good.
there was
All
one.
good.
Was it the 49ers Insta just in general? I'll look for that right now. Just the 49ers Insta in general. Let's see here. Old pals saying, yeah, here it is. There you go, buddy. Here it is. Found it. Your reaction.
Oh, nice little dap in there. Nice little look at Jimmy G looking good in the Raider pants, by the way, too. Damn, look at that. Wow, I'm more taken with Jimmy's friends. First time I'm really absorbing him with that color scheme on him. Yeah, nice little moment there. Yeah, two quarterbacks that understand one another's plight, I would say. Right? They got a lot in common, really, on one level.
They said Jimmy played well yesterday.
Yeah,
he didn't throw any picks, which is the bugaboo for him.
Jimmy
right?
will show up when it's game time, man. That's the thing. Garoppolo is always a gamer. As long as he was like even stitched or scotch taped together, he would go out there and make some plays. I mean, you remember the one postseason that he took them to an NFC title game? He did it basically with like a totally ripped up and destroyed thumb. You remember the thumb that was supposed to prevent him from even like throwing or gripping a football? Somehow he got through that. So yeah, even if he has a couple of crummy practices, all these years of watching him, I know that he shows up on Sundays. He'll be ready to go.
So they asked him what was it like to go against your boys, your old team.
It was fun. Just first play, Dre was talking. I mean, he's got things going right away, but those are my brothers. I love those guys, so we had a good time out there competing. I mean, obviously some new guys here and there, but for the most part, I mean, it was the same guys I was going against last year. Fred running the show and everything. That D-line's still damn good, so it's a talented group, but I thought we held our own today.
He's so great.
He's talking about Dre talking mess. I love that. Yeah. God only knows what he was saying to him. I'm coming over there, Jimmy.
Unfortunately, Dre then left practice for my hamstring
dude.
injury.
I need that.
209. And I was thinking about, talking about the jock blog today about Bochy and Cap. I was like, God, do you know how many times I jock blogged about Jimmy? Jeez. I think if I had to, when they eventually blow me out and chop my head off here, and if we do a count of jock blog topics, Jimmy might be number one.
No kidding.
He might be number one. Yes, so I wrote a lot. I remember writing his farewell like 3 different times.
Yeah.
I wrote my little requiem for Jimmy 3 different times. I kept saying, well, he's back. But in one of the things 209 texts in kind of was the theme of most of my jock blogs about him was after Alex Smith and Kaepernick, there was nothing, and he revitalized the franchise. He's that important in franchise history, says 209, and I agree with that, too. More Jimmy on what was like at the end of last year. So he breaks the foot against Miami, and then the question is he going to have surgery or not? Is he going to stick around? And then going into the NFC Championship, he scratches. He's inactive. Big controversy as to whose decision that was, et cetera. Remember, he tells Mike Silver, I wish I had a helmet. Because if Purdy goes down and Jimmy trots on the field,
you feel great.
Game,
you got a good chance to win that game. Yeah.
So here he is on the end of the game.
All right.
It was wild, man. I was doing my thing, trying to get my foot ready. That didn't work out, how I wished it would have. But those guys going through 3 quarterbacks and still making it to the NFC Championship game. I mean, that's damn impressive for a team. So I know Niners, they got a great team and everything. We had a great time. It's on to Vegas now. But, yeah, I treasure those times. Those were good times.
It's on to Vegas now, buddy.
Says he wish he was ready for the NFC Championship. I mean, I don't know.
So who you he said, she said kind of thing.
I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah. Give me a helmet. One guy says, the other guy says.
I don't have enough information on that. Do you know the story, though, that came out that he revealed in the Tim Kawakami podcast, Kyle Shanahan, that had the 49ers somehow, some way pulled out that game in Philly, and I don't know how they would have, by the way, with Josh Johnson back there.
Yeah.
That's a big if they had pulled that game out, that they were going to sign Philip Rivers, 40-year-old Papa Rivers, 11 kids?
40-year-old Bible-reading Phil Rivers.
Coaching high school football in Alabama.
That's another tough SOB, though, man. Old man Rivers will go out there on one leg and do it for you if he needs to.
He might have come out and won the damn thing.
You know what? He would have made a couple of plays. I'll tell you that much.
Okay, so then we get Kyle up on the stage, and, there's controversy because of his famous, the one that Overnight Dave uses all the time with Marcus's show. No, I don't see any scenario of that. Mm-hmm. That one, that. So Kyle has been sometimes viewed as very brusque in his press conferences, unlike the charm of a Jimmy. For example, that time he said, well, I don't know if we're going to be alive on Sunday.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I can't even guarantee that.
And then when he said, no, I don't see any scenario of that, people were like, whoa, So he was like, Kyle got up there yesterday and he was like, guys.
I'm running a team over here.
Well,
yeah.
I guess he was trying to say, like, you misinterpreted what I'm just, sometimes I talk bluntly.
Yeah.
So here he was defending his love for Jimmy here.
I think I've talked about his legacy. I mean, I think Jimmy was unbelievable for us. We won lots of games. I think that was a simple question. Is there a scenario where he'll be back here next year? And I give a common sense answer, and no. I think that was a little overblown on trying to be a shot at him or anything. I mean, we knew Jimmy wasn't coming back on his standpoint and our standpoint, financially and everything. So that was just the common sense answer. But anytime I've been asked about Jimmy and what he meant to us and how he was, I've never said it differently. So Jimmy was unbelievable here. I think he was the best quarterback here in about 20 years since Steve Young. Has an unbelievable record, and every time he played and stayed healthy, we were either in the Super Bowl or NFC Championship game. So I hope no one insinuates I've ever said differently.
Ooh, pretty comprehensive quote there.
Well said.
First of all, shots fired at Jeff Garcia and Colin Kaepernick. You know what I mean?
Well, listen,
I'm trying to make some sports radio controversy.
You didn't even mention Alex Smith either.
Alex Smith.
Yeah,
I just fired a shot at Alex Smith.
Come on, let's give him a little due now. He won some playoff games.
So he goes right over Garcia, Smith, and Kaepernick.
Yeah.
Do you agree? Was Garoppolo the best of those four?
Well, in terms of...
That's a debatable topic.
Well, but none of those guys were able to do... Well, Kaepernick actually... I'm thinking about it. I'm actually thinking about it.
Cap got to a bowl.
He did. And he actually won a lot of road playoff games too, Kaepernick, which was something...
Could you argue that Kaepernick was a better quarterback?
Boy,
By the way, 808 KNBR, Colin Blanken Kaepernick. Oh, my God. What's he doing today, by the way?
Yeah, CK7, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, that guy...
CK7.
Ron Jaworski said this guy's going to be the best quarterback in the history of the NFL.
That's what people do now.
Definitely, very good. So listen, it was a nice thing to say about Jimmy. I'm not sure he was the best since Steve Young. There's 3 other guys. Garcia was pretty good.
He's a Pro Bowler, man. Yeah, he went to a Pro Bowl.
And Alex went to an NFC Championship and arguably could have won.
That loss had nothing to do with Alex Smith. I mean, they lost to the Giants.
He did not have a great game, though.
He didn't, but he had a phenomenal game the week before against the Saints.
That's the same defense that the next week would shut down Tom Brady.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would have taken my chances with that same Niner defense, though, against Tom Brady, too. They were every bit as good. I mean... You got potential
Justin Smith, Aldon Smith.
Bro.
Imagine Tom Brady seeing Aldon Smith coming off the edge.
I mean, a young Aldon Smith. That team, that defense. You could actually...
All I see are hittable dudes. Dante Whitner.
You know what would be a fascinating kind of study would be to look at that defense against the defense right now that Shanahan has. Because these are two of the better defenses you're going to see.
Justin Smith, dude. What are we going to say about Justin Smith?
You got the Cowboy. You got Aldon right there next to him. I mean, they were loaded for big. Deshaun Goldson, Lane Fool's out. The Hitman, Hittner.
Willis and Bowman. We didn't even mention Willis and Bowman.
Well, that's where it all... I mean,
they're 2 of the best players in the history of the franchise. My gosh. Patrick Will is honestly one of the best players in the history of the franchise.
No question.
Honest to goodness.
No question.
So anyway, so Alex could have gone. See, that's why, are wins a quarterback stat? Are they a quarterback stat? They are when we talk about Jimmy. We say, wins are a quarterback stat. And then when they're, when it suits your argument, wins are a quarterback stat. It's obviously a team game, and that includes special teams down to Kyle Williams.
Oh, Jesus.
Or as I like to say, kickers write history. Ugh. Where's Tommy Brady without a Vinatieri kicking a ball through the snow? You know what I mean? Jeez.
Yeah.
So anyway, more Shanahan on Jimmy. Kyle loves Jimmy.
Okay, nice.
Oops, sorry.
I mean, there's not many people in this planet who can play quarterback at the level that Jimmy can. I mean, there's definitely not 32, and I really don't think there's 15. So, to have one of those guys always gives you a chance, and they got a guy that they got a chance to win with. That's all you can ask for, and the type of thrower he is, the type of plays he can make, and guys like to play hard for him also.
All right. Ultimately, Jimmy was not a top 5 guy in the NFL, no. Was he a top 15? Yeah. He was somewhere like around 10, 11, 12.
Yeah, there have been plenty of teams over the years that have won Super Bowls that have not had a top 5 quarterback. I mean, it's a pretty extensive list, actually, of kind of good enough quarterbacks that know how to manage an offense and run a team and get you into the Super Bowl, helped with a great defense, of course. But yeah, that wouldn't be the first time if Jimmy were to have gotten a ring. I mean, he's not top 5.
I got to tell you, coming off of spending so much time with Patrick Mahomes, I'm in a Mahomes mindset.
Give me some more Mahomes voice when you do it, too. I do. I'm digging that. I want that whole character study.
That's a hold. Because he was calling for the defensive hold on that. Holding.
A little too much, maybe.
Holding.
Yeah.
By the way, that guy will drop an F-bomb like you wouldn't believe. Oh, my God. Let's effing go. Let's effing go. This is what I effing do. This is what I effing do. I mean, it's like, dude, can you ease out? I'm
picturing Yoda now when you're saying that. There's definitely some Yoda creeping in, which is fine. It's just fine.
But it's funny because they go to Cousins, and Cousins will literally say on the sideline, "Dang it."
Yeah, he's a shucks, golly gee guy.
Dang it.
Yeah, dang it.
Dang it.
See, I don't want my quarterback saying "dang it." I want my quarterback dropping F-bombs. I really do.
Okay, so that's Jimmy, that's Kyle. Then we got Brock Purdy.
All right.
Brock Purdy, who's God, I'm telling you, man.
What about him?
I'm going to the wrong social media accounts because I like
what?
There's like Purdy doubters and Purdy haters out there.
Well, this is just standard fare now. This is what happens.
I have one in my own house. That's the problem. I got a 15-year-old kid.
We talking about not little homie.
No, little homie's too busy watching. He's doing his own
I just
thing.
like saying little homie.
No, you should keep saying it, please. No, we got big homie.
Yeah, big homie's not having it. Big homie's got takes, though. That's the age where the takes kick in.
As I say to him often, you better bone up on your takes. You know what I mean?
I should tell Murph as a guy who's already been through this, like that age bracket. I can tell you that once they hit that age, they immediately become 100 times smarter than you. 100 times smarter. And they will know things that you have no access to about sports, potential deals that should be made, decisions. You know what I mean? Critical game time decisions, like on 4th down. That's not the right play, Dad. I'm like, well, you're not coaching, so maybe just watch how this thing unfolds. But you're going to get plenty of that.
Do we have to go with the Mark Twain, the famous Mark Twain quote?
Sure.
When I was 16 years old, I thought my father was the stupidest man in the world. By the time I was 21, I was amazed at how much he had learned. There you go.
I like it. I do. I like that.
The Mark Twain line.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever pushed back against my old man. I think I just sat at the foot and slurped and absorbed the knowledge.
Yeah.
Because I was like, man, damn, my dad knows a lot. As the kid in Boys in the Hood said about Samuel L. Jackson's Furious Styles. Damn, Furious is deep.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, good scene.
So that's me. That's how I felt. At least, I don't know. Maybe the video would show different. If we go back to the videotape, maybe I pushed back against the old man in 1983.
Well,
God knows.
What's the anti-Purdy sentiment? What's it based on? Like, what is he based on?
Trey has a higher ceiling. Trey's more electric.
How do we know that,
Trey's
though?
more special.
Well, see, but
Trey can do more. Why would you play a guy who's more limited than the guy who's got more talent?
I go right back to what I've been saying all along about Trey Lance. It's really hard to formulate like a decent opinion of him because we just haven't seen enough. Another reason to refer him to the game on Sunday. Let's watch these guys run the offense. Let's get a feel for where they both are. I'm hoping Trey's made some strides here, man. I mean, I'm hoping that, I heard yesterday he had a pretty good day out there.
I kind of feel like I'm almost in the position of like, I don't want to form like anti-Trey arguments.
No, you
to
can't.
Support
There's no
Brock
reason
Purdy.
to. No, there's no reason to form for either of them. Got to watch this thing unfold. Honestly, you got to see how these guys can play.
But you're 100% confident giving Purdy the keys.
At this point, yeah. I mean, unless we see
as of now,
unless we all see something from Trey that is so staggering that we have to acknowledge it. Yeah, I would expect
Here's
Brock
Purdy on what he learned last year in the quarterback room from Jim Garoppolo.
Yeah, I mean, I think just how Kyle coaches us, how the playbook works, how everything ties together, the timing of a play. Jimmy did a great job with, going through progressions and just the timing and the operation and stuff. And so I learned from him. And, when I was, the one to go in, I was just trying to do what coach taught us and try to not, be late to any reads or progressions or anything like that. So, in regards to I think we are a little bit different, but at the same time, you get into an offense, you just got to do what the coach asks and be successful in that regard. So I think we both, I guess, have done that.
I mean, speaking to that point, somebody wrote this, I'm stealing it from somebody, but they said Kyle is so confident in his offense that all he needs is somebody to, quote unquote, deliver the mail, to do what he's asking them to do. And I think that's what Brock Purdy has shown he can do.
Right.
Kyle's like, dude, don't do anything stupid. Do what I'm telling you to do. Whereas, like, Andy Reid and Mahomes, the impression I got was he was like, Pat, go do your thing.
No, Pat's going to do what he wants to do in the moment. Yeah, Reid's got no control there. He'll put the play in, but as soon as he starts dropping back and running loop-to-loops, that's it. It's up to him.
Yeah, so whereas I think Kyle's like, no, I trust this kid.
Yeah.
This kid can.
I agree with that.
Hey, one last feel-good thing on Purdy says it was good to see his old buddy Jim.
Oh, good.
Cut K. There you go, buddy.
Yeah, it was good. It was good to see old Jim. He's doing good. He looks healthy and good. And just talking about, how everything is here and how he loves it and how we miss him. And it's always good seeing Jimmy, so it's great.
See, the love there. By the way, Walter, my best pal, checked in. He's the producer for Papa and Lund.
Yeah.
And he's coming at you, Paulie. He's saying, does Jimmy Garoppolo have a signature moment?
I would say,
he said, I only remember the Sanders overthrow and the interception in L.A. I would say,
a signature moment.
I would say the regular season win at New Orleans for sure.
That was probably the best game he ever played.
The road win at Dallas, he had to make some big throws too.
Yeah, it did.
But did he have a moment, one throw per se?
I don't know.
That I can think of.
I don't know, and I don't even really know if that's going to matter in the grand scheme. It's about winning games, but signature moments. Yeah, that Saints game, there's probably a few of them in there. In fact, I can remember a couple of plays. He made some big throws to Kittle in the fourth quarter of that game. If you're looking for like individual moments, I'd refer you to that one.
By the way, I said it was Samuel L. Jackson because I was on the Pulp Fiction mind. It was Lawrence Fishburne in Boys in the Hood. 408 says, it was Lawrence Fishburne, you idiot.
Nice.
Thank you.
I'll give him a bender, too.
Stupid.
Right.
Worthless.
Much appreciated, 408. Much appreciated. Okay, here's the deal. Waterboy's checking in. Marcus Boucher from Vegas.
Hope he's in one piece.
How about this kid? After a night with Papa?
Don't forget to call in your show, Marcus. Yeah.
It's next on the Sports Leader.
Let's effing go. Let's effing go. This is what I effing do.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
All right. Hey, Waterboys, or Reggae Friday continues. Usually Waterboys Reggae Friday, but today's Triple E's Reggae Friday. So what we decided to do was wake Waterboy's ass up.
Why not?
All right, down in Vegas.
Wake up, Marcus.
Who gets up in Vegas at 7:19 in the morning?
Well, the question is, did he go to bed at all? That's the question.
Marcus, the Waterboy, El Chico de Agua, Bochy. Good morning, brother.
Yo, what's up, man? Is this Murph and Mac?
Yeah. Yo, what's up? Is this Murph?
Hey, man, you got to play hurt, kid. You're probably playing hurt right now, huh?
Got it, man. First of all, I appreciate you guys having me on. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Yeah, I'm playing a little hurt this morning, but I'm here, boys.
I love it, Marcus. That a boy.
On the injury report, are you listed as probable?
Yeah, doubtful.
Yeah, I'm more likely doubtful, like all that said. But I'm going to be there. I'm going to show up, guys. I'll be there.
Now, have you crossed paths, before we get into last night and stuff, have you crossed paths with the, de facto mayor of Las Vegas, Stefan? Have you run?
Oh, jeez, hope not.
With the black boots?
Nothing yet from Stefan. I'll probably throw out the bat signal tonight since there's no practice tomorrow. But yeah, yesterday I took it kind of easy, not really too easy. Still drank all day. Ended up at the River Cats game. Got to see Kyle Harrison last night. So I hung out and took it pretty chill for a Thursday night.
By the way, what a turn of events that you go to Vegas and frickin' Kyle Harrison's pitching that night. What an unbelievable turn of events. That's like a
perfect. Everything lined up for me.
Well, how did he look?
Thread the needle. First of all, forget about how he looked. How was going to the game with Papa?
Oh, dude, it was awesome. Me and Papa behind home plate for about 6-7 innings. Then we go up to the owner's booth. Then we go up to see Zach Arady, the play-by-play voice of the River Cats. I mean, we were all over the park. And like you guys were saying, Kyle Harrison was lights out last night. Had a perfect game going through 3 innings. And then they pulled him after 39 pitches, which I don't really understand.
Which we got to get going on that for just a sports take for a minute here instead of the social riffing. I'm wondering, if they're trying to build up his pitch count to come up to San Francisco, they're not doing it. He hasn't still extended an outing, Marcus, so I'm still not sure what the plan is.
Well, that's really the only thing he's missing right now in his kind of repertoire is that extended outing, is throwing more pitches. And last night he threw 28 of 39 pitches for strikes. And until that 4th inning, Casey Schmidt had an error. He lets up a hit. They pull him out of the game. I think everybody at the ballpark was questioning why he was coming out.
Wait a minute. Casey Schmidt committed an error? Damn.
Yeah, it was bad to see. I wanted to root for him last night. He had an error, and he also struck out a couple times chasing the sliders again.
Casey's spinning out in the wrong direction right now.
Yeah. So arrow up for Kyle Harrison, arrow down for Casey.
All right. Oh, man. Right. Anybody else? Any of the hitters do anything that was worth noting?
So there was no Joey Bart last night. He was not behind home plate. I was looking for him. We all know Marco Luciano got pulled from the game with the injury, so he was not in the lineup. But this dude, Wade Meckler, Murph, we were talking about him the other day.
Yeah, we were.
There he was last night, a couple doubles down the line, squaring the balls left and right.
Nice.
Dude, Wade Meckler.
All right, Wade Meckler. Yeah, hey.
Wade Meckler, Wade into our lives. All right, buddy. I was just saying earlier in the show, I said, 2 years ago, could the young Marcus Bochy pinched himself to believe that he was in Vegas for a Niner Raider practice
with Greg Papa?
Chief Papa. I guess the problem was they kept you guys a half a mile away from the action. Is that what happened?
Dude, that's the problem. I mean, Greg Papa has been doing thousands and thousands of training camps, and there he was standing next to the low-life water boy on the sideline, boys. We were about 60 yards away. The Raiders, shout out, they have a great facility out there, but they have 3 practice fields, and they decide to play on the middle one, and they keep the media about 60, 70 yards away. So I'll be going out and buying some binoculars this morning before I get back out to the practice.
Could you guys see anything?
A little bit. There'd be gaps, but even through the sidelines, there was players standing on the side. So me and Papa were running back and forth, up and down. I got my steps in yesterday trying to squeeze in a look at Jimmy Garoppolo in silver and black.
So, how was Jimmy Garoppolo looking in silver and black, buddy?
I got to say, man, the first thing I see when I see a Jimmy Garoppolo, he's wearing the red quarterback jersey.
Yeah.
And he's thrown me through a loop. He's got the red jersey on. He's got the silver and black pants, the silver and black helmet. It kind of reminded me of like those split hats between like the A's and Giants fans.
Yeah.
Like my brain wasn't processing it at all. And then throwing the fact that they had Jimmy all the way on the third field, it was almost like they were hiding him from all the 49ers reporters.
Right.
But by the time the scrimmage started, by the time I was sneaking through the cracks to actually see some plays, Jimmy looked pretty good. He hit Devontae Adams down the sideline. I think it was ruled out of bounds, so it wasn't a complete pass. But there he was in a 2-minute drill, moving the Raiders offense down the field, scored a touchdown, and connected with Austin Hooper. And I got to say, what I saw from Jimmy was pretty good first impression.
Oh man, here it comes.
The tide's starting to turn. Starting to turn. Yeah.
And this at the same time, I'm getting anti-Jimmy texts from your boy Walter.
Yeah, Walter's
who's up early
upset.
listening.
Yeah.
So but we're standing firm with our guy. All right.
Well, you tell Walter that there's competition in Murph and Mackey's Friendship of the Year. It's no longer you and Walt. It's me and Papa.
I know.
Yeah,
right?
you're not kidding.
All of a sudden,
it's going to be up to us now, Marcus.
The big news would be if you guys doubled down tonight. Like if you
there's no question. Of course, we're going for.
I don't know.
We'll go for a steak,
There's
Marcus.
a strong possibility of that. Yeah.
No, you'll definitely be going up.
Night 2 could get a little awkward. You guys would be like pushing your food around the plate. So last night was fun, right?
Yeah.
And then the clink of the fork on the porcelain.
Tomorrow with the day off on Saturday. Yeah, it might get wild tonight, boys. That's
What would it be, Marcus?
We might be throwing out the bat signal for Stephen.
Are we going to have some prime rib or some fine French cuisine, Marcus, with heavy cream sauce? Yes.
Wow, no, you got nothing tomorrow? Nothing.
A lot. Look out.
Nothing. No, Saturday's wide open, and the game's on Sunday.
What time? Just tell me how the sunrise is, all right, buddy? Just tell me how it is, all right?
And I want to know what times does the wagering begin, Marcus? When do you lay down your first Boucher bet?
And if so, are you going to bring Phil Mickelson? That's my question.
No, no, I'm not. I'll get some action going tomorrow night on the UFC fights, and then I've been sprinkling some baseball action over the week, too.
What are you going to do? Are you going to bet on Boch or Gabe? Who are you betting on tonight?
Don't bet against me.
You guys know where my money is. My money's with Bochy most of the time, so we'll see how the series plays out this weekend.
Don't bet against me, Marcus.
Yeah, don't bet against Boch.
Well, the Giants haven't announced a starter, have they?
Well, that's what,
does that surprise you guys?
That's the charm of the Giants, yeah.
All right, we haven't asked about the red and gold, buddy, so what did you get to see? What, if anything, what did you get to see from the 49ers?
So the practice field that I was actually closest to was the one-on-one drills, the offensive line versus the defensive line, and the pay-per-view matchup was Trent Williams versus Max Crosby. They were the first guys to go. They were the last guys to go. Trent Williams did a great job slowing down Max Crosby. He probably beat him on the third rep, but that battle between the offensive line and defensive line, outside of Trent Williams, the 49ers offensive line was getting beat a little bit. We all know about Colt McKivitz this year, filling in for Mike McGlinchey. He had to go one-on-one with not only Max Crosby, but Chandler Jones as well. He put a couple spin moves on him, beat him in the back of the pocket. I got to say, I was not too impressed overall with Colt McKivitz. It's one practice. We'll see how he does today. But the Raiders' defensive line was getting the better of the 49ers' offensive line yesterday.
Well, that's pretty. You know what you just said? I read what you just said about McKivitz getting beat by Chandler Jones, and I thought to myself, I thought, we're not talking enough about this. Just all of it. We're just assuming that he's just going to step in and block. Now, McGlinchey was no box of chocolates. People had their problems with McGlinchey. But, dude, like for him to get smoked by Chandler Jones that easily, Yeah,
it's definitely something that the 49ers are going to keep an eye on. I know there's not too many training camp battles, and it seems like Colt McKivitz is going to win that job, but you're right, Murph. Without McGlinchey this year, whether or not you were a fan of him or not, he was productive, definitely as a run blocker. Wasn't the greatest in the pass game, but Colt McKivitz got big shoes to fill, especially if teams are going to be lining up their best talent opposite of Trent Williams.
All right, Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, sounding good, playing hurt after a moderate Vegas night last night that involved a Kyle Harrison cameo, 3 1/3 with no walks as he pitches for the River Cats.
Well, to me, it's more about what you tapped into earlier. It's really not so much the activities or the agenda. It's the fact that you're running through Vegas with G Pops at your side. I mean, this is like a whole new dynamic at play where you've got generations now of Bay Area sports excellence coming together to conquer Vegas. And I'm telling you, watch out.
Should Johnny Lund be worried?
Maybe. It's a good.
They're actually doing 2 shows when they come back on Monday.
Well, this is developing into something now.
Me and Papa Monday, Tuesday, as soon as we get back. But John Lund is our guy. Shout out to Johnny Lund. I saw he had a nice rant yesterday about Papa not getting full access to the practice field.
Hey, can you fill us in on that? What was Papa's beef? Yeah.
So I think Papa, obviously he's the legendary Greg Papa. You would assume that he would get full access to walk around and do whatever the hell he wants. but he was thrown in with the schlups like me. He had to be on the sideline. He had to be with the rest of the media, which they didn't give access 100% to really anybody. But come on, it's Greg Papa. We all know his relationship with the Raiders. You'd think they would have figured something else, but they did it, and there he was standing on the sideline next to the water boy.
Was he hot? How'd he handle it?
So that's the first thing he said to me when he walked in. He said, "I can't believe it. Marcus, they're not letting me get full access." And so we broke that down. He wasn't too happy. He had his binoculars, so at least he came prepared.
Right. All right. Hey, we haven't even mentioned the QBs. What did you see from 49er quarterbacks?
There he is, QB1. It was all Brock Purdy, and it was a lot of Trey Lance yesterday. He got the majority of the second-team reps. Brock looked pretty good. Did throw one interception to Marcus Peters. Trey Lance had a couple fumble snaps, but he actually looked really good in the 2-minute drill, driving the offense down the field. Neither team scored on their first possession on the 2-minute drill. But overall, I thought there were some good throws from Trey Lance, some good throws from also Sam Darnold, but he just didn't get too much playing time. I'm assuming he's going to get the majority of the reps today at practice.
And Purdy just, there was a report of a pick that he threw. Did anybody document it?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it was the Marcus Peters pick. It was over the middle. Like I said, it was hard to see. It looked like he just threw it over the middle, got batted around. Marcus Peters came down with it. But overall, I thought probably throwing the ball, Brock Purdy looked the best. I think he's head and shoulder just the ball that he throws above guys like Sam Darnold and Trey Lance.
And then, Waterboy, I guess the other news was just off the field, the injuries. I mean, it's bad. Like Ray McLeod, fractured wrist. They have no return man now.
Yeah,
George Kittle's groin, Drake Jackson's hamstring, and Dre Greenlaw leaves with a hamstring, huh?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of injuries, and that's kind of the bummer about yesterday. I go out to the practice field. Obviously, there's no Nick Bosa. There's no Josh Jacob, who's holding out with the Raiders right now. No Kittle on the field. No Drake Jackson. I really wanted to see a lot of these guys in camp, but right now, like you said, Murph, they're dealing with those injuries. I don't got enough day. I don't know how long they're going to be out for, but I don't know. It wasn't great yesterday at 49er practice.
So what's the schedule today? What's going on?
So schedule today is I'm going out to practice today, and then my weekend's open pretty much, boys. Then I'll start drinking at noon.
Watch out.
Overnight day.
Yes,
watch
on
out.
Thursday, we start drinking at noon. I'm drinking all day in Vegas.
And how would you compare the Santa Clara facility to the Vegas facility? Henderson, Nevada facility, pardon me.
Well, the Henderson, Nevada facility is huge. As I was mentioning, that's why they have 3 practice fields and why we were 60 yards away trying to watch 49er practice. So it was a lot bigger. But when we were at 49ers camp a couple weeks ago, we had full access. We could walk around wherever the hell we wanted to. We can watch the entire scrimmages. That's the only knock I have against the Raiders. Beautiful facility. Shout out Al Davis. I got the torch out in front that's always burning 24/7. But just the lack of access didn't really make sense for guys whose job it is to go cover the team and report on training camp.
Really bad.
By the way, Marcus,
Mark
I got to ask about the flame they have at the facility. Is it one of those like paper mache fake numbers like inside?
No,
it's a real flame.
It's the real one, and I believe it's the actual flame or the torch that they had in Oakland that Marshawn Lynch once famously lit up a blunt on.
Yeah.
By the way, I'll leave it on this. I was telling Paulie I finished my Netflix quarterback series, and a stat that I thought you would enjoy because it involves your 2 favorite things, Raiders and baseball, is that when the Raiders are playing the Chiefs in the regular season finale last year, they show that fake indoor flame, and Mahomes is mic'd up, and he's saying to one of his teammates, he goes, "Look at that flame up there." He goes, "Man," he goes, "in Oakland they had a real thing." He goes, "They had the real flame in Oakland. This one's weak. This is a," and then he goes, and then he just casually goes, "Coliseum, man. Only field me and my dad played on the same field."
Wow.
Great little
that's
trivia.
a nice little stat.
Isn't that a little good little trivia note there?
That's a good little fact, but I agree with Paulie Mack. I don't know why they have that fake flame out here in Las Vegas. I mean, I know they want to keep it burning 24/7, whatever the saying is. But yeah,
but Al Davis.
Can I get some real fire?
No, totally. Al Davis needs like a real pyro show. We're not doing any fake numbers over here.
Paulie Mack would say, a fire on the mountain.
Totally.
Yeah. Hey, last one for you, buddy. I'll let you go. Go get your go take 4 Advil, Gatorade, eat a cheeseburger. That's my hangover prescription.
Nice.
And then MLB just put out their new top 100 baseball prospects, and Kyle Harrison's up to number 20. Is that where he's been? Or did he fall?
Oh, no. I think overall he's
20.
been regarded as one of the top pitching prospects in baseball. I don't know what the exact number is.
Well, in terms of the only pitcher ahead of him is Paul Skeens, a righty. So he's the number 1 lefty.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Paul Skeens was drafted last year out of LSU. So he hasn't even pitched in the minor leagues yet. But yeah, that basically put Kyle Harrison.
Marco Luciano, 27, and then Carson Wisenhunt, 76. Is that his debut in the top 100? I don't remember.
It might be. I don't remember seeing him in the top 100.
Anyway,
obviously, we pay attention
fun
to
stuff
Giants
for you to scroll through as you nurse your Gatorade, Advil, and cheeseburger.
Have a good time, bro.
All right.
Yeah, we'll do, boys.
We miss you, buddy.
I'll see you guys on Monday. I miss you guys. I'll see you on Monday.
Have fun.
Hey, Waterboy, as the dad, Be safe, kid. All right?
But not too safe. Let me be the bad influence, but not too safe. Have some fun.
Yeah, exactly. Appreciate you, boys.
Let's give him like $40 and say, have some fun. Buy something on us. All right? Be good, Marcus. Take care.
He's already gone.
He's
already at the bar.
He's too cool. He's already gone. All right. Mike Krukow and the big hit on Bruce Bochy next on the Sports Leader.
Yo, what's up, man? Is this Murphy Mac?
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays Tuesday, August 15th. First pitch 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Amici's on a Friday. That sounds real good to me. The best pizza in town. I'd take a large cheese pizza right now, I'll tell you that. Now, let's just talk about planning ahead. We know the home delivery, right? If you want to watch the Giants and Niners this weekend, have them deliver. But I also want to talk about planning for a larger event, because Amici's caters and has a full-blown catering menu that will deliver to your business. Maybe you're getting the workers back, bring them back, welcome them back with an Amici's spread. Or, any event or party you're having, Amici's can bring the goods. Your favorite pizzas, pastas, salads, flame-roasted chicken wings in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. A more economical way to feed a large group while still offering Amici's full range of menu items. So whether you need a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has that great range of options to customize the perfect menu. Check out the catering menu at amicis.com. And when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's delivers.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Gone.
Sponsored by NorCal Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, before we dive in with Mike Krukow, forward looking ahead, Kyle Shanahan. That's right, 49er head coach Kyle Shanahan joining Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. All right, that's one luminary. Now let's talk to another luminary, Mike Krukow, about another luminary, Bruce Bochy's return. Mike, a lot going on with Bochy's return to San Francisco. We know he was in Oakland this week, but it's different coming to San Francisco. And then the other part, Mike, Giants need to win the series, so a lot going on. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, Kruk.
Well, they're always going to have to win a series. I mean, that's just the given, especially now when, they're in the hunt and they're going down the last phase of the season. But a little added spice on the series because of Bruce Bochy walking back into the ballpark that he really separated himself in his career to the point where he is going to be an automatic choice whenever he decides to retire to go into the Hall of Fame. I mean, he's got some reputation coming back, and can you imagine the memories? I mean, the one thing about Bochy when he was here, he touched everybody that he came in contact with. Everybody that worked in the stadium, everybody that played for him. You know, all the opponents coaching staffs, and everybody. It seemed like everybody in the stands. I think he shook hands with every Giants fan in the 13 years that he was here. I truly believe that.
Yeah.
Well, we feel that way too.
Special guy.
You know, he's coming on the show today at 9:30, and it's just like we said, it's a personal. I had to write about this for the KNBR website. It's like I was telling Gabe, I was like a letter to Gabe, like, Gabe, don't worry about all the love. It's not about you. It's about Bochy, right? It's the love that he feels. It is interesting to think how Gabe will feel it. Now, Gabe's a grown man. He's comfortable in his own skin. But
I think Gabe, he understands. I think he understands the relationship that Mike just spoke about, like how close.
It'll be a little unusual, though, for him, right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, he's been around the game a long time. He understands the mark that Bruce Bochy left in San Francisco, and I think he'll enjoy the reaction that the fans have when he's introduced. I mean, he's going to get standing ovations all weekend, and deservedly. I mean, he was the guy at the helm of 3 world championships in a city that had never won one in Major League Baseball, and I think if you're Gabe Kapler, you aspire to have one of those journeys, and let alone 3. So I don't think he's going to be put off by anything that happens. I just think that when you're a player and you recognize another player and you witness him being recognized by a ballpark full of people and a city full of people and a region full of people, it's, you just enjoy that. You enjoy the fact that you're a manager in a great city that appreciates the effort.
Nice.
And that's exactly what he is, and I think that's how he'll look at it.
Yeah.
Remember when Bochy's last game, Chris Half asked him, if you could leave a letter for your successor, what would you say? He said, I'd tell him you're getting the best job in baseball. And he said, from the ownership to the fan base to the desire to win. So I hope Cap feels that way, Mike.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, he absolutely knew what he was walking into. I mean, could you imagine trying to follow Bochy?
Right.
Oh, my gosh.
Right.
Tough. That's tough.
In the years that he's been here, I mean, he certainly has felt his shadow and his footprint everywhere he's gone. So, but that's motivation. That's motivation for Kapler. And, he's such a positive guy. He's going to look at it that way. He's not going to – there's no negative. There's no negative whatsoever. And he won't feel the negative. There is no negative.
Hey, a little bit on Bochy's Rangers, who the Giants are going to play. I wonder – we're going to ask him all this too, but how managing in 2023 is different than managing in 2010, even 1998 when he was managing the Padres to the World Series. And listen, he was with the Giants in 2015, the StatCast era, kind of as we call it. So he's been around for the analytics. He managed during the era of analytics. But I wonder for you, do you think the Rangers are winning? And they are winning. They're 68-47 or something like that. They're, obviously they got a chance to go to the World Series. Do you think they're winning because Bochy brings sort of an old style of the way he manages the club and the bullpen, or do you think they're winning because they just have great players who are healthy and performing?
Well, they definitely have great players, and for the most part, they've had pretty good health. Although 2 of their all-stars are injured, won't be in the series. Mm-hmm. So, and of course, DeGrom's not there, and Nathan Eovaldi. So they've had their share of significant people go down to injury. But I think that just having Bochy walk in that clubhouse gives everybody confidence that this organization's taking this serious. They're trying to win. And now we have arguably the best manager, one of the best managers that ever lived, maybe the best of this particular era. And now he's a manager. You immediately feel that you are going to be led and directed with the idea that you're going to have a chance to win every night. And that gives a team a great deal of confidence. And you couldn't help but feel that way with Bochy walking in there. Now, as to what type of manager he is, I think he's a blend. I think during his tenure as a big league manager in San Diego and San Francisco, he has transitioned with the way that the game has changed. But I also believe that he still believes in the gut. I think he still believes in watching the game unfold in front of him. And I think that there's a common sense approach that he uses. But that's not without doing his homework. And you'd be crazy not to pay attention to the analytics that come out because they're so informative. They can create an opportunity and an advantage just knowing tendencies. I mean, and I think that's the one thing that you get with analytics. You get tendencies of players that you have and tendencies of players that you're playing against as to how things might unfold. I mean, so you have to take advantage of that. But I think once the game starts, he still uses gut, and I think that's what he brings to the table, which I think that perhaps the Rangers were a bit too analytic. I don't know. I wasn't there. I mean, I'm just theorizing, but I do know that Bochy is going to give you both of those things, and I think that's his asset. That's what he brings to a team.
Yeah, if you look at their stats, they generally play more of a regular lineup. You know what I mean? With Jonah Heim's healthy at catcher, they got the kid. Is it Lowe or Lau at first base? There's one guy named Lowe and one named Lau. Anyway, Nathaniel Lowe at first base, Semien at second, Seager at short, Young at third, and then Garcia and right. I mean, so they definitely play more of. They got like more of a set lineup than the Giants. Different philosophies, perhaps.
Well, I think your talent defines your philosophy. I think if you have, and you start looking at guys' splits, how do they do? How's a right-handed hitter do against left-handed pitching? How do they do against right-handed pitching? And then I think in most instances, teams have strengths within their team that would favor a platoon system. I think the platoon system has favored the talent that the Giants have had on their field. I don't necessarily know if that's the best way to go about putting together a lineup in Texas. I mean, I really haven't paid that much attention to them, quite honestly. I mean, I got a little homework to do between now and tomorrow night. I'm not doing the game tonight, but I think the way that the game has evolved today, it kind of favors platoon. But having said that, if you've got a ton of horses out there and you got 6 positions that you don't want to change, you want those guys to play every day, you're going to run that. You're going to run those guys out there. So I think your talent determines how you. What your philosophy is and how that particular team is going to play, and it changes from year to year.
Yeah, and it looks like they Chris Young, their GM, who's Bochy's old pitcher from the Padres, looks like he's gone sort of the old style because it looks like they have a traditional starting rotation too. Eovaldi, guy named Dane Dunning, John Gray, Andrew Haney. Now you add Max Scherzer. All these guys have 20 or more starts, so I guess it's the philosophy of your head guy.
Well, and your talent. I mean, that determines how you play these things. If you look at what the Giants have done, I mean, there's a direct contrast to how the Rangers have put together their rotation as to how the Giants do. I mean, the Giants are doing something that's completely unorthodox, and it's working. They're in the hunt. They're in every game. Their openers have created opportunity to win just about every game that they've gone out there and pitched. Rare that they haven't been successful, and I think that the way that they've assembled their talent on the pitching staff has kind of determined that this is a pretty good way to go, and it's worked. So, I mean, if it's working and you're getting wins, whatever you decide to do, it's more traditional starter goes 6, flip it to the bullpen philosophy, or if you're using an opener, it all has to do with what your talent tells you can do.
Yeah, for sure, and that's what the Giants are working with. And by the way, they have announced Scott Alexander will be the starter tonight. So it's another bullpen
Alexander,
game today, against John Gray. So, Mike, we haven't talked to you since Wednesday. They lost that game to the Angels. People were upset about, listen, it's a baseball game. You make a move. Yeah, I don't know if you had a thought 2 days later here. Tristan Beck's been so good. We talked about it Thursday morning. You can't hate the move of bringing in Tristan Beck, but Manaea was dealing. And there was a little lefty-righty situation going on. I don't know. Did you have any residual thoughts on that night, that game?
Well, I definitely had one. I thought that Gabe Kapler was going to have to answer as to why he took Manaea out of the game when there was a runner at second. He had just had 0-2 against Luis Renifo, who hit an opposite field double, really a great at-bat. And now all of a sudden you've got Ohtani coming up, Drury, the right-hander, and then you've got Moustakas coming up. And those two guys, Moustakas and Ohtani, had the best series. I mean, they were swinging the bat well. You would want your left-hander to throw. And I thought that he should be questioned on that, and he was. And the reason for it is, it was a muggy night, and they had rain before the game during batting practice. Actually, it was muggy. And if you watch the game, Manaea he was sweating profusely, and he hasn't gone a lot of distance. He's been really, really good. But the pitch count, it hadn't really been extended. He hadn't been stretched in a while. And he threw 4 unbelievable innings, struck out 6, gave up 1 hit and 1 run. I'm thinking, all right, this guy's on a roll. Well, fatigue determined that move. And plus that, and Tristan Beck has been really, really good. I mean, he's been lights out good. So I questioned it at the time. I would hope that would have been questioned after the game. It was. And that's the one thing, you never know what's going on down there in the dugout. You just don't. I mean, we can all speculate from the booth. That's easy. But, the reality of the situation is in that dugout. And there's a dialogue that goes on in the dugout, especially when the guy's leaking oil and he's sweating out. I mean, Andrew Bailey, the pitching coach, and Gabe Kapler, they're going to know how he feels because they're going to be in tune with him every inning. How do you feel? Can you give me another one? So that was going on. And they were, Gabe made the decision based on that information, and it got Manaea out of the game. As it turned out, it didn't work out. And it became a costly inning where they scored all the 4 runs and the Giants couldn't recover. But he had a damn good reason.
Mike Krukow joins us every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. The Giants take on the Texas Rangers tonight. Bruce Bochy's return. Rangers are real good. They lead the AL West, and they lead Major League Baseball in a lot of offensive categories, including runs scored. So it's going to be a challenge for the Giants pitching staff against these sluggers. They just took 2 out of 3 from the A's. It's surprising the A's actually got them on Wednesday. But, hey, Mike, the other thing that happened had nothing to do with Bruce Bochy or the Rangers or the Giants, and it was Kyle Harrison down in Vegas last night for the Sacramento River Cats. He had his great outing, 3 1/3, retired 9 up, 9 down. He only gave up 1 hit. He struck out 4. He walked no one, which is a very big deal. And they took him out after only 38 pitches. And now Mike, Farhan himself said, we kind of expect Kyle to come help us. I'm just wondering. Now we're getting to the point where it's mid-August.
It is getting to that point.
But he only threw 38 yesterday. I don't know if can you interpret that any way?
Well, the pitch count, I think, is really a great sign because I think the previous start, he went out and he walked 4 guys in the first inning. If you look at his overall stats, he's still averaging a walk an inning, which is, that's an eyebrow raiser. The fact that he responded in his next outing and he was sharp, like you said, last night, 3 1/3 with 1 hit and 4 strikeouts and the pitch count. That was huge. I mean, he was throwing strikes. That's the goal with him, get in the strike zone. So I don't know what their intent is. We've all been hearing what Farhan has been saying about him, that we expect to see him before the end of of August. Maybe this is the time. I don't know. But a lot to weigh in because really at this point, I still believe you don't know what you're going to get with him. If he's in the strike zone, he can help. If he's not, it's going to struggle. And the other thing, too, that's key about Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler, they don't want their fielders to be out there on the field, especially in the dog days of August for a guy that can't throw strikes. Nothing takes a toll on your defense more than that. So a lot of things to consider here. But we are all totally intrigued with this guy because, he's striking 2 guys out an inning. I mean, you don't do that unless you have great stuff, deception, and attitude, and he's got all those things. So I'm not surprised which way they go on this.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, like we said, he's expected to come up. When and how, and like you said, last outing. So anyway, but a good one. I mean, he has that feather in his cap. Speaking of prospects, Mike, since we last talked to you, A.J. Pollock, who, most Giants fans were like, wait, what? Why is he on the team? He's now on the IL.
He is.
And he'll be out for a while.
Yep.
Elliot Ramos, he's back. I mean, this is a guy we've heard about forever, Mike. He's still only 22 years old, by the way. He turns 23 in September. But any thoughts on him? I mean, he had good numbers in Sacramento. Do you expect him to play?
I do. I expect everybody to be on that bench to play. But he had a significant injury this year that set him back. And another thing, too, I didn't know about. I was reading an article about him this morning. He's 6 months younger than Casey Schmidt. So he's still a young player. And the one thing that they asked him to do, because he hit so many ground balls, was to get a little more launch angle in your swing, and he's done that. I mean, last year he was hitting 48% of his balls that you hit were on the ground. Now they're 44%. So, I mean, he's made some improvement in that regard. I've always liked the guy. I've always liked the guy, and he's a man now. He's got his man strength, and not only that, but he's an established professional player. Nothing's really going to overly impress him. Nothing's going to intimidate him, and I think that he's got some game that he can help you with. And right now, quite honestly, I'd rather see his at bats than AJ Pollock's. So I'm glad that he's here. I'm sorry that AJ Pollock has been injured. I don't wish that on anybody, but I am excited that Elliot Ramos is coming back.
Yeah. By the way, I mistook by a year. He's 23 and will be 24 in September. So, but still very young, as you point out. 6 months younger than Casey Schmidt.
Yep.
So there's so many kids everywhere.
I know.
Matos, Bailey,
It's an exciting
Schmidt,
time.
Harrison, all these kids. Ramos. Mike, let's end it with just kind of your personal thoughts on Boch as he comes back. Listen, he was around. It's not like we haven't seen him in forever. He was at the Will Clark retirement ceremony last summer, and he was, around the park, I think, in 21 on occasion. Still working for the Giants. So it's not like we haven't seen him in 15 years or anything, but there is something to him coming back in a different uniform. Is there a personal, I know you guys are up in the booth. You guys don't get down the field that much anymore. Is there a chance that you guys can see him? Is there something you want to say to him? Is there anything you'll feel about? Because we're probably not going to see him. He's just going to be in the dugout, right?
He'll be on the rail, in his
he
spot.
might come out and argue a call or something, but what are your personal feelings?
Yeah.
Well, I absolutely want to touch base with him, shake him hands. And you know what? One thing that Kipe and I have said the rest of our lives, every time we see the guy, we're going to walk up there, and we're going to shake his hands, and we're going to look him in the eye, and we're going to say thank you. I mean, that's how we feel about the guy.
Yep.
But, he's such a good guy. Let me tell you my favorite Boch story. It was when we were going into St. Louis, and the hotel that we stayed at in St. Louis at the time had a casino attached to it. Now, Boch and Kipe and John Miller, they all like to play blackjack.
Yeah.
Me, I could care less about gambling, But right next to the hotel, there's a casino. So, I knew they were all going to go over there and they were going to play. And so I was taking a walk, and I was walking over to see where they were, and I see them. They're all sitting there at the table. And this is a day off going into play the Cardinals, who've been red hot. They are on fire, and their offense is just rolling, right? So I come walking over there, and the three of them are concentrating, and I kind of stand off to the side, and they see me over there. And all of a sudden, when I show up, and immediately they lose 3 hands in a row.
Uh-oh.
I'm standing there. I'm bringing this. They lose 3 hands in a row. And after the third loss, all the guys turned, and they looked at me. Bochy's sitting on the end, Kipe's in the middle, and John's on the far side. And they all turned their heads and looked at me. And we're all thinking the same thing. And nobody said the obvious. And Boch looked at me and he goes, hey, crew, any chance you could go over there and sit on the Cardinals bench tonight during the game?
Yeah, nice.
The cooler,
He wanted the cooler to go cool out the Cardinals. So
Totally.
I kind of took that as my cue to take a hike, which I did.
The underrated comedy, he had that sly, dry wit, right?
Totally. Oh, man.
And he never missed, and his timing was always fun. And he was just a joy to be around.
I was going to say, Mike, sorry to interrupt, but in a grind of 162, that easy personality. Now, it's funny. One of the stories Andy Bagley said, he'd snap on occasion, right?
Oh.
It wasn't all somebody told a story. Wotus told a story to Bags about him taking a baseball bat to a TV.
I don't want the fury of Boch, Mike. I mean, that's.
Yeah, but it was all premeditated. It was always. He'd get mad, and no doubt, but he also realized that there was a time to get mad and there was a time not to get mad.
Yeah.
And the one thing that he had that I thought was his ace in the hole as a manager was his timing. The timing to light a fuse in front of a group, the timing to light a player up, time to light a player up in front of the group. All those things, I thought they were all premeditated. Very, very few times in his career was he spontaneous and just reacted without giving it forethought. And I think that's the one thing that he learned all the years that he was at the helm. And he was a true leader. And he realized that there was a residual effect with everything that he did. And then he'd weigh the positive and he'd weigh the negative, and then he would act. And it just always seemed to be the right move. It always seemed to be the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And that, I think, was his true genius.
So great, and it'd be so great to have him for 3 days. And he's got a club, man. He's got a chance to make some noise in October, which is very thrilling for fans of Bochy. Now, maybe if the Giants could just meet him there, then we could have a real story, right?
Well, I hope they go back and play Texas in the World Series and beat them in 5.
Yeah, there we go.
There it is. You
Sounds
just said
good.
It. All right, well, we know it's Apple TV tonight, and we'll reserve judgment on that. But we'll look forward to your return Saturday, and we'll look forward to your Bochy stories
Indeed.
on Monday. 3 interesting games for the Giants, Mike, so have a great weekend.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow with some great thoughts and memories. And
there are guys like that. These gamblers, Murph, they get superstitious. You ever see the movie Bronx Tale? De Niro and...
I've seen it in clips. I never saw it start to finish.
Well, they had a pretty good movie. They had a character in that movie called Mush, M-U-S-H, Mush, because every time he the same kind of thing as Mike talked about. These guys are gambling in the basement. They're rolling dice. They're playing cards. And then when Mush comes into the room, everybody starts losing. So at one point, they just grab him because they're not sensitive to a guy's feelings like today. Like, hey, maybe you can go ask Mush to go back upstairs. They physically grab Mush. They throw him in a closet, and they slam the door on him so he can't affect the game that's being played. Shout out Mush.
Well, we had the cooler. Remember we played the cooler music? Back when I was on
Pecan, that was a Peaches. That's a pretty good. Pecan and I bonded over that movie, man. There was some pretty good stuff in there. You got William H. Macy playing a down on his luck guy, and then Maria Bello, she's underrated, man.
Yeah.
And Alec Baldwin, just maybe one of the greatest roles.
Why would we play it on the show? Was it me? I was going to games
because
losing
yes,
a lot.
exactly. The premise was Murph went to a couple games, the Giants lost them both, and then you got dubbed the quote the cooler.
Yeah.
So Pecan went and pulled the soundtrack from that movie, and it's like this really sad trumpet, like doo doo doo.
Yeah.
Like lonely.
See if you can find that cooler sound.
Yeah.
Anyway, listen, it's a big weekend. If anybody missed it, I put a piece out on KNBR.com, the Jock Blog, as you like to call it.
Yeah.
About, like I said, a message for Gabe Kapler. This is not business. It's strictly personal.
It's a really good approach.
The feeling that we have for him is totally separate from our hip-hop listening, Instagram influencing, shoe game having Gabe Kapler. This is about us and Boch. Right?
And I like what Murph did there because he kind of did a play on one of the great Godfather lines.
Then Johnny Fontaine
Not
comes
this one.
along with his olive oil voice and John.
I just felt like getting it into the representative Godfather.
When I sat down to the laptop, I pressed my horn.
Yeah, well, Murph does. He's got ties. He's got ties to the film, close ties.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, so Boch joins us at 9:30. Giants, I'll tell you what, guys, we have heard more than one text has come in saying they're not sure who they're rooting for.
Well, you're not surprised. I mean, this is an emotional thing. I mean, Bochy, Mike just broke it down for 30 minutes, man. The way we feel about Bruce Bochy, let's be honest for a second. I don't know that there is another. I'm thinking about all the sports, whether it's.
Well, I addressed this in the blog about succeeding a legend.
Oh.
So George Seifert succeeded Bill Walsh, but I said Walsh was more aloof than Bochy. He was not
totally.
We loved Walsh. I mean, he's a genius.
But different personality
more
type.
reverence for him than affection.
No, right.
Would you agree on that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
And then I said Steve Kerr would be the other guy who's won 4, by the way. No, Steve Kerr's won more championships than any coach in the history of the San Francisco Bay Area.
And by the way, good luck to the poor bastard that's going to come in after Kerr.
Well, because Kerr leaves when Curry leaves. And when Curry leaves, oh boy.
I think we all leave. No, I'm just kidding, Raymond. Don't worry. We're not going anywhere.
But anyway, so, I mean, you haven't had to follow Kerr. But I said Seifert did a really smart strategy. And in his first year, went 14-2 and blew out everybody in the playoffs.
What's the
and won
problem?
the Super Bowl.
What do you guys need? What do you need? Another one?
Yeah, I went back. It wasn't just 55-10. They went 126-26 in their 3 playoff wins that year.
Ass kickings up and down the field that entire postseason. I know you like your 84s, and I'm not going to argue with it. I don't want to spin off into a crazy Niner thing here, but Murph's a big believer in the 15 and 180. Well, here we go, because
you going 89?
I like my 89 team, dude.
Even
that
though it was
14
Walsh,
and
Seifert, not Walsh?
Bro, they kicked the crap out of
You know what's
everybody
weird?
they played.
They lost to the Packers that year.
Well, see, that happens, though. Every now and again, one gets away. It's just hard to figure out why. But you're now, on the other hand, though, because the 84 Niners could and should have been an undefeated team.
And I would say they also beat a better team in the Super Bowl, the Marino Dolphins.
Yeah, no, that's... Yes, you're correct. That's the Dolphins are really good. Their offense was potent.
You know it's a high-class problem when you're picking which dynastic 49ers team you like best.
Think about this. Now, if I'm going top of my head now, and I think I actually might have these, but I think the 84 NFC Championship was I want to say it was a shutout, like a 23-0. 23-0 shutout. Very similar to what they did in 89 because they blew the Rams off the field 30-3.
Yeah.
Take your pick. What do you want, a shutout or you want 30-3?
The 3 is almost more humiliating.
I got Everett going into the fetal position because he thinks he's going to get sacked.
We got to do the big hit, and it's Boch and his return and how you guys feel. And you know what? We can take calls on this one. 808 KNBR, 415-808. Wait, 808 KNBR is the phone number. I was confused. The text line. Text line is where you got to do the 415. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is 415-808-5627.
We're going to celebrate
If you want
Boch.
to call in on Boch where you feel, listen, maybe there's somebody out there that says blank Boch. I don't think so.
Not me. I ain't saying it.
That.
Oh, Bochy, you're so fine, you blow out mine. Hey, Bochy.
Yeah, and of course, Pass the Bochy, which you played earlier on the show in Musical Youth as a Reggae Friday. So, listen, we'll do the big hit next. 808 KNBR on your feelings. Are you in your feelings? And how does Kapler factor into all this? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
Your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
the Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Well, Shams Charania of The Athletic found out a couple of things about the NBA schedule. Where will the Warriors open and against who? And what's up with Christmas Day? That story and now, that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Now, this is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Cruz waiting on Wilson. And the right-hander for the Giants throws. Swing and a miss! And that's it! The Giants, for the first time in 52 years, the Giants are world champions as they come pouring out of the dugout. Giants fans, this party is just getting started.
2-2 the count. Romo shakes off Posey. Now has the one he likes. Romo's 2-2 pitch on the way. Cabrera takes strike three called, and the Giants have won the World Series in Detroit. And the celebration begins as the Giants mob the mound. Cabrera strikes out looking to end it.
Madison Bumgarner trying to wrap up this World Series for the Giants. He's ready. He throws. Swing and a pop-up. Side the ball down the line in foul ground. He's got plenty of room, and he's got it. And the Giants have won. They have won the World Series for the third time in 5 years. And Madison Bumgarner has firmly etched his name on the all-time World Series record books as one of the greatest World Series pitchers the game has ever seen.
There we were, Paulie, in Kansas City.
Still sounds good.
That comes up on my memories sometimes. 9 years ago, there's you and me standing out there on the field there. But
I remember Murph and I were, just a little kind of side note, Murph and I were fortunate that night to be in the clubhouse. We got to, enjoy some of the party with the players and even Boch. But we were on the field when, long after everybody else had left. And do you remember Bumgarner?
Yes, he was the only guy
with
on the field.
picture. Yes.
It might have been Sports
on
Illustrated or somebody.
He was on the mound.
They had him standing on the mound holding the World Series trophy all by himself.
I have pictures of that from like the side where we were standing.
Some of those?
Yeah.
And by the way, everybody talks about their Bochy story, and Krug's telling that funny story about him in St. Louis when he tells him, "Can you go sit on the Cardinal bench tonight?" Because he was the cooler at the blackjack table. You and I walked into his clubhouse, walked into his office to congratulate him. And he was having champagne with Wotus and Bam Bam and that crew. And he got up from behind his desk and came out and put his big paws on each of our shoulders. And he goes, "Hey, fellas. Hey, I want to thank you guys for coming."
Thanks for coming. And then we got bear hugged by Boch, one in each arm, Murph and Mac.
Thank you guys for coming.
I said, this is getting ridiculous.
Another good one, too, is that Game 6 blowout. So bad that you and I went out and walked out and had a second barbecue dinner.
We were in like Hot Fudge Sundays. So we weren't even watching the game, but it's 7.
It was like 10-0 in the 6th inning. And so after the game, he says he's going to go with Tim Hudson. And he walks into the post-game press conference and Lowell Cone, bless Lowell Cone, my favorite of all time, one of my dear friends. Lowell says right away, first question, Bochy says, just, Boch, they're saying on Twitter that you're making a mistake, that you shouldn't start Tim Hudson tomorrow. And they're saying on Twitter that Bumgarner could come in to pitch. Boch, what do you say? What do you say?
Yeah.
He goes, well, he said we're going to go with Tim Hudson and Huddy's ready, and why don't you tell them they can tweet that? They got the huge laugh, too. Just the folksy, the twinkle. He just got his ass beat in Game 6 of the World Series.
Handed to him.
He looked at me,
Couldn't
this
have been
twinkle
cooler.
and a smile.
No question.
At the corner of his mouth, he goes, just tell him to tweet that.
That right there. See, that little moment right there, I was like, this guy is so flippin' cool. He's got that little, like, kind of crinkle in his eye now.
He did. He wasn't ripping him at all. He was smiling.
And he just got blown off the field. And it was almost like Boch knew what he had in his back pocket if he needed to, like, break glass, bring in Bumgarner. Yeah.
All right, the Bochy fairy turn is obviously, and I wrote about it too, as just the things. It's what a story for. I said to Cap, I said, listen, for the love and the tears and the ovations you feel this weekend, it's not business, Cap. It's strictly personal.
So I didn't get to
this
explain.
Is between us and Cap, us and Boch. It has nothing to do with you, buddy.
That's why I didn't get a chance. I should have explained that. So the reason I forced that Godfather stuff in is because that's like the famous line from The Godfather. It's not business. Excuse me, it's not personal. It's strictly business, Tom, when they're breaking it all down. And Murph flipped that on its head. I like the way you approached it. It was cool.
Well, I mean,
because you're right.
Yeah.
It is personal.
And, he was fortunate enough to have Tim Lincecum and Madison Bumgarner and Pablo Sandoval and Matt Cain
and Vogie
and Buster Posey and Ryan Vogelsong. He didn't, Kapler has yet to manage a roster with those kind of beloved players. I mean, so part of that is who Farhan gives him. Farhan hasn't given him. Now, I think the thought is that if you stick around for a few years, you might fall in love with Patrick Bailey. You might fall in love with Kyle Harrison. You might fall in love with Marco Luciano. You might fall in love with Luis Matos. You might fall in love with Casey Schmidt. Oh, my God. He's down there striking out and making errors in Sacramento. The poor guy. I think we need to reset his head. He's going down that Joey Bart path.
He's got a lot of ball in front of him, though.
I know.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to Boch and his return. It means everything to us, and we wanted to reach out to you guys, too, to see how you're feeling.
Yeah.
So the first caller is Mo up in Davis. Good old Davis, California, riding bikes up there on the streets. Mo, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Thank you, fellas, for taking my call.
Happy to have you, Mo.
So I simply just wanted to say is that after Boch's last season in 2019, where the Giants finished a dismal .475 winning percentage, ended the season at .785, and got shellacked by the Dodgers on the last day, Boch's speech after that game remains, to me, one of the most awesome sports orations I've ever heard in my life, and that's following the Giants since about 1965 or so. He didn't have a cue card in his hand, and he hit every single perfect note that you could, like a maestro. And I wanted to thank him for that on the air and for all the wonderful times that I had as a fan while he was managing our team. That's it.
Hey, Mo, perfectly
Thanks for the
said.
call, Mo.
Beautifully said.
I feel you, brother.
I think I could hear Mo's emotion,
I feel you.
too.
Yep, I feel you.
And I feel the same way. That day was so insane because he did. Whether it was something like shouting out Kruk and Kipe and John and Dave or shouting out Rennell. You know what I mean? He walked back and forth on the grass, and he was just and the way the Giants have done a lot of things at that park, but that day. And again, Ishikawa walk-off, JT Snow's homer against the Mets, Barry hits .756. All these things happen, but I don't know if you're ever going to match the emotion of that day where the center field gate would open and out-walked Barry Zito, out-walked Lincecum, out-walked Vogie, out-walked Buster, all that stuff, And so here you go. Matt in Utah is next up, checking in on the big hit, the Bochy return, and what it means to you. Matt in Utah. Good morning, Matt. You're on KNBR.
What's up, fellas? I'm from Berkeley, California, but live in Utah for the last couple of years. You guys are freaking awesome. Been listening for 15-plus years, and just want to say on the Bochy, Cap comment is Bochy sneaky good.
Very good, man. I like it, Matt.
Nice, Matt. Very good. And thanks
Sneaky
for the call.
good.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
You guys out from Berkeley to Utah.
I remember
There's
one
a
time
culture shock right there.
Murph and I were doing one of our Bochy broadcasts. We would do like this annual broadcast, the prenatal charity thing we would do down at Amici's by the ballpark back in the day. we did those, I don't know, 5-6 times, and Bochy would always come down and hang out and talk on the air. And one of it might have been the last one we did, Murph, or one of the last ones we did, but I remember I have this one memory of you and I doing the show. Bochy comes he would come in like later in the show, do like the final couple segments with us, and then he would just greet all his fans and people stopping by. But do you remember the one time we did the broadcast, and then Boch just couldn't have been more understated or humble, like just kind of got up, put his cans on the table, got up, and just started walking down King Street. Do you remember that? And you and I were looking at that. You were like, look at him. There he goes. Yeah. There he goes. Solo. Just walking around, arms swinging. That's Boch. That's the king of the world.
Well, I think we're going to talk to Danny Emmerman later about his walks on the Embarcadero, right? His favorite walks. Yeah.
Sneaky good.
Hey, before we get back to some more calls, I do want to play some of the sound from that day. And Ryan Vogelsong, one of those guys that Bochy mentored and brought in. Here's Vogelsong speaking for a lot of people here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the big hit.
I know you have Kim, the boys, your daughter-in-laws, the grandkids, awesome family. But I want you to also understand that all these guys back here and all the guys that aren't here, we're also your family too. We look up to you. You guided us. You guided us probably more than you know. You let us have our say in the locker room. You let us play. But at the end of the day, you were the man running the show here. And without you, we don't have these three guys sitting here. And not only for me, but for a lot of people here, you changed our lives. You gave us something that no one can ever take away from us, and that's a World Series champion.
Dude, Vogie.
I can listen to Vogie all day.
Return, right? I mean, jeez.
When's Vogie night? Yeah.
More sound from that day. Pablo Sandoval. Come on, man. Panda checked in, and he grabbed the mic, and he talked to him.
I call this guy, is my dad. It's one of the greatest things that I have in my career because it gave me opportunity early in my career, get to a big league, and give me a second opportunity in 2017. After all the things happened, open me the door. Thank you to the guys, the Giant organization, the front office, and Bochy for letting me be here again and let me be part of you, and you accomplished my career. Be part of the 9 years or your 25 years. It's been amazing.
That's so great. It's true, man. Now with Pablo, a lot of ups and downs. 2010, he fell out of favor.
Boch banished his ass to the bench. He said, I'm sitting you down, boy.
And then he's like, I got departure with the Red Sox and all that.
Yep.
So do you remember, I'll give you another Bochy story. So Brad and I are doing those books, right?
Yeah.
And so I said, Boch, can we have you write the introduction to our 2014 book? Can we have you? And of course he's saying yes, because he's such a good dude.
Yeah.
So we set this date to talk. And because he was out in North Carolina doing his stuff. And we set this date to talk. And it turned out to be the morning that Pablo Sandoval left for the Red Sox.
Okay. Yeah.
So I was like, I don't think Boch is going to come on this phone call.
I remember you were talking about
and
that.
I'm like, I'm going to call him, but I imagine he's going to skip this call because Sandoval's leaving for the Red Sox right now.
Yeah.
He's my dad.
And he answered the phone. He goes, hey, Murph. And he goes, I was expecting your call. And I said, well, I didn't know if you had time with the
news.
Yeah. He goes, he goes, we can go ahead and do this, and I'll just sit here and wait for a call from Pablo. He's
my dad.
Oh, wait for a call from Pablo.
You know what, though? You always got the impression that those two had a really nice bond.
Like he said you were a dad to me.
Yes, I don't think that's fraudulent. I think there's a lot
I think that's part of the reason why he was able to come back in 2017.
I always felt
that.
He
put him on the mound, too.
Yeah, a few times.
Was that Cap? Was that
no, I think Boch did that.
He's my dad.
And I think Boch just had a special place in his heart for Pablo.
I agree.
I just think he did.
But they kind of did their thing together. One more just in that conversation, another Boch story. I said, "Oh, you're out in Carolina, you hunting?" He goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "I got some ants out here." He goes, they live out in the woods. He goes, "Yeah, I guess I call them the Clampets," is what he said.
God only knows. I could love to see that crew.
Dude, the
yeah.
Because I visit my aunts and cousins. We call them the Clampets.
We go over there and have some squirrel pie. Yeah.
Bochy calls you the Clampets.
Yeah.
All right, one more. I want two more, and then we'll take these calls. Peavy.
Okay.
I want Peavy.
Yeah. Give me
That's
some
another guy. Now, San Diego. See, the other thing that we have to talk to Bochy about, too, is we're not the only city in his heart. San Diego is where he played.
And those guys love Boch. They love Boch every bit.
He still calls home. Yep. He still has a home in San Diego.
Remember when Boch took, who was it that was going into Cooperstown? He went to go, was it
Peavy? No,
his
not
arm.
Peavy. Trevor Hoffman.
Yes, thank you very much. When Hoffman went in, remember, Boch flew out to be with him and stuff.
By the way, Paulie, I know Boch has a home in San Diego because Triple E, if I'm going to go down there, I'm going to, I'm going to shoot him. I'm just trying to
shoot me a text.
There it is. There it is. Thank you very much. All right, Jake Peavy. Now, that's a guy who went from San Diego to San Francisco with Boch. Truly a special bond. Here's Peavy on that day.
I'll make this short and sweet as I can. I met Bruce Bochy at 19 years old, my first Major League spring camp. I didn't actually talk to him there at the complex, an A-ball pitcher is not talking to the manager a whole lot at the field. But about 2 weeks later, I was backstage at a Willie Nelson concert. And there do I run into Ryan Klesko, Tim Flannery, and Bruce Bochy.
Hell yeah.
It was a special night. One of our mutual heroes, Waylon Jennings, had just passed away, and his widow, Jessie, was there. And we got to spend some time on Willie's bus. I didn't talk too much. I did speak to Bruce a little bit, and we understood we had a mutual respect for country music as well as baseball.
By the way, Murph, you do know what famously goes on Willie's bus. I'll just leave it at that. You use your imagination. No, I'm not kidding.
One last Peavy, and then we'll take a couple calls and then get out of here. Right. Peavy, more from that day, because Peavy's all heart and soul here. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I knew that if I got to the big leagues, at some point in time, I felt like me and Boch would form a friendship. We did for 6 or so years in San Diego. He raised me. Every 5 days, I pitched for this man. Him, Kevin Towers, Tim Flannery, Rob Picholo, everything I value about the game of baseball at this level, I learned from these men.
Yeah, so
I start hearing this now. I'm gonna.
By the way, did you know Waylon Jennings used to call Boch every opening day?
Think about that for a second.
Take the call in the clubhouse.
Guy, Waylon Jennings.
And he would tell Boch, "You be you. You be yourself." And he said, by the way, I just looked at. Boch said, "Yeah." He goes, "I met him through Goose Gossage." Goose Gossage introduced Boch. These are the days, man. We miss him. We miss him. Hey, out to the phones. JP in Santa Rosa has been waiting the longest. JP, you're on KNBR. Good morning, man.
Hey, JP.
Yeah, hey, good morning. Just wanted to share about a story about Bruce. I had the good fortune of being invited to a California Waterfowl Association duck hunting trip with Bruce from 2010 to 2015 after every one of his World Series wins. And Darryl LaMonica was there, and Billy Hayes, and a bunch of guys, scouts for the Giants and various organizations. But you really get to know kind of what kind of a guy he is when you spend days in the duck blind or in the cabin, with him. We're all sitting around eating after one of our duck hunts. There are about 15, 20 of us sitting around a table, and Bruce looks over by the door, and there's this man standing by the door with his maybe 9-year-old, I think, daughter. And he was a groundskeeper. He's just sort of a laborer around the duck club. And Bruce looks over. We're all eating, just laughing and telling jokes and stuff. And he looks over and he goes, "Well, who are they?" And someone says, "Oh, that's one of the workers here. It's one of the laborers and his daughter." And Bruce goes, he says, "Hey, come over here, and come on, sit down, join us for lunch."
Yeah.
He clears off, he scoots over, because we're sitting on benches. He scoots over, they sit down for lunch. Then he looks over and he goes, "Hey, you got any more of those hats?" Because he brought a bunch of his size 8 hats.
Yeah,
just to give to people.
Yeah.
And I said, "Yeah, we've got a few." So I went over, grabbed one, and the daughter's a big Giant fan. He autographs it for the daughter and the father. And he looks at the daughter. He goes, "I'm really sorry." He goes, "I don't think this is going to fit you."
That's good. Yeah.
But he got them there. He got them plates of food and got a place for them to sit and chatted with them the whole rest of the time.
That is such a great, JP. I'm so happy you
thanks
called.
for that story,
that is a
JP.
Great story.
It's just more evidence of what a great guy Boch is.
Appreciate you sharing that with us, dude. I tell you what, I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting a little choked up.
I am too. And Murph, I also get it's half. There's a lot of emotions going on. There's joy. There's some sadness. But there's a lot of anticipation. But I'm in my head, too. I'm thinking about Boch as one of those hunter's caps with the ear flaps on. With the he's got like the duck quack thing going, like those little sound effect things, trying to draw the ducks in. Yeah. Yeah, Bochy just creeping through the woods. Well, there's one, Murph. That's a green neck or whatever.
Man.
What do you call it? That's
Thanks
a
for the call,
mallard.
JP.
Yeah.
Let's wrap it up here. Brett in Walnut Creek. Brett is checking in on KNBR.
Yeah.
Brett, good morning.
Yo, Brett.
Good morning, guys. Hey, how lucky have we been to have the coaches we've had in our lives? And I'm gonna probably tug at the heartstrings a little bit here. Boch getting a little emotional during his speech, and it kind of reminded me of probably the most emotional I've ever been in any event was when Brent Musburger was interviewing the late great Bill Walsh, in the locker room with the son next to him, and said if it was the last game he coached, and you saw Bill get a little tear, and it kind of made me feel a little bit of the little tear that I had when Boch left, obviously when Bill, and I can't imagine the tear I'm going to have when Steve Kerr leaves. But we've been so fortunate to have just some of the greatest coaches in the history of professional sports. Hats off to Boch, and rest in peace, Bill Walsh.
Yeah, very good, Brett. Thanks for the call, man. We did mention Walsh earlier today about succeeding a legend, and George Seifert took page one out of the playbook. Go win the Super Bowl in your first year. I also mentioned Tom in the piece. I mentioned Tom Flores. John Madden was beloved in Oakland. Now, he only won one, but still he was beloved. But Flores made sure to win a Super Bowl in year 2.
Good call.
So he took care of things.
Yeah.
And then I said, in fairness to Gabe, he tried. He won 107 in 2021. I mean, he was like, I'm going to do my Seifert thing. And the Dodgers knocked him out.
Yeah.
I mentioned in the Jock Blog, I said, as I was just saying to my good friend Gabe Morales over at first base.
Nice, man.
I said, what, too soon?
Hey, I'm forgetting who came in right after Joe Torre with the Yankees.
Joe Girardi, I want to say.
Was that who it was, Girardi?
I think it was Girardi. No, Girardi.
Because that's another guy that's awfully tough to replace. I mean, Joe Torre was
one of our regulars. We'll close it out with one of our regulars, Bruno and Chico.
Yeah.
He likes calling during the big hit. Bruno, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I guess I reached that regular status. I'll take it.
Hell yeah.
First off, I just want to say I hope Bochy, does great things in Texas and he gets bored. But this weekend, I don't know if I'm heartless, but I hope we kill the Rangers. I hope we can beat the crap out of them and the Giants can get a shot in the arm. I feel like doing it against him could, maybe give us a little bit of an extra win here. I do hope Bochy gets his he's definitely going to get his standing ovation, and it's much. But I really do hope we can.
Okay, well you're dropping out a little bit, Bruno. So we got to let you go. Those are some drops in the call, but that's the first person who just said, you know what? All right, enough, Boch. Now let's go win the frickin' game. I mean, that is interesting because a lot of people, we've heard more than one text saying it's going to be hard to root against Bochy. But you're a Giants fan first and foremost.
Well, this is just like that Montana Steve Young game in Kansas City. There was a lot of Niner fans rooting for Joe that day.
Yeah.
Even though in your heart you're a Niner fan, but for that one Sunday you're like, I don't know if I can root against Joe Montana.
That's a great call.
Yep.
And 623 sums it up, says, the one that got me is you guys played his Vogel song. He goes,
it's always Vogie.
He said the emotion of a Vogie.
That's why I love that guy so much. He's got a heart as big as a basketball.
But it's underneath a tough exterior,
big
right?
time, yeah. He's got that Kutztown tough.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, listen, there's your big hit for today.
Okay.
Welcome back, Boch, and he'll talk to us at 9:30 this morning. I really like that duck blind story, too. All right, cooler at content. Susan Slusser coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
All right, Kyle Shanahan in Vegas spoke about his relationship with Jimmy Garoppolo. That story now and more trending on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Murphy Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, hope everybody enjoyed that big hit tribute. Seems like you did. Everybody did. We did too. I'll be out there Sunday.
Good man.
Do I just go down there and just I don't know?
Hey, Murph.
Yeah.
I'd be thrilled to see you, man. Boch is great with us. I'm really eager to get to these games. Now, keep in mind tonight, Murph, we talked to Kruk. He won't be on the call tonight. It's an Apple game tonight, so you got to get over there and find your Apple TV.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
So what you do is what you do anyways. You listen to John and Dave.
That's it.
That's what you do.
That's it.
And they'll have maybe Around the Park with Dave Fleming will feature the feature Boch here. All right, Cooler Content as assembled by Lil Tony and Triple E. And I think we start with, Kansas City Chief D-tackle Chris Jones. He's a great player. He had a big sack in that Super Bowl of Jalen Hurts. I was watching that on that Netflix quarterback show. He, like Bosa, is holding out. Kerry Crowley this morning was talking about how they're kind of in a stare down, Jones and Bosa, as to who signs first to see who gets more money. But anyway, he thinks he's a top 5 guy in the NFL. Maybe he is. I don't know. But he found out from NFL Films that he was not top 5.
What do you think you are this year?
Top 5, I should be.
I'm sworn to secrecy, but you're definitely in the top 10.
Am I in the top 5?
I'm sworn to secrecy, but you're definitely in the top 10.
Let me know if I'm in the top 5. I will hit a chair over my head right now, knock myself out.
You're definitely in the top 10.
Oh, I'm not in the top 5. God dang it.
Oh, well, see, guys get upset.
It's pretty good, though. I like that. It's funny. He gets I was thinking about this, and listen, I got to bone up on my Kansas City Chiefs payroll, but between what they're paying Mahomes, what they're going to pay Chris Jones, I don't know if they're going to have time to field a team,
Shout out to the seldom seen Chris Rock film, which isn't half bad, called Top 5. Came out about 3-4 years ago. You guys ever see it? Look at little Tony nodding along. Rosario Dawson, too. Reason enough to watch right there.
Probably R.I.P. top 6. You know what I mean?
Yeah, very true, man.
Right,
Rest in peace, top 6.
Hey, Vita Vea, great player out of Milpitas High School, don't you know?
Go.
Vita Vea, where is he? Was he with the Ravens? Where is he now? Vita Vea.
He
Buccaneers. Yeah, my bad. He's a Bay Area kid. Went to Milpitas. He can shotgun a Gatorade in a can in less than 1 second.
Well, he's a big dude, man.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You can't do that. Here it is.
Okay.
Bobby, let me shotgun one. You got a key on you?
Got a key.
Chilling beer. Just like that. I don't drink beer. White wine.
Boy, I wouldn't have guessed that.
Paulie, how was your shotgunning skills?
Pretty good, actually. Yeah, and I could hold my own with that stuff. Funnels and shotguns.
Do
I did
kids
it all.
today still shotgun beers?
Doubtful.
Will you be shotgunning a beer at Outside Lands? Okay, he says yes.
No, he's not. He's
Less
not
than 2
shotgunning
seconds.
beers. By the way, I heard Vita Vea. You could actually tell he really did that because you could hear the sound of the empty can hitting the ground, like he spiked it when he was
Why don't
done.
you play that again?
And he tried. That was like a second of consumption. 12 fluid ounces.
Well,
Boy, that's some good work right there.
He's a big man, 6'4", 347.
Does it surprise you?
6'4", 347.
Don't offer Vita Vea a cold beer. He'll take, say, then I'll bring out the Chardonnay. Who knew?
According to Triple E, Marcus Boucher played against him in high school.
Nice.
At Homestead High. You don't want any piece of Vita Vea. Hey, Triple E, let's jump down to the Dana White one. Today is the 50-year, what's considered to be the 50-year anniversary of hip-hop.
Nice.
That there was a house party or some sort of club party
the Bronx.
In New York.
South
the
Bronx.
First ever, what are they called? Like the first scratching record?
You're all over it because they did. Chuck D did his PBS history of hip hop. It was a documentary series on PBS earlier this year, and he traced it back to the same exact thing you're talking about. It started in the Bronx. There was like a house party, as you said, and then one guy started scratching, and the whole thing was born.
I just looked at it. It says here the actual birth was a rec room at 1520 Cedric Avenue, where on August 11th, 1973, DJ Kool Herc and his sister, Cindy Campbell, threw a party and spun some records.
Chuck D used to shout out Kool Herc quite a bit in the lyrics. Yo, Herc, he would say.
So they're going to, apparently, they're keeping it in the Bronx. There's going to be a concert at New York State, at Yankee Stadium.
Very cool. Oh, with, I think I saw, you got some of the names on the list?
Sugar Hill Gang,
Nice.
Run DMC.
Yep, I've heard of them.
Fat Joe.
yeah.
Somebody named Remy Ma, I don't know. Amadeus, a multi-platform hip-hop producer, Bronx native, says for the concert happening at Yankee Stadium couldn't be a better place.
What about Boogie Down Production, KRS-One? Because he's a Bronx kid. He's from the Bronx.
Not listed. Anyway, so here is Dana White. I guess he has a podcast, and he had Mike Tyson on the podcast.
Oh, cool.
They were talking about this event.
I'm a big rap fan from way back when. Okay. And you know, I mean, I grew up in the 80s when rap really started to take off. Run DMC, LL Cool J, the Beastie Boys, the Fat Boys, Salt and Pepper.
You give love a bad name.
Bro.
That's Bon Jovi.
I'll take the now. Tyson is. Well, you got to let Mike do his thing.
He just came right in.
Give me that again, Eric. I just want to hear the vocal.
I want to hear the way it's being said.
Yeah.
Salt and Pepper.
You give love a bad name.
That's a keeper. That's one we're going to keep.
You give love a bad name.
I like his commitment.
White has to be like, dude, that's Bon Jovi.
I like his commitment to the vocal.
I guess Bon Jovi doesn't count as part of the 50-year
Not
celebration
really.
of
No,
hip-hop.
John Bon didn't quite make the hip-hop scene.
Bon Jovi.
That's incredible.
Yeah, no, I don't know where it came from.
I don't know if we can top that one.
That's Iron Mike.
That's Bon Jovi.
All right. Wait, do we have more potential cooler Silver talking more S about me? Is this cooler material? Is it? All right. Do you think I'm going to get the ass? Do you think I am? Or does he get personal? Oh, really? Okay, let's play it. Let's hear it. Here.
Yeah, I just have a general bitterness about me right now. That has to do with the Raiders left Oakland. I love Oakland. I wish that hadn't happened. Now the A's and the whole Vegas thing. So I'm super bitter. And then, of course, as I discussed with another KNBR host the other morning, that yesterday morning, I'm not super happy about what's going on with my alma mater. And Murph didn't like it when I told him that UCLA had screwed Cal and was in fact, acting like traitors. And then it got kind of heated. And Murph tried to make fun of it on Twitter, and I tweeted back a picture of Benedict Arnold. So that's where we are. But don't worry,
I love it.
Murph and I in real life do love each other, but I will not back down from my stance on the airwaves or off the airwaves.
All right. The Benedict Arnold painting was funny, I have to say. It was. There was something about the Renaissance painting. Hey, man, I just told him, as noted college football expert Billy Joel once said, we didn't start the fire.
Look at you.
It was always burning since the TV money was turning.
Also, shout out to John Lund's laugh. I'm just a big fan of the Lund laugh.
It is good, man. All right, well, thank you, Mikey Silver, for that, and thank you for that cooler content, everybody.
All right, man.
Okay, now we go to Sluss, right?
Susan, it's time.
Good old Sluss on a Friday.
Yeah.
That's your, I enjoyed that, by the way, from Kruko to the Bochy tribute to the cooler of content. Susan Slusser, though, talking Giants baseball, and Bochy next on the Sports Leader.
You give love a bad name.
That's Bon Jovi.
All right, let's talk about money and making you money. Provident Credit Union. I have a great money-saving tip for you from Provident Credit Union. At Provident Credit Union, we want to help you invest on your own terms. And that means to enjoy the flexibility to choose your own investment terms with Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate. Yep, for a limited time only, you can pick a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term share certificate and earn a high rate of 4.5% annual percentage yield, one of the most competitive rates on the market. Yep, with Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate, you can invest on your own terms. So, whether you're saving for a short-term goal or looking for a longer-term investment, their certificate offers the flexibility you need to take control of your savings. That rate is effective May 30th, 2023. A limited time offer, minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providencecu.org for terms and conditions.
This place has enriched our lives with friendships, experiences, and memories beyond what words can express. So maybe I'll just echo the words of the great Lou Gehrig. I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of this earth. Thank you.
Well, that's the theme, baby. That was 4 years ago when Bruce Bochy bid farewell on a beautiful October day. Bad Giants team in 2019, and now he's back in 2023. Giants are good. They're over 500 in the wild card, holding the number 2 wild card, but he's bringing back a juggernaut, the Texas Rangers, who are leading the American League West and have a real chance to make the Fall Classic. A lot going on. Perfect time to talk to Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle on Fridays, our Friday hit, Reggae Friday.
Susan.
Good morning, Susan. How are you?
Hey.
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're good. Now, you didn't have the great fortune to cover Bruce Bochy, right? You came after him?
I did, but, I was around the edges, certainly during playoff time and then during interleague and spring training, all that kind of stuff. So I certainly know Boch, and he is one of a kind. I also love the fact he did like the whole retirement tour thing and then came back. It's very, as a music fan, that's very Who of him.
Yeah, it's like the Who, right. Good call, Susan.
Yeah.
I enjoy that. You've got to be good to be able to pull that off. That's
you do.
awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, man. He, so I don't know. For you, you're covering a series. It's the Rangers and the Giants, but for us, there's the external part. Now, once the game starts, it doesn't matter, right? Unless he makes a move or not. But I don't know. Are you anticipating any kind of different energy this weekend?
Oh, yeah. I mean, for a lot of reasons. Boch 100% number one. Who does not love Bruce Bochy? Like, everybody in the Bay Area, I think, he's absolutely the track record phenomenal, the person phenomenal. Yeah. So yeah, that's the overarching theme of the whole weekend. But that Rangers team is so good and it's so interesting. And now it's time for the Giants to kind of put into action what they keep saying, which is, well, we play better against the better teams, which is true. They do. They've struggled against the American League. They've been, this offensive kind of funk seems to kind of, with the exception of a couple games recently, seems to have been almost entrenched. So they need to get it going, and this would be a good time to do so with a lot of drama and a lot of interest going on.
Yeah, of course. We are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Okay, so about that team, about that funk, about that series in Anaheim, the 2 in Oakland. We haven't talked to you since both in Oakland and the 2 out of 3 in Anaheim. Now, listen, I mean, Susan, there's one way to look at it is like they're fine. They have the number 2 wild card, and, there's really no credible threat out there unless you really want to take the Cubs, Reds, and Marlins seriously. I don't know. Maybe you do. The other part is, is this team heading in the wrong direction? Which side are you on? It's okay.
It's a bad trend.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bad trend. Dropping what, 4 out of 5 continually, it's not going to get you into the postseason. Losing 8 in a row on the road, and they've been such a good road team. That's not going to get you anywhere. Now, their travel schedules, we know all of the, I'm not going to say excuses, it's just explanations, and they have good ones, but we know all the travel schedule's been insane. They've really had a kind of a rough go of it for a lot of reasons, and the injuries and all that stuff that everybody deals with. But they have not looked right often, except for Wilmer Flores. What would they be doing without Wilmer Flores? He is like a one-man team right now at times, which is absolutely crazy. But he needs some help here, guys. He needs some help. Lamont Wade keeps kind of showing flashes, but he was very quiet all July. Picking up a little bit. Jock Peterson's been probably the second most consistent guy, and that's pretty much it. Michael Conforto had that one flash in May where he looked great, was hitting homers kind of every other day, and he's done almost nothing. And I talk to him a lot. He's a great dude, loves talking about hitting, and I think he feels like he's close, but his timing's just off. You miss a year plus. And it's tough, and he's still struggling to find his way. But that's the case for a lot of guys in that lineup.
Yeah, this Giants offense has been sketchy to say the least. Conforto, you look at. You're mentioning Wade. That's a good. J.D. Davis. tied for the team leading home runs.
He's got pop. Yep.
So you're looking at like 4 guys I'm looking at. I'm looking at Davis,
the middle of
Wade.
the lineup.
Yeah.
Jock, yeah, exactly.
Davis, Wade, Conforto, and Jock,
yeah.
right? And then I guess, you throw in Tyro. But,
Yeah. Jock had great at-bats. Jock walks all the time. He hits the ball hard. He's got the worst ball luck of any. Remember last year, like in the first half, Darren Ruff just lined out every single at-bat? It seems like Jock Peterson is that guy this year. So I'm gonna kind of put him to the side. But everybody else, man, is struggling. When before Yaz got hurt, he was struggling again. This is the first time he went on the IL when he wasn't like red hot right when he landed on the IL. So they've got to, somebody has got to step up here, and I'm not quite sure who it is, because nobody's really looked like they were about to turn the corner except for Wade here and there. Now, if Wade gets going, he's the guy. Obviously he makes that offense go.
Susan, we know one guy who isn't is AJ Pollock, and that the widely panned move at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
But what it means is that he goes on the IL for a while and may never come back. I don't know. Here comes Elliot Ramos. Now we've gone down this rookie road with many.
We have
Bailey, Luciano, Schmidt, and they've all cooled off at a certain point. My question would be, what's the organization saying about Ramos? What are the expectations here?
Well, because he came up in an injury situation, that almost felt like there's fewer expectations, right? You're here to fill a role. And here's one thing I really like. He's in a different category from everyone else you mentioned. He was up last year and went back down and was terrible the rest of the year. That does not sound like a good thing, right? That's behind him. This year, he came up briefly, went back down, has had a great year at Sacramento. He is I think he's kind of figured out how to deal with failure, and baseball is all about failure. I think he's in a good position to help them out if he kind of puts those lessons to work at this level. But we know we've seen the talent, right? It's there. I would love it if they could figure out a way to get him some regular playing time. I doubt that will happen, except for you look at it, and Matos has really cooled off, and he's been making a lot of mistakes in the field. Ramos is probably not as good an outfielder from maybe a physical talent level, but he's a little bit more experienced out there. So they're kind of the same guy. I love Luis Matos. I think he's going to be a great player for a very long time. But I wouldn't mind them sticking Ramos out there and seeing what he can do right now. And then if they're thinking about this year, that's what I think. That would not be necessarily a poor idea.
Well, their lineups get really interesting here in terms of that kind of stuff. And by the way, John Gray, righty tonight. But tomorrow night, I think Haney is a lefty. So, maybe that's a chance for Ramos. I don't know. We're talking to Susan Slusser. We do it every Friday at this time. By the way, Matt Cain going to join Tolbert and Copes today at 2:30, which sounds kind of fun. Hey, Susan, so we talk about Ramos, and we just mentioned Bailey and all. The other guy we've asked about maybe every other time we talk to you, Kyle Harrison.
Well, yeah.
And last night, 3 1/3, 1 hit, no walks, 4 strikeouts.
Not a lot of pitches thrown, though.
38 pitches.
That's weird.
How do we interpret this, Susan?
Yeah.
How do we interpret this?
Well, I think he could be here as early as next week. So what does that make it, like Tuesday, Wednesday, something like that?
Okay.
Just get him a nice home. Now, look, it's almost like having an opener. I would imagine, I am just speculating here. This is my own guess, but I think you want to have him start, right? I don't think he's a guy who's going to come in as whatever we're calling the second guy in, or third guy in. I think he probably gets a start. Does that sort of like what we've seen Ryan Walker doing here more often, where he's been going 2 2/3. I think he could go 3 and then follow him with somebody else. But I think it's going to be soon, and I really do think it could be this next time out, because they said they were going. This is not speculation. They said they are going start with him, and the implication was as soon as he looks like he's ready, he's here.
That's exciting.
So we're going 3 with Texas and then 3 with Tampa Bay next week. So you're saying maybe by the end of this homestand.
Yeah, no, that Tampa Bay series might not necessarily be a bad point to bring him up. Now, obviously, if there's something that happens in the meantime where there's an actual opening, if somebody gets hurt, whatever, I would say that's a for sure. But I would say that there's certainly a good chance, just based on the things that they've been saying here for the last few weeks.
Wow. Very exciting. It's funny. We have a friend who's living out, a big listener of ours who's is out in the Atlanta area. Is like, I'm going to see Harrison in Atlanta. And he might see him because they go to Atlanta after this. That's where you go.
Yeah.
That would be the thing. All right, Susan, just big picture, the macro. Dodgers are even though the Dodger fans are very upset about the Dodgers, they keep winning, and they're 6.5 up in the West now. I'm not surrendering the West, but it's looking, they've lost some ground in the last few days. But I'm looking at that wild card race. The Phillies are 1 up on the Giants, and the Giants are 2.5 up on Miami, and they're 3 up on Cincinnati and Chicago. Just wondering how you assess, because it is scoreboard watching time, how you assess those as credible threats.
You know what? Nobody jumps out, and I'm throwing the Giants in there too. Everybody's got their flaws.
Yeah.
Expanding with the wild card means that you wind up kind of, I think, with a lot of potentially, I don't want to say mediocre teams because these are good teams, but nobody is a crazy great contender or anything like that. The one thing is we've seen that certainly every Giants fan knows all you have to do is get in. And if you're in this position where you kind of got to scramble at the end, sometimes those teams are in the best position because they get on a little bit of a roll. It could be any one of these teams gets on there's plenty of time left. We can't discount Cincinnati or Chicago. You get on a hot streak, like the Giants did at that one stretch. You could take over control pretty fast of that wild card race. So
the one team,
anybody
though,
that's in it is still in it. We got what, 8 weeks left?
Yeah,
7 weeks.
Still,
Left?
we've been saying this forever.
What?
Would you still include the Padres? They're 55. They're 5 under. They just never, Susan. The engine ain't turning over. It's do you know we're turning over a bad engine?
I'm in the minority,
It's just
Susan,
never
but
turning
I'm
over.
not buying. I don't think it's going to happen. That's just me. I know most people think it will.
The evidence favors
It's coming
you.
over to my side now, finally. What do you think, Susan? That's a great question.
I never discount the Padres. They've just got too much talent. If there's one team that could go on a sustained roll, it's them, and they haven't had it yet. They're due.
They're beyond due.
They're either due or they're bad.
They're overdue.
Yes.
They're expired.
They're not bad, though. They're not bad. They've got bad juju. Maybe
they do.
Oh,
they're taking over.
Oh, man. All right. Well, it's always an enjoyable chat. Enjoy old Bochy this weekend. And it's going to be fun. I don't know. Do you think the Giants do some sort of video tribute or something or what? How do they handle this?
I don't know. How does that work when you've already had a big retirement thing for a guy?
Yeah, you send him a little text saying, dude, we already did this. All right? So just hand over your lineup card, all right? So
you got all the cigars and
wine. You got plenty of wine, right?
Yeah.
That was funny. I saw Crawford had a line down in Anaheim or something, didn't he, say about, well, most of those gifts, I think they're not around anymore, if you know what I mean, right? All the alcohol he got, right? So,
cigars with alcohol.
That's right. He smoked them and drank them all. All right, Susan, have a great weekend.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
She's great. Yeah. But Crawford's like, I think all those gifts are gone by now, if you know what I mean.
So Kyle Harrison, man.
Bourbon and wine and bourbon and wine.
He likes a nice cocktail like anybody.
Yeah, but
I'm already thinking about Kyle Harrison now.
Our boy P1 Chuck, his kid went to De La Salle with Kyle Harrison, right? So he thinks he's in the inside. He's the inside circle. He's been texting us like, I'm going to see Kyle in Atlanta. I'm going to see Kyle in Atlanta. So he might know, I don't know if he's talking to the family or something like that. But Susan just said, by the end of this homestand, you might see Kyle
That's
Harrison.
really exciting to me. Now, I'm not saying he's going to...
She said you probably are going to see him.
Yeah, and I don't expect him to change the world immediately or anything. However, I am excited that he's finally going to get up to this level after so much anticipation. And has there been this much anticipation for an arm since Timmy? I can't remember. Like a guy coming up within our own system? Where you're like, wow, this is one of our own homegrown guys.
I'm talking about an arm, not a bat.
I'm talking about an arm. Where there's actual excitement about a guy.
Blah, blah,
I'm
blah.
saying no. Timmy against the Phillies. That's the last time we got this.
Bumgarner came up after Timmy.
Bumgarner came up
Bumgarner
after
would
Timmy.
count. Yeah, so Bumgarner. Since Bumgarner...
You know what I say about Bumgarner, though, Murph? What'd he ever do? Kidding.
Where's Copes when you need him? What pitcher am I forgetting? What pitching phenom?
That's why I'm asking the question. I don't...
Dude, there's no Triple E. You're having such a good morning.
Stop talking.
I'm going to review.
He's talking. He's messing everything up.
He was having such a good morning, and he said,
little Tony, you got to gag ball him.
He goes, Brett Pill.
Yeah.
Dude, we're talking pitchers. So he goes, Noah Lowry. Dude, Noah Lowry came before Timmy.
Here's what I need you to do.
Brother.
I need little Tony.
We're talking about after Bumgarner.
Little Tony,
You're on probation.
Run up to Polk Street, go inside Good Vibrations, buy a gag ball, drive back to the studio, because this is all I want to hear from Triple E rest of the show. Yep. It's about as far as it's going to go.
He was...
Yeah.
What do you give me for Triple E and Casey Schmidt, where there's times you're like, yes, it's happening, it's clicking. And now,
Now we're lonely again. Yeah.
Back down to Mars.
Right.
You were having such a good morning.
Oh, it's 415 coming at me with Tyler Beatty. I'm not.
I mean, you know,
but he was never. It just
there was hope and hype.
There was some hope. I'll tell you what, though, he outpitched DeGrom that one night. That was like that's going to be the high point of his entire career. I bet.
Tyler Beatty might be the closest thing to.
Yeah,
but Harrison's even more.
I agree.
How did Beatty ever get on the rankings, the top 100 rankings?
I don't know.
I think he was in them.
All they said about Tyler Beatty was he has great stuff. This guy's got major league stuff, and he could never put it together. I don't know. Just didn't happen.
Somebody mentions Chris Heston and his no-hitter, but yeah, that was kind of a sneak attack.
Correct.
He didn't come in as like a big prospect.
Exactly right.
Yeah. So I'm going to go Beatty is probably the best answer, but still,
man.
I'd put Harrison ahead of Beatty.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
For sure. All right, buddy. Well,
Let's
there you go,
baby.
man.
Let's
It's
go.
funny, I have the tickets for next Wednesday afternoon.
Woo.
Maybe that'll be the day. Maybe that'll be the day.
That'd be great.
All right. So, all right. Hey. We're getting ever closer to Bruce Bochy's hit at 9:30.
Okay.
Can't wait. In the meantime, we do have to visit Vegas. We talked to Waterboy this morning. We'll recap that and what happened with the 49ers and what's happening with the 49ers and Raiders this morning on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk Marin Health, because in the North Bay, which we love and live, we love the world-class beauty, and now we want to tell you about a world-class secret called Marin Health. Yep, it's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health. World-class care, closer than you think.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some guys are just natural-born leaders. You either got it or you don't, and with him, he was a natural-born leader through and through. His competitive edge, every time he stepped out there, he was always going to give us a chance. Just seeing him and his poise out there, he was just a leader through and through. And I respect him a lot, and I'm grateful for him for everything he brought to our team.
That's Fred Warner talking Vegas Purdy, Brock Purdy in Las Vegas. Set against Bob Marley on Reggae Friday. Or pardon me, Steel Pulse. Pardon me,
I
Steel
like
Pulse.
this. Sounds good.
Steel Pulse.
Yeah.
On Steel
Triple
Pulse.
E.
What are your Mount Reggae Moors? Right? Wouldn't they be on Mount Reggae Moor? I don't know. Would they? I mean, Tosh.
I gotta ask a real reggae
Marley
guy. I don't
Tosh, Mount Reggae Moor, Paulie.
I couldn't tell you. I mean,
Desmond
I know.
Decker?
Yeah.
Does he go?
What about Jimmy Cliff?
Whew,
you know what I mean?
Man. Barrington Levy. Oh,
There's
boy.
a lot of them now.
I mean, you could go Tosh. You could go. You could go Cliff. You could go Marley, Cliff, Tosh, Decker, and you could be done.
I can't.
And I might.
yeah.
And I might say, come at me, bro. Come at me.
You know what I mean?
Barrington Levy, Steel Pulse might have to be on the outside looking
What about Revolution?
You made me laugh. Hey, what about? By the way, just a quick digression.
Yeah.
Telling Paulie, I was on Twitter, and we're going to do Niners here, but it's kind of a cool story. Even though I hated this guy with a passion in 1980 and 81. Fernando Valenzuela of the Dodgers is having his number retired this weekend. That's a big deal at Dodger Stadium. It's a very big deal.
I'm really glad to hear that. I'm also glad they did it in such a timely fashion.
Well, we just did Will Clark
retired like
yesterday.
30 years.
We just did Will Clark last year.
I'll look the other way on that one. That took too long, too. I'm not
That
kidding.
undermined your argument.
That took a little too long.
But, I don't even know, to be honest, if Fernando is worthy of a retirement because he's not a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, you know what, though?
But he's
Tim Lincecum's probably not a Hall of Fame either, but we're definitely retiring that number.
I don't know if they are.
They better.
They
What
don't
he did-
retire.
well, listen, Will Clark's not in the
You
Hall.
can retire 28 and 40?
Maybe.
Okay.
Will Clark's not in the Hall of Fame.
I have no numbers
His
left.
number's up there.
You're right. He broke the mold.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
He broke the mold. Anyway, the cool story about Fernando is that what he meant to the Dodgers and the
Yeah.
Mexican-American population down in L.A.
It was a true phenomenon when it was going on.
Triple
it was
E.
nationwide. You got to
First of all,
understand.
baseball was way bigger back then.
Dude, he was like on the cover of like Newsweek, stuff
dude,
like that.
he
It was beyond baseball.
national, coast to
Beyond
coast.
baseball.
And so it is very, very cool. That said, Paulie goes, he was riffing during the break. He goes, yeah, they got around to a timely fashion. He goes, when did the guy retire? 86? I said, Paulie, he retired in 1997.
I was like, I don't even believe
as
you.
a St.
I'm like,
Louis Cardinal.
You got to shut the blank up. I go, you're telling me he was on that McGuire team I was watching?
Hey, Immaculate Gritters. If you need a Cardinal and a Padre, you can put Fernando Valenzuela.
I got to be honest with you. I have zero recollection of Fernando
He was
on that
also
card.
an Oriole and a Philly.
You got to stop now.
Yes.
You got to stop.
Actually,
I don't know
Orioles Phillies was yesterday's grid.
Oh my God, you are killing me, dude.
You would have gotten 0.0001%.
Fernando the Philly. Oh
Fernando
my
the
God,
Oriole.
I don't even know.
8 games for him. Anyway, back to the. I want to make sure we got that out there.
Anyways, yeah.
Yeah, pretty. Thank you, man.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Okay, back to the Niners. So Sunday, 1:00, exciting, right? Trey Lance. I'm guessing Trey gets the start. Based on yesterday's practice, he got more reps than Darnold.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, he's like the guy.
Yes, he's got more tenure and stuff. Honestly,
Yeah.
like he's been on the.
Kind of a gross insult to start Darnold over, wouldn't it? You know
well,
what I mean?
in a way, though, it would kind of be fitting too. But no, I think
Where are you with Trey Lance right now?
Again, I don't know how to answer the question. I have to watch him. I have to
Do
see
you
him.
understand that there's an army out there of people saying he's better than Purdy?
How do we know that, though? Honestly, just realistic. Let's be rational. How do we know that?
Paulie, the army is called the Hot Take Army.
Well,
They're actually
the
marching
takes
down
are
your
so
street.
hot. They're basing it like on the imagination because we've only seen a couple of games. We really can't judge this guy yet. Honestly, and I think that's just to be fair to him.
Triple E, Waterboy, Paulie, I was going to say Triple E just told me that there's an army, there's a small infantry forming called the Darnold Army that he's better than Brock.
That's definitely a buzz right now. There's a Darnold buzz out there. There's no question of that.
He talks about the Mayoko comment about the
the
most
Steve Young
talented
thing.
thrower.
You know, but listen,
that was a little weird.
I think when we meet again on Monday, we're all going to have a much stronger kind of, leg to stand on as far as like judging these guys because we'll have seen them play. Don't know what to say about Darnold right now. Don't know what to say about Trey. But I look forward to watching this preseason. I think we're going to get a better feel for things.
And one of the one of the people in my face is my own kid. And I said, he's like, what are you going to do when this happens and that happens and this happens? I said, well, listen, because I said, well, Brock Purdy is the guy you start right now. You saw it on the field. He did things on the field that Trey Lance did not. You know, he was more capable in running the offense. He did what Kyle was asking. He was more nimble in the pocket. He made better decisions, all these things. What if it happens? I said, well, listen, if it goes sideways and he doesn't perform, they'll make a move.
Yeah, no, there's no question. They're not going to wait around. Yeah.
I mean, so
Kyle's not waiting around this year. I'm telling you, he's going to find his guy, and I think he's going to go with him unless there's an injury where he's got to start juggling quarterbacks. I think Kyle probably wants stability at that position more than anything else because that's what this team really needs. I mean, it's kind of amazing how talented this team is, and the one missing piece has been QB. And even when they've had guys that these injuries come into the season and suddenly they're not out there at the most critical times, whether it was Brock last year or Jimmy G, the year before that. I mean, he's just been plagued by that. So I think Kyle's probably really eager to find the guy. Really eager. And I think Brock is the guy. Honestly, I think Brock's the guy. I think the bigger conversation we're having is about who's behind him. Like, what is Trey going to bring that Darnold can't and vice versa?
Yeah, for sure. By the way, I was going to say, we get here Monday, we're going to have these takes.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you wouldn't have any takes because the preseason's meaningless. But don't tell that to last night, by the way. Did anybody catch any? Did you catch any?
No, I didn't watch, but I knew the games were on.
There's always a star, and the Texans' third rounder out of University of Houston, receiver named Tank Dell.
Yeah.
Made an incredible touchdown catch, caught 5 balls for 65 yards. All of a sudden, on my social media, Tank Dell mania.
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is
what I'm saying. So preseason can make stars.
It's the most reactionary period in the history of the world.
Who?
How about you? Did you catch preseason?
Don't be surprised if last round of this fantasy football draft I take a Tank Dell. Who? Now is Walter going to jockey up and try to take him in the 11th round now?
You shouldn't give your takes away on the air like this.
Do I have to climb up to the 9th to take a Tank Dell now?
Yeah, climb up, man. Did you watch preseason snaps?
No.
Yeah.
I didn't. No. I told you I was finishing up my Netflix quarterback.
By the way, there's more today.
Let's effing go.
I think there's
Let's effing go.
I think there's
this
two.
Is what I effing do.
Let me tell you what's on the docket today, Murph. If you want to get greased up before.
I'm good. I'm effing good.
Because he hurt his ankle. And they kept, he must have, the ankle's like falling off his limb, like it's dangling. They're like, dude, your ankle's broken. He goes, I'm good. I'm effing good. I'm like, this guy's a maniac.
I love the voice.
They couldn't get him off the field.
Yeah.
His leg was dangling like the Owen Wilson paw in the Meet the Parents. When he talks about the dog with the paw. Remember that? Oh, I saw this dog with a little paw.
It was kind of wounded.
Yeah.
I went over. Yeah.
That was home. I was like, they should get this guy out on a helicopter.
You know what the biggest?
Like, I'm effing good.
I'll tell you. Yeah, the problem.
Put me out there.
Problem with that ankle injury is it made it even harder for me to dislike the guy.
He's maniacal.
Now he's showing toughness. I know.
He's out of his mind. He's out of his mind.
No, I know, and that's kind of the thing. I love quarterbacks that are tough like that. By the way, Murph, I'll give you a double header today if you need it before the Giant game. Start at 4 o'clock. You can get the Packers at Joe Burrow's Bengals, although he's not going to play.
No.
And then you got the Broncos and the Cardinals after that. So you actually got 2 games back-to-back today.
Sean Payton might get into a fight in that game. Sean Payton might challenge somebody to a fight.
You know?
Hey, by the way, we should also shout, by the way, doing the Mahomes has really hurt my throat.
You know what? You're giving it up for the sake of the show, though. It's a welcome new voice. We need new voices.
And can the guy not swear? My God, give me Kirk Cousins. Dang it. That's much better for the kids. Like, Mahomes is dropping F-bombs like he's a blackjack dealer,
but see, I
dude.
go back to like what Pecan had that theory about how all great quarterbacks / leaders are handsome and good-looking men. I'm saying, like, I want my quarterback dropping F-bombs. I don't want a guy up there going, golly gee whiz. Give me a good F-bomb, Mahomes. I'll back it.
But you like that?
Yeah, see.
You like that?
No, I don't want to.
That's as profane as he gets.
That's about as far as it goes.
That was as close as he came to saying,
this is what I effing do.
Anyway, God, it was crazy. But there was a point, too, where he was out there when he shouldn't have been out there. Like, the foot was dangling. It was like he was on one leg.
He must have known, though, he had enough, because look what happened.
He must have said, I'm good, about 100. It was so funny.
No, I'm good.
He's limping off the field, like almost crawling. I'm good. I'm like, no, you're not, dude. You are clearly not good, all right? But anyway, Brock Purdy, can we jump all the way down to cut L as in Larry? Shout out Larry for Larry Fishburne, who was in Boys in the Hood, as we all know.
Very good.
That's a callback to earlier in the show.
He was in Apocalypse Now, too.
Oh, yeah.
He's a young kid, for real.
Oh, he's a baby.
Yeah, he's like 17 or something.
Brock Purdy, after yesterday's practice, and here he is. I mean, guys, we're at a point where we didn't even know if he'd be on the field at this point in time, and he's out there slinging it. Here he
goes. Yeah, in terms of my arm and everything, yeah, my arm feels great. just still building back-to-back days and, trying to gain all the strength that I can back from, obviously, just the rehab process of things. And I feel really confident. So,
yeah, I mean, that's the deal. And by the way, Waterboy, if you missed it, Marcus called in. It was a great hit from Marcus. By the way, he got rave reviews on the text line. People were saying, considering he was hungover and it was 7:15 in the morning.
Oh, he's fresh as a daisy. Sounded great.
He brought the fire, and it was a Waterboy's opinion. Marcus Boucher, our leadoff spot guy who's in Vegas, that he thought Purdy threw the ball the best.
Yeah.
Out of the Niners' three quarterbacks.
Waterboy, do your thing.
Well, Waterboy's out there with Greg Papa. Keep that in mind. Now, Papa, I'm thinking Marcus could probably outpace G Papa because he's got the youth on him, and Greg's got the years. But from what I understand, Papa knows his way around some nightlife. Like, he'll navigate through the nights of Las Vegas. So, Marcus, it's going to be an interesting dynamic at play tonight with those two.
And there's a big issue because tonight they don't have anything Saturday. Like, their next assignment is the game Sunday.
It's an all-nighter, Marcus. Bring it.
Let's come see the sunrise.
Yeah, I understand. Totally.
So, although in Vegas you don't see the sunrise because you're never outside.
Great call.
Maybe you're in your hotel suite with Stefan. And
if you can follow me, this is a very adult-themed kind of joke I'm about to make, but maybe he can see the sunrise on his way to the bathroom in the early morning hours. You guys know what I'm talking about. Anyway, go ahead, Murph.
I understand.
Yeah. I just created a number of possible scenarios.
Yeah, it's all true.
And he's like going like, never mind. I don't even want to, I don't want to take that one too far.
By the way, it's very good. 408, by the way, pointed out, and something I wanted to point out one more about the next Netflix series. First of all the Brittany Mahomes you can handle. Okay, let's be honest.
Oh,
and I'm not a hater. Well, that's not true.
What goes on with Brittany Mahomes? I literally have no idea.
In every freaking frame, dude.
A little too much, like Yoko.
I would just say
sitting on the piano with
a little
Lennon.
Too much Brittany Mahomes. All right, dude.
She's gonna start drawing plays up like
the
Yoko.
Series is called Quarterback. It's not called Quarterback's Wife.
See, this is what happens now. Remember when Yoko was telling John, you should stick like a C chord in there. John's like, yeah, I know how to write songs. She's going to start diagramming plays for him.
She comes in like after his ankle's like dangling. She comes into the trainer. She's like, you better fix him. I'm like, you better not. Like, you probably shouldn't be here right now, But anyway, point is that, she's a character in the drama. But the 408 wants to point out, and this is a true story. I noticed this throughout. In every frame with Brittany is the very, very famous and much reviled brother, Jackson Mahomes, who is reviled coast to coast.
Guy.
And let me tell you what, clearly from the Mahomes camp,
tell me about
Mahomes camp said, don't ever put my brother on air. Because the guy is in the background of every scene. They don't give him a single line the entire time.
Hey, Murph, you're going to be with me on
ice him.
Shout out Billy Carter.
Oh, that's so funny.
Billy Carter.
I was discussing this at the
Keep
dinner
that
table
dude
last
away
night.
from the frame, man.
And actually, Candace went Roger Clinton.
Another
Bill
good
Clinton's
one.
brother.
No, you got to have that one
She's
guy.
Like, Billy Carter, Roger Clinton, dude.
Billy rolling in with a six-pack. So like a presidential speech.
What about brothers of icons who just don't measure up?
It's like a standard almost, like industry standard, that once you hit you're going to find out about that one weird brother who's got like a rap sheet and all kind of weird charges.
I mean, they made a
give me some highlights of this dude. Yeah, give me some.
Serious artistic decision to ice this guy. Because there's times he runs over to kiss Brittany before every show, and then he like tries to give his brother some dap, and they cut real quickly.
Wow!
And then he's sitting right next to Brittany in the luxury box, and she's mic'd up, and he isn't.
Is the nature of his?
He's knowing how he loves himself, and he's on TikTok, and he's doing
that's it.
He must be just totally.
So that controversy around his brother is all based on just his ridiculous social media takes and stuff.
It started with his.
Or is there more?
Well, he did first of all, he's in legal trouble right now. So a restaurant manager claims that he was a little too aggressive, and she filed charges.
Yes. Okay, got it. Remember that.
And I would just say this, probably shouldn't say this, but I'm just saying maybe he was doing that to counteract, I don't know, maybe another narrative out there.
How about that?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That may be the more true narrative. I don't know. What am I saying? I should probably move on.
I haven't seen the show.
I'm going to move on and say that I'm going to say that the thing he really did wrong on the TikTok was they were playing the Washington Redskins Commanders, and they were doing their Sean Taylor tribute day. Sean Taylor, their beloved safety, who was cruelly, harshly murdered in his own home by a robber. That horrible story where Sean Taylor, who was probably on his way to the Hall of Fame, guy was an unbelievable player, all-pro player, and he was killed in his own home, and they were doing their Sean Taylor tribute day.
Wow, okay.
And they had a circle on the field circled out, and he went and did a TikTok dance in the circle. It's like, dude,
really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Dude, that's when the nation turned on this guy.
That's awful. I don't know. That's just stupidity. I don't know how you.
Idiot. Yeah. So anyway, that's what happened.
Okay.
And by the way, somebody points out that Triple E's gone from the video stream.
What are they doing? You got to get his box back up there.
He's
There he is. I see him.
That's him whispering bad information in our ear.
This is your chance to look at that weird Giants hat I see like every day with the yellow baseball and the red lead. Like there's no Giants colors on that hat. It's baffling. It's wild.
How long have you been a Rasta?
Well, I've been a Rasta from ever since.
Why did you play that?
I don't know. I didn't play it.
You know?
Oh, he's saying they're Rasta colors on the Giants hat. That's kind of a stretch.
Green,
he's pushing. He's reaching.
Green, black, and gold. Rally around the red, green, black, and gold. So
Look
there's
at
no
you.
green or black in that.
Nah,
buddy.
it's just a mutant Giants hat. It makes no
I've never
sense.
heard rally round. How come? I want to hear rally round on the next reggae.
It's all
Friday.
part of the Triple E
Can
charm.
I get it in the next rejoin? Rally around the red, green, black, and gold.
You're
There we
giving
go.
this kid
That's
a
my
lot of
reggae.
responsibility now.
Is that Steel Pulse? Is that my bad?
I can't help you.
Or is that Black Uhuru? Is that who that is? Look at me. I'm just chucking it out. It's Steel Pulse.
Steel Pulse, you got it.
Yes.
There you go.
I got one. Okay. Danny Emmerman's our buddy.
Danny.
He writes for KNBR.com, and he wrote a story about Bochy and his walks. That'll be fun. And then Bochy himself. Bruce Bochy at 9:30. If Bochy's listening right now, he's like, what kind of show am I going on? Murphy's doing Mahomes
The
impressions.
hell is this?
He's singing Steel Pulse.
Talking Twitch.
Talking TikTok dances with Jackson Mahomes. All right, guys. Danny Emmerman for a quick hit, and then Boch at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Palea, boys.
Hercules. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors' schedule got a little leak through The Athletic. You can find about their opening night assignment and Christmas night. That story now trending on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm letting this play.
Sounds pretty good. Good pull, Murph.
Yeah. So red, green, yellow. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And here we go.
Rally around the... Woo!
Yeah, beautiful. All right, that's Steel Pulse. That's our Reggae Friday. Thank you for that, Triple E. That was very, very good. Good for my head. Speaking of good for our head, Bruce Bochy in about 9-10 minutes. That's good for our head. But let's get ready for it by talking to the talented young kid for KNBR.com. Can I call him a kid?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Even though he's a grown man.
We mean it as a compliment.
Danny Emmerman writes our Giants content on KNBR.com. He's our Giants beat writer. You guys should check him out. Good morning, Danny. How are you, brother?
Good morning, Murph, Mac. You guys are institutions. It's always a pleasure.
Every time I hear the name Danny, too, I always feel like I want to go into the Judge Schmales voice from Caddyshack. Danny.
Yeah. Do you get that, or is that past your demographic, Danny?
Definitely past my demo.
All right, buddy.
Most of your references are.
Well,
you might want to redefine those, though, because a life without Caddyshack is not a life well lived.
Catch that straight?
I caught it.
Buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, let's talk about this guy. So what was your first year here writing for the Giants for us?
2021. So I came over here in August of 21, like exactly 2 years ago, during the 107-win season. So I did not overlap with Bruce Bochy at all.
So I'm wondering, so from your perspective, like, are you like, wow, this fan base is really going nuts for this guy? Or, like, what's your view of it kind of as a guy who came after him?
Yeah, there's a little bit of that where it's kind of shocking to see just kind of the outpouring of support and love for Bruce Bochy. But then you kind of peel back the curtain a little bit, and it makes sense. You know, the guy is super gregarious and charismatic, and he helped lead the team to 3 titles. So pretty much any amount of admiration for that type of hero is justified in a sports world, you know?
Yeah. And I hope you've experienced the charm of a Boch, have you?
I have. I did for the first time this week, actually, which was lovely.
Well, tell us about it. Tell us about the story that you wrote about the walk. It's about, you took the angle of him walking our fair city. Tell us about your conversation.
Yeah, so when I talked to Bochy about this, his eyes kind of lit up. I talked to him earlier this week when the Rangers were in Oakland.
Right.
And he was pretty excited that I was going to take the walk. The 2 big walks that he liked to do in San Francisco were from the ballpark to Coit Tower, and then also from the ballpark to Golden Gate Bridge. And I told him, I'm not doing the Golden Gate Bridge one. Like, I'm 24, and that's still too much walking for me.
That's a pretty serious walk, from the yard to Golden Gate Bridge.
That's like 6+ miles, yeah.
For real, yeah.
So the one that he did the most often was the ballpark to Coit Tower, and his eyes kind of lit up. He was really excited for me that I was going to experience it, and, it made sense. It was a really beautiful walk. I've obviously traversed the Embarcadero before, as everybody has, but once you get past, Pier 23 Cafe and up the Filbert steps, it's really scenic and really beautiful. And obviously the views from Coit Tower are wonderful. And I couldn't help but imagine what it was like for Bruce Bochy in particular to make that walk, and all the people probably stopping him for pictures and autographs and conversations, and, just the feeling of a city rallying around you. And then at the end of it, at the final destination, being above everything and sitting atop that. I thought that was very prescient and kind of symbolic of all of his his time here.
Dude, this is some good stuff. I did not know that Bruce and Kim Bochy would grab a table at Pier 23. That's one of my joints from back in the day. That's
awesome.
cool.
Love that.
Yeah, he loved. They loved sitting outside. They said they'd always sit outside, and he'd order the Dungeness crab. I think I wrote in the story. I don't understand how anyone could walk up all those steps with a belly full of Dungeness crab. It's crazy to me.
And then, plus, you bring up the point that he's a little older now. We're all getting older, even you, Danny. And the knees aren't what they used to be. There's no way he could do these Filbert steps now, huh?
I would imagine that's got to be a challenge, yeah.
No, there's no chance. Even I was winded, and I'm 24. I was like, man, I'm really regretting that boxing class I took the day before. My quads were burning, like my hips. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And this is a guy who's had back surgery, hip surgery. He's gotten a new knee, and that's in addition to all of the surgeries that, for his, heart conditions and everything else that's been going on, the arteries and stuff that's going on internally. So yeah, I don't think he's making this walk. He told me that he's been more doing the elliptical these days, which is a little bit safer for him. He said he walked a little bit around the ballpark this week, which kind of really took him down memory lane. He said all the memories kind of came flooding back to him, and that's something I probably expect will happen tonight at the ballpark.
Wait a minute, so he
gets introduced.
Even though they were playing the A's, he did take some time to visit Oracle Park in Embarcadero here. They were staying in the city?
That's what he said, yeah. I think he stayed in the city. A lot of teams do that.
Yeah, they all
in
do.
San Francisco when they play the A's.
Right.
You know why, Danny? I'll digress off Boch for a great old anecdote from your old radio host buddy here with the gray hair. When Earl Weaver, you know who Earl Weaver is, buddy? Do you?
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't a convincing. I don't know about that.
But
Yeah, he's a.
sure I do.
Googles.
Earl Weaver.
That's what Google's for, man.
Yeah. Earl Weaver was the salty old manager of the Baltimore Orioles. I think he's in the Hall of Fame, isn't he? He must be in the Hall of Fame. Is he, Paulie?
I'm not sure, actually. But
anyway, legendary, salty old manager, profane. And when he retired, I heard the story from Dave Newhouse, the legend. They asked Earl Weaver why he retired. He said, because I don't want to wake up one morning dead at the Oakland Airport Hilton. All right? There you go. So, well, listen.
That's a Hall of Fame quote from a Hall of Fame manager.
It's all time, buddy. Hey, as we let you go, because Boch is coming, just a quick preview of the series, man. Are the Giants, are they teetering, buddy, or is that just don't overreact to one bad week on the road?
They have real issues, and this next stretch in August will be a huge test for them. They've proven that they've been able to handle good teams, and that's something that they pride themselves on. But based on how they've played, I'm not sure that that's a sustainable way of winning games, is playing your best against the best teams, because this upcoming stretch of schedule is going to be really tough.
Are you out there this weekend?
I won't be there this weekend. I'm going to be going to outside lands, which is something that the current manager, Gabe Kapler, is very jealous of. He said he's going to live vicariously through me.
That's right. You guys were talking about that. Did he say is he going Sunday night?
Danny, send me the Kendrick Lamar set list. I want to know what he opens with, yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to bring my notebook and jot down some notes for him.
Totally.
Oh, man. Boch isn't going because Chris Stapleton and George Strait aren't playing, right?
Yeah.
Listen, I wrote this in the story. They're both, in a lot of ways, they're both very similar, and in a lot of ways, they're both original one-of-ones. And I think
I'll take that. Yeah.
I think the Giants and Giants fans have been very lucky over the years to have very interesting and compelling and successful managers.
All right, buddy. Hey, everybody read the story. It's the headline is, I would have said it on trending, but it just posted now. Taking Bruce Bochy's stroll down memory lane, trending now on KNBR.com.
Excellent.
Be good, Danny. Take care.
Thanks, man.
Thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
Hey, Danny Everman, he's our young baby. We got to get to Boch.
Earl Weaver Hall of Fame inducted 96.
Thank you. Bruce Bochy next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cruz waiting on Wilson. And the right-hander for the Giants throws. Swing and a miss! And that's it! The Giants, for the first time in 52 years, the Giants are world champions as they come pouring out of the dugout. Giants fans, this party is just getting started.
All right, as we welcome Bruce Bochy back to the airwaves on the Yuma guest line. Boch, I want to say that the best way we could welcome you back was Waylon Jennings and Kipe.
We had to
How's
do
that?
it. Yeah.
Good morning.
Bruce.
Man, you guys did a great job on that. I got to see, we're listening to Waylon, and of course, the first World Series, it doesn't get any better than that. And the party, it did just start. I'll say this, this city knows how to celebrate. I'll never forget it.
Neither will we, Bruce. Neither will we. And listen, it's great to have you back in town. We've talked to you through the years and even, a few months ago and all that, but there's just something different. You were in Oakland Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We get it. You were in the Bay, but there's just something different about tonight. So I know we're going to talk about a lot of different things in the next few minutes, but just start by saying how you're feeling this morning. Like maybe even, I don't want to say butterflies. You're a 3-time World Series champ, but is there a little extra excitement or nervous energy?
Well, first of all, I feel great. Had a good day yesterday and the day off. Went down to Half Moon Bay and fished with a really good friend of mine, Mike Mack. We had a pretty good day out there catching some rockfish.
Nice.
So it's a good way to start this series. And I'll say this, sure, I'm excited to see a lot of people. It's been kind of quiet so far, and I try to keep it that way with the Oakland series. But, I'm going to walk to the ballpark and take it in and look forward to seeing a lot of old friends, not just players or support staff, but employees, things like that. So it's going to be a busy day for me, but I'm looking forward to it. But, I have to remember I have to stay locked in. Both teams, we're trying to go somewhere, so it's going to be a good series.
It is for sure. And Bruce Bochy's Rangers come in first place in the American League West, and it should be a really enjoyable 3-game set as Boch goes into the other dugout there. But now you've been in that dugout, though, as a San Diego Padre, right? So you know your way around the visiting side.
That's true.
Yeah, I do. And I tell you, I've had some rough games in that other dugout. Bonds and Richard Really, JT Snow, all those guys, and those great Giant teams you had. But I've been there. It's kind of funny. Here it is happening again. I didn't think it would happen again. To be honest, it took 3 years off, but here I am, and I'm having a blast. So I'll say that I'm doing what I love to do. I'm in a great place, really good people, and it's all about being where you want to be as far as doing what you want to do, and that's managing a baseball team. And I thought, well, when I retired, that's what I did. I retired, but 3 years went by and got the urge and got a call, and here I am.
It's amazing, Bruce, and considering what all the things you just said and that you reached the highest of heights with the Giants and you took some time off from the game, and now that you're back and you're right back in the thick of it with this Ranger team, I mean, is there a new level of appreciation that you're feeling for the game and just have another go-round at this level?
Marv, that's exactly how I feel on what you're talking about. And I said this go-around that I'm going to have even more fun. I'm going to enjoy more, take it all in, and, to be where we're at. You're lucky. We've all been on the other side, so it's going to be a battle from this point on. But I'm not looking at getting stressed out or anything. This is meant to have fun, and believe me, I had tons of fun when I was here. 13 wonderful years. But sometimes we can get a little too caught up into every game, whatever, and not enjoy it as much as you do. And I think as we get older, we do get a deeper appreciation of what we're doing, where we're at, and just take it all in.
Yep, and like fishing in Half Moon Bay, for example, on a Thursday. Bruce Bochy, of course, the voice you hear, he's back. The Giants take on the Texas Rangers. And let's talk a little bit about your squad and actually about your life in Texas. First of all, you're living in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It's different from San Diego and San Francisco. And I know you do a little time in Nashville now a little bit, but how's life in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex treating you?
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this: it's smoking hot there.
Yeah, man, I know.
How's this fog treating you, Bochy?
I know.
How's
It must
this
feel
fog treating
good,
you?
Bruce. Come on, man.
Yeah, but I'm only in it for about 30 seconds. Then I get the truck and I drive to the ballpark and it's 73 degrees every night there. We have a beautiful venue. Clubhouse is unbelievable, 40,000 square feet. So, we're lucky in that respect. I don't know how the guys did it in the old ballpark. Pudge catching every day. Makes you appreciate what they did even more. But I'm enjoying the Dallas area now. Just making my home there during the season. I'm still, south of Nashville. We have a lot of family out there, and still have a son in San Diego, and so I move around quite a bit. I came out here, as you know, last year a couple of times. It's always good to be back in the Bay Area. I mean, this weather, you guys really did as well. It's perfect, and there's just something about when you land in the Bay Area. It's like Florida. I grew up in Florida or spent my latter years there. And that Seminole wind or something, you knew you were in Florida. Well, when you land here, you know you're in the Bay Area. And just the sounds and the smells of the city, it's just, I'm really enjoying it.
It's great to have you, Bruce. And I was just going to ask you, we had a call earlier today from a guy who went duck hunting with you up in Sonoma County. So, I mean, plenty of hunting and fishing there in Texas. Do you have any, but it's lakes, not oceans now, but you're out there making sure you get some catching some fish in the lakes of Texas, huh?
Sure. I'm okay occasionally fishing for bass, but I'm more of a saltwater guy. I've always been here in the ocean, so it's a little warm to be fishing there. Yes, they have, I guess, a lot of bird hunting, even deer hunting there. But no, I'm not hunting as much now as I used to, so I have not done it there yet. Again, during the season, I mean, you get up, you go to the ballpark. It's not like you're getting out a lot, and during the off season, I'll be back in Nashville. I really haven't even explored Dallas that much, to be honest. My wife and I have gone a couple places, the stockyards. That's a big place to go where the rodeos and things and country music. But days off, I probably lay low now, more so than when I was here. I mean, Sage and I, we enjoyed a great meal here in the city, getting out.
Love it. Bruce Bochy here joining us here as the Giants take on the Rangers tonight. Okay, a little bit about this squad you're bringing in, Boch. I'm not going to lie, okay? When you took the job, I was like, first of all, excited for you, but I said, what's he doing? They lost 102 in 2021. They lost 98 in 2022. You said to us,
look at him
you're
now.
Like, no, CY, I know CY, he's my guy.
You did.
We got a plan. And I was, Boch, I'm going to be honest with you. I was like, I don't know if Boch knows about the Rangers. Look at you.
Yeah, no, you told us, man.
You're 68 and 47. How did you know, Boch? How did you know? What are you doing to win all these games?
You don't know it until you get there, but when CY I sat down and talked, I mean, I could see, his passion to get this turned around and his commitment to do all he could to make this a better club. And it started with signing some starting pitching. And, of course, Ray Davis, our owner, he was fully committed to change some things there. And so you don't know until you get to spring training exactly how it's going to look, what kind of team you're going to have. Now, I will say, before we even got the pitchers, you look up the middle and you got Corey Seager and Marcus Simeon. I mean, that's as good as it gets there. First baseman, Lowe, he had won the Silver Slugger the year before. Garcia in right field had a big year. Jonah Heim was coming into his own. So I knew this team had a really good foundation as far as the position players and that they could put runs on the board. We just had to strengthen the pitching. And also knew we're going in a very, very tough division. Houston, Seattle with that pitching, and the Angels, they were getting better. And so I just felt leaving spring training, this team had a chance to contend. And, from the get-go, we try to send that message. It's about winning. Because I do think when the last hurdles you have to get over is change that mindset. You're losing so long. And when you're emphasizing, hey, we're here to win, that's a different mindset. Some guys don't quite play as well. I think we found out that with a couple guys. It's a little bit more pressure maybe, but, if you get the right group, and that's what CY has done. Chris Young, our GM, that's who I'm talking about when I mentioned CY.
Yeah.
He's brought in the right guys, and we just try to change his culture, and so far it's gone well.
Well, that's a great point there about the culture because, they say, Boch, you know the deal. It's not the X's and O's, it's the Jimmies and Joes, right? I mean, so you got to have players. And, oh, by the way, you added Max Scherzer at the trade deadline. And you mentioned Garcia. He's just a monster, and Semien and Seager and all these guys. But to that point about the culture, I want to ask you a question, because what's everybody's saying about you is like, God, look at Boch doing it. He's winning again. And I guess my question would be, how much of winning is, and I know you don't want to brag and take credit, but how much of it is just the players playing, and how much do you think you guys as a staff, you and all your coaches and front office, play a role in getting those players to play better?
Well, I mean, it's hard to quantify that. I mean, it starts with talent. Come on, that's pretty simple. You got to have the players, and we do have the players here. Unfortunately, we have been nicked up. We've lost some really good players, and still are missing some. But as far as the staff, they can play a part, and that's by helping create that environment to get them to play as one, so they can be the best that they can be, and have that mindset that you're looking for from a club. I mean, for me, it starts with the fundamentals. I mean, that's never going to change. You can talk about all the analytics you want, but you still got to do the basics, and that's catch the ball and throw it and do some little things. So, that was something that's really emphasized here. But this staff, Donnie Ecker does a great job. Yeah. You know Donnie. He was here. He does a great job. He and Tim Hires. I was lucky that Mike Maddox was available. He had just stepped down from St. Louis and lives in the Dallas area. And I just took the job, and he said, "You know what? I still got something left," and he does. I'm very fortunate with the staff I have, and I think they do a great job with these guys every day, and just create that environment that you're looking for, so they can be, be themselves and be the best that they can be.
So, great answer. Getting them to play as one, fundamentals, having the right coaches. Boy, Donnie Ecker, I'll tell you, he was successful here and he's successful there. And he kind of brings, I guess, my next question, and that is, he's very new age in his analytics of the swing and all that stuff. It's not Walt Riniak or whoever back in the day. So, I guess my question, Boch, is there's elements to you guys that are old school. Looks like your lineup is pretty regular most days. You don't platoon a lot. And it looks like you guys just go with old traditional starters. You're not using openers. So what is the blend of old school Rangers versus analytics Rangers?
What is the blend? I'd say, it's a good mix. I put it close to 50-50, to be honest. I mean, we use our analysts, Donnie, he's really up on all that, but also he's got old school in him. We talk every day. We talk about the lineup, things like that. That's how we're built as far as, having our starters and our traditional lineup. I guess some clubs are different, but this is, how we wanted to structure things. And now we, got a little nicked up in, the starting situation with Jacob DeGrom going down. Evaldi's been down. So, for this ownership go out and get Scherzer, that's allowed us to continue with this model. I think we've used an opener once. We really haven't had to. And so it's a good blend. We I can work with anybody as long as we're working together. I don't want anybody to think I'm just old school and it's my way or the highway. No, I did the same thing in San Francisco. A lot of people think we just shot from the hip, but trust me, we did not. We had really good baseball ops there that provided great information for us, and we used it.
I love the shot from the. I love the Giants winning World Series. You're in the dugout going, "What do we do now? I don't know. I don't know. Pinch hit that guy. I don't know. Just grab a bat."
Somebody.
I guess my long-winded way of these last two questions is asking, between Dusty Baker and you, is what you guys are doing a triumph for old school managers? That's the question?
You know what? I'll say probably. He probably had a lot to do with me coming back, to be honest, because of the success that Dusty has been having. Buck Showalter last year, with the year that the Mets had, Francona. So I think, some teams are looking for a blend, a guy that hopefully can help out in the clubhouse and build that chemistry that you're looking to build, but also that is open-minded though, and I certainly am. I think we all are, but it's not one person just driving the bus. It's a team that's trying to get this done.
It's great stuff, Boch. I know we've had you for a long time. Only keep a couple more minutes here, but just, I guess, I'm looking at the ages of your club. It's a little bit of an older club, in that Semion's 32 and Seager's 29. But like a guy like Josh Young, who's 25 and might win AL Rookie of the Year. Unfortunately, I think we don't get to see him this weekend. But is there a funny story about how young these kids are compared to you? They don't know who Waylon Jennings is. They don't know who Willie Nelson is. I don't know. When they walk,
they don't even know what guitars are, Boch. They don't even know what a guitar is.
I know you were managing as recently as 4 years ago, but 4 years is 4 years now. Are the kids getting even younger, Boch?
Yeah.
It's funny you say that. They are. And believe me, I was a little concerned about that, the age difference when I went to spring training. But these guys have been great, man. They've kept me young, and they're all have just a great sense of humor, but they're very respectful. It's a very humble group. You don't see a lot of antics and stuff. We hit a home run or whatever. It's a club that does remind me of, a lot of those teams we had in San Francisco, and they just go about their business in a great way and respect the game and honor the game. And so I've been lucky. Speaking of Josh Young, it's too bad you guys missed him. You'd love this young kid. It just broke my heart, for him to have this happen, because he's having such a good year, and he's such a good player and a baseball rat. But he'll be back hopefully the last week of August. But getting back to your question, it's the group's been good with me. I haven't heard one drop of "Hey, old man" or anything.
No, man, no.
They're very respectful.
All right, rapid fire to get you out of here. Pitch clock, yes or no?
Oh, good, yeah.
Love it. I absolutely love it. It's just got the pace of the game closer to what I remember when I first came in the game back in the 70s. Man, that just shows how old I am. But no, I think it's been great for the game. I really do. Action. That was the one complaint I had. I was getting from everybody. For some reason, they had it been on me, and I was retired. Man, this game's too slow. It's boring. I'm not watching it anymore. I said, why are you blaming me on this? So anyway, my timing was good getting back, because I love the pitch clock.
Awesome. Banning the shift, yes or no?
I'm good with that. I'm getting a little tired of watching the third baseman dog out the right field. So I'm good with it. I think it has, again, created more action, more guys on base, just more of a traditional game.
Yeah, and then steals are up. You feel like the steal is back?
It's up. It's back, yeah. There's no doubt. Some are, they're running more than others. But you know what? If you still do a good job on the mound, you can mitigate the stolen bases with the slide step, just holding runners a little bit better. But still, you see teams being more aggressive.
Well, it's been great catching up with you, brother.
Always,
I guess last
Bruce.
question, Giants, like Vogie told us you offered him a gig, would you still keep your door like old Giants, like Burrell, Vogie, Peavy? still a chance you guys, stay in touch, maybe bring them around? Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, I called around. Trust me, I called around. Yeah. Who told you I gave him a call?
Vogelsong, yeah.
Yeah. Vogie, I love Vogie. And no, I called a few guys just to get their appetite. But it was funny. Some responses. I know Flan. He's the funniest. You know how Flan is. I'm done. I'm checked out. So
yeah.
But anyway, I kept just about the whole staff. They've done a great job. I did add Will Venable, and he's done a terrific job.
Yeah, and by the way, when you called Buster, they said he's not taking your call. He's an owner now, right?
How about that?
Right, yeah. No, it'd be way too expensive, wouldn't he? Yeah, I would talk to Buster in a bit. I don't know if he's here, but I hear he's moving back to the Bay Area.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Big news for us.
Yeah.
That'd be great news. We know they said they missed it.
I shouldn't have said that.
Oh,
then. I don't know.
Okay, we don't know. We don't know. We didn't
hear anything.
We'll scratch that.
Yeah, we didn't hear
drop that from the interview. We won't hold you to it. Last one, just romantic question. Is there like a part of the park that you'll like, just like a little? Is there a, like, I don't know, the dugout rail, the walk outside to the cove or something? Is there anything romantic about the walk to the park today when it's all, is there a spot you'd go to?
Well, I'm going to walk by. I'm going to go down Second and go right by where I lived here for 13 years, right across the street from the ballpark. So that's going to be pretty cool to make that walk again. And in fact, I think I'm going to go in the home side just for old time memories.
Yeah,
I love it.
That's going to be cool. And there's nothing like being on that rail, as I said my last day, looking up, seeing the fans and everything. It's going to be pretty cool.
Boch, listen, I know San Diego was your first home, and the Padres, you played in the World Series there. You took them to a World Series, and we know that's always a part in your heart. We get that. And we know Texas is your new home, and that's cool, too. But you just need to know,
Bruce,
Boch,
man,
that we did a tribute to you this morning on a segment. The people calling in, Boch, we had people in damn near tears.
No
They're
joke,
emotional.
for real.
What you did, what you created, the family atmosphere you created, the players that you curated and nurtured. And you just changed a lot of people's lives, man. Sport, it's a very fleeting thing, this life, and you made very happy memories for all of us. And I got to tell you, people were emotional. So letting you know, buddy.
This is a city that loves you, Bruce. Yeah.
Well, you're trying to get me emotional now. I know. I appreciate that. And, if the fans knew how much everybody, all of you guys, how much you've impacted my life. And so back at you on that. This is a huge piece of my heart. And, the memories and the celebrations and everything, it was such a special time. And, of course, you're never going to forget that. So it's good to be here. It's going to be good to be in that ballpark and think of all those great times I had here, my family had here, and see so many great people that, were so good to me here.
Boch, we love you. Go manage a ball game. Thanks for coming on.
All right. Thank you, guys. Good talking with you.
Cheers, Bruce. Yep.
Bruce Bochy on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's always good to be back in the Bay Area. Just the sounds and the smells of the city. I'm really enjoying it.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There you go. There you go, buddy. Hey, Paulie, lot going on. We're a minute late. Got to get to Papa Lund.
Gotta go.
I do want to remind everybody, we do have a great sponsor, the Fortinet Championship. They return to Silverado, the Silverado Resort in Napa, the Fortinet Championship, September 14th through the 17th. That's a great event. For tickets, go to FortinetChampionship.com. One sentence review of Boch.
Go Boch. Go Trey. Go Darnold. Boch for life. Hashtag Bochy for life.
Just, how about 2 words? The King.
The King. Give him his crown. I have it right here.
And thanks to everybody who texted in. We're glad you guys enjoyed that conversation.
Great.
Johnny, take it away.
Enjoy, boys.
It's
Cheers.
time for a change. Time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
You give love a bad name.
That's Bon Jovi.
It's always good to be back in the Bay Area. Just the sounds and the smells of the city. I'm really enjoying it.
It's my dad.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleepy Floyd is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Well, first of all, I feel great. Had a good day yesterday and the day off. Went down to Half Moon Bay and fished with a really good friend of mine, Mike Mack. We had a pretty good day out there catching some rockfish.
Nice.
So it's a good way to start this series. And I'll say this, sure, I'm excited to see a lot of people. It's been kind of quiet so far. I've tried to keep it that way with the Oakland series, but I'm going to walk to the ballpark and take it in and look forward to seeing a lot of old friends. Not just players or support staff, but employees, things like that. So it's going to be a busy day for me, but I'm looking forward to it. But I have to remember, I have to stay locked in. Both teams, we're trying to go somewhere, so it's going to be a good series.
Yes. Thanks for joining us. Bruce Bochy just joined the boys, which is why we're a couple of minutes late. That's not a problem. We had a ton to get to today. Pop is on the sidelines in Vegas. He watched Kyle Harrison last night. Our guest list today is ridiculously good. Andrew Baggerly, Tim Flannery, Ron Rodas, Dante Whitner, Paul G., Matt Mayoko. It's going to be unbelievable. But without further ado, let's get down to the sidelines in Henderson, Nevada, where the Raiders and Niners have the joint practices going on, and that's where our good friend Greg Papa is. Good morning, my friend.
No! That's the reaction tonight, John.
How cool.
Watching practice, and by the way, Charvarius Ward, first play of 11 on 11, and I'll give you detail coming up. Laid out Devontae Adams with a shoulder shot. Jimmy's first window was taken away by Kerry Hyder Jr. There were some reports that it was Oren Burks, but I'm over here in solitary confinement, but I got a visitor. David Lombardi got a pass for a few hours, so he's sitting with me, and we're right next to each other. I had the glasses on, and then Charvarius Ward laid him out, but we'll get into it. It's hot. It's a lot hotter today, and the workout's been spirited. But while this was all happening, I listened to all of Boch, and it's just he's Boch. He's Boch. We'll get into it more later. And we got his old guard. We got Flan coming on. Vlad was with him as a player, and they were teammates in San Diego and on the staff in San Diego. And then Wody was there when he came, and that's one guy they kept. So I'm thinking of all the managerial coaching legends that came back to the Bay Area, and I remember obviously Dusty coming back and Tony coming back and Nelly coming back, and Bill Walsh never came back to coach in the NFL, but he was in Stanford, and George Seifert coming back. I don't know, John, but I don't think there's anything like this one. And it's going to be Boch all weekend. I mean, the guy that put the Giants in the winner's circle. All the years of great teams in the 60s that finished second to the Dodgers and just couldn't get there, and the heartbreak of what Dusty had in 2002 to the Angels. For Boch to do this, it's going to be amazing. There's no doubt. I think it's going to be the most celebrated return in the history of Bay Area sports when you're talking about a coach or a manager coming back. And he's coming back with a great team. They win American League Manager of the Year, and he's just Bochy. He was priceless with Murphy and Mac this morning.
He was absolutely great. I listened to the whole interview as well, and I'm going to go to the park this weekend because I want to soak it all in, and you just heard him coming into the show, how he's going to try to stay focused, and he's going to walk to the park, and he's going to be doing a lot of reminiscing. There's no doubt about it, and there's not a lot of guys left. I mean, Crawford, but there's a lot of people within the organization that are left. But let me ask you a question, because I was thinking about this coming in today. He wins 3 world championships, and a lot of times, people are going to love you if you pilot a team to 3 world championships. But there's something about him as well, right? I mean, it's not just the 3 championships; it's Boch. Is that accurate, or is it just it's the winning and that's why people love him?
No, totally. I mean, that's and we're going to talk to 2 of the guys. Flan's like his brother. They're so close. And just as what did he talk about with Murph and Mac this morning? John was coming back and. It's going to be visiting with everybody, not just the guys, and there are a handful of guys that he managed his last year in 2019, or even the people in the clubhouse or the broadcasters, and it's everybody around the ballpark. When he walks in, is anybody going to say a bad word about Bruce Bochy the time he was here? And he was a hard ass. I mean, Wody will tell stories, and Flan, that story that Bags wrote about today when he took the bat to the TV screen. I think that was Kevin Franson.
It was.
Triggered.
Yeah,
something Franny did, right? Yeah.
Franny was right under the TV.
There was tough, and those guys were, they were kind of his, they kind of took a lot of it. A lot of the times it was, I think, frankly, that's where Flan got worn out, was Boch airing him out. A lot of the frustration, you wouldn't yell at the players so much, you would yell at the staff. And I think, Wody had to learn that. But anyway, as far as public persona, he's just Boch. I mean, it's, Nelly had his own way, but Don could be disingenuous. Tony was tough. Tony, you couldn't get to know Tony. Whenever you asked him in the morning of a game or a day, night of a game, how are you today? I'll let you know in 3 hours, he'd always say. And it meant, it depends on if we win or lose today. So, and football coaches are different. They're so wrapped up, but some of them touch you. So it's beyond the winning and the losing and the brilliant game management. I mean, Bochy, when he kicked it into high gear, and you could tell late in the season when it was time to go, whether it was August or September, he just managed differently. And the rules were different back then. You didn't have the 3-batter minimum. But the brilliance of, you look at the great managers we've had, and Billy Martin. Billy had a different way. He didn't go to the bullpen. He just let those guys ride it out when it was Billy Ball with the A's. But you judge a manager with 49ers just threw an INT there with Mr. Brock Purdy. Brock has thrown 2 or 3.
Marcus Peters got one today.
Marcus Peters just got one. I just saw it a minute ago. We were sitting next to each other. It's weird seeing. They gave Marcus Peters the Willie Brown, Charles Woodson 24, and he doesn't play corner like that at all. He's off. So anyway, we'll get into it more. But I mean, for Boch, it was the way you ran a game, and big situations, pulling guys early. Obviously, the playoff game against Philadelphia and Jonathan Sanchez and bringing in Affelt and, going to Bum, obviously, in Game 7 in 2014. And a lot of ways, Sue that brought it up the other day, John. It was kind of like that was the featured pitcher, your bulk inning guy, was bringing Bumgarner in Game 7 and 14. I didn't thought of it that way. He was just so clearly the ace of the staff, and you got to write him out. But anyway, but beyond the way he ran the game, and he ran the game. Buster was talking about, they had analytics back then. It wasn't all just your gut. But what Buster was saying was, he downloaded all the information, but he didn't see him on the dugout bench. I remember Jim Tracy managing the Dodgers. He had a little table propped up in the Dodger bench years ago, and he had all his notes there. And it's like, seriously? He's like reading a call sheet in football. But Boch, he had all the info. He had it in there because his head is so damn big. 5/8, whatever it is. But he managed from his gut. He's just a special guy in all regards. And we've had a lot of great baseball managers in the Bay Area, but I think the fact that he won 3 and, obviously Dick Williams got 2 and then couldn't get the third one with the A's. Alvin Dart came in. But I think for all the reasons we've cited, he's the best baseball manager we've had in the history of both sides of the Bay, and we've had so many great ones. Tony, I never thought I'd say that about anybody because Tony was so damn good, but he went to 3 straight World Series, was able to win just the 1. But for Bochy to get the 3 in 5 years and then do it the way he did it. And the people chant Boch, whatever they're going to, or Bruce, whatever they're going to say tonight. it's going to be about the quality of the man, not just the 3 World Series in 5 years.
I agree. Pop is on the sidelines. Bruce Bochy coming back. He was on with Murph and Mac this morning at 9:30. Tremendous to hear him. If you missed it, go to KNBR.com. We'll tell you more about the guest list that's coming up today between 10 and 2. We will certainly pay homage to Bruce Bochy during the show, but we got a lot for you as far as the Raiders and the Niners. We will cover both sides of this thing. Pop will tell us what he has seen through his binoculars, of course, down at Raiders and Niners camp as well. Day 2, we'll review day 1 as well. We'll do all of that coming up next. Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
You just heard it, Bruce Bochy. He joined Murph and Mac this morning to remember all the great times in the orange and black. He makes his return to Oracle Park with the Texas Rangers. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Stidham killed the play at the line. Now going to throw out left, and it's broken up by Charvarius Ward. Devontae had a flag came in.
Late.
They get Ward for a PI there as Devontae tried to make that signature one-hand catch. Was Charvarius grabbing the left hand is the question, the arm. After a pause, that official threw the flag.
Charvarius has got his eyes. As soon as Davante Adams runs the in cut, Charvarius Ward's got his eyes on the quarterback and has got his hands wrapped around his back.
That was last year at Allegiant Stadium. The Niners get that overtime win against the Raiders. Pop is live from the sidelines, distant with binoculars, at the sidelines in Henderson, Nevada, and he'll give us the full update. The one thing we did not mention in that first segment, too, you saw Kyle Harrison pitch last night, so we'll get into that a little bit later as well. But we went over the first practice yesterday quite a bit when you got back to your hotel and joined us. What's going on today? Any things jumping out?
Well, it's hot today. I mean, yesterday we had the rain from the night before in the morning and the cloud cover. The moment they got off the bus today, everybody was going for sunblock. Kyle lathered up from head to toe. It's a smoker today. And fittingly, the heat was brought right away, 11 on 11. I mean, one of the things you want to see are the great players battling each other. And we saw a lot of Trent Williams and Max Crosby yesterday, and some today, not a lot. Trent didn't do a whole lot, if anything. But the first play of 11 on 11, John, Raiders offense with Jimmy and Davante Adams against Charvarius Ward, Mooney Man. And the very first snap, Jimmy drops back, and it's going to be a quick throw out to his right. Kerry Hyder Jr. gets his hands up in the window, and Jimmy has to pull it down. So he goes to the second window on a slant to Davante. And I know some reports said Oren Burks, but I'm right here, and I got the glasses on. David Lombardi's next to me, and I saw it clear. Charvarius Ward dropped his right shoulder and just laid out Davante Adams on the slant. And it was partly because Hyder, took away the first window and he had to go to the second window. And Davante got his hands on the ball, and then Mooney Man just popped him. And he went down, and Mooney Man stood over him and celebrated a little bit. And but then Davante did not pop up. He was down for a long time. And the first thing is, the old days, there would have been a fight. Somebody would have come off the sidelines, and it would have been pushing and shoving. There was none of that. And after Adams is fine and he's back out there, but even the next snap, it's just so different. The Raiders would have retaliated in some way. There would have been a block of some kind or something. Nothing. So it's just fine. It's the evolution of the game. I know Josh McDaniels and Kyle got together before we did this yesterday and today, and they said anybody throws a punch or anything, they're going to get kicked out of practice. So you don't want that. But that was, you're not going to do that in practice so much. And it was, more of it's not live. They're not taking people to the ground. Eric Armstead did take a back to the ground today. I think it was Zamir White. But he more lost his balance and he had to pull down. But this one, Charvarius, just the best way to play the play was to drop the shoulder and just, hit Davante, and he just hit him square. I mean, Charvarius Ward last year missed one tackle all year. He got victimized quite a bit in that Chief game on the jet sweeps with McCole Hardman and others. But that was a big time hit. And after that, they got right back to work, and they're having a lot of good work. McCaffrey again is just completely uncoverable here. That's not a doubt. A lot of Brock Purdy, a lot of Jimmy Garoppolo. We just saw Aiden O'Connell jump in for the Raiders now. We have not seen Trey. We saw Trey with earlier, but 11 on 11, it's been all Brock. So I think looking ahead to Sunday's game, Brock's not going to play, obviously. I think we're going to see a lot of Trey Lance on Sunday and some Sam Darnold as well, John.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I watched the two games last night, and C.J. Stroud for Houston played just a little bit, but then you look towards Seattle. Drew Lock, their backup quarterback, he played almost 3/4 of that game, and then he did play 3/4 of that game. So it'll be interesting to see because, like you said, with Sam and Trey, kind of how they split that thing up. And just to kind of reiterate on what you just said there, so Sam and Trey really haven't played much today?
Well, Trey's just jumping in right now. I'm talking 11 on 11.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, and a lot of it was just team stuff. It's hotter today. We're going to be off the field. Yesterday they were off the field at 10:37. We're almost getting there. So I thought they may even cut it short a little bit today because it's really hot. way different. The sun is beating, and it's a different kind of sun here in the desert. 49ers are just not used to this. But we'll see. Trey just jumped in now. He's been in 7-on-7. Brock threw one pick early, hit Debo right in the face mask. Lombardi won't count that because it's only in 7-on-7, not 11-on-11. But I know Brock Purdy will count it. But it was more Debo. Let the ball get into his face mask a little bit. Ball popped up in the air, and Robert Spillane intercepted it. And then Brock threw a couple in 11-on-11, one to Spillane, and then Marcus Peters doing his thing. He likes to clue and play soft and off like Sante Samuel Sr. and Jr. do. But a lot of picks for that guy, in his career. Anyway, but Trey's jumping in now, so we'll give you a little. But what the 49ers jumped in right away, John, was the move the ball period, which is, 2-minute drill and lower, like you've got 40 seconds to go in a half or a game and you're trying to move into at least field goal range. So they jumped into that right away. Made some big-time plays. Jawan Jennings caught a touchdown pass, but Brock has thrown 2 interceptions in 11-on-11 and 1 in 7-on-7.
A couple of quick things to recap from yesterday in the press conferences afterwards. There was some kind of confusion on Silver's piece. We had Mike Silver on the show yesterday. It was a great conversation, as always, and he wrote the piece and talked to Jimmy, and both Kyle and Jimmy kind of diffused any issues. And Kyle went so far as to say that since Steve Young, Jimmy was the best quarterback 49ers had. I mean, I think people forget about Jeff Garcia. He had some pretty good years as well, but the point is taken. I mean, Jimmy had some pretty good years with the 49ers, so there was that side of it. And then the other interesting side was that Kyle Shanahan apologized to Max Crosby for an interview they had, and I guess Chris Kucerik, who was new to the organization, was a little bit too aggressive with Crosby, and I guess they took him aside afterwards and said that's kind of not what we do. But so he actually apologized to Max Crosby for the interview that they had back at the Combine.
Sam Darnold has taken over now. Trey only had a couple of snaps, and Sam just did a bootleg roll right and hit a receiver in the flat. And now after a nice play-action 360 spin, he just threw a dart over the middle of the field to Willie Snead the fourth for a pretty good gain. As far as Max Crosby, a couple years ago when he beat out Nick for All-Pro, Nick was seething and thought it just wasn't right. But then watching Max getting ready for that game last year on Jan 1, watching all of his snaps, that guy's a monster. I'm not going to say he's Bosa, but damn, he is close. And his work ethic, the moment we get off the bus here, both mornings, 8 o'clock in the morning, Max Crosby's in full uniform. He's already got helmet, shoulder pads. He's ready to go. He is truly Mad Max, and there's no doubt he is the leader of this football team. Jimmy will lead in his own way, and Devontae, but Max is the one out there. He's a half a stride in front of everybody and everything they do. He's nonstop. I'm so impressed by him. So, great player. Kyle told that story yesterday. The big thing from the takeaway with Jimmy yesterday, and we had Mike Silver on earlier, and Mike asked him when he did a sit-down exclusive with him the other day, did you suffer a setback trying to get ready to come back last year? And Mike told us, because I kind of put that in Mike's ear, I thought Jimmy suffered one. I could just feel it. And Jimmy kind of acknowledged that. They asked him, did you were ramping it up to come back and then you had to back off? And Jimmy said, yeah. He didn't come out and say I suffered a setback, but I think listening to him, he did in his own ways. And then just, listening to it and observing it last year because he was ramping it up. Donald just dropped down sidearm. Nice ball on the outcut there to Newsome, Daz Newsome, I think.
84.
I like that kid.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah,
North
that
Carolina
guy, believe me, last year in the OTAs, I thought he should be up on game day. He just hasn't flashed as much, but that guy's a talent. He and Tay Martin are interesting guys to watch in the games when we start playing on Sunday. But anyway, Jimmy, I think he did suffer a setback, and then, Kyle reiterated the Tim Kawakami story about Old Man Rivers coming out of retirement, which would have been interesting. But just watching Garoppolo, John, it's just the release is there. A lot of conjecture on what the Raiders did with Derek and bringing in Jimmy. I think Jimmy's a better player. The deep ball and all that stuff. Derek just, to me, has not been the same player since the Trent Cole injury when he shattered his ankle. The 1 year when 2016, when Derek was going for MVP and the Raiders were in the playoffs. And Jimmy never stepped into throws after that. He was standing up. But one thing Jimmy Garoppolo is going to do is stand in the pocket. He does know this offense. It was kind of communicated to me that it was they don't do a lot of audibilizing with McDaniel's offense, but Jimmy runs this thing at the line. It is a constant check with me. And Jimmy, one thing he said yesterday was It's a lot of the McDaniel stuff they did in New England when Jimmy was there for the first 3.5 years, but he's also taken a lot of the 49er stuff, the Shanahan stuff, with him here just to make him comfortable. So it's kind of a hybrid of McDaniels and Shanahan. It'll be interesting to see just how the Raiders play offensively this year when they start for real, John.
All right, Pop, we'll check back in with you. I know you'll run back to the hotel. Give us a full report on what you saw today. Also, like I said, you went over to see the River Cats play there in Vegas, and you got a report on Kyle Harrison. The numbers look good, so we'll get a report from you when
he
we
was
check back
locked in.
Yeah.
He was locked in.
Looks good.
Last night, the lack of command that I saw Memorial Day weekend was not there at all. In his first 2 warm-up pitches, it was one, the arm side command. I'll break it down. That guy is ready. He is in the strike zone consistently. I saw him hit 97 last night, and then he's got 2 different breaking balls. I'm worried that he does tip it a little bit. He kind of drops down sidearm, but he was slinging it. The only thing is he went 39 pitches. Casey Schmidt had a rough defensive game last night, and he was 10 up, 10 down.
Yeah.
And then Casey misplayed a broken bat. They gave up 1 soft single, and they pulled him after 39. So I don't know if he could come up and throw 50 pitches in a game, but everything that I was concerned about, the lack of command that I saw early in the year, none of that. He was locked in, strike after strike after strike last night.
Okay, we'll get more into that as well. We'll check in. We'll get more from the camp. Thanks, Pop. We appreciate it. Good stuff.
All right, Johnny. All right, Johnny.
We'll talk to you in a bit. There he is. He's live from the sidelines in Vegas, binoculars in hand. So we will check in with Pop. He'll get back to his hotel just less than an hour away, because what we got is Andrew Baggerly's going to join me at 10:50. We'll talk about, obviously, Bochy coming back at length. And if you missed the interview, Bruce Bochy was on with the guys this morning with Murph and Mack at 9:30. So go back and listen to that interview. We'll talk more about it with Bags and his interactions with Bochy and how this weekend and how emotional it's going to be and all that kind of stuff. We'll do that. And talk, obviously, some Giants baseball wild card, how they're playing right now. We'll get into that at 10:50 with Andrew Baggerly. And then we'll start a little Bochy Love Fest in the 11 o'clock hour. Tim Flannery is going to join us, of course, longtime third base coach and Bochy confidant at 11:15. Ron Wotus is going to join us at 11:30, special assistant to baseball ops. And, of course, you see him on NBC Sports Bay Area. Has known Bochy forever. He's going to join us at 11:30. We'll flip it back to 49ers with our good friend Dante Whitner at 11:50. Paul G gives us the Raiders side of things. Paul Gutierrez from ESPN. And then Matt Mayoka will finish everything up at 1:30. He'll give us a wrap on the 2 days of joint practices between the Raiders and the 49ers. So don't move. We got a ton of great stuff for you. We'll do it all coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays Tuesday, August 15th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop in London on a Friday. We'll pop up a poll for you. We were just debating it in the studio. There was a couple that we were going back and forth with. In fact, I'll let you in on it. And then we'll talk a little more Boch. And then Pop will jump back in here in the 11 o'clock hour. He will be here before 11:15 for our Tim Flannery discussion. Andrew Baggerly is going to join us in about 15 minutes. We'll get into everything Giants, but we'll have a specific tinge towards Bruce Bochy, obviously, and telling Boch stories. Boch was on this morning with Murph and Mac at 9:30. And if you missed that interview, just go to KNBR.com. But we'll get more into the Raiders, more into the Niners, and get more in terms of observations from Pop and his vantage point at about, let's see, we'll have Flan at 11:15, we'll have Wotus at 11:30, so right after that. But we got a great guest list today that will cover both Boch's return and the Niners. But we were just debating this in the studio of what the Danny's Big Poll was going to be on a Friday. And one side, we were saying most beloved, with beloved being kind of the key word, beloved coach or manager. And we were thinking Bochy, Madden, Kerr, and Walsh. And again, if you put best in there, I don't know, that would change everything. Beloved. And we were thinking maybe that Boch, because it's his weekend, would get too much of that vote. So what we decided on is, I don't know if we're using beloved again, but of that era of, the 10, 12, and 14 championship, Bochy, I guess we use beloved, Bochy, Lincecum, Bum, or Posey. Now, obviously, the other three guys are players, but you got Boch in there as well. And again, I don't know if that'll be skewed because of this weekend. So we'll get a poll up in a second in regards to that. To the question I was asking Greg about Bochy, it is interesting because you have coaches and you love your players and you wear a jersey of a player. When I was at Giants games when they were going through that era, I didn't see a ton of Bochy jerseys. I'm sure they were out there, but the jerseys were Posey and Lincecum and Kane and Bumgarner, and it's fans relate to the players. Players play, coaches coach. But Bochy has and I don't know how to put my finger on it. I'm certainly not disparaging Gabe Kapler when I say this, but I do believe it goes beyond, and the text line is wide open, and you can have a discussion on this on Twitter and on YouTube and Twitch as well, as we're live. We got the cameras live on that, so you can have conversations on those, and I'll check those. But I do believe it goes beyond the winning with Bruce Bochy. Now, I'm not naive enough to think that if Bruce Bochy was winning 60 or 70 games, they didn't do anything, that would be beloved. He's not. He wouldn't be. I mean, he wasn't as beloved. I mean, I think they respect him. I think that San Diego Padres fans respect Bruce Bochy, but he certainly doesn't have the respect and the love that he has here in San Francisco because he won 3 championships. But there is also something about him. There's something about guys that you can relate to as players, and some of it has to do with, they're really, really good. But Tim Lincecum fit San Francisco. Steph Curry would be beloved wherever he played. I don't know that you could say that Steph is Bay Area-centric. I mean, he plays here and that's it, but there are certain people who just resonate. Now, Steph does just because he's such a great guy, but Tim Lincecum did. A lot of those guys did. Certain guys did more than others. That's just how it is. But I do believe that it's not only Bruce Bochy because he won so much, but he just relates and did relate well to the area. Now, again, if he's winning 60 or 70 games, it's different. If Gabe Kapler wins 3 World Series, will he be as revered as what Bruce Bochy is? I don't know. I like Gabe Kapler. I respect the job that he does, certainly. But there's just kind of I don't know, I wouldn't say a standoffish nature. It's just, he's just a little bit different. He does, I can't imagine Bruce Bochy doing coffee shop reviews. Well, I went into a Chevron and got myself a cup of coffee, threw some cream, and it was really good. The end. Like that's it's just he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't rave about the barista. He wouldn't talk about the smokiness of a certain cocktail. You know what? He wouldn't do that. Now he's a wine guy. I don't know if he's ever done a wine review. I could not see that either. The barrel and the oak and the wine was really good. I don't see it. Everybody's different, and we're certainly in a different era. You know, I mean, I still don't think that would happen. And then, you know, Boch was talking a lot, and this is always an old debate of how much with your gut and how much with analytics. And look, I'm probably like you. I've come around. I mean, when all this first came out, I was kind of like, man, these are way too many numbers. But the numbers are good. You've just got to find out the numbers that you need to use and then what numbers clutter up your brain. There's a fine line between that. Players have said it, coaches have said it, managers have said it, that there's a fine line between the numbers and then cluttering up your brain so there's just too much. Some guys are see-ball, hit ball. Some guys want every single number you can throw at them. And the Giants provide every single number that you can throw at them, and that's what they do. They pray at the altar of the computer, and that's fine. But it does leave, and I don't know, you can agree or disagree with this, but it kind of does have an antiseptic feel to it, you know, that not a lovey kind of a feel that Bochy gave you. And again, I'm not bashing anybody, and certainly not the way that the Giants are doing business, because that's the way everybody's doing business. They're doing business like this in baseball. They're doing business like this in the NFL. I mean, everybody is diving deep into the numbers. We provide them to you. Some people like it. Some people don't. I have an old saying that I use all the time: watch the damn game. I'm a big fan of it. I'm not saying that I don't look at numbers, because I do. I dive deep into numbers. I want to know everything that's going on. All the teams have all the notes now. It's, you know, we provide it as much as we possibly can, but sometimes the numbers can skew it. You can't go always by the numbers. So it's always that fine line. And the Rangers look pretty smart right now. And look, they got more guys, but remember, this is a team that had Jacob deGrom early in the season. They spent a bunch of money. Marcus Simeon's been really good for them. Corey Seager's been really good for them. And then they went out at the deadline and they got Max Scherzer and Jordan Matthews, and right before that, they got Aroldis Chapman. And since the All-Star break, they have the best record in baseball. Since the trade deadline, they have the best record in baseball. And Houston's right behind them. So as Bruce Bochy said, he's going to be walking to the ballpark today, but he's got to be cognizant of the fact that, you know, I'm going to reminisce and I'm going to have a good time, and this is really cool, and I used to do this every day. But they're a really competitive baseball team. And, oh, by the way, as we've been talking about all month long, the Giants gave away their mulligans. They got swept by the A's. They lost 2 of 3 to the Angels. Those are the only sub-500 teams they're going to play. And the Reds, I didn't check the standings this morning, but as of yesterday, they were a half game out of the wild card spot. So they're basically playing, you know, Atlanta 6 times, and the Rays and Texas and all these different teams. These are all playoff teams. So there's absolutely a ton going on. All right, they tell me that the poll is ready to go. We decided on the Giants era, correct? That's what we decided to do? All right, let me pull up the poll before, play the big fancy open, and then I'll find the poll.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
All right, here's the deal. Friday's Big Poll, Danny's Big Poll at DannyDunn24. I'll retweet this as well, as will at KNBR. Friday's Big Poll, who's the most beloved, and I think that's the key word here. The most beloved figure of the Giants World Series championship teams, 10, 12, and 14. Bruce Bochy, Buster Posey, Madison Bumgarner, Tim Lincecum. Again, Bochy, Posey, Bumgarner, Lincecum. Now, I always have a prediction on these polls. I'm generally wrong. I'll say that Bochy's going to win it because it's his weekend and people will feel sentimental. If you heard him at 9:30 today, and we have these numbers behind the scenes that could tell us just from a streaming standpoint who's on the stream and how much they're listening, it bolted through the roof. People love Bruce Bochy. It's, again, first and foremost, I'm not naive. First and foremost, he won 3 championships. He was the helm of 3 championships. But then when you hear him, and, you know, we've gotten to know him over a number of years, he's just, I don't know. What's crazy is when Kevin Franzen told me the story of Bruce Bochy taking a bat to a TV that was just above his head, because he's such a good guy. I mean, I've seen him get angry before, and so have you as a Giants fan, but he's just, to the media most times, and to people most times, I've been to spring training a number of times when he was managing the Giants, he's just a good dude. And he related to San Francisco, and as I said before, it's just there's certain guys who do, certain guys who don't. There's been a lot of guys who have won a lot of games here and we don't like. Now there's a lot of guys who sucked here and we don't like them either. So maybe it does come down to the fact is, were you successful or not? And that's what we base everything on as a fan. Maybe. But I think there's something beyond that to Bruce Bochy. I don't know. I mean, the winning certainly helps, but I don't know that it's everything. So I will say that Bochy will win this poll today. I think Tim Lincecum will be, oh, man, this is tough. I think Lincecum will be 2, Posey will be 3, Bumgarner will be 4. That's what I think. That doesn't mean that's what's going to happen. I could be completely wrong. I often am. Votes are coming through right now, and let me check the results real quick. All right, early results, just quick, since we announced it, about 100 votes, real quick. I'm completely wrong. So Posey, 61%. This is early votes, very early votes. Posey, 61%, Lincecum, 24%, Bochy, 11%, Bumgarner, 4%. So there you go. So maybe it'll come down to Posey. Maybe that's it. The owner. So that's the early poll results. And that is your Friday's Danny's Big Poll. Most beloved member of the championship teams, 10, 12, 14. Posey, Bochy, Bumgarner, Lincecum. Those are your 4 choices. I thought maybe the sentimental choice, Bruce Bochy, but again, through about 100 votes. Now he's down to 9%. You know what? Maybe my influence in saying that I thought he was going to win influenced people to actually vote against him. So I probably did him a disservice. Sorry, Boch. That's probably exactly what happened. All right, Andrew Bagley is going to join us coming up next. Obviously, he covered the team through all these championships and has covered the Giants for a long time. So we'll get his stories on Bruce Bochy. We'll obviously talk a lot about what's going on with the current Giants it's a really tough schedule. And beyond Bruce Bochy being in town, the Rangers are a really good baseball team who have the best record in baseball since the trade deadline and the All-Star break. So this is not going to be an easy series. So we'll get into that conversation with Bags coming up next with an emphasis on Bruce Bochy. It's only here with Papa and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
bases are bigger, but our bags stays the same. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Papa and Lund. Now on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Yeah, I do. And I tell you, I've had some rough games in that other deck now. Bonds and Richard Really, JT Snow, all those guys, and those great Giant teams you had. But yeah, I've been there. It's kind of funny. Here it is happening again. I didn't think it would happen again, to be honest. It took 3 years off, but here I am, and I'm having a blast, so I'll say that. I'm doing what I love to do. I'm in a great place, really good people, and, it's all about, being where you want to be as far as doing what you want to do, and that's managing a baseball team.
That was Bruce Bochy this morning with Murph and Mac. If you missed it, go to KNBR.com and you can take a listen. He's back with his Texas Rangers, who have the best record in baseball since the All-Star break and the trade deadline. They got Max Scherzer, Jordan Matthews, picked up Aroldis Chapman. So in addition to celebrating Boch this weekend, it's going to be tough against the Texas Rangers. Let's talk all about it. Andrew Baggerly, of course, covered Boch for all those years. Joins us courtesy of the guest line as he does every Friday. Make sure you follow him at Extra Bags. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. And we often talk about this because you have this cool role, and it allows you to write all these amazing stories. And this weekend must be fun for you to have Bruce Bochy coming back and to be able to reminisce. And I'm looking at your feed right now on Twitter where you wrote a few years ago and you asked the question, would he manage again? And you're kind of going back over through some of these stories from those days.
Yeah, well, I was going through a bunch of things I wrote through his farewell just to remind myself just how much booze did he get in his farewell tour? But then I came across that quote by Will Smith, and he said, "Yeah, I think he's going to manage again, and I'd love to play for him." And who's his closer as he comes to town with the Rangers? But Will Smith. It's just kind of funny how that worked out. That quote just sort of popped off the screen to me, so I thought it'd be funny to share that. But I got in touch with a few people over the past week. I talked to Buster, talked to Brandon Crawford, Ron Wotus, of course. Dave Greshner. There's everybody's got Bruce Bochy stories, and they're not new because if you have a Bruce Bochy story, you tell it. And but I think there's some value in retelling them, and maybe over the years you get some extra little details, and maybe they're embellishments, maybe they're not. But it's always fun to hear everybody reminisce about Boch because everybody's got stories about him.
No doubt. Is it so? I was trying to figure this out this morning. I was thinking about it before the show, where obviously a guy becomes beloved if he wins. Players, they're beloved. If Bruce Bochy's winning 60 or 70 games, we obviously don't think of Bruce Bochy in this same way. But there is something to the man beyond the wins and why he resonated so well with San Francisco, right?
Oh, well, sure. And when he first came over, I don't think that there was really a super enthusiastic hire. I don't know if Bruce Bochy sort of came to town, on a red carpet, littered with rose petals. There were some people who saw him as kind of a retread, as not a very, electric hire. And he's following Felipe Alou, he's following Dusty Baker, Roger Craig. These are guys who had, longstanding Giants ties, and Bruce Bochy was the guy from San Diego, that they'd seen in the opposing dugout all those years, and is he one of us? And I think that a couple things happen. There's the one story that's been told that Ron Wotus retold, it where it was Barry Bonds' final season, and it was not really a clubhouse that was geared toward the most important thing wasn't whether they won the game that night. The most basic fundamental thing was kind of warped because it was all about Barry and did he hit a homer, and that's just the way everybody was geared back then for obvious reasons, and as he was chasing down Hank Aaron. So I remember even Matt Morris after a start in Chicago where they lost and Barry hit 2 homers, and he said, I don't even understand what the point is anymore. And that was, I think, Matt Morris's last week in a Giant uniform. But that was what Bruce Bochy had to inherit. That was a very, very difficult situation for a first-year manager. And, he had to take a bat to a TV in the clubhouse to let guys know, you are not going to play golden tee in the clubhouse all the way up till 15 minutes to the first pitch. That's just not going to happen. You're going to be professionals here. And I think that woke up the team a little bit and sort of established a little bit of a tone that he needed to do. And then the other moment that I think of is, when he caught Don Mattingly doubling back to the mound at Dodger Stadium, And he was watching it like a hawk, and he knew Mattingly couldn't even turn back around to say another word, because if he did, it would constitute a second mound visit, and then they had to remove the pitcher. So, and that won him a ball game, essentially. And I think that woke up a lot of people to realize, this guy may be a slow-talking, slow-walking guy who doesn't need to show you how smart he is, but trust me, he's smart, and he's watching everything. He's so secure in himself that he doesn't have to show you how smart he is. And I think that moment was one where a lot of folks who watch the Giants or around the Giants, fans, media, everybody, realized just what was going on in that big old noggin of his, and he really was an asset in that dugout. And then from there, obviously, they started winning, and nobody looked back. And I just go back to his farewell speech too. It was just so well struck. Every word, it was just so thoughtful, and I don't know if you can give a better farewell speech than he gave. And he'll be back, right? He'll be back when his number's retired, which will happen. He'll be back when they come back for the World Series reunions and all that. But right now, he's coming back to beat the Giants, and that's, I think, the big wrinkle here.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I love how you fit in the big old noggin there. Andrew Bagley is joining us, Bruce Bochy, and the Rangers back in town. And like you said, this is a really good baseball team. We'll get to that in just a second. But, also just when he got here, the perfect guy at the perfect time, right? You have all this young pitching coming up with Tim Lincecum and Matt Cain and ultimately Madison Bumgarner. And then the one thing that everybody talks about, obviously, is just the way that he handled the bullpen. And if you talk to any of those guys from Javi Lopez and Affelt and all those different guys, just he was so detail oriented with it. Obviously, before a 3-batter rule, but to be able to handle just the staff the way that he did, and obviously that was the backbone of all those championship teams.
Well, yeah, and he had that reputation in San Diego too. He also had Trevor Hoffman, which makes it a lot easier.
Right.
But whoever they had setting up, whether it was Scott Linebrink or Otsuka for a while, it seemed like he always had a really good combination. But he knew what he had. He knew what he had with Affelt, a guy who would get a lot of ground balls, who wouldn't give up homers, a lefty who could face righties, who could it basically didn't matter what lineup pocket you put him against, he'd be successful, and he would limit damage. And then you had Romo and Lopez that you could really surgically use to get matchups, and that was really a strength that he leaned on, and a strength that he, I think, leveraged as best he could. And that, that's just recognizing the talent and putting those guys in position to succeed. And, the Giants do it a little bit differently now. And in a way it's with the 3-batter rule, it's about as well as they could draw it up to get matchups early, by using the opener, if you can't guarantee you can get those matchups later in the game. So, we're seeing that Bruce Bochy is now dealing with a different set of rules, and, it's not like he's struggling. It helps when his team scores 8 runs a game,
right.
But yeah, they're obviously all the rule changes and being away for 3 years. The game has changed quite a bit in the 3 years, with the no shifts and all that other stuff, and obviously none of that's really impacted him. He's somebody who can go with the times, go with the flow, and is it really a surprise that he's been good at it? He's done this job for 26 years, and it's a job where you sit down in the seat and they show you where the ejector button is, right? You are hired to be fired. And he's never been fired. He's never been fired in 26 years. And that's probably as big an accomplishment as, all the World Series and all the, 2,000-plus wins and everything else. It's just to have that staying power, to have, basically never be fired it's almost unheard of.
And one more on Boch, and then we'll get into a little Giants talk. It just covering him and then covering a guy like Gabe Kapler, it just seems to me it's so different. And again, I'm not taking any shots at Gabe Kapler. It's just that Boch, like you said, was kind of this down home guy and all this kind of stuff. And now it's with the Giants, it's analytically driven. This is why we do what we do. There just seems to be a vast difference in these two guys.
Yeah, there is and there isn't. I think that it's not like there's one template or one personality for a major league manager. They're different. Different people have been among the best managers in the game, or nothing like each other. But you go back to the 2014 World Series, and the Giants were essentially using openers. They used Jake Peavy for like an inning and Tim Hudson for an inning, and then built the bridge to Bumgarner and then let him take over. Not exactly analogous to a regular season game in August. And obviously, the plan wasn't for Bumgarner to go the distance. You just weren't going to take him out at that point. But, it's a similar pattern of thinking, right? So I think that Bruce Bochy is somebody who probably doesn't get enough credit for the ways that he, uses analytics and is influenced by analytics. Maybe his decisions aren't influenced by them as much as they're orchestrated by, the current Giants regime. But, even Gabe Kapler, there have been some times where, he's adjusted within the game to somebody who's struggling, and maybe this is the right matchup, but this guy isn't quite ready for it right now. So, I think that it's something that was a question mark for him when he took over. Was he somebody who was going to manage off a script, or was he going to really, watch the game intently and react in the moment? And there have been some times, I thought the other day in Oakland when, he didn't get Luke Jackson out of the game after 3 batters, was probably a pretty big misstep. I think it was pretty obvious he didn't have it that day, but he left him in and more damage was done. But for the most part, I think that Kapler's done a pretty good job of reacting in the moment to what's going on in games and putting guys in the best position to win. And the proof is a team that's, several games above 500 and in the playoff position when really it's just a very average team with a good bullpen. I mean, the Giants are not a very good team. They don't wow you in any aspect, but here they are, in an enviable position. So they're going to be challenged. They're going to be challenged going forward, especially playing all these high-octane teams. The Rangers, you got the Rays, you got at Atlanta, then you got Philly, you got Atlanta back home. They're going to have to win some games 9-8 or 8-7 because you're not going to hold those offenses down night after night. And I think the Giants have one win all season when they give up 7 runs. So, they definitely are going to be challenged here to score some more runs and outscore some teams.
We're talking to Andrew Bagley, Bruce Bochy coming back tonight. And again, the Rangers are tough. John Gray, the former Rocky, will go against Scott Alexander, another opener game for the Giants tonight. Let's stay with that theme, what you just talked about. I mean, they struggled against 2 teams in the Angels and the A's that was the kind of the easy part of this schedule. And as you just point out, the Rangers are hot. You got the Rays after that. You got the Braves 6 times this month. There's only one team right now as we sit that's not in the playoffs among the teams they play in August if you throw out the Padres because that's just one game, and that's the Reds who are right on the tail for a wild card spot. So they got to play some great baseball or they could find themselves in real trouble here.
Yeah, and it's not so much that they're playing the teams that they're competing against. I mean, the Rangers and Rays are American League teams, obviously. The Braves are pretty easily going to coast to the division title, so it's not like they're really in the wild card hunt. The Phillies are obviously there, and you mentioned the Reds, but it's not like it's going to be a lot of games where it's okay. This is going to be a 2-game flip in the standings, depending on whether they win or lose. But just in terms of talent level, especially offensive talent level, it is going to be a challenge, I think, for this pitching staff. And, this is a team that's probably going to have to be carried by its pitching. And this is going to be a pretty tall order for them to get through these next 3 weeks or so against these really stout lineups. And that's why I mentioned that, it's not going to be there every night, and they're going to need to outscore some teams here and there. And that's why it's going to be important that, you look at their lineup. LaMonte Wade Jr. is getting on base. Thairo Estrada is back in the number 2 hole. He's our action guy. He's making things happen. He's had some good games already since he's come back. Wilmer Flores has been the 3rd best hitter in baseball since June 1st. I mean, he's great in the number 3 spot, but it's the guys after that really have to start, extending rallies, driving those guys in. It's Conforto, it's J.D. Davis, it's Jock Peterson, because they don't have the longest lineup right now. When you have Matos in center. Bailey, obviously, a lot of rookies, and, they're not necessarily going to kill you with the 7, 8, 9 spots. So they just got to have their RBI guys create more RBIs and drive in more runs and hit the ball out of the ballpark more. That's what really needs to change, I think, for this offense to start being a little more competitive.
Well, Bags, I was looking at, just as you're talking about the team and the lineup, the composition of this team is they're really, really young. I think it's 15 rookies that they've played, and they're kind of old. They've used 15 players that are 32 or older. They don't have those guys who are consistent night after night after night, and therefore it's going to lead to the inconsistencies that you see. You see, they'll go through streaks, they'll win a bunch in a row, they'll lose. They're one of the most inconsistent, streaky teams in the league, and I think it's because they're too young and they're too old. They don't have enough guys in the prime of their career.
Well, that's why superstars get paid what they get paid. I mean, that's why the Dodgers can have a lot of things go wrong and still have the record they have because when you got Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman in your lineup every day, you're going to get contributions pretty much every day from one or both of those guys, and it's that steadying influence, that steady production, and then they take the pressure off everybody else a little bit because they're so great. And so, when you hear the Giants fans cry about not getting a superstar player, part of that is having someone to get excited about. Part of that is someone, that really is going to sell tickets and marketing and all that other stuff. But a lot of it is, hey, having superstar players. I mean, they just create that steady influence. And to your point, when you're a little bit inconsistent as a team, and we've seen the Giants have a lot of winning and losing streaks this year, it may be because they haven't really had that sort of that modifying, sort of steadying influence on their roster. And but they didn't necessarily have that in 2021, although they had Buster then and they had Brandon Crawford having an MVP season. That's probably the big difference. They really did, I guess, now I think about it. They had that superstar steadying element with those two guys that year. So yeah, it's how about this? Why don't they just go sign Shohei Ohtani? That's my advice. I went down there. Brilliant. I had to check him out. I heard he was pretty good.
Yeah, he's decent.
I can now verify he's okay. Yeah. He's pretty good. Just go sign him.
Yeah, and that's it.
And you got another pitcher too.
Like we just solved it all. That was easy.
Yeah,
that was really easy.
You come up with $1 billion to take it.
That's all. Figure that out. On the other side of things, Kyle Harrison last night, 39 pitches, 3 1/3, but he looked good. Did have 4 strikeouts in that wildness that he had been showing. He didn't show that last night. So after that, what is your thought on the timetable? Because they could use some hitters, but I don't know. I don't think Kyle Harrison's going to come up here and throw a bunch of innings, but maybe it could be a bulk guy, or what do they call the feature guy? Maybe it could be that.
Yeah, they really have been very, very clear, Farhan Zaidi, about the fact that they expect Kyle Harrison to debut at some point this season, and that it really is a start-to-start judgment. I don't see the need right now, and you want to make sure you script a nice landing spot for him, and there's going to be some tough teams coming up too. I think if they're facing an opponent that's got maybe a lot of where they can maybe think about a game where they scheme Harrison, follow him up with Alex Wood, maybe Taylor Rogers, and a team's got has their matchup bats on the bench, and you just leave them on the bench because you follow one lefty with another. There may be a situation like that comes up, but I don't know if you really want to send Tristan Beck down, because you can only send him down one more time before he'd be out of the number of options. The maximum number of options is 5, and they've already used a bunch. So there's a lot of season left, and I don't know if you want to do that. You might be waiting for September and for rosters to expand a little bit to bring up Kyle Harrison at this point. I think it's going to be kind of a need-based thing, and whenever they really have the need, then they make the move. And I don't know if they have the acute need right now. So, but that can change. That can change in a matter of one day, or somebody shows up and throws a bullpen and has an injury. So, his readiness is obviously really important. I think that's exactly what they wanted to see from him this last start, filling up the strike zone, being more pitch efficient. Like you said, they don't need him to throw 6 innings. They don't need him to be stretched out that far, because they probably wouldn't be used like that. But yeah, I think as long as he's ready, then I think it then becomes a question of when do the Giants need, when do they need those innings?
Yeah, that's a good point, because you just talked about a soft landing spot, and again, look, it's Major League Baseball. It's going to be tough, but I wouldn't want to pitch him against this Rangers lineup as a soft landing spot. The Rays are tough. The Braves, the Phillies. I mean, you're playing some of the top offenses in the league this entire month, so there's not a soft landing spot in August, certainly.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean that the guy's not going to have a great career if he doesn't have a great debut. I mean, Tim Lincecum had a pretty rotten debut against the Phillies, if I recall. But yeah, you want to try to create a good conditions for him. And when you have a starting pitcher, you have a little more control over that than you do a hitter in terms of picking a day or a team or a matchup. And I would imagine the Giants probably, if in a perfect world, would want him to debut at home as well. Just because the ballpark is a little more forgiving, and obviously it would be memorable, to see him get the ovations and everything, and for fans to be able to say they saw his major league debut. But that probably isn't a primary concern. But if it works out, I think they'd much rather him debut at home. But again, I think it's probably more about what the team needs, and from a pitching standpoint, they're in a pretty good spot. I mean, Sean Manaea threw 30 fewer pitches than Ohtani the other day, and he got 12 whiffs to Ohtani's 11. I mean, his stuff has been nasty, and he's throwing 96. And Ross Stripling is trending in the right direction. Alex Wood's coming off a pretty good outing. Beck gave up the homer, but otherwise has pitched really well. So I don't know if the need is super acute right now for Kyle Harrison in the big leagues. But again, as we mentioned, it just takes one injury or one person heading to the IL to think that he might be the next man up at this point.
Bags, real quick, just back to the bats for a second. A.J. Pollock, we hardly knew ye, so he's going to be out for a while. Everybody else pretty much is back from an offensive standpoint, except for Mitch Haniger. Is there any word on him?
Just doing baseball work now. I mean, it's pretty amazing. Modern medicine, he fractures his forearm, and you think, well, that's it. He's done for the year. And he has the surgery. He puts the plate in, and that plate acts as a cast. He doesn't have to wear a cast. And I'm like, how great is that for you? You don't have to shower with an arm above your head for a month.
God, no kidding. I had to do that.
Yeah, right. I think a lot of us have, but no, he's doing baseball stuff, and he was taking dry swings last I heard, and his grip strength was almost back to where it was pre-injury, so that's a good sign, and I think everything was trending toward him being ready at the end of the month, and so obviously you're getting the guy back who's going to be getting his timing back at that point, and you don't expect them to hit the ground running, but yeah, again, if they probably need to get some of these guys like Jock and J.D. Davis and Conforto hitting the ball with a little more authority before then, because I don't think they can really wait for Mitch Haniger to do it for him. I mean, he's still a few weeks away.
Yep. Bags, thanks, man. We appreciate it. Look forward to your pieces this weekend with Boch coming back.
Okay. Thanks, John.
Thanks.
Take care. Have a good week.
You too. That is the great, and I do mean great, Andrew Bagley. Make sure that you are checking out his feed because he's got that piece he wrote back a few years ago if Boch was going to return, and obviously he has. And as he said, it's no surprise he's doing what he's doing. I mean, obviously he's, look, the Rangers are an analytically driven team. Everybody's an analytically driven team, so it's not that the Rangers aren't. It's just that he's got so many skins on the wall, and by that I mean championships and success. I think the Rangers probably allow him to probably gut manage a little bit more than most teams do. And it's good. I think the pieces, especially led by a guy like Andrew Bagley, are going to be great about Boch this weekend. And again, if you missed the interview this morning with Murph and Mac, he came out at about 9:30 and had said some really cool stuff. So go back and take a listen to that. Along those lines, Tim Flannery is going to join us coming up next. Obviously, confidant of Boch and longtime third base coach for the Giants in the championship years. He's going to join us coming up next. Pop's going to jump back in from Vegas. And then Ron Wotus is going to join us at 11:30. So lots of Boch stories coming in the next 30 minutes. And then we'll get into a conversation after we speak with Ron Wotus with Dante Whitner at 11:50. Pop will jump in. He's been on the sidelines, albeit with binoculars, but he's been on the sidelines with the Raiders and Niners joint practices. Dante Whitner will give us some insight as well. He'll do that at 11:50. So all Boch now till 11:30. Tim Flannery next. Ron Wotus, bottom of the hour. And Pop will jump back in as well. Only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan, he refuted perceived criticisms of Jimmy Garoppolo at the end of the 2022 season. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
There you go. Boch makes his return. And by the way, it's one of those things where, and he's not a player, so it's different. If he were a player and he's coming back with the Rangers, and by the way, as we were just talking about with Andrew Beck, let me back up for a second. We moved Tim Flannery to 1:15 from 11:15. So if you're tuning in because I just told you we're going to talk to Flan, we moved him to 1:15 because Pop's heading back to his hotel to jump back on the show. So Pop will be a few minutes late. So what we did is, because we want to have Flan with Pop, we moved Tim Flannery to 1:15. We still will have Ron Wotus at 11:30. So we'll tell Boch stories at 11:30. And then Flan moves to 1:15. So again, Dante Whitner, 11:50 to talk about the joint practices, which I have a little information for you. And then Pop will jump on to talk more. Paul Gutierrez from ESPN, our good friend Paul G., covers the Raiders for ESPN, 12:30. Matt Mayoko at 1:30. Tim Flannery, 1:15. So same guest list. We're just moving guys around a little bit. And oh, by the way, Tolbert and Copes today, again, more ode to Boch. 2:30 for Matt Cain today. Javi Lopez at 2:50. Affelt at 3:50. George Contos at 5:30. So all those guys played for Boch. So you get a lot of good cross-section of Bochy stories. And again, it's funny because it's not like he's a player, and so with a player, he comes back and you cheer him and then, whatever from there. These are important games for the Giants. The wild card is close. They're not hitting. There's issues with this team. And I look at the National League versus the American League. In the American League, they'd be in real trouble. In the National League, I look at them and I say, okay, the Phillies are good. I respect what the Phillies are going to do. I think they'll get a wild card spot. There's 3 wild card spots to be had. If there were only 2, I'd be nervous. But then you're talking about whoever doesn't win the Central between the Brewers and the Reds. Possibly the Cubs are in there. The Cubs have a really good offense, but they don't pitch real well. Brewers can struggle to score runs, but have really good pitching. The Reds are young. They can kind of be up and down. They're not as hot as they were, obviously, with the bats. They came out of the All-Star break and lost 6 straight. So, there's some flawed teams in the National League. And then after that, I've been waiting for the Padres forever. They're just not going to come around. They're just not. So the Padres, I think, out of the thing. The Mets have been long out of this thing, and made all those trades at the deadline. So what I'm saying is the Giants can be really flawed and possibly get a National League wild card spot almost by default. But this month is so difficult with Texas and then the Rays after that and the Braves for 6 games, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I've made this point. And the Reds are the only team. They're not in the playoffs, but they're right there, so it's not like they're not good. And the sub-500 teams that the mulligans basically that they had with the A's and the Angels, they wasted. They lost 2 or 3 of the Angels. They got swept by the A's, so those were going to be the easy ones. Now, maybe just based on the Giants' season, because they're so streaky, they'll go out and they'll win all these games. The point I made to Andrew Baggerly, if you listen to that interview, which was tremendous, mostly because of him, not me, but listen to that interview. The thing I was looking at with the Giants today before the show was they've used 15 rookies this year, and they have used 15 players that are 32 or more. They don't have the guys in the middle. Now, they'd have some, Logan Webb and Tyro Estrada, but the prime of a guy's career is, maybe 26, 30, maybe 26, 31, in that range, maybe like a 5-year window. They don't have enough of those guys. You might be asking yourself, what's the point? The point is that rookies are very inconsistent. Old guys are very inconsistent. I can't remember if it was, Contos. It was a former player that we had on, and I can't remember exactly who it was, so I'd like to give him credit, but somebody much smarter than me said that with a really good player and a superstar type of player, and this is something that Bags mentioned, in 2021, Posey was a superstar. In 2021, Brandon Crawford, maybe he wasn't a superstar, but he was a star. He was an MVP candidate. So they had a couple of stars on this team. What do stars do? They consistently play well. So if a baseball team has 6 games a week, a star player will play well in 5 or 6 of those games, right? That's what a star does. And then it kind of goes downhill from that. An older guy is inconsistent. He might play well in 2 or 3 games a week. A rookie is inconsistent. A rookie might play well in 1 or 2 or 3 games a week. And so what that person was telling us, maybe it was Jim Bowden was telling us that. I don't know. We do so many shows and talk to so many people. But he was saying that right now, Brandon Crawford is a guy who plays well maybe once a week. So everybody always points to that once a week. And this can relate to a guy like Trey Lance or anybody else. Like you see a throw from Trey Lance, right? Oh, look at that great throw. And there's a video of it and everybody gets in this big debate. Look, see, Trey can do it. It's consistency. All these guys are professional athletes that we talk about on the show every day. Of course they can do it or they wouldn't be where they are. The point of it is to consistently do it, to do it every single day. And Bags said this roster is flawed. It's too old and too young. As weird as that is, 15 players, 32 plus years old, 15 rookies. That's inconsistent. It's why they're so streaky. And they can't do anything about it now. And Bags and I kind of joke, well, all they got to do is get Ohtani. He's in the prime of his career. He's 29. But in the offseason, that is kind of the charge. And I'm not complaining they didn't get Judge or Correa. Those guys, Judge has been hurt. Correa's been bad. They kind of dodged a bullet on those things because if they do have a opportunity in the offseason to get Shohei Ohtani, if they had signed Judge, that's not happening. If they had signed Correa, that's not happening. And they've put themselves in a position financially in the offseason to do those things. The reason why I was frustrated at the deadline is the only time that this team can get bats is to trade for them, or you can develop them. Well, we're seeing that in the development stages with these young guys, they're going to be inconsistent. Casey Schmidt gets off to a great start. For as good defensively as Patrick Bailey has been, and he's been phenomenal, even been called untouchable by many members of the media, untouchable, he hasn't hit. He hasn't consistently hit since he first came up and was hitting over 300, and everybody's going, wow, is this what this guy is? People adjust, teams adjusted, pitchers adjusted. Casey Schmidt, teams adjusted. And that's what's going to happen to all these guys. So I don't know. I don't know if Schmidt's going to be good. I don't know that Bailey offensively is going to be good. I don't know what Matos is going to be. He certainly hasn't shown the power. So when he first came up and he was hitting all those bombs and playing as well as he was and putting up all those unbelievable numbers at Sacramento, everybody's going, well, you can't trade this guy. And again, I was advocating trading a bunch of guys to get Shohei Ohtani, but now in the offseason, that's the kind of guy you got to get. It's difficult to sign those guys. And I was saying this yesterday. Is Ohtani going to listen to the devil or the angel? The angel on one side says, this is a great place to pitch. The devil says, oh, you could never hit a home run here. Which side he's going to listen to? I don't know. From a hitter's standpoint, they won't sign here. Now, Correa tried to. That's different. They kind of dodged a bullet on that. That's fine. But that's what they've got to find. They've got to find consistent hitting. And to do that, you got to get players in the prime of their career. So right now, they're too old and too young. And they do a hell of a job getting you ready, analytics, all the different things that they do. Absolutely great. It's tremendous. They are as prepared as anybody in the league. And they may make the NL wildcard. And look, based on 10, 12, and 14, and we're going to talk a ton about that today with Ron Wotus at the bottom of the hour and Tim Flannery and the ode to Bochy at the ballpark. I'm looking forward to going out to the park and celebrating all those things. You don't have to be the best team once you get in there. You just have to be the hottest team. And could this team do that? I guess. Certainly in the American League, it's deeper. In the National League, it's the Braves and the Dodgers as the best two teams. And then after that, it's kind of a crapshoot. So I don't know if they could. But it's difficult when Wilmer Flores is your best hitter and without, did you ever think you're going to be asking yourself as a Giants fan, God, where the hell would we be if it wasn't for Wilmer Flores? They went 12-13 in July. Imagine if they didn't have Wilmer Flores. They probably wouldn't have won double-digit games. And at some point, he's going to not hit like this, like he's Barry Bonds, and other people are going to have to step up. And this is a big series, and it's going to be fun to celebrate Bochy, but the Rangers are really good. Anyway, let's get more into the Bochy side of things. Ron Wotus will join us coming up next. And again, if you tuned in and you're like, hey, I tweeted this out too. Hey, where's Flan? We moved Flan to 1:15 so we could get Pop in here. So Pop's going to jump back in. He's back from the joint practices of the Raiders and the 49ers, and we'll get into that with Dante Whitner at 11:50. But let's celebrate Bochy a bit more. Ron Wotus, of course, longtime confidant of Bruce Bochy, third base coach, bench coach for many years as well on all the World Series teams. He is going to join us, and we'll talk some Bochy next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I mean, that's exactly how I feel on what you're talking about. And I said this go around that I'm going to have even more fun. I'm going to enjoy more. Take it all in, and to be where we're at. You're lucky. We've all been on the other side, so it's going to be a battle from this point on. But I'm not looking at getting stressed out or anything. This is meant to have fun, and believe me, I had tons of fun when I was here. 13 years. 13.
That was Bruce Bochy this morning with Murph and Mac. If you missed the interview, go to KNBR.com, and we want to keep the Boch love coming to a certain extent. We want to sweep Boch, but we want to celebrate Boch at the same time. The Rangers red hot coming into town against the Giants, and we couldn't think of a better guy to talk to than our good friend Ron Wotus, who was there for every step of the way. And you see him, of course, a Giant Special Assistant to Baseball Ops, and you see him on NBC Sports Bay Area, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. And by the way, Pop is back with us from Vegas, just off the field in the joint practices, so we'll get into that in a little bit. How are you, Will? What's happening?
Hey, John, I'm doing extremely well, and it's going to be interesting to see Boch with cowboy boots, and I think it was a Stetson custom fit hat he got a lot of years ago. He told me about it, so I'm waiting to see if he's donning that.
So obviously he's been back before. He was back for Will Clark's retirement last July, and you guys had the reunion of the 2012 club shortly after that. But this is different. He's going to go into that dugout on the first base side, where he was previously with San Diego, Wody, but manage against the Giants. So just take me through the emotion of it all, the reaction you think he's going to get tonight. I'm not sure how Rennell's going to announce him, but there's going to be an announcement, probably a video tribute. Just take me through. He's been back before, but this time he's different. It is different. He's going to manage against the San Francisco Giants tonight.
Yeah, Pop, you're right. Good to be with you. Hope you're having a good time there in Vegas. But you're right. It's a lot different than just coming back to the ballpark, working with the Giants, or coming in to visit, see everybody. There's going to be a flood of emotion. From just walking to the ballpark. All the memories will come back, and they come back for me. I've been listening on the radio, and everybody's asking me questions about Boch, and, I get emotional. I get those feelings coming back. It was a great time, and, he definitely deserves it. I think he's really going to enjoy it, but it's going to be a whirlwind for him. But when the game starts, I know one thing, that'll all be on the back burner. Like you said, because that's what he does. That's what he loves to do, is manage the game. But looking at the fans, hearing the fans, it's going to be special for him.
Ron Wotus is joining us. Of course, he was there every step of the way with Bruce Bochy, and he's bringing the Rangers back to town at Oracle Park tonight. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. In regards to how he has evolved, and I'm sure you've talked to him a lot through this whole process, is obviously everybody's analytically driven. It's not like the Rangers aren't. They are. So how has he kind of walked this line between the Bruce Bochy and the gut, which he's so good at, and Bruce Bochy and the numbers?
I believe that, it was probably tougher for him years ago when it was all new for all of us. And it's been around a long time. We've always used numbers in San Francisco. We got deeper into it with Farhan and his group has come in, obviously. But he's always looked at numbers and the stuff that he's looked at. But it's definitely probably a lot easier today than it was at the very beginning. It's an adjustment for everybody that has to deal with it. And I think the one thing for him now in Texas, they didn't hire him to follow everything, they want him to do. They want his presence. They want his knowledge. They want his experience. And I'm sure he has free reign to do that without, upsetting people or not following the plan. So I think it's easier for him definitely now. And I think I heard him say at one point, and I know this is true for myself, you soften over the years. And I'm sure he's enjoying the game more now, and he's dealing with it a lot more natural since he's dealt with it for so long. But he's going to be who he is, and that's who they want him to be. So I think it's been a good progression for him, and he's right where he is right now, doing what he wants to do and utilizing the analytics that they give to him.
You've obviously been around the organization for a long, long time, and were a distinguished manager yourself in the minors. But at the major league level, you were there for Dusty Baker and everything Dusty accomplished. And then we can't forget about Felipe and what he did, and immediately came in a winner. But then Boch comes in from San Diego, and you guys worked against him all those years, Wody, and right in the 07, the Bonds chase for the record, and some 90 loss years, and then it flipped. So just take me back in time in 2007, and he brought his guy Flan with him. What was it like when Bruce Bochy first walked in, 16 years ago, and you knew him so well from the other side, and now he's the manager of the Giants?
Yeah, well, at first it was a little bittersweet for me because, I had my interview with the club, and I definitely wanted to manage a team at that point and been in conversation with Sabes, quite a bit. And then, last minute, they were able to get Boch out of his contract, and he was available to come up in here and manage. And then I remember after all that went down, I remember calling Flan because I knew Flan before. I said, "Hey, Flan, what's Boch like?" Trying to get some background on Boch. And little did I know, Flan didn't tell me then, but, 2 days later, here, Flan's on the staff. So he could have told me all that in person. It was a good group. And we had such a good group of coaches, the coaches that stayed. And as you said, Boch brought Flan with him. I can't remember. I don't think there was anybody else that he brought with him. But, the relationship that Boch forged with all of us and with Sabes right off the bat, I thought they were really good compliments to each other. They were, like-minded and extremely, extremely competitive. And so it was a good time in Giants baseball. And, we weren't real good at the time, but we moved in the right direction. And, of course, the rest was history.
Ron Modis is joining us, Bruce Bochy, and the Rangers in town. And Boch was on with Murph and Mac this morning. If you missed it, just go to KNBR.com. So it's funny. Famously, Kevin Franzen told the story because he was sitting underneath the TV that Bochy wrecked the one time. And it's for some of us outside of the clubhouse, it's hard for us to fathom that because Boch is just such a good guy, nice guy and everything like that. But I'm sure behind the scenes, he could be a red ass and get fired up, huh?
Oh yeah, listen. He has passion. He has passion for the game, and I think all the managers do that I've worked for. But Boch, he definitely would let it out, and we would hear it as a coaching staff. The players heard it early on. It's interesting. I told that story or two about him breaking the TV, and I think that's really the last time that I saw a manager really get into the behinds, if I can say that, of the players in the clubhouse. I think more, and he's had a lot of great meetings in his career. Everybody tries to be more positive, but that point in time when he came over, we weren't very good. He cleans things up in the clubhouse, the TVs and the commitment that it takes to win and what was most important. And, when he did all that, I said, this is the right guy. And as I said, it just continued to get better. And, of course, him and Sabes making baseball decisions, bringing in, elite competitors. I think that was a big thing that stands out. We tried to go after people most of the time with winning pedigrees and competitors. And they've always did their due diligence on the person as much as the player. And it's never going to be perfect. You're always going to take talented players, even if there's a couple of warts, because, you have to have them and there's supply and demand. But I think that was the culture that we had, and winning was right at the top, trying to win.
And you guys won in 2010, 2012, and 2014 with, different people in key positions, but always Bochy. And the one thing you could always tell, whether it was late in the year, certainly by October, but I think even in August, some years, September, certainly, Wody, you can tell when Boch hit another gear. And every game, now you want to win every game in baseball, but early in the year you kind of have to pace yourself. When he hit that, we got to win today vibe, I'm not sure there are too many better game managers in the history of baseball, the way he worked the bullpen. Just give me some moments, because you were right there alongside him. Could you sense in the regular season when it was go time, and then what was it like, when Bochy was managing October playoff games?
Yeah, I think getting into the playoffs, that's definitely what stands out. Another level of preparation and discussions. We had to make a lot of decisions on the pitching staff. We left guys off the roster, Zito, different years, different situations. And you're right, that was definitely his strength. He had a great feel for running the pitching staff, but he had a great relationship with the guys and the guys that he brought in that allowed him to do all this seamlessly. And that's where his bread was buttered, was with the pitching staffs and the decisions that we made. And that's what really stands out, is the playoff decisions everything we did. And, he likes to have fun too, I mean, during the regular season, I mean, we'd get upset, but we had a lot of fun. He loves to play. He loves the needle game. And I'm sure he'll get me in the next 3 days. We'd have situations where we'd be going over a lineup and he'd go, okay, you there? And he goes, who do you want, Panic or Arias? I'd say, okay, let's go with Panic. Bam Bam would be there. He goes, let's go with Arias. And, he'd make his decision. And then Panic would go up in the first at bat, and he'd punch out, and Bochy would go, well, you really got me there. So,
not bad. Not bad.
You do an underrated Bochy, Wody. I haven't heard that one. Not bad.
No, and that went on all the time. So as competitive as he was very loose. But I think what you said, win time, and the players, the Pat Burrells and the Cody Rosses and the people that led that team, they were outwardly, outspoken in that clubhouse. It's like, let's go. And I think that's the culture that we had, and Bochy certainly created.
Well, the Rangers come in. I mean, this is a really, really good team, and I know that there's going to be a lot of fun had, and they're going to celebrate him, and the fans are going to go crazy. But then when they get down to it, I mean, he's got this team playing a really high level, and they lost Jacob deGrom, but they have so much good offense. They made a bunch of nice moves with Jordan Montgomery and Scherzer at the deadline, and they already got Aroldis Chapman. I mean, he can win at a really high level with this team.
Well, that's where he's at his best. Look, you give him veteran guys that can play the game, and I think he's going to manage them and handle them. And they're going to really, really enjoy it. So, CY, their GM, has done a tremendous job, getting the resources, ownership, putting the money out. Because, look, they lose those guys, and then they get Scherzer, like you said, the names, the hits just keep on coming for him. And they're in first place. So, I mean, they have a chance to do it. And, it appears that they're not holding back. They want to, they wanted to go to the final game. So, you need all that to happen as well, and they certainly have signed some very good players for Bochy.
So obviously there's going to be some interaction. He's there to work, and he's got a good team, as you mentioned. But anything planned as far as getting together? I know we're going to have Flan out at 1:15. Is Flan coming back for the weekend? Just getting the old guard together to celebrate the return of Bochy, Wody?
Yeah, I haven't heard much. I texted him yesterday, see what he was doing. I was thinking of maybe hooking up. He went fishing down in Half Moon Bay now that he's not by the ocean. So I'll see him at the ballpark. We'll see. We'll see what transpires. So I haven't heard anything about Flan. He's probably got a gig somewhere. You have to ask him. I don't think he's planning on coming up, but he might be. And I haven't talked to Rags or Gardy or any of the rest of the group, but it's certainly going to be good to see him, and we'll be able to spend some time together this weekend.
How you doing, man? Loving watching you on TV. Been enjoying it over the last little while. Everything going good?
Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good. Enjoying the minor leagues. Getting to see the organization and the players. I went down a couple weeks ago and saw our new drafted guys and had an opportunity to hit them ground balls and take a look at them. That was real good for me to see. I'll be going out to see the AA club here at the end of the month. I haven't seen much of them. We'll see who's there at that point, whether some guys from Eugene get promoted or not, the Arteagas, Sagaste or McRae. I'd like to get another look at them, but everything's good with me. I just don't want to lose my day job. That's what I love to do.
You got too many. You got jobs around the clock. I actually went to.
Come on.
I know. Too many kids, Wody. Too many kids and too many wives. So last night we're in Vegas with the 49ers. Obviously, I went to Las Vegas Ballpark last night, the home of the Aviators, the A's AAA team, and the River Cats were there, and Kyle Harrison just was in the strike zone over and over and over again. That lack of arm side command I saw early in the year is not there anymore. Only threw 39 pitches. So what are you hearing? Does he make one more in AAA, or they bring him up directly? How long before the great De La Salle star Kyle Harrison is called up to the bigs, do you think?
Yeah, well, it's going to go on his performance. It's really good to hear that he was commanding the fastball. I mean, he made one start. I saw his first start in Sacramento. I was there for that game. as well, and he did have the command issues again. And we have to remember he's only 21 years old, and everybody's heard his name so much, and he's on the fast track. There's no doubt about it. But it's great to hear him have that real good outing. So I'm sure they'd like to see him, have a couple of those at least back to back. And see what their needs are. I don't think I can predict when he would come up. We'll see what his performance is, but that's a step in the right direction. You just never know when it's going to click for a guy, right? And hopefully this will put him on his way to commanding the ball. The way if he does that, he'll be in the big leagues very, very soon.
Ron, have a great time this weekend. You guys going to be hanging out a little bit. I know he's got a job to do, but obviously you'll see Boch, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Cool.
But it's looking forward to
cocktails,
it.
Yeah. Vinos.
Well, have fun. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. Good being with
Thank you, Wody. Tell Boch we say hi, man. Wish I was in town to see him.
There you go. And like that, he's
gone.
Yeah,
he's gone.
very
Bye,
good.
Wody.
There you go. All right, good stuff. We will reminisce more with Tim Flaherty at 1:15, originally 11:15, 1:15 for Flan. And we'll talk more about Bruce Bochy, but we'll flip it to the Niners. You're just off the field with the joint practices with the Niners and the Raiders. I know you got a lot of stuff to talk about. We're going to talk about it as well with Dante Whitner. That is coming up next. And then the Raiders side of things with Paul Gutierrez at 12:30. All that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Panic would go up in the first at bat, and he'd punch out, and Boch would go, "Well, you really got me there."
This is your old pal John Lund from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. You know, you hear ads for personal injury and employment attorneys all the time, but did you know that many of them, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and many times you'll never even see the attorney you thought you were hiring. Great. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, that's not how they do it. They've been headquartered in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. The award-winning attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they're dedicated to relentlessly representing their clients in the pursuit of justice. And Chris Dolan and the attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they've been reportedly and repeatedly recognized as the best attorneys in the San Francisco Bay Area and the entire state of California. And the Dolan Law Firm, they've recovered more than, you might need to sit down for this, they've recovered more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements for their clients. Now, they know that a serious injury, harassment, or act of discrimination, it can be devastating. So here's what they're going to do. They're going to evaluate your case for free, confidentially with no obligation on your part, never charging you an hourly fee. They get paid when you get paid. The Dolan Law Firm, they live here, they work here, they win here. Online at dolanlawfirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jimmy? Man, he's just a stand-up guy. Jimmy's just, one of the guys. He's, I think he's an interesting guy because he doesn't promote himself ever, but he could. He has he's won a lot of games. He's obviously a great quarterback who's been successful in the past and always has a smile on his face, always has a great attitude, and just a really great guy to be around.
That, of course, is CMC, who we had on the show Monday. If you missed it, go to KNBR.com. A very good conversation that we had with Chris McCaffrey from camp. Obviously, they're down in Henderson, and we will hear from Dante Whitner. And Dante, by the way, on the call on the radio, and we'll have that on our sister station and pre- and post-game with us on 810 The Spread, and then you'll be on TV with Tim Ryan, and so make sure you stay tuned for that. But Dante will be there with Keena and Fitz, and so they'll be on the radio side, you'll be on the TV side. We're waiting on Dante right now. So while we're waiting on Dante, I know we talked a few things with you from camp as you were there. Any new things to report?
So you heard CMC talking about Garoppolo and just getting more clarification on the play. I think the play where, and they had to help Devontae Adams off the field. So we want to check with, and he was down for a while, long time. It's hard to say, but it seemed excruciatingly long. We'll talk to Paul Gutierrez. I think Oren Burks got him from behind, and I saw Charvarius Ward get him from in front. So they kind of both got him on each side. But Charvarius Ward laid him up. And it was a pretty good hit. In the old days, Dante, I'll recall, I think it was 2011 when he and the Niners came into Napa to practice against the Raiders. And Jamarcus Russell got intercepted time and time again, and Nate Clemens was woofing, and it was so lopsided. Dante's defense dominated, but in the old days there may have been a situation there after Charvarius hit him, and then Burks got him from behind, and Devontae went down on the field. But there was nothing. There was a little bit at the very end. The last play of the practices, Brock Purdy had a quarterback draw on the low red zone and scored, and the teams kind of squared off for a little bit and then got separated. But Dante will be able to speak to the physicality. These joint practices are very, very different. In the old days, a Raider wide receiver got laid out like that, there's been a fight on the field right away.
All right, let's talk to Dante Whitner. Dante down there, and again, he'll have the radio call with Fitz and Keena Turner, and we're going to have Dante all season long, as we always do, and you make sure you follow him at Dante Whitner. Joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm trying to stay a little cool out here. It's hot.
Yeah, that's what I'm told. Papa's down there. How did you perceive things? What have you seen that's popped out down there at the joint practices?
Well, yesterday's practice I thought was very sloppy from the 49ers, and not all levels, just maybe some of the 2s and 3s. I thought that Trey Lance had issues with taking the snap from under center, which you can't have from the quarterback position. And then I saw a few busted coverages from the 49ers in the red zone. And I thought that, the beginning of the practice was the 49ers as far as physicality goes, but then the Raiders started to pick it up in the end. Today I thought it was, pretty even. I thought that Deebo Samuel really put the team on their shoulders today in practice with the physicality, Juwan Jennings. But there's something missing, and I can tell you what it is. It's that guy, Nick Bosa. The energy is just, not the same without him on the football field, and you can tell that defensive line definitely needs it.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, not having Bosa there, and the Raiders don't have Josh Jacobs there for contract reasons as well. But I'm hearing maybe 10 days or so, maybe Bosa gets back into camp, but we shall see. I want to get your thoughts on the secondary. Diamador Lenore is the starting corner now. We talked about Charvarius Ward and the hit he laid on Devontae Adams today. The loss of Jimmy Ward, though, Isaiah Oliver moves in the slot. Demo becomes the starter, and he played well last year, certainly in the playoffs, because Emmanuel Mosley has signed a free agent deal with the Lions. And then, not having Ward and rotate in the secondary and the safety level, just that you talked about depth. The starters are going to be. It's going to be Mooney Man, Ward, Lenore, Isaiah Oliver, T. Gipp, Deshaun Gibson, and Talanoa Hufanga. And then you got Jair Brown, the young guy. Just give me your thoughts on the depth of the team specifically. Dante, in your area of expertise as a player, the secondary?
Well, I think the secondary is in really good hands right now. And I was telling guys on the sideline that I don't know if there's any other secondary in the National Football League that has the height and the length of the 49ers starters. When you look at Oliver and you look at Mooney Ward, these guys, they're about 6'2.5" out there. And then you have Tashawn Gibson and Hufanga, who is 6'6'1", and on the other side is the smallest guy is Diamador Lenore. Think about when they have Barrett and Emmanuel Mosley, how a lot of times they were up against bigger receivers. This 49ers secondary is built to handle those big tight ends, big receivers, and these guys are very twitchy, which means it doesn't take them a long time to get up to top speed. And you speak about that play today when they pretty much had a collision, a sandwich of Davante Adams. I put that on Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy, you can't throw that football in there. They're playing a coverage that takes away the inside slants. You can't try to force it in there. Davante Adams, with the courage that he normally plays with, tries to go after it. And it was just too much for him to handle being sandwiched in between two defenders. But with the 49ers secondary, I think that right now this could be one of the best secondaries that we've seen them have based on their length, experience, and, the way that they're flying around on the football field.
Dante Whitner is joining us again. He's down at the joint practice as well, the Raiders and the Niners. And, of course, on Sunday, Tim and Pop will have the call on TV, and Larry Fitz will have the call with Keenan Turner and Dante. As far as the offense is concerned, what did you see from the quarterback, specifically Brock Purdy, who got a lot of the reps today? What did you see against the Raiders defense with the Niners quarterbacks?
Well, Brock Purdy, he struggled early in practice in 7-on-7. Tried to force some balls into some tight coverage. 2 of the interceptions, I believe, weren't his fault, but they still go into the interception column for the quarterback. Ball tipped in the air. The defense made a play on it. I thought he redeemed himself late in practice. He had a phenomenal throw. I believe that was in 2 minutes, escaping the pocket, putting the ball in the back end zone, and I think Willie Snead just lost sight of the ball. But I think that when you look at Brock Purdy and this type of 49ers offense, I don't know if you can actually analyze if he's doing well or not well based on drop-back passes in practice. Because think about what the 49ers are. They're a run-first football team. They have defenses that are geared up into stopping that. They take advantage of the bad eyes, and right now you're not getting realistic run looks because you're not going live, and a lot of the defenders, they aren't honoring the run fakes, which put them in the window for the passes. So I don't really worry about that with Brock Purdy. I just worry about that offensive line. Well, I'm not worried about the offensive line. I'm just worried that if they are able to generate that type of push and protect Brock Purdy, if they can do that and run the football, he shouldn't have any issues moving forward throughout this season.
Yeah, just getting off the bus with Brian Greasy and the coaches, I think the quarterbacks combined to throw 8 interceptions today. I thought it was 6, but it may have been closer to 8, and there were 4 of them, I think, were tip balls. One got up in a Debo's grill, and it got tipped up in the air, and the linebacker Spillane intercepted it for the Raiders. But Brock clearly is the guy here. You mentioned, sloppy practice yesterday, and Trey fumbled a couple of snaps to open. One, I think, was Feliciano, and then another one kind of dropped the ball. But how do you assess the backup quarterback battle between Sam Darnold and Trey Lance? And I think we're going to see a lot of Trey Lance on Sunday in the preseason game and some Sam Darnold later. But just how are you looking at that right now between Trey and Sam, Dante?
Well, if I had to pick a second quarterback right now, based on what I've seen the last few days, based on what happened last season, I think I would possibly go with Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold he's mobile out there. He understands the offense. He looks like he's in full command. And then there's just some type of indecision or something that's going on with Trey Lance when it comes to the small things, whether it be receiving the snap, getting in and out of the huddle, right? Pre-snap penalties and motions and shift violations. So right now I would go with Sam Darnold, but that's never counting out Trey Lance. I think that Trey Lance, with the amount of work that he put in this offseason, when they get to some live bullets, I think he's going to be able to use his ability to get outside the pocket to make some plays. And I think that his arm looks a lot stronger, more accurate, and decisive than it actually looked before. But I will go with Sam Darnold right now. That could change based on how Trey Lance plays in his first and second preseason game.
Dante Whitner and Greg Papa, they're both joining us from Vegas, and the joint practices that just finished up between the Raiders and the Niners. So those 2 days are over, and then Sunday, of course, they have the game at Allegiant. And let me go back to Bosa for just a second, because you said that they were missing his energy. From a player perspective, I don't remember if you ever had a holdout, but when does it, at what point do you say, hey, we really need to get this guy in here?
Maybe 2 weeks before the season. Remember, there's a difference between being in shape, staying at home, running on the track, on the field, and lifting, and actually going through football muscle memory and being in football shape. There's a tremendous difference. And if you really try to get him in too soon, right, and you try to force him on the football field, you're actually exposing him to injury. So you really want him to get out there, get his feet under him, and get in football shape. And if he does come in and you want to protect him, maybe you won't be able to play him as much as you can in those first few weeks of the season, which is going to impact his ability to change games and the defense to dominate. So I think that the clock is ticking. I know that Bosa's itching to get into practice. I know that they want him here. I just know it's a tough thing. Another thing is, when you bring the 49ers to Vegas in 100-degree heat, you wake them up at 5 o'clock in the morning and you have them on the practice field at 8 a.m., that's a huge difference for the 49ers, which is testing, right, their will and perseverance right now. I heard a bunch of guys say that they were tired on the football field and continue to push through it. That's when you need a guy like Bosa, because I don't care how hot it gets, how muggy, how tired everybody is, he's just going to take it up one step, not another notch. So this is why they need him on the field. They're trying to fight through it, and then we'll see how much progress they made when they come out and how they play on Sunday.
And go back to last year, the joint practices with the Vikings in Eagan, Minnesota. Bosa was by far the best player on the field, he and Justin Jefferson, and they were voted that way. JJ, the number 2 overall player in the NFL top 100, and Bosa number 4. You know, what's amazing to me is Javon Hargrave was not voted in the top 100 of the best players in pro football. I mean, it's just amazing. I thought he had a better year last year than Aaron Donald, and right there with Chris Jones among the interior players. Nobody is talking about this guy at all. Maybe because he plays inside and he's not at end, I don't know. But he's kind of anonymous here, but he had a run stuff today against the Raiders where he got in the offensive backfield, and we saw him do it in Philadelphia. I know we got your thoughts when they signed him and throughout the OTAs, but now seeing him on the field, what do you think of Javon Hargrave, Dante?
Dominant. You're not going to hear a lot about him until the live bullets start to fly, right? There's only so many times where you can get your hands on a guy and throw him and have him roll up on one of your teammates' ankles or one of his teammates' ankles. So he's not playing at full force right now, because the way that he plays is a lot reckless, and somebody's going to get hurt. So this is how you want it. You want him to go under the radar right now. You want him to stay healthy, learn the proper techniques that they want to teach. But when the live bullets are going, you'll hear plenty of Javon Hargrave.
Dante, great stuff, man. We're looking forward to hearing you guys on Sunday, and we're looking forward to talking to you every single week, man. It's going to be fun.
A long winning season, guys. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
By the way, hey, by the way, we might as well ask you now. I know you're in Vegas right now. Are we going to be in Vegas in the second week of February? That's what I need to know. Do I need to plan?
Absolutely. Absolutely,
Yeah,
man.
that's what I need to know.
The only thing that really the 49ers have to worry about is health, right? They have the scheme, they have the coaches, they have the players, they have everything that they need. It's just about health. Can they stay healthy? Can they start fast? And if they can do both of those things, and also get Bosa in, I think that, not even think. I know that the 49ers will be representing the NFC in the Super Bowl in February.
And it's exactly 6 months from today. Today's August 11. The game is February 11. Allegiant Stadium, the home of the Raiders. And just one thought, because you were a 49er. I remember the Niners rolling into Napa against Jamarcus Russell and the Raiders in 2011, and it was a pick-a-palooza. I don't know how many times you guys intercepted him, but that got a little nasty. I thought after Charvarius Ward and Oren Brooks took down Davante Adams, we'd have something today. Dante, give me your thoughts on that play. What do you remember when it was the Niners and the Raiders, these joint practices, 12 years ago now? Wow.
Well, I remember that we definitely didn't like them. I remember that they tried their best to tame our defense. I do remember those things. To where we wouldn't take shots on guys. You can calm guys like Alden Smith and these guys down. But I do think that our 49ers teams couldn't practice against opponents because of the type of temperaments that we had back there. And this is what me and all the guys talk about on the sideline today. Frank Gore, Larry Grant, Deshaun Goldson. We just had a different set of guys, and I wish I could share the stories that we talked about on here, guys. I wish we could share, but we just really can't, right? And those crazy situations and crazy stories made us the players that we were. So I think that when it comes to the 49ers and Raiders, it'll always be that, that something there. I just wish that the players in practice would turn on that talking, chippiness, and physicality a lot earlier and not wait to the last 2 periods of practice. Because that's why the chippiness picked up, is because they started talking too late, right? So you don't really want that. If you're going to talk at the beginning of practice and we'll handle it in between the lines. So we'll see how it goes on Sunday, but yeah, it was a little chippiness, but they didn't really want to fight each other.
There you go. I like that insight. No stories? No clean stories?
Man, it's popping love.
Double
What's the
R.
FCC going to do to us? Give me a good story.
These are rated double R, guys.
Double R.
Double R.
I love it, man. You're
It's
the
good to
best.
see Frank Gore around the team, isn't it? He's
It is. It's good to see Frank. Good to communicate with him. He's in good spirits, right? And he feels great. He's glad that everybody from the San Francisco 49ers organization welcomed him back with such open arms. And he realized how important it is to find your next passion after football and have a smooth transition. So, so the 49ers are doing a really good thing of helping Frank, and then the knowledge that they're going to gain and the wisdom and the expertise is just astronomical. He's going to help this and be very valuable to the organization.
I'm glad you guys brought that up, because we were standing at practice last week, and you had Alex Smith and you had Frank Gore there, and I saw Boobie Dixon there, and you're there all the time. And
Joe Staley.
Yeah, Joe was out there. I mean, it blows my mind how fast time flies, because it just felt like you guys were on the field and we were watching you guys in camp, and there's, Alex and Frank standing right in front of us. I'm like, there's the quarterback and running back from 2012, 2011. I mean, it's crazy, isn't it?
And you could be saying, hey, there's that 2012 Super Bowl winning quarterback and running
That's
back.
right.
This is why we were supposed to get it done in the moment, right?
Yeah.
We can't go back and change it now, but the 49ers organization is top-notch, top class, and this is why they want the ex-players around when a lot of other organizations try to push them out the door and keep them away.
No doubt, man. All right, man. Have a good call. We'll talk to you on Sunday.
All right. Talk to you guys soon.
See you, man.
Thank you, Dante.
That is the great Dante Whitner. Good stuff.
5 yards away, John. 5 yards away.
They don't call a timeout. Frank might walk in, but oh well.
Yeah.
They threw it to Crabtree again and again and again. Oh well.
And he got held on 3rd and 4th down. So
yeah,
fair.
Jimmy Smith.
Yeah.
We had a good time though. I remember that. Or I don't remember that.
We did. The lights went out. That was wild.
That was totally wild. Oh man, that was Jacoby Jones kickoff return. I can't believe it. I just remember halftime going, okay, they're gonna be back. It's fine, no big deal.
Yeah.
Jacoby Jones had that kick return, and it was like, what in the hell? Wild.
Oh, he's fast.
He is. Or
really
was,
fast.
or whatever. All right, we'll get a report from you from the sidelines. You were out there today, and then we'll get the Raiders side of things and an update on Davante Adams with our good friend Paul G, who covers the Raiders for ESPN. We'll do that at the bottom of the hour. It's Pop and Lund on your Friday on the Sports Leader. Do I need to plan?
Absolutely. Absolutely,
Yeah.
man.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Take a stroll with Bruce Bochy down memory lane in his return to San Francisco as the Rangers are in town, the team he now manages. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I'm not on my desk right now. No. Hey, this is the franchise. There we go. Hey, this is the freaky franchise here. Big time Timmy Jim's office here. No one even calls me that. Hi, this is Tim Lincecum. If you leave your name, number, and a short message, I'll be sure to
Hey, big time Timmy Jim, what's up?
If you're unhappy with your greeting.
We're doing a poll today. I forgot to tell you about the poll. Pops in Vegas just finished up a practice, and we're going to get some insight into the second joint practice between the Raiders and the 49ers. But one of the big pieces of news, or maybe the biggest piece of news, and Paul G's not going to be able to join us at 12:30 because he's tracking it down, an injury to Davante Adams, and he's got to track that down, so he's not going to be able to join us at 12:30. So what we got is Tim Flannery at 1:15 and Matt Mayoko to wrap up a practice talk at 1:30, so don't miss that. But we did do a big poll, and then we'll find out what happened at practice today. And the key word here is beloved. Who is the most beloved figure of the Giants World Series championship teams? Of course, 10, 12, and 14. Here's the deal. Buster Posey, who's back in town, at 50%. Tim Lincecum, big time Timmy Jim, at 21%. Bruce Bochy, 15%. Madison Bumgarner, 14%. I predicted Bochy would win because of the heartstrings. Of course, I'm always wrong. And so Buster at 50% leads.
Well, I mean, as far as players, Buster had an equal contribution, I think, in all three, 10, 12, and 14. I mean, obviously, you think of big moments. You think of, the slam, Alpha Latos. But Buster caught, I believe, John, every single inning of every October they played. Did anybody ever get behind the plate? Hector Sanchez or anybody else? Benji was gone. I don't think they used any other catcher. Maybe in the 18-inning game in Washington? Did Buster catch all 18 innings in that game? I think he did. I think he did because he came back on the next game was a home game, and I remember I think it was a day game, and he made an error in that game, and I think people were saying it's kind of where they got into the change in the sleep patterns, whether you should fly right after the game or not. But I think he caught all 18 innings. So Buster was there for all of it, whether he had big hits or not, and certainly he was a valuable offensive player. But he caught every inning of every October game, so he was there. Tim was obviously the guy in 10, less in 12, and not at all in 14. Lincecum won something called the Babe Ruth Award in 2010, which is kind of like the hockey version of the Conn Smythe. He didn't win World Series MVP. He didn't win National League Championship Series MVP. They didn't have a Division Series MVP award and still don't, I don't think. But when you look at the entirety of the playoffs, Lincecum won the Babe Ruth Award. And then, Bumgarner had, obviously he pitched a big game to win in Arlington. In 12, he was out of the rotation for a while. He got all screwed up mechanically. They wound up bringing him back in against the Tigers. So he contributed all the way through. But then 14, he kind of put the whole, Tim was the franchise, the freaky franchise. What was Bumgarner in 14? He was everything. His performance was so epic. in the World Series, the entirety of the playoffs. It was amazing, and what he did in Game 7. And then Boch managed everyone. So the point is Lincecum early, not as much late. Bumgarner intermittently, still big in 10. Still, he won every year, but it wasn't the same as 14, where Bochy managed all those games and Buster caught all those games. So, but then as far as pure popularity, so Lincecum is outvoting Boch is what's going on right now, John?
Let me double check, because I had predicted Boch
Buster
just on
won.
the heartstrings, but
but it's not turning out that way.
ain't turning out. Yeah, they definitely are into Buster. Let me see who was second. Yeah, Lincecum is second, followed closely by Boch. So I understand that. I mean, I understand that. So
you know, what'd be nice is to have a freaky franchise, big time Timmy Jim sighting this weekend. What if he brings out the lineup card for the Texas Rangers tonight, not Boch? No, it's got to be Boch.
Yeah, it's got to be Boch. Yeah, I would think.
Has Tim come back at all?
Once.
For Boch's last game, was he there?
Back. Yeah, he came back.
Yeah, he came back.
And he got the biggest ovation by a mile.
Yeah. Is that the only time he's been back?
Yeah, and then he just turned into vapor again.
He can do what didn't you know that when he was pitching he would be like that?
Oh, yeah.
You could do your own thing. You can do your own thing.
Yeah. By the way, I meant to tell you this. Carlos checked in today, and I was told this actually before the show because you know that Tony Gemignani was in the building.
You're talking car ram?
Tony was, no, this is a different guy. He tweeted at me today.
Who's Carlos?
First of all, he's a guy tweeting at me or Xing at me or however you call it now. The X thing freaks me out because I always feel
he's musking you.
triple X. But so Tony Gemignani was in the building, the pizza guy today.
Tony's here?
And Carlos tells me, because I was talking about this earlier, let Papa know that he has a shop in Vegas called Pizza Rock LV near Circa. And you said you were near Circa.
I was
Pizza
at Circa
Rock LV. Must
I didn't
try.
know that before. Okay.
That's what he says.
And Gemignani owns that?
Apparently so. Yeah.
No, he's going.
And I was actually told that this morning. I didn't know the name of it, and then Carlos just hit me up with that.
You know, staying at Circa is Boucher, Waterboy.
Oh, really?
He's staying at Circa. He's staying there.
Is he at the pool and everything every day? Do you think? I don't
know.
would think. I mean, if you're staying at Circa, that's the whole thing, right? You're sitting in that pool watching sports on the giant TVs.
He's been there a few times. He actually was there when the Raiders and Niners played on Jan 1. Wow. He was there. So I go to the Las Vegas ballpark last night.
Oh, yeah.
They team me up, sitting behind home plate, and I get a text like in the, I think it was after the first inning, after Kyle Harrison had, I think it was a 7-pitch 1-2-3, bottom of the first. I get a text from Boucher saying, "Are you at the River Cats game tonight?" I said, "Look behind home plate."
Exactly. So some people know how to treat you.
He came and sat. Well, I just went there and sat there. I didn't have a seat there. We were up
what's
in the
going
owner's
on, man?
suite.
Is this Murph?
Yeah, go ahead.
Where was that from? The parade.
Yeah,
that was from
parade.
the Warriors Championship parade. That's right. I forgot about that.
That's amazing.
Anyway, we had fun. We drank a few beers last night. Drank a few beers.
And Harrison looked good, right? 39, only 39 pitches, but like you said, I think what was the ratio? He threw like 39 pitches, but only like 11
strikes.
balls or something. Yeah, exactly.
I think it was 29 strike. Yeah, but he was in the strike zone. And first of all, they had the full-blown ABS system, which I've been to, I don't know how many minor league games I've been to this year, 4, I think. 1 in San Jose, 2 in Sacramento, and now 1 in Las Vegas. Every one was on the weekend, though. So on the weekend, they don't use the automated balls and strikes. They use the challenge system. Last night, they used the ABS, and sitting behind the plate, we sat right next to the guy who was running it, and he gave me the full rundown. So it's amazing how quick it is. There are a few kinks in it. I'm not sure the technology's ready for the major leagues. But anyway, he was in the strike zone. The arm side command that he did not have when I saw him in May, his first 2 pitches of the warm-up, he pulled him. But he pulled him more glove side. So a left-handed pitcher would be into a righty, away from a lefty. The first 2. And then he got in the strike zone, the rest of the warm-up, and every pitch he threw, he's incredible. He just was banging strike after strike after strike after strike. He threw a lot. He looked like Shohei the other night. He wasn't throwing his fastball as much. He threw a lot. He has 2 different breaking balls, a slider and a curveball. The one thing he does is he drops down a little bit when he throws his breaking ball. You could see it. He just goes a little sidearm, a little 3/4, where when he throws his fastball, he's more over the top. So I thought he was
So he's
tipping
telegraphing
pitches.
it, huh? Yeah.
I could see it. I was like, "Whoa, what's he? He does that every time." But his breaking ball's so good at this level, he devoured guys. A lot of swings and misses. He was 10 up, 10 down. Wasn't close to walking anybody. Quick outs, and then he a right-handed hitter comes up and he shatters his bat all over the infield. Slow hit ball to Casey Schmidt playing short, and Casey took it on a backhand and just rushed it. He bobbled it. I think he felt he had to go fast because the ball was so slowly hit to him because of the broken bat. It made a bad error. And then the next batter has an opposite field. It wasn't even a line drive. It just got by Casey. It was pulled over to the middle, and then they come out of the dugout and they pull him. So he went, 3 1/3?
Yeah.
He got the first 10 outs. He gave up an error to Casey. Casey had a later play.
Wouldn't you want to see him work out of something like that, though?
Well, no, they got him on a pitch count.
Yeah.
They're nurturing. It's all, he was shut down for a long time with a hamstring. He can work out of it. He'd punch out the side.
That's what I'm saying.
The guy's
I'd
stuff
like
is
to
over.
see it.
Well, they know what they're doing, though. They're developing a pitcher for a long time. He's 21 years of age. He didn't play college ball. He's from Dela. He was shut down for a long time with a hamstring injury. How did he get a hamstring injury? Covering first base? I don't know. He only came back and started 2 innings in the Arizona League, and then his last start for AAA Sacramento, he walked the first 4 batters, and then he got back into the zone. They know what they're doing. The question now, the point is, he's got his arm side command. He's throwing strike after strike after strike. So now his 39 pitches enough. Could he throw 50 in his next outing? Maybe they want him to go one more at AAA, but he's not far away now. All that, those easy takes when I was sitting behind the plate in Sacramento on the Memorial Day weekend, he had so many where you thought, that's not even close. He did not have one of those last night. He was in the strike zone over and over and over again. And I saw 97 on the gun last night, maybe a 98. He was also throwing harder.
Was it toasty? Pretty toasty last night?
It was toasty.
By the way,
the weather here, first of all, the start time last night was like in the high 80s.
Right.
There's no problem with, that's the one thing when I moved to the Bay Area. You want to watch a baseball game at night, you want warm weather. And when the sun goes down, you can deal with it. So it wasn't 98, it was like 88. But that ballpark, and it's the best minor league ballpark I've seen. They put $100 million to build that. It's only 4 years away. Talking to the Aviator owner and all their support staff, what do they do if the A's do move down here? Do they keep playing AAA baseball and the A's play on the other night? I don't know how they would do it. Could the A's play there and expand the stadium?
You might have to.
But that's a beautiful stadium, and weather-wise, it was just gorgeous. You want warm weather when you're watching a baseball game.
By the way, I don't know a ton about ABS. I know a lot about IBS. You know what IBS is?
What's IBS?
That's irritable bowel syndrome.
Oh, you have that?
Yeah, I often have it during the show.
Okay. You having that now?
No.
Wow.
I'm feeling better today. Thank you very much. Coming up next, your full report from camp and the sidelines, including the latest on what's going on with Davante Adams. And we do have some reps going on, plus maybe some speculation on what's going to happen on Sunday. You'll be on the call with Tim Ryan, so we'll get into all those conversations. No Paul Gutierrez. I tweeted out Paul at 12:30. He's following up on the Davante Adams story, so Paul G's not going to be able to join us. But we will have Tim Flannery at 1:15, Matt Mayoko at 1:30. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
it's Greg Papa down in Las Vegas. 49ers and Raiders join practices, and I'm out of town, so who comes in studio today? Tony Gemignani, the world famous from Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. What did he bring in today? Not pizza. He brings in bagels. What? Does Tony Gemignani have bagels? I actually went to a great Jewish deli the other day at Circa. But in any event, Tony, come back when I'm in town and bring our staff the delicious pizza you have. Everybody knows about the New York style, Jersey, Detroit, New Haven, California, or St. Louis, but Tony has all the traditional pizzas as well, Neapolitan, Grandma, Sicilian pizzas, and he's got another restaurant on the North Beach besides Tony's, Capo's for Detroit style, Chicago deep dish, and cracker thin tavern style pizza. And apparently he's got one in Vegas near Circa, which I got to hit this weekend. So Tony Gemignani is a 13-time world pizza champion known for making the best pizza in the world. But next time you come to KNBR, bring pizza and not bagels. And the next time I'm back in the Bay Area, I'm going to get to one of his Slice House locations, and there are many across the entire Bay.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Stidham killed the play at the line. Now going to throw out left, and it's broken up by Charvarius Ward. Devontae had a flag came in.
Late.
They get Ward for a PI there as Devontae tried to make that signature one-hand catch. Was Charvarius grabbing the left hand is the question, the arm. After a pause, that official threw the flag.
Charvarius has got his eyes. As soon as Davante Adams runs the in cut, Charvarius Ward's got his eyes on the quarterback and has got his hands wrapped around his back.
You and Tim will have the call on TV on Sunday. At a 1 o'clock start. I know we're starting about 10 for the pregame show over on our sister station, 810 The Spread, so make sure you tune in there. We had Dante Whitner on earlier. Dante and Keena Turner and Fitz will have the call over there. You guys will be on the glitz and glamour of TV. So what'd you see today? Anything good?
Well, we came in with that play, and we played it earlier in the day. So the very first play of 11 on 11, it was Charvarius Ward, Mooney Man Ward against the great Davante Adams from Palo Alto and Fresno State and Green Bay Packers star, now a second-year Raider. And he got popped. It was the first play of 11 on 11. Jimmy Garoppolo was throwing it in cut to Davante, and Kerry Hyder Jr. was playing end over on that side and kind of read Jimmy's feet a little bit and took away the quick throw initially, but he's put his hands up, and then Jimmy pulled it back and had to throw it in the second window where Davante was clearing. I had a great look at it. I had the binoculars on it, and I saw Charvarius Ward just lay him out. He just dropped his right shoulder and just laid him out, and Orrin Burks was involved, talking to some 49er personnel that saw it from the other angle, including Tim Ryan. Burks got him from the other side, and Ward got him from the front side, so they kind of sandwiched him. He was down for a long time, and I didn't know if it was Davante. DeAndre Carter, the young slot receiver, went in motion towards that side, so it was hard to see who actually broke in. It was Davante, and he got laid out. He was down for a long time, and when you realized it was Davante Adams, you're talking about one of the great players in the league. So that's one thing you just don't want to have happen in these practices. Anybody get hurt, especially the Raiders. They don't have their running back, Jock Jacobs, but Max Crosby's their best player on defense, and it's not close, and then Devontae on offense. So I thought he got up and went back in for a snap or two, but not a lot. I'm not sure if he did go back in because now they're saying he's got a leg injury. Josh McDaniels, as I was leaving to get on the bus, he went right by me with Will Kiss and met the media, and the quote from Josh is, I don't think it was crazy serious, and it was a bang-bang play. But the big news today is that Davante Adams is out with a leg injury. It's his right leg that apparently got hit. I couldn't see the ground, John. It was more the collision you saw from up high, and Mooney man Charvarius Ward just dropped his shoulder and popped him and laid him out. So I don't know if maybe Burks rolled up behind him, but that was the big news today, is that Davante Adams got hurt in the second and final joint practice with the 49ers.
And then this is interesting, and it would be predictable as well, because Brock is not going to play on Sunday, and obviously Trey Lance and Sam Darnold are 11 on 11 reps. The report is that Brock Purdy had 39 of those reps. Trey Lance only had 5 and Sam Darnold 4. So obviously with Brock not playing Sunday, they wanted to get a lot of work for him today, and then Trey Lance and Sam Darnold will split the majority of the reps on Sunday.
Yeah, and I was sitting next to David Lombardi, and we were counting all the picks. Brock threw one early on 7-on-7 that actually got into Debo's face mask, and it kind of popped up in the air, and the Raider linebacker Robert Spillane intercepted it. And then he had a couple. He threw one right to Marcus Peters. So Brock had, I think, 3 total interceptions, and 2 were 11 on 11, 1 on 7-on-7. But I think that we had 6. Lombardi was counting them all and keeping his stats. But the 49er coaches had 8. Their quarterbacks threw 8 interceptions today. And I think 4 were on tip balls or juggled balls tipped by the defense or hit 49er players and went up in the air. So they got to be sharper. They were not sharp today. They were not sharp yesterday. The weather today, they were on the field, John, for a long time. Yesterday they were off the field by 10:37. Today it was closer to 11 o'clock, and it was way hotter today, way hotter. No wind, no cloud cover at all. You felt the Vegas heat right away when they got off the bus, so they went hard. So it's good work, obviously, to get it. And so how does that impact Sunday? I don't think anybody's playing. I don't think any of the starters. Just chatting with Kyle, I don't think the offensive line's going to play, any of them, including the young guys, the killer bees in the middle, McKivitz. Trent certainly won't play. He didn't have as many reps today against Max Crosby and Chandler Jones as he did yesterday. So this is going to be a day for the backups to play a lot of snaps. It's going to be important for them. I don't think the starters will play at all. And then as far as quarterback goes, I think you'll see a lot of Trey Lance on Sunday and some Sam Darnold and some Brandon Allen. But I think Sunday is going to be a Trey day.
Yeah, it was interesting. Just to kind of back up on what you said, and because there's 3 preseason games, not 4 anymore, so different teams will handle things different ways. Cleveland's going to start Deshaun Watson. There's going to be different things. We saw C.J. Stroud, who I thought looked like he needed a lot of work for the Texans. But I watched Texans-Patriots full yesterday, and I watched the Seahawks more because they're in the division against Minnesota. They didn't play anybody, plus they've got some injuries. But Drew Lock played, and they won 24-13. They were down 10-0 in that game. But Charbonnet, their second-round pick, played. Witherspoon, one of their first-round picks, was injured. They played Smith and Jigba, their wide receiver. He had 3 catches for 25 yards. Jordan Addison, first-round pick for the Vikings receiver, played. So I think some of the younger guys for some of the teams to just get some reps on an NFL field they're going to play. But like you said, by and large, they're just not going to play a lot of guys because one of the reasons they want to avoid injuries like what happened with Davante Adams today.
Yeah, and I watched both those games from start to finish. Seattle's young guys look good. And Jigba, Smith and Jigba's a player. They featured him on the first play of the game, where they dragged him across the formation. Sanjay Lal, their wide receiver coach, he didn't have a big gain, but he got open down the field. They're going to be good. Minnesota played well. Nick Mullins played well in the game. The one major difference here is the joint practices. And to me, this was just odd. Although it's happening more and more in the NFL. I know, the Jets and the Panthers had a joint practice before preseason week 1. The Lions and Giants had one. Who else, John? Miami and Atlanta, I think, had one.
Yep.
I've never been around a team that had a joint practice before the first preseason game. You typically do it after, in between the first and second. Like the 49ers went to Dove Valley in 19. They went to Costa Mesa in, what was that, 20 or 21? 21, I guess. And then last year they went to Egan with the practice with Minnesota. That was all after the first preseason game and into the second. This one's leading into the first one. So you're factoring in, you just had a joint practice. This is way harder than a game. So you're just not, it's going to be hard for these guys. Even the backups, and you have to go back and catch up, count up the number of reps the backups got. It was hot today. These guys worked hard. They got all the catapult system that are sewn into their jerseys. A lot of it will be the performance staff telling Kyle, you can't play this guy. We just got off the practice field, and then 48 hours later, we're going to play a preseason game, and it's going to be hot. I know they're, Legion's air conditioned, but it's going to be hot on Sunday. You just can't play these guys. So the difference is if you're going into a game with no joint practices leading into it versus a game like this one where you have joint practices. So I think based on the workload that the guys got today and yesterday, I think you just go through and eliminate guys and say those guys aren't playing. Well, they worked too hard on Friday and Thursday.
And it's exactly why they pulled all these guys out. Again, the snap count on 11 of 11s for Purdy was 39, Trey was 5, and Darnold was 4. So I would imagine that a lot of the guys, got pulled back.
Well, it's not. I mean, the media loves 11 on 11. They do other things besides that. The two teams kind of worked out by themselves for a longer time before they came together. There were a lot of drills, like, the one thing is Christian McCaffrey again. And the Raiders' stacked linebackers are just not very good. Matt Millen is there, watching me on Raiders TV. Robert Spillane, who they love Robert Spillane, and Devon Diablo. Diablo's a converted safety. They just don't cover. There was McCaffrey. Cook Spillane just got behind him easily. And then even Kyle Juszczyk, the fullback, ran an outcut against Devon Diablo and beat him badly. So it's not, the media likes all the numbers and the stats. To me, it's just ridiculous on a lot of these plays. You can't make it like a game situation. They're not taking guys to the ground. Even on pressure, it's not the same as a game. It's a practice. It's just different. And to even, have stats for it, I don't pay any attention to it. We talk about it on the show, but really I ignore it. But they got a lot of work in before. Just, when McCaffrey and the backs are running against, and whether it's not only their linebackers, it could be Mooring, the safety, or Epps, their other safety, the former Eagle. They couldn't cover McCaffrey at all. Quarterbacks are still getting work throwing the ball in those drills. So it's not like all Trey Lance did today was 5 snaps and, Sam 4. They're doing a lot more before they get to 11 on 11. But 11 on 11, they gave Brock a heavy workload. And for that reason, I think you're going to see Trey play a lot on Sunday, and then Sam a less amount on Sunday.
All right, a couple of things before we get to the foreplay at the top of the hour. We'll recap. We got some stuff from sounds from camp. Also, Bruce Bochy this morning with Murph and Mac. We'll play some of that for you. But Shams gave us a little insight into the NBA schedule, so we got to throw one thing at you from that as well. We got a little Christmas Day, how your Christmas may go, and we know who the Warriors are going to open against, and Chris Paul. Hello. We'll do that coming up next, and then your foreplay. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
You just heard it, Bruce Bochy. He joined Murph and Mac this morning to remember all the great times in the orange and black. He makes his return to Oracle Park with the Texas Rangers. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk? Of course you would. Or if you're going to be able to live the lifestyle you have always envisioned in retirement. For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give them a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. They're huge Bay Area sports fans. They love Bruce Bochy. I think they'll be there tonight when Boch comes back with the Rangers to manage against the Giants. And there's no cost or obligation to talk to Greg and his team. So call them right now, 866-496-2300. Or you could also visit online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, that's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hold up. My mom's in there.
Oh.
She about to go to work, though.
Hey, I know you don't smoke weed. I know this. But I'm gonna get you high today. Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do.
Does that sound like Dante Whitner's voice?
A little bit.
Sounds just like Dante.
You ain't got to do. That's funny. Chris Tucker and Ice Cube. Just a pitch in a Raider song. Ice Cube's cool. He's good. Coming up at after a
Al
full play.
Davis, John Madden, Greg Papa, Darren
right.
McFadden.
That's right. Respect
How far
on his
are we
name.
away from those days?
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
Well, you'll be treated with respect from now on in.
It's all right.
Top of the hour, we'll give you a foreplay, 1:15 for Tim Flannery, 1:30 for Matt Mayoko. Real quick before we get to the foreplay, a couple of things in the basketball world. First of all, our good friend Bob Myers reports right after the show from multiple outlets that he is possibly dotting I's, crossing T's on a deal to join ESPN. What do you think of that?
4-year deal. We talked about it. That kind of surfaced days after he retired. So I don't think he's going to be away from running a team for 4 years. I'm sure he's got an out clause. So I kind of knew it was coming. We all did. Great. I think he'll be great at it. I think there's, some people have done it in the NBA, and David Griffin, now running New Orleans and went up against Bob 4 straight years as the GM of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Did it briefly. I thought he was great at it. And then he walked away from it to go back to being a GM. So did they detail, John, what he's going to be doing? Is he going to be in studio? Is he going to be doing games, possibly? That would be interesting if he did games.
I heard studio. I heard he's going to be doing studio work and maybe even some contributions to their NBA show, which they are changing up. Mike Greenberg is out, and Malika Andrews is in.
She's terrific.
She is
She's
outstanding.
Great.
The one thing about Bob, and I love him to death, but you and I had him on a weekly basis, and he is tremendous, and he is smart, and he knows so many things, but he's very adept at saying a lot and saying nothing. So is he going to go on to ESPN and actually have opinions, hard opinions on what he's seeing out there? Or I wonder how he's going to do that, because that's not really what he does or did.
Well, that's not what his job required when he was the GM of a team, the president of the basketball operations. You don't want to say too much. No, I think he'll be forthcoming. The question is, does he want to make this his life's work, or does he want to go back to run a team? We've seen broadcasters. Pat Riley was good at it when he first did it. John Gruden was terrific at it, but John, pretty much complimented everybody. And you always felt like John's going to go back into coaching at some point. So I don't know what Bob's going to be. He's not going to be a hammer. He's not going to be on there with Stephen A-hole, putting people down. He's going to be tactful, but he'll make his point. It'll be fascinating to see, him comment and hear him comment on the Warriors, and, if something happens with Draymond during the course of a year, which it always does. So, Bob did. He's done a lot of things in his life. Obviously, after he left UCLA as a player and won a championship there, he was a player agent for Wasserman for a long time. So he's got great contacts with players, even guys that weren't Warriors. He's probably the most well-liked guy in the league. But he also was a broadcaster briefly with UCLA Radio. He was their analyst. So he has that background. So he's very telegenic. Obviously, he's good on TV. He's a great storyteller. I think he'll be as good as he wants to be. But when he was the president of the basketball ops of the Warriors, he had to choose his words carefully and not give a lot of information. But even then, John, he broke down. I've never seen a guy in his position in all sport emote the way he did. He broke down many times and cried. He cried to me on the air when Clay got hurt the second time, when they drafted James Wiseman that day. He broke down hours later and cried. He cried passionately the night Kevin Durant got hurt in Toronto. How many guys want to show that side of themselves? So I think he'll be honest. It's just the way he is. Where before, he had to protect what he knew with the organization, and he couldn't say everything. But I think he'll be a great broadcaster. It's a question of how long he wants to do it. And let's face it, TV pays a lot of money, but it's not going to pay as much money as being a president of a basketball operation somewhere. If Steve Ballmer wants to, lure him back with the Clippers, what kind of money would that job pay? So we'll see. But that's kind of something we thought he would go into. I thought he may take a year off and do nothing, but Bob's gonna jump right into it immediately, and we'll see how long he does it for.
And then the other things that came out from a basketball standpoint yesterday, in addition to Bob Myers joining ESPN, Shams came out opening night for the NBA, October 24th on TNT. Lakers at this is still weird, world champion Nuggets, and the Suns, Chris Paul's old team. And
Kevin Durant,
their new team, and Kevin Durant finally, if he's healthy, in front of Warriors fans, which he's never done since leaving the team. Suns at Warriors and Chris Paul.
Wow.
So there you go. That's Lakers at Nuggets, Suns at Warriors. I'll go out on a limb here. Nice job, NBA. That's a nice opener.
Well, I guess it's Chris Paul's Warrior debut, but the story is Durant. Durant has never played at Chase Center with fans in it. Never played in there, period. Even during the pandemic. So this will be amazing. Let's just hope Durant, he thought it was going to be this year, then he got hurt. Let's just hope. And, from the Phoenix side of it, although, Paul's played for so many teams in his career, you think of him mainly with the Clippers and then Houston, but he did most recently with Phoenix. So that is great scheduling on opening night. And then Christmas is going to be jammed, John.
I like Christmas,
too. We've got the 49ers and Ravens playing a Sunday night football, not a Sunday night, Monday night, I guess that would be, right?
Yeah,
Christmas on a Monday this year?
Yeah.
But 49ers and Ravens are playing Christmas night. The Warriors always play on Christmas. What time are they tipping off?
So I guess they're going to lead everything off. Warriors at Nuggets, Celtics at Lakers, Bucks at Knicks, 76ers at Heat, and the nightcap being the Mavericks at the Suns. So how about that?
Well, that's the late game. That's the 7:30. So what window are the Warriors at? Warriors at Nuggets, the defending NBA champions. Probably at 2 p.m. our time would be 5.
That is correct.
5 o'clock to the nation on the East Coast. So how's that for a back-to-back? Warriors, Nuggets in Denver at 2, and then 49ers, Ravens from Levi's at 5 something around then?
Yeah, exactly right.
Wow.
Let me get the exact time there. But
wow.
But yeah, I mean, I would say that that's a pretty good day if you're a sports fan in the Bay Area. You're taking on the champs, and then got a little bit of Ravens and 49ers. So
what other NFL games what other NFL games do we have on Christmas?
Let me check that. I
think that's the third game of a triple header.
Yeah, it is a triple header. I know that.
Ravens.
Here's what you got. You got Raiders at Chiefs is the early game. Raiders at Chiefs. And then you got Giants and Eagles, which should be a big game. And then Ravens, 49ers. I mean, think about that. The slate that we just told you, so Raiders at Chiefs, Giants at Eagles, Ravens at 49ers, and then you're intertwining that with the Christmas games we just mentioned from the NBA, including, obviously, Nuggets and Warriors. That's pretty good.
So
watch your eggnog
So Raiders
intake.
and Chiefs, and the Raiders still, they're still on local TV in the Bay Area. That's a great matchup forever and ever. The Hatfields and the McCoys.
That's at 10 a.m., yeah.
The Raiders and Chiefs. So what will outrate? Now, the Eagles late in the year by Christmas, that game, when the 49ers game that night could determine who's the number one in the NFC.
It's late.
So the Warriors will outrate them. But the Eagles and the Giants, you said?
Yeah, Eagles and Giants.
Well, nationally, Eagles and Giants will crush them. The NFL will win all 3 rating spots. But I wonder in the Bay Area, because they'll kind of kick off Philadelphia and the Giants maybe a little bit earlier than Warriors and Nuggets, but they'll go up against each other for a chunk of the day on Christmas. I wonder in the Bay Area which game will rate higher, because that'll be a big game for the 49er fans, and obviously the Warriors are playing the Nuggets.
Yeah, well, that's good. What a day. You got to watch your booze intake. You can't be passing out early on that whole thing. Not too much eggnog. You got to watch it, because 10 a.m. Raiders and Chiefs, and that goes all the way through the Niners at night, and you got a bunch of NBA games in between. That's pretty good.
It'd be hard for us. We got to get ready for a football game at night.
Jeez. Yeah, that's going to be a day.
Could have to tape the Warrior game.
That's going to be a day.
Could have to TiVo it. Do I still have my TiVo machine?
No, not anymore.
I'm going to cancel DirecTV. What do I need DirecTV for? We don't have Red Zone on DirecTV.
I know. Isn't that wild? It's crazy.
Wild.
All right, let's get to it, and then we'll get to Tim Flannery at 1:15. It is your foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we're going to go heavy Boch here because he was on with Murph and Mack, and we want you to hear all about Boch. We'll give you an update on the poll as well, which involves Bruce Bochy as he returns with the Rangers tonight at Oracle. Here is Boch on Murph and Mack this morning on if he plans to do anything special before today or tonight's game.
Well, I'm going to walk by. I'm going to go down Second and go right by where I lived here for 13 years, right across the street from the ballpark. So that's going to be pretty cool to make that walk again. And in fact, I think I'm going to go in the home side just for old time memories.
I love it.
That's going to be cool. And there's nothing like being on that rail, as I said my last day, looking up, seeing the fans and everything. It's going to be pretty cool.
I just love how he talks. I don't care if it's Charlie Brown's teacher. Well, go walk where I've lived for 13 years. And
well, Wody did a good Boch. I want to hear Flan's Boch, but he lived right across the street from the ballpark.
Yeah.
The entire time he was here. John Miller's moved downtown. Mike Kruko's down there. But he lived right across, so he would, win or lose or draw, he'd go out and get a libation after. And walking in on the home side is interesting. I think he goes into the manager's office in the Giants clubhouse and says, Cap, what is this booze cart you got in here?
He might like that.
We got to go in after and have a cocktail after. So Felipe Alou's office was cool. I don't think I was ever in there when Dusty managed. Maybe. Felipe's was cool. Bochy's was cool, but Cap has got a different vibe.
Cap is like Ron Burgundy. He's got leather-bound books. He's got a black leather couch. He's got a look at me booze rack, which I'm very envious of. And then when he does the interviews, he kind of lays back into but he sits back into the couch and just gets very comfortable and just kind of, it's definitely different than Boch. There's no question.
I wonder what Cap is thinking today. Obviously, he's got to manage against a great lineup and a first-place team. And they're going to throw John Gray with that lineup, so this is tough. But what a tough assignment to follow Bruce Bochy in San Francisco. I mean, it's part of me wonders, why Farhan felt the need to do it. Was it just the analytics? And
that's his guy.
Right?
Cap,
but Boch, well, he could have managed. Boch clearly wanted to continue to manage. I don't know. Going back then, he had the heart issue. He had the stents put in a couple of times. I don't know. Flan will talk to it. Maybe Boch needed a little bit of a break, but he never said he was going to retire. He always gave the thought, and the organization did bring him around. But beyond, your guy or that guy, why he felt the need. And Boch, he lost. He had a 98 loss year at the end, and he did manage Farhan's first team in 19, but you just wonder what the real story was. There ever consideration to keeping Bruce Bochy on and not moving on and hiring Cap?
I think that they wanted a fresh start. They wanted a new start. They wanted their guy, especially the way that things are done nowadays with, I think, the front office running things, and it's nothing against Gabe Kapler. It's just this is what we want to do, and they're in alignment, and they had worked together with the Dodgers. I think that was all of it. And
Boch can't run a game that way. He runs the game pretty well.
No, I think
I don't know.
Believe me, you're preaching the choir in that regard. It's just I see why they did it. It's like in any business, you want your guys in there, and I think that's.
Well, I think that's why when Sandy Alderson, got rid of Bochy in San Diego, and that was clearly Sandy. And people don't realize, Billy ran things. Sandy ran things too,
right?
Especially at that stage. And Boch tells a story in Flan. We won't get into it now because it's all about his homecoming. But there were many days when, Boch was in his office at 3 o'clock in San Diego, and one of Sandy's minions came down and said, "Here's your lineup tonight, Skip." And Boch was like, "What?" I make my own lineup. So there's some of that. But Bochy adapted over time, and, he's still able to manage the modern game. Look at the job he's doing this year. He's probably going to be the top 2 or maybe win the American League Manager of the Year. I just wonder what the real, it's your point about, a new administration with Farhan and you wanted to move on, but do they really have a need to move on? They he had a long run here, 13 years. Sometimes the message gets stale, but the players were also brand new as well. You just wonder what they were in such a hurry to get rid of him for.
Fire and smoke.
for that guy. I've got another coffee review. Here's Boch talking about managing in the other dugout. How strange that might be.
Yeah, I do. And I tell you, I've had some rough games in that other dugout. Bonds and Richard Really, JT Snow, all those guys, and those great Giant teams you had. But yeah, I've been there. It's kind of funny. Here it is happening again. I didn't think it would happen again, to be honest. It took 3 years off, but here I am, and I'm having a blast. So I'll say that I'm doing what I love to do. I'm in a great place, really good people, and it's all about being where you want to be as far as doing what you want to do, and that's managing a baseball team. And I thought, well, when I retired, that's what I did. I retired, but 3 years went by, and got the urge and got a call, and here I am.
You know what's interesting about that cut? He said at the beginning, and so some people may have missed it, but he said, I'm not sure I thought I was going to be here again. That's interesting. I
don't think he thought he wasn't going to get hired. Another reason why, and he did manage the Padres, obviously, for 7 years, 2000 through 2006, against the Giants at Third and King. So he's been in that other dugout a lot. I think a lot of it also was, John, the money. I mean, Bochy was making big money. Joe Madden's no longer managing. Mike Scioscia, Joe Torre, the big money guys were kind of being moved out. And, what was Bochy making his last year in 2019 versus what did Cap make his first year in 2020? It may have been like $5 million a year versus $1 million a year.
Right.
So I think part of the reason we thought, and Dusty's hanging on, Dusty thought he was out, that he would never get a chance to manage again. The line was the manager is the middle management guy. The GM runs the team. The manager just runs the game. We can get anybody to do that. That's not so hard. So, I mean, what is Bochy making to manage the Rangers?
Good question.
We thought they wouldn't pay these managers that kind of money again. Is Bochy making the same money now that he made when he managed the Giants?
I would imagine that he probably is, only because I don't think he would have came back, and I'm sure that him and Chris Young have an understanding of a middle ground between the analytics and the way that Bruce probably wants to manage the team. And I think sometimes that's overblown, the analytics. Everybody has analytics, but I think that Bruce Bochy probably has more autonomy to manage the game in Texas the way he sees it versus what Gabe Kapler does. I think, like you said, I think it comes down from the top. These are the situations. They go over it before the game. This is what's going to happen. Whereas in Bochy's case, I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but I do think that if there's a certain situation and Bruce wants to go with his gut, I think he probably has more leeway to do it than what Gabe Kapler does. I could be wrong.
And he knows Chris Young. I mean, Flan will talk of Chris Young pitched for Boch when he was in San Diego. And the Ranger ownership, they have deep pockets. They signing DeGrom and the money they laid out. Hell, that one-off season, John, Simeon and Corey Seager, how much money do they spend? That's the most expensive double play combination in the history of baseball. So their owner has deep pockets. But I got to look up and see, because what he was talking about, I wasn't sure I was going to come back. They were devaluing managers in baseball. They were running the guys that have won World Series and made big money all out. They were just being eliminated, and they hired all these young guys and were paying them like 20% what they paid them. But I got to look up and see exactly what Bochy's making.
All right, Tim Flannery's going to join us coming up next. Of course, Boch's right-hand man for years and third base coach, and one of our favorites is going to join us to talk some Boch stories. We'll do that coming up next. Bottom of the hour, back out where you are to Vegas. Matt Mayoka will give his thoughts on what he has seen from the two joint practices plus what we may see on Sunday. So Maddie at 1:30. But Tim Flannery next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan, he refuted perceived criticisms of Jimmy Garoppolo at the end of the 2022 season. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's 73 degrees every night there. We have a beautiful venue. Clubhouse is unbelievable, 40,000 square feet. So, we're lucky in that respect. I don't know how the guys did it in the old ballpark. Pudge catching every day, makes you appreciate what they did even more. But I'm enjoying the Dallas area now. Just making my home there during the season. I'm still, south of Nashville. We have a lot of family out there, and still have a son in San Diego, and so I move around quite a bit. I came out here, as you know, last year a couple of times. It's always good to be back in the Bay Area. This weather, you guys really did as well. It's perfect, and there's just something about when you land in the Bay Area. It's like Florida. I grew up in Florida, or spent my latter years there. And that Seminole wind or something, you knew you were in Florida. Well, when you land here, you're in the Bay Area. And just the sounds and the smells of the city, I'm really enjoying it.
There's Bruce Bochy this morning with Murph and Mac. He's back with the Texas Rangers, and they're really good, part of the a tough schedule for the Giants coming up this month. But, of course, we're going to celebrate Bruce Bochy and then hope that the Giants can sweep the Rangers, but his right-hand man and third base coach and our friend for many years, Tim Flannery. Let's talk some boats with Tim, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Flan. How are you?
You guys doing?
Oh, we're doing great, man. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Just taking care of my mother, playing some music, and hanging out with family down here in San Diego for a few days.
Good to hear your voice, my friend, and I know this is going to be a special night. So, obviously the years in San Diego when you work with them and in San Francisco, but as players, you've known them longer than anybody, I think, going back to '83 when he came over from the Mets and the Astros before. Just tell me about your association, the first time you met Bruce Bochy, Flan.
Okay, I hope nobody's listening because this is going to be crazy.
Give me all the stories.
Well,
we want it.
Yeah, we used to have this thing called the Fun Run. We started our spring training 100 years ago with the Padres was back in Yuma, Arizona, and we'd always come to Scottsdale and Phoenix for about 10, 15 days during spring training. So on St. Patty's Day, whoever was the free agent, whoever came over, we pointed to them and say, okay, you have to pay for the Fun Run. So all of us would get in an RV. We'd rent an RV, had a professional driver. We had shirts made, and we would go to a lot of the bars in the Phoenix area, Scottsdale area. And that's how we met Boch. He got traded like overnight from the Mets, and we came out of our second bar, and we had limousines that night. And Boch is sitting in the back seat of the limousine with that big old smile of his, and he just said, you guys aren't going to party without me. And we kind of started then, and it just ended a few years ago.
Never ends.
Oh, that's a great story, man. So why is it? Go ahead.
I played with him. We played 5 years together in San Diego, and then when he went and started managing in the minor leagues and managed his way all the way up. And then a few years later, when I got through playing, I managed all at every level in the minor leagues. And that was his thing. If you didn't ride the buses and if you didn't go down to the minor leagues and actually learn how to coach and learn how to manage and learn how to deal with the younger player and what their needs were, you weren't going to be hired. And he really did kind of demand that from his coaches. So it was great to be able to go do the process of learning how to coach third, because when you're managing in the minor leagues, you're coaching third, and that really allows you to learn how to do it because you're doing it for reasons. As a manager, you know what the other club's going to do as well. So to be able to hook up that relationship and go through all of our years, I've been to 5 World Series with the guy, and been through a lot of things over the years. And I just talked to him not too long ago. He's so excited, and he caught all the fish in Half Moon Bay yesterday, and he ate them. So it'll be a great night. I know he's really feeling feeling great about the whole thing.
That's really cool. Tim Flannery is joining us. Why is it, though, that you two guys clicked so well?
Well, I think because we were both bench players. We were all utility guys. He was a backup catcher, and I was a utility player. I mean, I played every day a few years, but, back when they had a pitcher hitting and number 8 hitters, double switches, and all of that, having somebody like myself, I was a left-handed hitter, so I could come off the bench and play second, short, and third, do, second, coming in as double switches. And we just always hit it off. We always were together, and we had a handful of us. It was like Andy Hawkins, Greg Nettles, Goose Gossage, and Boch, and myself. We would spend a lot of time together off the field as well as on the field, and we developed a great relationship. We've over the years I've been through a whole lot. Like I said before, the guy fired me, and then he also hired me back when it was time. When I had as he says, I needed a little rest, a little time out, and it's true. And I just got off the phone and I said that to him. He goes, "Are you there tonight? Because I'd put you at third if you're there tonight." And I'd go, I'd still jam him in, but I'm not coming tonight. But I just want him to enjoy the moment because I know there's a lot of love on the Bay Area for him, and there's a lot of gratitude from Boch as well as myself and anybody that who went through all of that with the great ownership and the great front office and the amazing players and the amazing fans that they have in San Francisco.
Well, you may not be there physically, but you're always there spiritually, emotionally, everything. I mean, you're the guy. And we were talking to Wody earlier, and Wody, interviewed with Savy Sabes when they hired Boch that off season, and they wound up, the thing with Sandy Alderson in San Diego, and they hired Bochy here. But you came. He had a staff here. Felipe had a good staff here. Dusty had the staff before. But he wanted you to come, and like he said tonight, I want you to coach third. He was coming, and you were going to coach third. So when you guys came together in 2007, and you had a lot of great coaches on that staff, what was it like to walk in there with Boch and manage the Giants after all those years being a Padre, Flan?
I just heard the story from Larry Bear a few months ago when he said that one of the things that he requested was he wanted to bring one coach. He needed one coach because we loved that staff up there. We knew that coaching staff. And so I just heard that. And for him to say, hey, I got to have him, that meant a lot to me. But we did go through some things because we were coming, our job really was to come in after Bonds, and Barry stuck around a year, so that was great to be a part of that. But we were kind of brought in to start a ball club and put a club together and kind of grow them together. So we went through some tough times off the top because we had to rebuild. And for the first 3 years, we would hear it. We had no place to go because in San Francisco, the folks up there thought, all we did was play. We were in San Diego. So after games, we weren't doing well off the top because we had to rebuild. We were hearing, go back to San Diego, go back to San Diego. Then when we come down here to play the Padres, we hear, you guys are traitors, you guys are traitors. We didn't have no place to go. So in 2010, when we beat the Padres and eliminated them on the last day of the season to win the division, before we partied in the clubhouse, he grabbed me by the neck and brought me into his manager's office and hugged me and just said, we finally got a home. So that was kind of cool. It was like a couple Mavericks. We finally got a place, One quick story I got to tell, because that same year, 2010, we have that amazing run where we go 30-10 out the door when we were 7.5 games back in August. We went 30-10 through the playoffs and the World Series. We're flying back from Texas, and about 3 o'clock in the morning, we're still flying back, and we're just beat up and just exhausted but exhilarated. He and the World Series trophy was in the first class cabin where the coaches were, and he gets me in a dark little cubby there where the flight attendants are, and he hugged on me, and he goes, look at that thing. He's pointing to the World Series trophy. He goes, look at that thing. I only needed that one right there. I only need that right there. One time's all I need. I go, and now that I know what I know, and he needs it every year. He's never pleased with just one. So to be able to watch that whole thing and how he made adjustments with the different types of personalities and the different teams that came through, he really has a great feel and a great passion and love for what he does.
Tim Flannery's joining us. We're celebrating Bruce Bochy. He returns with the Rangers tonight against the Giants right here on the Sports Leader. Flan, I don't know if there's a story or something that can encapsulate why it works for him, why he's so good, because not only did you guys have so much success, but then he goes to Texas and takes a team that had a hell of a lot of potential, but all of a sudden they're the hottest team since the All-Star break, hottest team since the trade deadline. Why does it work for him?
Well, it works because it had to be the perfect setup. It had not the perfect setup. It had to be an organization that was willing to adapt to what he needs. I know that was in San Francisco. That was waiting on him. You had Saves. You had the old school guys up there, the older coaches that have been around. It was the magic time. I know that was one of the reasons he took the job in Texas, because Chris Young, the pitcher that played for him, is the general manager, and he promised Boch to, hey, we're going to keep the analytic thing at bay. We're going to let you go with your gut and do what you do. So it really was a perfect spot for him. And he didn't mind Texas. He played in Houston for the Astros a few years, and it just seemed like it was a perfect fit because the team was also not rebuilding. It was a team that had some great talent, and now they've actually added to the pitching, and their offense is amazing. So it's a he wasn't going to go through another youth movement. That took years to put that together. But I just think he remembers how hard the game was to play. He understands how to manage people. And when you're talking about managing people, you're talking about, some of these players come in and they've got their own ego and a lot of time their own agenda, and they all got 700,000 followers on social media. One bad tweet can start a fire, and next thing you know, you got players upset at each other. He had these rules that he knew that needed to be done, and what he would do is he'd bring in the veteran core guys, the Busters and the Craws, and and those guys would be the police out in the clubhouse. They would be the ones that dictated what rules they want to follow, what rules were needed, and they got the job done. And he just has a way of getting the most out of people by letting them be themselves.
And he was away from the game, and now he is managing a first-place club. But had he not come out of retirement to manage the Texas Rangers, Flan, we'd be talking about this offseason, Bruce Bochy going into Cooperstown and being a Hall of Famer. That's going to have to be delayed now. So I know he went into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame bash-off in 2021. But let's say Bochy picks you, and you're the one that has to introduce him to Cooperstown immortality. Maybe you want to do it via one of your crap songs, your country meets rap, and write me a song.
Country rap is
give me a 2-minute just riff. If you had to tell the world, Tim Flannery, why Bruce Bochy is a Hall of Famer, how would you put it to pen?
Oh, man, I can't just come up with that stuff. That was...
Sure you can. I've seen you do it. I've seen you do it. I know you can do it.
I know, but it's all thought out. I'm tricking people, But
I know.
He comes to he's come to some of the gigs. I even brought him up on stage one time. I was playing down here at the Performing Arts Center. That was a treat. His rhythm is a lot better managing than it is on stage, for sure.
That's awesome. By the way, I'm watching your guy Jake Peavy's on MLB Network right now. Speaking of, man, that's crazy.
He's
good on
so
TV.
Great.
Yeah,
he's doing so great. He's just, sometimes guys just go to another level. I was with him not too long ago when he was inducted down here. He was in San Diego's Padres Hall of Fame, and he called afterwards, and we chatted and hung out a little bit. He's doing great.
He's a great guy. So what's
how
happening?
You doing, brother?
Yeah.
You in good health? I'm always thinking, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing so great, Pops. It's so great to hear your voice. You know, I'm listening to you do all the other sports and how great you are. It's amazing you keep doing it. And, I'm doing great. I'm down here. Most of the time I take care of my 91-year-old mother, but I'm also out playing a handful of shows when my little brother takes over and I take off. So I'm going to be up September 3rd. I'm playing the Hot Month Concert Series in Novato. And September 2nd, I'm in the Kumba Theater in Santa Cruz. So our two favorite Bay Area shows I do in a few weeks. And I'm working my way up the coast to play in a few shows to get my rhythm together with my boys and my band before we hit the big time up there in the Bay Area.
Very cool.
It's Labor Day weekend. We're free that weekend. We got to come hang. I'm coming to that show.
10th year. Please, it's our 10th year. And I promise I won't bring you up on the stage or do anything stupid like that.
No, I want you to.
Exactly.
I want you to. You know me.
I'm
like Boch, though.
Okay.
I don't have any rhythm. I don't have any rhythm at all, but I'll fake it.
No, you got nothing but timing. You're the best, one of the best teachers I've ever had. Thank you.
You're the best. Flan, thank you so much for the fun, man. We appreciate it. It is always tremendous to hear your voice. Best to you.
Thanks for having me, you guys. I really miss you. I love you all. Thank you, San Francisco. Have a great time tonight with the skipper.
It's going to be fun, man.
Love you, brother. The one and only.
And that made me feel good. That's great to have Tim Flannery on, man. He's the best. That was very cool. Tim Flannery, man.
Couldn't write a crap song for us on the fly about his guy Boch?
He'll call you.
He had no words?
He'll call you back in a minute, leave you a message. You probably could do it. Yeah, there's no doubt. So if you missed any of that, if you missed the interview, go to KNBR.com. I'll have that up shortly for you. All right, Matt Miyoko is going to finish everything up with us. Obviously, he's down there in Vegas with you, and he's going to tell us the two practices, the two joint practices, what he saw from everything. We get an update on some injuries. Devontae Adams had one today as well, and we'll look ahead to Sunday, what he expects to see. We'll do it with Matty Miyoko, our 49ers insider, next, only here on the Sports Theater.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Today I was scanning the internet and I saw that one of the major storylines in the entire NFL this season is who's going to be the 49ers starting quarterback. I still can't believe that this narrative is out there, that there's competition for the job. Kyle Shanahan said on day one of camp that Brock Purdy would take all the 49ers first team reps, and that's the way it's been. In fact, before his first practice, I tweeted out that this was, or X'd out, threaded out, whatever, that this was going to be the day that Brock Purdy reclaimed his starting job. And people acted very surprised that I'd go out on the limb. Folks, it's not going out on the limb. Brock Purdy's the starter. He'll be taking the first team reps in the 49ers practice against the Raiders. He's not going to play on Sunday. In fact, he might not even play the entire preseason. So the competition is really for the number 2 job. And folks, those are the damn facts.
Joe Friday.
Okay, we have to explain something because that's a funny line. Those are the damn facts. And then if you watch the video, you're at the Hoover Dam, right? So the damn facts, and then you show the dam.
Oh, got it.
That's why that's funny. Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports, Mayoko NBCS is what you follow him at. Of course, the 49ers Talk podcast. He's our 49ers insider. And he joins us courteous to the Uma guest line. Well done there. I like that.
Well, thing I'm taking the slow bow right now. I'm relishing the fact that made it onto KNBR. I cannot believe it. It took me I was walking across that bridge, looking at the dam, and I was like, oh, I got to tape something. But it did surprise me, and I was referring to something that was on the PFF website. Mm-hmm. Where they were recapping, or not recapping, they were kind of previewing the big storylines of the NFL offseason, and their number one storyline was who's going to be the starting quarterback for the 49ers. And I'm thinking, are we just not doing our jobs? Are we not, telling people what's going on? Or people just not listening? I mean, I can't fathom that anybody out there would think that there's a competition for the 49ers starting quarterback job.
Yeah, I mean, on social media, it's rampant. Everybody has an opinion on this, and I'm with you. I think it's not close, and then the real competition is for the backup. But Brock did struggle today a little bit. You had him on the field for 39 plays, as well as 6 plays, 7 on 7, 39, 11 on 11. I'm talking to Brian Greasy. I think he had the 49er quarterbacks throwing 8 interceptions today, not 6. And Brock had at least 3. One was a tip ball and 7 on 7 into Debo's face mask that Spillane, the linebacker, took for the Raiders. But overall, how would you categorize Brock Purdy's day just today, Matt?
It was probably he probably made more throws down the field than I'd seen him. He probably connected on 4 or 5 20-plus yard throws, but then the turnovers. So it was a little bit of both. It was, anytime you have turnovers in a game, it's costly. It swings the outcome of the game. On the practice field, it's not as costly, but it's probably every bit as alarming as as in a game, because you don't want those to carry over. But I don't know why all those occurred. It still looks like he's throwing the ball well. Maybe he's not back to where he was when he finished last season, or at least the last play where he was healthy of last season. And so, there's more passes being thrown into traffic. Obviously, the 49ers aren't game planning, so you don't have the guys running wide open to take advantages of plays they've set up or vulnerabilities in the defense that Kyle Shanahan sees. So, it's a little bit different from a regular season when they are, playing specifically for the opponent. I think you would be I don't know if there'd be any concern about it. I don't think so. And I think, anybody who is saying, oh my gosh, that's it, season's over, maybe there should be a quarterback competition, maybe there should be a quarterback controversy. I think that's completely irrational. But yeah, I'm sure it gives them a lot to look at to see exactly why those plays occurred, and some of them might be on the receivers, and some of them might be on the reads, and some of them just might have been really good defensive plays. So there's probably a mixed bag of a lot of different things.
Matt Maiocco is joining us, and Pop down there in Las Vegas as well, getting ready for the 49ers and the Raiders on Sunday. So as Pop pointed out, 39 reps on the 11-on-11 for Purdy, 5 for Lance, 4 for Darnold. So there's not a competition for the starter, but there certainly is for the backup. So with those reps in mind, what do you expect to see on Sunday? How much Darnold, how much Lance, and do you have a thought on who may start and if that even matters?
Yeah, I don't think it matters at all, but my guess is that Trey Lance would start the game. More than anything, just kind of as a courtesy. I mean, he's the one who's been here for 3 years. I mean, if I were to guess, I would think that Trey Lance would play the first half and Sam Darnold would play the second half. Today, I mean, the last 2 practices were Brock Purdy's game. You know, he got, 68 snaps of 11-on-11 football. So that's basically a full game's worth of practice of snaps. So today they really dialed it back for the backups. I mean, pretty much every period they did. You know, a lot of times in these practices, you have 2 practices, joint practices. You have 2 practices going on at once, where on one field you have, say, the 49ers offense against the Raiders defense, and on the other field you'll have the Raiders offense against the 49ers defense. I'm not sure exactly why they worked it this way. There's a lot more downtime in these 2 practices than I've ever seen before. Maybe it had something to do with kind of built-in contingencies because of the heat. But they were only working one field today. And so when the 49ers offense was out there, the Raiders offense and the 49ers defense were resting. And then they would flip it. And so it was, for the 49ers, it was almost entirely, those numbers you cited, almost entirely the first unit. And why? Because they're not going to suit up for the game on Sunday. The Sunday, they'll turn it over to the backups, the guys fighting for roster spots, the lower half of the 90 men on the 90-man roster will be playing. So this was very valuable work for Brock Purdy to get all those practice snaps in back-to-back days.
You know, going into training camp, Matt, there really are not a lot of battles for starting spots. I mean, it's pretty much clear. I think Oren Burks is going to win that linebacker spot next to Fred and Dre. You could pretty much write in who's going to be the starting 11 on offense and the starting 11 on defense, and even the sub packages. But when you get to special teams now, there's a major injury. Ray McLeod had a fracture of his left wrist Tuesday in practice. I think he had surgery today. He's going to be out 8 weeks, and we're 4 weeks away from Sunday of starting the season. So he'll begin the year on short-term IR, and he'll miss probably 4 games to start the year. He would have made the team as a wide receiver and a kick and punt returner. So that injury opens up many different jobs here. So going into this game on Sunday, who are some of the guys we should keep an eye on to fill the Ray spot, both as a wide receiver and a kick and punt returner?
You know, when we talk about what can occur in Sunday's game, that is it right there. Because I don't think anybody's going to win a job. Nobody's going to lose a job based on what happens Sunday. But if the 49ers put out a rookie punt returner and he has a difficult time tracking punts from an NFL punter and he looks shaky back there, then the 49ers are going to have to either move on to the next guy or maybe go out there and try to find somebody who has that capability. And that's something that probably wouldn't occur until, after the final cuts. So I think the first guy up is Ronnie Bell. Ronnie Bell has looked a lot better as a receiver here in the last week. I was talking to him after practice today, and he said the biggest adjustment for him actually has been the responsibilities in the run game. So when he breaks the huddle and it's a running play, he says his head has been swimming as far as, okay, what is the run play? What are my responsibilities based on how the defense lines up? And he said that's been the most difficult part for him. So I would be really surprised, looking at how he's played, that I'd be surprised if he weren't on the 53-man. Now I think this pretty much guarantees it, that he will be on the 53-man and he gets the first crack at seeing if he can return punts. And then, another guy to keep an eye on is Deshaun Jameson, someone who's opened some eyes, bit of an undersized cornerback, undrafted, but really battling for a spot on the team. I would imagine he'll get some opportunities as well. But I really think that it's Ronnie Bell's job to lose. And he might not be able to win the job on Sunday against the Raiders, but he certainly can lose it. And he's looked very good fielding punts in practice. He looks comfortable. He didn't do it a whole lot in Michigan because they wanted him to play wide receiver, but he said it was something that he was always lobbying Jim Harbaugh to return more punts. I don't think the 49ers want to put Brandon Ayuk out there, and they actually, it's funny, Kyle Shanahan said that probably the most reliable guy they have is just as far as fielding punts is Kyle Juszczyk, that he does it really well. I don't think they're going to put Kyle Juszczyk back there to return punts, but it's kind of that sweet spot in the roster, not the third receiver, maybe the fourth or the fifth, maybe even the sixth, but a guy who can help the team out on special teams all of a sudden gets a uniform on game day. That's Ronnie Bell.
All right, Betty, as far as the joint practice is concerned, a lot of times you see something in training camp and you're thinking, okay, I really like this kid or something, and then you get into a joint practice against another team and you find out either positively or negatively about that player. Was there anybody that jumped out, or was it positive or a disappointment as far as these practices, or was there nobody in that category?
Yeah, I don't know that I'd put anybody in that category. It was good for the 49ers to see Aaron Banks back out there. He missed a week in concussion protocol and looked like he held up pretty well. I think Samuel Womack had a pretty good week of practice. He didn't, unlike the Raiders that, they were getting interceptions pretty much every 3 minutes. 49ers did not get any interceptions, but Womack seemed to be around the ball a lot, played a lot with a lot of aggressiveness, was kind of getting into the mix. And to me, he might have had – Greg, you were out there both days, right? I mean, I know
he played great. Womack played great. There's no doubt.
Yeah. So I would make the comparison. Last year against the Vikings, I thought that Diamador Lenore really opened my eyes.
Totally.
And I remember thinking like, wow, he's here to play. I would have almost the exact same reaction watching Samuel Womack the last 2 days, is that, okay, this guy, second-year player, he's ready to make that next jump, and I think he did these last 2 days.
Yeah, and the guy's a second-year player, and he was a starter last year, but he was sharing snaps with Daniel Brunskill. Matty, Spencer Burford at right guard has he gotten better. He was good last year, but at times against the Raider D-line yesterday and today, he was dominant.
Yeah, the one thing that stood out, and I don't know how much we should read into this, but watching the one-on-one pass rush drills, the 49ers offensive linemen did a really good job against the Raiders. And, it started yesterday with Trent Williams locking up Max Crosby a couple of times, which seemed to kind of set the tone. But I think all the the reps that I saw, pretty much all the 49ers starting offensive linemen and many of the backups really did a number on the Raiders defensive linemen, and today was a little bit different. Trent Williams wasn't out there for the one-on-ones, and Max Crosby worked over Colton McKivitz a little bit. But I just remember a year ago, again, going back to those practices against the Vikings, and I remember at the end of the 2 days of practices and then at the end of the preseason game, I thought this 49ers offensive line is going to be in a world of hurt because none of those interior guys looked very well. They're all new starters with Aaron Banks, with Spencer Burford, and center Jake Brendel. But Chris Furster knows what he's doing. He's a very good offensive line coach, and he talked a lot about it being just part of the process and learning from mistakes. And, starting by the time the season rolled around, it wasn't, the best unit in the NFL, not by a long stretch. But I tell you what, that offensive line last year was a lot closer to being among the best than it was to being among the worst. And I think right now, what I've seen from the offensive line is they are far better, far more cohesive than they were a year ago.
All right, man. I've heard you go crazy in Vegas on a Friday night, so just be careful.
Curfew for Mayoko.
Yeah, just be
I'm
careful.
giving you a midnight curfew tonight.
Careful.
I will adhere to your wishes. It doesn't make me happy, but I know at some point I need to grow up and act my age. And so tonight very well could be that night.
Very nice.
Damn it, Hoover.
Yeah.
You're staying in tonight.
Yeah, that's
There
right.
you go. There you go.
All right, man. We'll talk to you on Sunday. Thanks as always. We appreciate it.
Okay, sounds good. Take
See
care.
you, man.
See you Sunday, Manny.
Go watch the Hoover Dam. The Hoover Dam video. It's very nice.
well done.
And he
Very
says,
well done.
Yeah, it's very, very good. Out at the Hoover Dam. So, all right, we'll put a wrap on this whole thing. Great guest list today, Walter and Danny getting things done, and then we'll turn it over to Tolbert and Copes at the top, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Take a stroll with Bruce Bochy down memory lane in his return to San Francisco as the Rangers are in town, the team he now manages. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Oh, hey there. It's your old pal John Lund from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Remember last winter? Heavy rains, dangerous driving conditions, and many of our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they saw a sharp increase in accident and injury cases as a result. And the bad weather last winter wasn't the only thing that made it difficult. We all saw people affected by the mass layoffs, especially in the tech industry. And the Dolan Law Firm's employment practices group, they also saw an uptick in unlawful terminations, discrimination, sexual harassment cases. But now that the weather is beautiful as we head into fall, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm want to remind everyone to please be aware that this good weather that we're having right now brings out pedestrians, motorcyclists, scooters, bicyclists, children playing. So let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And for you employees, go to DolanLawFirm.com. That's DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. The award-winning firm has secured over, get this, you sitting down? They've secured over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. They're headquartered right here in the Bay Area. You know, many of these attorneys are not, but that's not the Dolan Law Firm. They are right here in the Bay Area. They live here. They work here. They win here. Online at DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, that was a good time had by all today. Thanks to Andrew Baggerly, Tim Flannery, Ron Wotus, Dante Whitner, Matt Mayoko. You survived it.
Bruce Bochy. Are we going to cry tonight, John? What are they going to have, a video tribute before the game? How are they going to handle this?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not going to be introduced like, leading off, Marcus Simeon.
Right.
But it will be Bruce Bochy's Texas Rangers. When Rennell does the Rangers lineup, he's got a knowledge Boch.
Sure.
And what do they do a video tribute or something? Or
I would imagine.
How do they handle it tonight?
They should have they should have Brandon Crawford do a Bruce Bochy impersonation. Something like that.
That would be nice. So who would bring out the lineup card for the Giants? Should Cap do it?
Craw.
That's a good call.
Who else is left?
Have Craw.
Seriously, there's nobody else left, is there?
Oh, he's got a few guys. Tyler Rogers, Yastrzemski, Austin Slater, Logan Webb, I think are the guys. Tyler Rogers from Boch's 2019 team. But it'll be
Craw.
Cap. That's a good idea. Does Cap want to go out there and meet Boch, or have Craw do it?
I'd have Craw do it.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
good idea.
That'd be the one. Great job, man. It was a lot of fun having you down there. Glad you survived and everything. And I'm looking forward to you and Tim on TV on Sunday.
Gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Glad those joint practices are over, John. I strained my eyes for 2 days, so a little weird. I didn't think it would go like this at all, but we're through it, and now we're on to a football game on Sunday. So
and we can go back to normal.
Now the question is, Mayoko's going to make curfew tonight at midnight. Will I make curfew?
Oh, please. Tonight? I know you.
Midnight.
You will tomorrow night, because I know how your Saturdays go.
Yeah, I know.
You're very, very diligent on your Saturdays, but your Fridays are another story.
Yeah.
So that should if you see a man, let's see, where would you be? Where would you be hanging out?
I don't know.
I
got to fill in my Raider board. It's all blank. I just got names. I don't have any details. By the end of
you couldn't see.
By the end of the weekend, this Raider board, where is it?
Yeah.
Here will become like this Raider board from last year's game.
Oh, very nice. I like that. You got the old board, huh?
So I got a little work to do.
Yeah.
But I got a few hours.
All right. Spearmint Rhino. That's all I'll say.
Oh, we're not doing that.
Rhino.
We're not.
Hey, main stage. It's the voice of the 49ers. Greg Papa. Hey, everybody.
No, that's not my bag.
That's not your deal.
That's a huge tease.
We're
not doing that. We're not doing that.
Hey, everybody. The 49ers are in town.
Yeah, great.
We won't be doing that. All right.
Spearmint Rhino? What does that even mean?
I don't even want to take a look at that. Just saying, it's not gum. It's not.
You're not going to see me there.
It's not Wrigley's gum. It's not. Spearmint Rhino is not gum. It is a little different. All right. Enjoy. Have a great call. Looking forward to seeing you guys on
Are you
TV.
back on Monday? You're leaving with George?
Oh, yeah. Monday, Tuesday, I'm out because I'm taking young son down to college and changing the locks.
All right.
And that should be fun. Looking
I think
forward.
Boucher's going to be in. He and I are buddies. We hung out.
You guys are.
last night.
I'll be in the hot weather. You guys are in it now. I saw it was like 112. So.
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
So good.
What's going on, man? This is Papa.
All right, Pop. We'll see you. See you Wednesday, and we'll talk all about the game. Remember,
safe travels. Good luck to Georgie.
Thanks, man. All right, let's get you $100 to Pacific Catch before we get out of here. 415-896-KNBR, and you will win $100 courtesy of our good friends at Pacific Catch. Remember, this summer, Pacific Catch transporting you to Tokyo with a Japanese-inspired menu guaranteed to excite. And for a limited time, you can enjoy dishes like a spicy salmon bowl, or one of my favorite words, succulent miso black cod. How about that? It is our good friends at Pacific Catch. Call right now, caller 10 only, and this is the only number to call. So make sure that you tune in, 415-896-KNBR. Caller 10 wins. Tolbert and Copes right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
And he'd punch out, and Boch would go, well, you really got me there.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
and Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Got to come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert out at the public house for the return of Marcus Simeon. Back in the Bay.
Not so much fanfare about that last week. Yeah.
Bruce Bochy back. And we're going to be talking a lot about Bruce Bochy because we're going to have Matt Cain on at 2:30, Javi Lopez 2:50, Jeremy Appelt 3:50, George Contos 5:30, and then the first of our weekly hits with Kyle Shanahan. And we're going to play that for you at 4:50. We had a chance to catch up with him earlier today. So a little football, a lot of baseball, and what's the spearmint rhino? What is that?
Is that a gum?
It's like
is that a bubble gum?
When guys say that, I'm pretty sure they have a frequent flyer card from that.
Dude, yeah, I've never seen that before. It's the pretending you've never seen something before or heard of it when you quite obviously have.
Look at all the punches I got on my card.
Plus, Sapphire's way better, you know.
Touchdown, Destiny!
Oh man, now, we could get someone with Kittle in there too, but I won't go that way.
I could name God. Last time I went to a strip club in Vegas, it was a bachelor party. It was a long time ago. It was Crazy Horse 2. Don't mistake it for the original Crazy Horse.
There's so many unanswered questions from Crazy Horse 1 they made a sequel.
No, there really isn't. You go to the Crazy Horse 1.
No questions.
Nah, that's where they get the it's it's the overstock.com of strip clubs.
Oh, dude.
That's where they go, huh?
Yeah.
You go, Wednesday afternoon, Crazy Horse, eye patch and a wooden leg. You're good to go.
It's like a last chance store, right?
And someone's watching the baby in the corner over there.
Oh, dude.
Is it your baby?
You get a little breast and thigh buffet, too. Get some lunch in.
Baby really enjoys pour some sugar on me.
Oh, dude.
And I think there's cheetahs, too, isn't there?
Cheetahs?
I think there's cheetahs. There's only 3 I can name, but there's got to be 15 to 20 of them in Vegas.
Cheetahs.
There has to be.
I've never been to Cheetahs.
I think cheetahs.
I've been to Spearmint and I've been to Sapphire. Never Cheetahs.
It's like a poison ivy, poison garden, poison something. Thank you.
There we go.
But I think I don't know how bad the economy. I don't know if the economy wiped some of them out, but yeah, I do know that there's an original Crazy Horse at 2, and I believe there's a 3. If I am
3's no good though. You don't want to see 3, dude.
I've never been to 3. I don't know.
I mean, if 2 is that,
I don't know.
If 2 is that dicey.
No, 1's dicey.
Oh, 1 is dicey.
Oh, 2's very solid.
2's a solid.
Yeah,
get a nice establishment.
Yeah, it's Vegas's answer to Silicon Valley, except it's Silicon Valley.
It's the Silicon Valley, exactly.
Yeah,
bingo.
It's definitely
Nailed
Silicon
it.
Valley.
Nicely done.
Yeah, you get girls dancing in there, jumping up and down, and they just don't move. It's like it's like rock. It's like what. Nice. Very taut. Very taut.
Like rock. Well, and in Vegas, you get the weekend crowd that'll come up to make some scratch from L.A.
Correct.
You know, I mean, you get the L.A. dancers will come in.
Oh, yeah. You fly from L.A. to Vegas on like a Friday morning. It's an interesting flight.
Oh, yeah.
It is a very, very interesting
As I say,
flight.
You can always tell in the airport who's coming and who's going.
Yep.
You just take
and
a look at the
occasionally
face.
here, too, like Super Bowl, you go for a Super Bowl weekend or a big festivity.
Just see him come in. Ask Warren Sapp about that. He knows about it.
No doubt about it.
They'll fly him in.
No doubt about it. I wonder if they've inflation's hit the strip club. Still $20? Anybody know? $1 when you doke $1.
Well, the best is like it's for a dance. You know what I mean? It's like they do 3 songs or whatever they'll say. You know, but the 3 songs are like It's like watching it on TRL. People from the 90s know it's like 40 seconds of the song.
Yeah, what did the
chorus?
That'd be a good. You could hit us up on the text line. What are the classic strip club songs?
Yeah. There's
Pour Some Sugar on Me that's a given. Like you got to think 80s.
They're all hair bands.
Yeah, 80s heavy metal, 80s hair bands Poison has to have.
I was gonna say Poison has to have some.
Nothing but a good time. Maybe that one. That one could be on there. Hell's Bell. No, Back in Black.
Girls.
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 Girls. Absolutely.
Hey guys, come on, get off those wallets. A little cherry pie.
Oh,
yeah,
cherry
dude, of course.
pie.
That's what the cherry pie's up there with pour some sugar on.
Yeah,
Like, that's
Dr. Feelgood.
Yeah. That's like that's Hall of Fame stuff, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's funny because if I go to a strip club, like I don't want them to play that.
But I don't know if they play that anymore.
I
They
don't
play
think so.
like rap songs now. Who knows?
Yeah, it depends.
I don't know.
They'll play hip hop. They'll mix it up because I think it's you got a bunch of clientele there. If there's an oldest business, this has got to be the second oldest. It's got to be right after that. So, I think you're trying to hit all the clientele. They mix it up.
Absolutely.
You have to.
Got to get those 20s.
Yeah.
You got to get those 20s or the chicken wings. As who was that?
That's Lou Williams, right?
Lou Williams went to the one out in Atlanta.
Which one was that?
Love the chicken wings.
Not the King of Diamonds. That's Miami. There's a guy on my fantasy team whose team has been the King of Diamonds franchise for like 12 years in our league. To KOD. we just call himself KOD. We just we're gotten over it. My brother was 12 when they invented that name.
I love the athletes. So they always say when they're at the strip club, yeah, I just go there for the buffet.
Yeah, dude.
You're going for the buffet, all right.
Like 2 a.m.
It's just not the one we're thinking of. And it's just somewhere where it's quiet.
We hammer like that one, by the way.
I can be quiet. I cannot be distracted, be left alone. I'm like, well, go home. No one's gonna bother you in your house. Hit the shades, hit the lights, and just chill at home. Grab a book occasionally.
Read a book,
and
Walt.
just hang out. No one's gonna bother you. Grab your boys over there, get your dope and your video games, and you're good to go. Guess what though?
Your dope in your video games.
That probably doesn't include boobies now, does it? So you're like, hey, yeah, I kind of like this better. I don't mind blowing a couple grand. I remember Gilbert Arenas had it was a story. I forget what website it was on. How much he blew one night at a strip club.
He was like the Phil Mickelson of strip clubs.
It was minimum $50K. It was probably more than that. That is a lot. I mean, that is. Hey, you got it. Go ahead and blow it. I don't think it was a bill like Phil Mickelson blew. I love Phil Mickelson came out today and said, "Yeah, I didn't get down on the Ryder Cup. Didn't treat." Did you try? I don't know if he answered that question. If he tried or not, that was the question. Whether he tried,
because he was turned down by Billy
Walters wouldn't put it in for him. Yeah, because he was like, "You kidding me?
Are you out of your blinking mind?" Was what his quote
exactly.
was.
And that's the thing that people don't get. And in golf, it's a little bit different because it's a solo endeavor, right? Individual sport. So if you were going to bet on yourself at a tournament, it's like whatever. I don't know if that's going to affect one way or the other, but. The Ryder Cup is the only event you're playing on a team.
You're affecting everybody else.
You're actually playing on a team, and that's the one you decided. It would have been so great if he would have got it down, because not only would he have bet on himself at the Ryder Cup on his team, that would have been one of the worst defeats. The Miracle at Medina, where I think the Europeans won 8 out of 9 singles matches on the last day and came back and won that thing. That was a stun.
14.5, 13.5.
Stunner. Yeah, I think that's what it was.
I wish you got money in on it just because it would have been so funny.
It would have been a better story.
Absolute meltdown.
Incredible.
By the U.S.
Can you imagine? They would have been showing him. He'd have been just freaking out.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Come on, Bradley. What are you doing out there? You're killing me. You're killing me. But that's the thing that people never got about Pete Rose, because they always said, well, he's just betting on himself. I'm like, yeah, but if you're betting on yourself, you use your pitching staff and your bullpen differently that night, and then the next night you might not bet on yourself. You're just like, well, I'm going to save my best bullpen guys for the time I do bet on myself, so I'm just going to throw these guys out
You're
there.
making decisions differently based on having money on it. You ever watch a game and rooted for something differently than it's like having fantasy action. We joke every year that if you have a kicker on a team, you're rooting for like the team to move the ball all the way down to the 30, and then you're rooting for the defense for stops.
Yeah.
You root for the offense for like 75% of the field, and you're like, no. I don't want that anymore. I want a field goal. So it's kind of our case tonight. I'm not rooting for Boch, but it is going to be funny watching him walk in the building like we were talking yesterday with Larry Bear about whether or not there would be a tribute. He's like, we want to beat him. We're hoping he goes 0-3. So we'll talk more about this. How funky is it? Bruce Bochy coming back tonight. We got a 3-game series against one of the best teams in all of baseball. This offense is better than anyone Boch ever had here in San Francisco. Matt Cain, Javi Lopez, Jeremy Affeldt, Kyle Shanahan at 4:50 today. George Contos and Giants pregame all coming your way. It's Stolber and Copes from the patio of the Public House. A look back at Bruce Bochy's career in San Francisco and a look at tonight next on the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
Bruce Bochy is back in the Bay and joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss his time with the Giants and much, much more. Check out that podcast trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction down in San Jose. It's where I had my LASIK vision procedure done just a couple of years ago, wore glasses and contacts for many years, but there's a reason I went to Dr. Furlong and Dr. Sane down in San Jose. They've been voted the best place for LASIK in the Silicon Valley, and yet again, Dr. Michael Furlong and Dr. Sane have both been voted the best LASIK surgeons in the Silicon Valley. It's because they offer the most advanced FDA-approved procedures, including a new breakthrough, highly effective FDA-approved alternative to LASIK. It's called EVO, implantable contact lenses. Many celebrities are using them, athletes are using them, and of course, Dr. Michael Furlong, the official LASIK eye care surgeon of the San Jose earthquake. So why not give it a try? Kick your glasses and your contacts to the curb and go ahead and give them a call at 408-453-5600 or visit to get that LASIK consultation online at furlongvision.com. You want to start seeing better, go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Well, you're trying to get me emotional now. I know. I appreciate that. And, I mean, if the fans knew how much everybody, all you guys, how much you've impacted my life. And so back at you on that. This is a huge piece of my heart. And, the memories and the celebrations and everything, it was such a special time. And, of course, you're never going to forget that. So it's good to be here. It's going to be good to be in that ballpark and think of all those great times, I had here, my family had here, and see so many great people that, were so good to me here.
That's Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy coming to town tonight to Oracle Park to take on the Giants in a 3-game series. He was on with Murph and Mac earlier today. That was part of his conversation with them. He was pretty funny with Murph and Mac, dude. They asked him about managing in the other dugout, and then Murph goes, "Oh, but you were with the Padres from 2000 to 06, even before that, so you're familiar with that dugout." He goes, "Yeah, well, I know it pretty well over there. I didn't have very many games going good over there, though, when you had Bonds and Aurelia and Kent and JT. It was pretty funny. He was rattling off players. But he's got, and I saw this in John Chase's piece. John Chase spoke to him this weekend when he was over in Oakland, or this week when he was over in Oakland. He said, "You got a better offense now than you've ever had in San Francisco." And he said, "Yeah, well, I think that's fair to say." It's pretty incredible what he did with that little offense here in San Francisco.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, the game was different.
Sure.
The rules were different, and it was pitching and defense. I thought about this today driving in, and these are two different things, impactful and popular.
Yeah.
If you had to rank them in terms of popularity, how you think fans would rank them? Coaches / managers over the last 40 years here in the Bay Area. I thought you got Madden, you have La Russa,
yep,
you have Walsh, you have Kerr. I would put Nelly in there because people love Nelly, but he didn't win a championship. And you got Bochy. Am I forgetting anybody?
I'd say his beloved. Dusty was a beloved manager here. He didn't win a championship, but if you're going the Nelly route,
I would put him and Nelly in there. But if you're going to take them out,
if you're taking them only championships, only championship winning coaches, you didn't put Seifert there? Who'd you say, Tim?
No, don't listen to him.
I don't know what he said.
Don't listen to him.
Seifert?
He's bored. He's lonely right now.
He's back in the studio.
You could, but I mean,
I wouldn't be beloved though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you put Walsh 1?
It's tough for me with Walsh. Like, you'd have to tell me, because I wasn't like, it's, to me in hindsight, he's like a deity because of what he was, and he's like a god to the game of football, and to me that's what he is. I mean, he's a legend. Like, he's almost just a statue to me. So you'd have to tell me if when people were watching the games, because he was the guy that finally got it going for the 49ers. I mean, it was like the Warriors. It's like Steve Kerr with the Warriors. It really is.
And I think even a little bit different, because the media wasn't as pervasive back then. So they almost took on a mystical feel to them. Like the Warriors, you feel like you know everything there is to know about the Warriors. I mean, they got their podcasts. They're all doing interviews. I mean, you just feel like you know everybody. There was just a little bit of a mystical quality when it came to Jerry Rice and Joe Montana and Dwight Clark and, Ronnie Lott. And so...
Well, they're beating Landry. You know what I mean? Like, when I watch those videos and when I watch The Catch, I'm like, dude, there's a guy he's got a fedora and a suit on. You know what I mean? And it's these legendary Dallas Cowboys. And so for me, you're right. That's 81 to me in my mind. I was born in 89. It seems so much further back just because of what those... To your point, I saw Jerry Rice play. I saw Steve Young play. I don't remember seeing Montana play. He was around, but I don't remember it. So,
and they were the first ones.
Yeah.
They were the first dynasty. If you want to consider like their dynasty, and then the Giants had a small one with 3 championships, and the Warriors had theirs, that was the first one, and it was a while ago. Madden still gets a big pop just because of what he meant to everybody, Madden football and commentating, but he was an incredible coach with the Raiders. La Russa had an incredible team with the A's, maybe the best team in baseball for like 3, 4, 5 years.
Pennants, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Now they only won 1 World Series. Then Bochy, and then Steve. I mean, Steve's right there too. I still think if you asked Bay Area fans, they probably would have Walsh number 1, and then it probably would be between Steve and Boch. And then after that, probably Madden, and then La Russa after that. But, I mean, La Russa did an incredible job. I mean, we've had some incredible managers here in the Bay Area that have won championships. So I just thinking about that today, like where would Bochy be? Would he be like, do fans look at him, and is he more popular than Steve? Not sure. I still think, I mean, even fans can correct me if I'm wrong. You hit us up on the text line if you want. But I still think Walsh is like the guy, because you think of that team and just the all-time greats that were on that team, Rice, Montana, and Lott. You probably have 3 of the top 20, 15 football players of all time.
Yep.
And then he was the guy that, again, was the first one. They had the Warrior Championship here in 75, and the A's had theirs in the early 70s, and maybe that resonated more than I'm giving them credit for.
I don't know that it did. I always wonder that because they were so new here. Like, I always wonder what the A's meant, because we never talk about those championships. The A's in 72, 3 and 4, and part of it is, it was 2 different managers, I believe, right? It was Dick Williams, and I'm forgetting who else was there. But showing up in 60, what they come in, 68? So 68, and then 5 years later, you start ripping off titles. I mean, I'm sure there were diehard fans here. Baseball had only moved west 10 years ago, right? 10 years before that with the Giants and the Dodgers. But I don't know that there's enough memory of that team resonating in the Bay Area still. And when you're talking Bochy, like, I think if you're putting Bochy up against Kerr, Steve Kerr would take it, not only, but in part because baseball is not what basketball is to the community, I think, in general in the United States. And I think also Steve Kerr represents a team that represents the entire Bay Area. When Bochy showed up here, when they were winning titles, the A's still had a pretty good amount of fans showing up to games. They've made playoff runs in the time that Bochy was here and made playoff or had been to the postseason in the time he was here. So I think we do have to account for fans that weren't rooting for the Giants when Bochy was here winning titles.
Possibly. I just remember
that
run that they had. This town was on fire.
Definitely.
Like baseball fire. It was. You can make a case at that point. This was a baseball town. The Warriors weren't very good. The Niners were just, I think it was probably just about the time Harbaugh came around. So they just
11, 12, 13 were the...
Just started getting going, and we're
run
good.
There, dude.
Dude, the Bay Area's had an incredible run.
Starting in
10.
Yeah.
Starting in 10, it's been an incredible run. You have 2 Super Bowl appearances. You have 3 World Series, 4 NBA championships,
6 appearances.
Yeah, it's been incredible. Yeah, I mean, it's been a really good 10-year stretch to be a Bay Area sports fan.
Stanley Cup final.
Stanley Cup final. Yeah, lost to the Penguins.
And the Raiders left. It's all been wins.
Yeah. Boom.
Look, Derek right in his eye when he said that. Make sure he heard that. All right, we're talking and
Derek.
like remembering Bruce Bochy. Bruce Bochy's here. He's here tonight.
Yes, he is.
With the Texas Rangers in first place. They lead the American League in hits, runs, walks, doubles, total bases, run differential, slugging percentage, batting average, on base percentage. So no big deal for the Giants this weekend. All they got to do is slug.
No big deal.
With maybe the best hitting team in all of baseball. We will get you some Kyle Harrison news a little bit later as well, as he had a pretty good outing last night. The Giants are being extremely careful with him. Just 39 pitches and 3 1/3. But we'll tell you more about that in just a little bit. When we come on back, Matt Cain is going to join us. Javi Lopez still to come at 2:50. Jeremy Affeldt 3:50. Kyle Shanahan with a lot of good information. We spoke to him earlier today. He's stopping by at, we'll play that for you, at 4:50. And then George Contos at 5:30. Kyle spoke a lot about the quarterback situation for Sunday. But when we come on back, the perfect game from 2012, Matt Cain talking Bruce Bochy next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays Tuesday, August 15th. First pitch 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Never gets old, man. Never gets old. Matt Cain here to talk about his perfect game in 2012, but probably more so about Bruce Bochy, who's here in town with the Texas Rangers tonight. Matt joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert. What's up, Matt? How are you, man?
Oh, doing good, doing good.
Good to have you on today, dude. Never gets old hearing that, right?
No, it really doesn't. And then you just picture in your mind Arias kind of drop-stepping that one and then throwing a missile over to first. So good.
Yeah, you're stuck that it's a catcher and Castro running up the line. You got to be happy about that, right?
Yeah.
Were you thinking when he stumbled? Uh-oh.
No, I didn't really see the full stumble.
Okay.
Just because of the angle and everything, but it just, to me, it really just looked like he kind of, set on his right side, and then I was more worried about the throw just because it's a long throw across the diamond. But no, it was money.
That should be, that should be your outgoing ringtone, right?
No, I'm all right with that.
It's funny when it's so funny, and maybe you can speak to this, Matt, but anytime you talk to an athlete who's done something great, they love it, they enjoy it, but they almost remember more vividly other things that went wrong. And I don't know what it is about athletes. I don't know if athletes expect, right? We put in the work, and this is supposed to work out. When it works out, you're like, no, that's what it's supposed to work out. When it doesn't work out, for whatever reason, whether it's a play or a game that you lose, that you're upset that you lost, I don't know why. Why is it that a lot of athletes remember those a lot more vividly than the good moments?
That's so funny that you're talking about that, because my wife and I were having that same conversation about her horseback riding and stuff like that. And it's like the 9 times we do something right, and then the 1 time we do it wrong out of the 10, we only remember that one. And I think it's just, us as humans trying to, to be, I don't know if it's immaculate or perfect.
Yeah.
And it's not even capable of really being able to be done. And I go back and I watch some of that game, and I'm like, oh my gosh, there's a lot of stuff that could have changed pitch wise or, anything. And it just fell into place. So it's a double-edged sword to have perfect written by your name, because that is the last thing that I am.
How did you keep the stress level down, the blood pressure down toward the end of the game? How were you able just to do what you always do, which is get the pitch, see the mitt, and throw to the mitt without thinking about everything that's going on around you?
I don't know why exactly that night it seemed to fall into place to where I wasn't getting in my way mentally. I know there had been times in the past where you kind of get into situations and you do start to overthink scenarios, and that's where, I think back and I look back and I'm like, wait, we threw a changeup on a 3-2 count in what type of situation? And it was just like we were just literally going by the seat of our pants, and Buster and I were just kind of doing our thing, and everybody else was just helping out behind us on defense.
We were talking to Crawford recently, and remember we talked to him about he got inserted in that game as a defensive replacement. He was like, "You kidding me, man?" Into a perfect kind of shortstop. He's like, "Are you serious right now, Boch?" That's the brilliance of Bruce Bochy. It's the confidence he has in his guys, and that was a great game. I was at that game, and I remember my buddy was so stressed out about it. In like the 8th inning, my buddy was stressed in the 3rd deck. He's walking up and down the aisle, going, "We all know what's happening here. We know what's going on." I was like, "Dude, will you humor me? Will you shut up and sit down, dude, please?" So it was a memory we'll never forget, Matt. But looking back, I was thinking about you because you came up. You were sort of the elder statesman of the new era. Like I looked at you as kind of the guy who kicked off what became the World Championship runs, because you were here before Buster and before Timmy and before who else was here? Everybody else, basically the core four, Wheezy, everybody who came up. I'm wondering what was your first experience in meeting Bruce Bochy? Because it's funny, we think of him now as like the old school manager, but to you, like you had Felipe Alou first, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I had the stint with Felipe, and Felipe was great, and really enjoyed him. But didn't get a whole lot of time with Felipe, and I was so green to everything else, in my first full year in 2006 that I had no clue of actually what was going on managing wise. And then in the off season when we signed Bochy, and then all of a sudden I get a call from him, and it's like, hey, this is Bruce Bochy, Matt Cain, and I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? And it definitely caught me off guard, that he took the time to reach out, to introduce himself, and just kind of, get the ball rolling on a relationship. And I think that's what Bochy was always known for, is the fact that he was a player's coach and a manager. So he did a good job of being able to listen to all different sides, even though he knew that he probably had to pick one side or the other, but he would at least let you voice your opinion and give you a shot.
One thing that athletes want from their managers and coaches is just, what you're doing and you can help me get better and you can help the team get better. Was there a certain time or point where you realized this guy was like, he was sharp, he knew what he was doing, he put you guys in the right position, he helped you guys succeed, and not only help you as individuals, but help the team as well?
Yeah, I think for the longest he was trying to figure out that recipe with what he had to work with, because we were such in a rebuild mode for so many years, and had his hand tied a little bit with the Barry Bonds year. But he did a tremendous job. I think when he had the chance in 08 and then 09, you could start to see him be able to shine in his manager genius of so I'll say it, start to shine. And then obviously what he did in 10, 12, and 14, and even what he did in 16, even though we weren't able to get something done, but he found a recipe and started to really work with it, and found great jobs of being able to put guys in situations and to succeed and to benefit the team.
Talking to Matt Cain on the UMA guest line, can you remember a time or a moment of confidence, something on the field? Because frequently, it's always the pitching coach who goes out and talks to the guy on the hill, right? But it's always cool to me, and it was always cool to me when you'd see a manager come out and talk to a starting pitcher, and they talk for a while, the umpire might come out, and then the manager walks back. He never makes the call to the pen, and it's like the vote of confidence. I've always wondered about those moments, what's said in those moments, that level of confidence, and what that does for a guy who's trying to battle through that inning.
Yeah, and honestly, he was just coming out. Most of the time, he would always come out, and he's like, hey, about taking you out. He would have that little jog, and you knew it wasn't going to happen. So he would come out, and he's like, hey, I'm just trying to get you a breather, kind of change it up a little bit. And his voice is just super calming in a way, because he's just his mannerisms. So, but the one time that I really remember him ever saying anything was my last start of my career, and he came out, and he's like, Kaner, I'm not taking you out. If I took you out right now, the fans would kill me. They wouldn't even let me out of the building. And I was like, oh, gosh, because I thought for sure he was going to yank me, because I walked the leadoff guy on 4 pitches. But, yeah, he did a good job of always coming out and being able to just kind of slow down the situation.
Talking to Matt Cain, nice enough to join us here as the Rangers and the Giants get ready to get after in a few hours right here at Oracle. So, look, we're going to talk a lot about Bochy today, and everybody loves Bochy, and everybody has great things to say about Bochy. But I want to know, as a player, when was the one time that you can remember that you just didn't want to hear it from him? I don't want to hear it. That's it. I know. See ya. Leave me alone.
Oh, well, yeah, that was in 2008 when we were in Kansas City, and it's in the middle of the summer. We were hot. It was awful outside. And he called me out during batting practice. He came out and he's like, hey, you're not doing what you need to do. And I was like, wait a minute. I just had a good game the night before, and I did some conditioning, but I wasn't legit about what I was doing. And no, he called me out, on the middle of the field, and we kind of had words about it. But the thing that I respect the most about him is he didn't let it get crazy or out of hand. Mm-hmm. But I came in the day or so later, because we had a day off in Cleveland, and we just had a conversation about it, and I was like, hey, I get it. I understand, and we just had a man-to-man talk, and I enjoyed the respect that he showed me for even still being a young player, and that was appreciated by big time.
Well, it's interesting, too, because I think a lot of athletes think they know what it is to be a professional or think they know what it is to work hard. They don't realize that they can push themselves even farther or they can do even more, because when you're having success, you feel like, well, if I'm doing this is good. And it takes a little while to figure that out. It sounds like that was a moment where it was like, you had to push beyond what you were comfortable with and probably ended up benefiting you in the long haul.
100%. No, it definitely did. I mean, from that day on, I never missed a day of conditioning and my workouts. And, I really appreciate him actually doing that. And I've told him that to his face, and it was amazing that he did it. And I know he probably had plenty of conversations with other guys to try to get the best out of them. And that's all he was doing. He was looking to find ways to see how he could maximize everybody's potential.
Who was the guy who could get under his skin the best?
No, it's Affeld. Affeld for sure could get under his skin. Oh, yeah. I mean, it had to be Affeld. I'm trying to think of anybody else. But, yeah, off the top of my head, it had to be Affeld.
Well, I'm guessing you could insert anybody else's name in there.
Yeah,
the answer would always be Affeld.
He's under my skin. He's coming on today.
Yep, there you go. Perfect. Let him know.
Oh, man. No, he is something else. So what do you think when you're watching this team? Obviously, they've had trouble scoring runs lately. What do you think about the pitching staff and the way it's totally bizarre? Like, everybody's doing it, right? They got the openers and then the bulk inning guys or the featured guys, whatever the hell they're calling them. And it seems like, okay, that's good. But when you're doing it, like running it out there three days in a row, it seems a little much. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. I'm just curious, as a guy who was part of a staff, that you guys all went out there 6 innings, 7 innings, 8 innings. That's what you guys demanded of yourselves. But this is a totally different staff other than Cobb and Webb. It's just kind of, you don't know what you're going to, well, you kind of know what you're going to get, openers.
Yeah, and I haven't paid enough attention to really know, but I've got to imagine that, Kepler is trying to piece together different ways of strategy just to get the job done. And that's how he's going about it. If they feel like they have a way to help themselves and benefit the outcome by changing it up a little bit, then, more power to it. But yeah, it's definitely a different strategy from what I grew up with and what we played through. But that's just kind of the way the game is.
Yeah. How do you think if somebody would have come up to you, Bochy would have come up to you and said, Matt, we're going to have Jeremy start the first 2 innings and then bring you in for maybe innings 3 through 6 or 7. How's that sound to you?
Well, as long as it was Affeld, so then I could, cash in his runs, it'd be fine. But anybody else would be fine, but yeah, it would definitely be different to have to go through those scenarios.
Yep.
How different is that for a starting pitcher? Because we've talked a lot about Sean Manaea, and he actually is coming off of one of his better outings of the year for the Giants in Anaheim this week. Was it last? I guess it was earlier this week. They had the off day yesterday. I'm just wondering, because he's been a starter his whole career. I mean, he's now worked out of the bullpen, but when you're asked to do different things like this, I don't know if we make too much of it. Do we make too little of it? How much of an adjustment is that?
It definitely is an adjustment. I think you just kind of have to go into it with an open mind, and that's where. Just from having to go through it, it's definitely a struggle when you kind of fight the process and the nature of how the game is going, or maybe your career is going. That's when it can be difficult. But if you're open-minded to it'll kind of just roll into its own place.
Did pitch count start to become a thing? I remember Pedro Martinez. He was the first guy. They're like, 100 pitches. Pedro, got to get Pedro out of there, and that was early 2000s. What did you notice throughout your career, the evolution of where the pitch count was? Because you watch the games today, Matt. Guy get 22 pitches in the first inning. You're like, well, there's no way he's going to make it through 6. I mean, maybe he'll make it through 5, but not through 6. It becomes such a big thing, and I think pitchers probably think of it too. Like, oh God, I got to get out of this inning. I'm already at 22 pitches. Did that ever enter your mind, or was that part of the conversation during your career at all? Pitch count and how that was going to affect your longevity?
Yeah, no, it was definitely a thought in my mind. I mean, you would have first 2 innings where there was plenty of times where I went out and threw 40 pitches or 45 pitches, and it's like, all right, how can I salvage this into, the 100 or 120 pitches that I've kind of allotted, and that's where I think, as long as I think you could kind of recover and figure out ways to get some less stressful innings, pretty quick after that. The leash would kind of just get, strung out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I think the trust with Boch and Rags really came into place. If they saw you, not laboring, through some of the middle innings, and then they would just kind of let you keep going on. And it wasn't necessarily about the pitch number. It was kind of how stressful were those pitches.
So before we let you go, just curious, how's life after baseball been? What have you been up to? What's consuming most of your time?
Yeah, everything has been good. The girls are keeping me plenty busy. They've got their horses and stuff going on, and obviously plenty of school. And we're working on trying to build a house, and that is its own adventure in itself. So we've got plenty of stuff going on, and we're looking forward to watching the girls kind of keep growing and watching them do their thing, which is always an event every day.
Mm-hmm. Do you ride yourself?
No. They might put me on like a trail horse, whenever we go on those vacation rides. But no, they know better to put me on a horse that is capable of anything.
Who knows? Maybe one day your girls will be competing against Bumgarner.
Saunders?
Yeah, Mason Saunders.
Never know.
That guy he's a straight cowboy, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
That is awesome. Matt, it's always great catching up with you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Best of luck in everything in the future, and hopefully get a chance to catch up with you at some point.
Sounds great.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Matt.
it, Good
Appreciate
stuff,
it, Matt.
Matt Cain, the 2012 Perfect Game, 3-time World Series champ. And, I was thinking about that. Like, he comes up and Felipe's his manager. Like, we talk old school with Bochy. He's like, you don't know old school, man. I had Felipe Lewis out here, dude. We're running Jim Brower out for like 80 games or something a year. All right, from Matt Cain to another Giants pitcher, Javi Lopez. And by the way, I was thinking about this. I wrote it down for Derek. We got to ask every former Giant who played for Bochy today to give us their Bochy.
Yeah.
Right, we just got Matt Cain. That was a pretty solid Matt Cain. Hey, it's Bochy, Matt Cain. Anyway, we'll talk to Javi Lopez next on The Sports Leader. Bochy's boys, Tim Flannery and Ron Wotus, joined Papa and Lunt today to discuss their memories coaching with Boch. That podcast and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
That's Mark Kotze who comes out as a pinch hitter for Baker, and he lines one to center, and it's caught by Pagal. And that is the third out. And the Giants have won the National League West. They come pouring out of the dugout, and the scrum gathers off the first base side of the pitcher's mound.
How about that? Giants claiming the division in 2012. Javi Lopez, our next guest, getting Mark Kotze. So a guy who played for Boch getting a former Boch player in Mark Kotze. Javi joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert. What's up, Javi? Good to have you back on, man.
Hey, Cope. Hey, guys. How we doing?
We're doing pretty good, man. It's we're not buzzing quite yet outside the ballpark. We're sitting here on the patio of the public house. It's only 2:54, right? So not big of a line yet outside of the stadium, but should be a fun one tonight. And like the cool thing about this is Bochy's coming in with a pretty good club. I mean, when he retired and he said he would come back if there was an opportunity or the perfect opportunity, I never know what that means to somebody and what is the right opportunity. But for a team that underperformed last year, they're playing pretty good baseball right now in the Rangers.
The Rangers have been one of the surprises for me. I had an opportunity to hang out with Boch this offseason, and we had a great conversation about Chris Young being the GM and wanting to make an impact. But the owner really kind of sold it. He said that the owner is getting a little bit older and wants to see a winner on the field again, and was willing to open up the pocketbook and do whatever was needed, and that's the perfect scenario I think that you want to jump into as a manager that's tasted victory 3 times. And I think what you're seeing now is a Rangers team that is dynamic, not only offensively, but definitely on the mound as well.
And it's crazy they're doing it without DeGrom. I figure once they lost DeGrom, I go, well, that's probably pretty much the end of it, and it was anything but.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think when you saw that free agent signing, you're like, all right, this is real. Like, it's one thing to have that conversation in the offseason, but then to actually see the moves that were made by the Rangers and Chris Young and Bochy having some input as well. Like, holy smokes, this guy's going for it. And, when you lose DeGrom, like you mentioned, you don't expect this to happen, but they've been able to just pick it up. And their offense has just been so incredible. Simeon and Corey Seager, the guys that the Giants have seen so many times, really contributing. But even the young bucks that they have in that lineup, and Garcia as well, just the way they've been able to just hit and really take the pressure off the offense or the pitching staff has really, really been a reason why they've been so successful.
Yeah, 5 guys start the All-Star game for the American League. Did the Rangers? They're out without Josh Young right now, and Jonah Heim, who, by the way, Bochy compared to Buster Posey the other day in terms of his impact and what he's able to do behind the plate. We're talking to Javi Lopez on the UMA guest line. So when you get here, when you get traded over in 2010, I know you came over. They acquired Ramon Ramirez, was another big acquisition for them or for you guys, and obviously en route to a championship. Did Bochy establish the roles for you guys? Because I frequently think of him as the best in-game manager in terms of bullpen that I had ever seen. In-game decision maker. He's one of the sharpest, I think, in the history of baseball. But you're only as good as your players, right? As much as the execution comes through. So from your perspective, how good of a manager was he at in-game decisions, and how much did he establish with you guys up front to make you ready for that spot?
Well, for me, I think he's up in that upper crust. The guys that I got to play with and managing wise, I mean, I feel like I had Bruce Bochy and Terry Francona were both fantastic at it. And of course, I had more time with Bruce Bochy, so I have to give him the nod. But all you want in life is good friends and a good bullpen if you're a manager. And I think he had that, and I think he gave us a lot of confidence. And a lot of things can be said looking back at this. I mean, God, I can't believe it's been so long since 2010, but. It is what it is. But the guy wanted to win, and he had a passion for winning, and he made sure that he put everybody in those positions to succeed. Now, did it work all the time? No, but ultimately you keep putting guys in those spots, keep trusting them in big situations, and Ramon was really one of the best relievers in baseball in that second half. It was really impressive to watch him pitch and to kind of just pick it up and move along the line there with Jeremy and of course Romo and Brian Wilson closing it. But he really instilled a lot of confidence in us. And I do think a lot of that, to be honest with you, at that time was with the coaching staff as well. Dave Righetti was amazing with us. Mark Gardner, our bullpen coach, was great. Bill Hayes, our veteran bullpen catcher at that time. Like, he just had a lot of foxhole guys that really kind of just stayed calm, which let us be calm.
Was there a secret sauce with him, like that you knew, like the players are obviously the biggest part of it, the talented roster that you guys had, but was there something that maybe we didn't see or beyond the X's and O's that kind of tied it all together for him?
For me, I feel like the pulse for him was just perfect for the club that we had. We had a little bit of saltier group, and you didn't need to be in everybody's face. I mean, I can count on one hand, I think, the amount of team meetings we had in 7 years. And the guy was just, he had a pulse for what was going on, and he had a calm demeanor about him. Now, I'm sure if you have a few cocktails with the coaching staff, they're going to tell you a little bit different as to how hard he was on them to maybe check on some of the boys and see how they're doing. But ultimately, it was just that calm demeanor just kind of let the clubhouse relax. And we knew what needed to be done. Every player does. It's a do-good league. It's not a try league. But when he was in there, it was just a commanding presence. And at the same time, he was a guy that was rooting for you. Never, not once, in my time with Bruce Bochy as my skipper, did he ever blame a player. And that goes a long way.
Yes,
that really
does.
I mean, it turns a locker room into a clubhouse as far as I'm concerned. Locker room, you go in and you get changed. Clubhouse, you're in there, you're hanging out. It becomes a family. And when you have a skipper that will do that, and there's plenty of times when he could have buried anybody, any one of us that was screwing up, but he never did it. And I think that went a long way for those guys in the clubhouse.
Yeah, the best players, the best managers, the best coaches all wear it. They just wear it. Even if it's not on them, they just wear it because that's what a leader does. You can air guys out in the clubhouse, you can air them out in the locker room, but you wear it when it comes time for the media. And no doubt he did that. I know Steve Kerr does that all the time. And it just that is what you do. But I got to ask you this because I asked Matt Cain this because, again, it's all flowery when we're talking about Bochy. We all love Bochy and everything. I'll ask you the same question I asked him. Give me an example of a time you just didn't want to hear from him. Like everything wasn't great and you're just like, leave me alone. I want to hear it from you right now.
The one for me that stands out, I couldn't tell you the exact year. I want to say it's 2013. We're in Miami, and there's a bit of confusion. This is still National League. You got a pinch hit and all that skit for the pitcher. So there wasn't a pinch hitter going in, so I don't warm up. And the next thing you know, the bullpen rings, and I have to go into the game cold turkey. Haven't warmed up, haven't done anything. I go in, I make one of the greatest catches of my entire life up against the fish tank with Ozzie Guillen laughing at me as manager of the Marlins. I go up against the screen. Hector Sanchez is catching. He has no idea where the ball is. I make the play. I am ticked, to say the least. There's more words that I would have really used, but I get I want to say I give up 4 runs, maybe 3-4 runs in an inning. I come out, I give them the death stare. I'm like, you have just, as a reliever, you give up 3 runs in an inning, it takes you a month and a half to get those numbers down. So I'm like, I'm ticked. He knows I'm ticked, and it's the one time where Bruce Bochy, we're in the clubhouse. I am slamming Presidentes in Miami in the clubhouse. Hot as hot can be. And you know what? The guy owned it. Like you talk about great managers in all the sports. He owned it. And he's like, Lope, that's all me. I screwed up. That's all me. I feel terrible. And I'm like, dude, I don't care how you feel. That's not bringing my numbers back, but I appreciate it, And we had some dialogue, and we had a good talk about it afterwards. But talking about being ticked off, that was one of the moments for me. But he owned it, and he took full responsibility for it. And there's been managers that I played for that would be like, "Oh, that's just part of the game," and wash it off. And he understood as a player. That was his understanding what it's like to be a player and a role player too. Like, it's not like he was a star catcher or anything. Like, he understands. And I was always that 24th, 25th guy in a roster, and he understood that, and I really appreciated him for it.
That's so
a
good.
story.
I love you apologizing, but your numbers ain't lowered my ERA.
They'll whittle this thing down over 2 months.
I've always thought about that, because the way I look at relievers is not necessarily. I never look at ERA when it comes to relievers, because one bad outing kills it. I always look at how many good outings do you have, and was it like a culmination of like 4 bad outings, or was it 1 bad outing? So that's the way I look at it. But those aren't my numbers, and I would imagine even today, relievers still look at that stuff, don't they? It's like, I'd still like to be able to look at my numbers and like feel good, like my ERAs in the 2s or the low 3s. I feel good about that. Even though it's only 1 outing, it still sucks to look at that number.
It does. And if you have somebody tell you different, then I'd have to question their sanity.
Yeah.
I think you always want a baseball card. That was my dream, to just have a baseball card. Just be able to be like, "Hey, kids, look, I did something cool for a little while," and somebody took a picture of it. And if you flip that thing over and you see a 9, you're like, "Oh," so nobody's going to be looking at, "Wow, he struck out 20% of the guys that he was facing that year." No, they're going to look at the ERA and be like, "What the hell happened that year?" So, yeah, I mean, of course you care about that. Ultimately, there's always going to be a name at the bottom line of the tickers unless things change on the win and the loss.
Yep.
And I think you always care about that. I think ultimately, if you're a competitor, you want to have more W's than L's. That's just kind of how it works.
Talking to Javier Lopez on the UMA guest line. Well, nowadays kids will look at your card and be like, "Dude, how did you throw 75 games in 28 innings?" You know what I mean? They'll be like, "How do you have to get to face 3 guys? How did that happen?" I mean, the specialist, we've talked about that before, has just sort of gone by the wayside. But to me, that plays to Bochy. That plays to the between the lines manager and the between the ears manager. And there's so many guys here that you hear, or through across sports, that are players managers and get the most out of their guys, but they don't always make the right decisions necessarily with the X's and O's. And I think Bochy was the complete package. We're talking earlier about him being on the same level as guys like Bill Walsh and Steve Kerr here in Bay Area lore.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think there's a lot of things that you can put on Bochy, and I think one of those is just being able to understand the game. He was never against the analytics. I think that's kind of been painted on him, maybe because he's so old school. But I think, honestly, I played 7 seasons under the guy, 162 games. He probably ran out 140 different lineups a year. It's just kind of what he did, and he went with the percentages, but he still had feel for the game. He let a lot of things pass the eye test before making the move with a number, and that goes a long way for me, and I think that goes a long way for a lot of players. That, sometimes you get a lot of things written off. Oh, he's got bad luck. He's unlucky. Well, that is true to some extent. Sometimes you're just in a rut, and you need to have a sit, and you need to have a breath, and you need to just take some time off away from it and let somebody else ride it out. And he would never turn his back on you, but he'd tell you, like, "Hey, we're going to back off the throttle for a little bit and let this be." But, it's funny that you bring up that point that I threw up so many games. When I first got traded over, he'd actually trust me for a full inning.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have a sit down with the guy and figure out what he was really thinking.
I think you should. When you said 7 years, Javi, it just hit me like that. That must feel pretty good. Like that doesn't happen. I mean, that's closer type stuff where someone gets to say 7 years as a reliever, and not just you. I mean, they have a nickname, Core 4. I mean, it was you. It was Jeremy and Sergio, and then Wilson, and then Casilla. So there's 5 in there, but especially the middle 3. How great was that to be able to not bounce around the country as relievers tend to do? Not only you winning, and that's part of the reason you were staying was you're winning, but just to be able to live here and be around the same fellas like each and every year and kind of know your roles and what you need to do. I mean, most relievers don't get to have that feeling.
No, T, I'll tell you what, man, that's one of the most special things that I think I can hang my hat on in my career, that I was able to go to battle day in, day out, knowing the same guys to my left and to my right. That is much like you mentioned. When you're a reliever, you sign up for hopefully moving to 4, 5, 6 cities and trying to carve out a career. And to be able to hang out in one spot for 7 years with the guys that I had, man, that's some of the best memories I have. And getting further and further away from the game and watching the way the game is developing right now, it just shows you how special it was. And I think that's a true testament to Bochy, the Giants front office, that it's so hard to be able to produce a good season after another good season. And for myself and Jeremy and Romo and Casilla, and I just thought it was a special group at a special time. And I really got to credit Bruce Bochy with a lot of that, because I think when you have his voice speaking up to who he wants in the bullpen and wanting those guys consistently down there. Like I told Boch, man, I'm going to pitch till you get tired of looking at it. And sometimes that only took one pitch, but you know what? He still gave me the ball, and I appreciate him, the heck out of him for that.
That's awesome, Javi. It's great to have you. Great to have this
Real
conversation.
Quick,
go ahead.
Now I got to ask him the question that you asked Kane. I think I know the answer to this.
Yeah.
Who got under Bochy's skin the most?
Ooh. I don't know. Did Kane give you a name?
He did.
Way he gave
Yeah.
you a name.
Oh yeah.
He did not.
Yes, he did. I swear.
He gave us the obvious one.
Well, yeah, it's going to be Affel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeremy Affel joins us at 3:50 today, everybody, by the way. He'll get into your skin, too.
Let's repackage that and play it.
Yeah, we should package both of them and play it. Yeah, we should do that for both. Javi, I say this to you every time we talk, dude. I guarantee Chase Utley and Ryan Howard are still checking under their bed for your left arm every night before they go to sleep, man.
I appreciate that.
I love
man.
that, dude, man. It's great having you on, and we'll catch up soon, Javi.
Man, anytime, guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Javi. No, you know it well.
Oh, one of the best. Love it, dude. Oh, dude, how good is that story? What a great story. Javi Lopez getting mad at Boch because he brought him in. And by the way, I was like, Javi, he chewed out Boch? No, of course not. He death stared him.
Blew up my ear.
And by the way, it went from like 1.05 to 2.5 or something, right? It wasn't anything huge. Javi was nails the time he was here. I mean, he was one of the best left-handed relievers in all of baseball. We are going to catch up with Jeremy Affel at 3:50. We got the Boch impression from Javi too, so we've got 2 of them in the can now, and we'll keep those coming. Jeremy gives us one just on his own, like every week. He just comes up with one without us saying anything. So we will talk to Jeremy Affel about more Bochy at 3:50. But before we do that, I was thinking about this, and Derek and I were talking about this, in how much success Bochy is having this year with the Rangers, because they weren't that great last year. They had some high-priced guys and didn't have tons of pitching until they added DeGrom, then he goes down. Why is it? I mean, the reason I thought it wouldn't work maybe is Bochy wasn't a fit for this style of baseball, for this brand of the game, and as it turns out, he's excelling in it. So why is it that Bochy and Farhan didn't work out in San Francisco? A little bit on that, and we'll talk more about this era of Giants baseball as it relates to Bochy's time. We are live from the patio at the Public House. Do want to remind you, Kyle Shanahan, his first hit with us of the year, coming up at 4:50. But next, why didn't Boch and Farhan work out? We'll talk about it next on The Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Raiders wide receiver Devontae Adams suffered a lower leg injury today after being hit by 49ers corner Charvarius Ward in the joint practice, as if the 49ers and Raiders didn't like each other enough. More on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Yeah, I put it close to 50-50, to be honest. I mean, we use our analysts, Donnie, he's really up on all that, but also he's got old school in him. And we talk every day. We talk about the lineup, things like that. That's how we're built as far as, having our starters and our traditional lineup. I guess some clubs are different, but this is, how we wanted to structure things. And now we, got a little nicked up in, the starting situation with Jacob DeGrom going down. Evaldi's been down. So, for this ownership to go out and get Scherzer, that's allowed us to continue with this model. I think we've used an opener once. We really haven't had to. And so it's a good blend. I can work with anybody as long as we're working together. I don't want anybody to think I'm just old school and it's my way or the highway. No, I did the same thing in San Francisco. A lot of people think we just shot from the hip, but trust me, we did not. We had really good baseball ops there that provided great information for us, and we used it.
You know what's funny?
What's that?
Is you get people old school, new school. And you get these people that almost have to defend what they're doing.
Yeah.
When in reality, it was always a blend. Like analytics was always blended into the equation.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday.
We just didn't call it analytics.
Exactly.
We called it stats.
What do the numbers say? That's what we used to say.
And it's almost like people thought managers didn't game plan. They just showed up and threw a lineup out there and played. They spent time game planning.
Hot zones, cold zones.
They spent time looking at bullpen.
Game plans,
what matchups are we going to go with? Like that's a lot of what analytics is. It's just with the algorithms, it makes it easier. And you can get more information. You get more information quicker. So, yeah, I mean, of course. Why wouldn't you use it? And you asked the question, what happened at the end here?
Like, why didn't Farhan? Why didn't it work between? And I don't want to make it between
it was
those
time.
two.
I just think it had run its course a little bit. And I think he could have managed with he could have had Bochy be the manager, but Bochy was bigger than life. Bochy had already won 3 championships here, so it was.
How was Farhan ever going to stake his claim to anything?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think if you asked Bochy, he'd probably tell you it was probably time, and he's probably happy to be in Texas right now. Like he was there. That's a long time to be with the same organization, talking to the same people, and a lot of time the same people in the dugout, in the clubhouse. So sometimes I know people don't accept this as an answer, but sometimes it's just time.
Yeah,
it's time to move on. It just okay. You know what? I've done everything I can here. Things were starting to head down. I mean, did Bochy really want to be a part of that? He won 3 world championships here, and now they're going to go through 3 or 4 years.
Well, give me Mike Reed.
Yeah. And did they want to pay him $3 to $5 million to be on a team that was going to win like 75 games? I mean, probably not. It's like, did he really want to go through that? So I think it worked out best for everybody because I think Kapler and Farhan work well together. I think Bochy we're always going to look at Bochy as an old school manager because he's old. I mean, he played when I was young. I mean, he caught for the Padres. He's been around forever. So he has a lot of old school tendencies, but that doesn't mean he's not willing to accept new ideas. And once again, analytics are called analytics because, well, it's newfangled.
To be analyzed, his numbers to be analyzed and applied. Right.
The stats is what they are.
I like how he talked about Donnie Ecker, though, who was titled for the Giants the offensive coordinator in the time that he was here.
I love that we have offensive coordinators in baseball now.
Yeah, we talk about the lineup.
He's up in the booth looking down, got the headset on, calling plays.
Yeah. Shift the guy 3 steps to his left. Is that play? We're going to actually, he's 1-2, move him back to the right.
You know why they won? Not because of analytics or not because of Bochy. I mean, they help, absolutely. They've won because Young's way better than we thought he was. I didn't know who Young was before the season.
Oh, Josh Young?
Yeah. I didn't know who Heim was. I mean, I kind of remember him from the A's, but not really.
5 All-Stars is
We
a
didn't
shock.
remember he played with the A's like 4 years. I didn't really remember him. Lowe's really good. We know Simeon. We know Seager. Garcia's been there for a couple years. Knew him. Didn't really know Duran. So I mean, they just have some. They have some really good players. Is what they have.
I mean, Garver in Heim's absence at 830 OPS.
Yeah,
he's smashing.
Yeah, and the pitching's been solid. I mean, we know Gray from Colorado, but he's been better in Texas. And well, not that that's a surprise. You're probably better anywhere coming from Colorado.
He's been better on the road.
But Evaldi's been really good for them, and now they had two. They had Scherzer and had Montgomery. So now they're a formidable team. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. And they can hit and they can score runs. And like we were talking about yesterday, that's what the Giants are going to have to do. They're going to have to figure out a way to score runs in this series. I don't think they're winning this series like 3-2, 3-1, 4-2. You're going to have to get 5. You have to get at least 2 games. You're going to have to get 5+. Just going to have to. So I don't know how to do it. I wish I could tell you, like, this is how you do it. This is how you do it. You just got to do it. Just do it.
I mean, I don't know how to do it.
Nike.
I haven't seen the guys do it in a while.
Just do it.
Yeah, like, just do it. Come on.
Neither have I.
Hit some balls over the fence. Just do it.
Unless they can have Wilmer bat like 7 times during the game. That's about it. But, I mean, look, who else is hot other than Wilmer Flores?
I got nothing.
I got nothing
for you.
either.
I got nothing to offer
zero.
you.
Like, I look at the lineup, I'm like, oh, man.
Like, I'm looking at suppressing runs. I'm like, oh, nice. Cobb and Webb through this series. And probably Alexander. Well, he is. He's opening tonight. But every series now, it's like if it's not Cobb and Webb, you're getting two of three of Walker or Alexander.
Probably 3 of 3 now.
Maybe Stripling might get in there.
Maybe.
If he's lucky.
Flip a coin.
Dude, now you notice now with Wood, they don't even use they go like Alexander, then they go Junis, then they go Wood. He's got 2 openers.
I remember about a month ago, I was like,
now.
oh, man, we can't do this two times a week.
We're doing it 3 times a week now. This is unbelievable.
It's 3 times a week.
And by the way, can I throw this out there? They have like the 3rd best record in the National League.
Yeah.
Like, for as bad as everybody feels like it is, it feels like the sky is falling. The Giants aren't going to get through this stretch. They're playing a bunch of teams in the American League, and nobody around them is doing much of anything.
Yeah.
We think it's bad for the Giants. Now, what's frustrating is I look at a team like the Pirates, and they got a guy pitching today, Johan Oviedo.
Yep.
Making his 23rd start. He's got like a 4.3 or something ERA. He's been really, really good since the All-Star break. But he's made 23 starts. I'm like, he has not had an outing this year, and he's getting stronger. He's pitching like 6 and 7 innings an outing. He's like a 3 or a 4. Maybe he'll stretch out and become a 2 for them or something in the next couple of years. But the Giants just don't have anybody right now that is stretched out or that they feel comfortable stretching out. I mean, Sean Manaea went 4 the other day, struck out 6 down in Anaheim. That's the best outing we've seen from him in length for months.
Yeah.
I mean, and I wouldn't feel confident now in starting him because I'm like, well, he's better after 2 guys pitch before him. So run him out there in the 3rd inning and let him go. So
the problem is, for me, I don't know if it's a problem, just for me, when things go haywire, when you have a starter, then
he weathers the ship a little bit.
If you're going to do that 2 more days in a row, then you got to juggle all this stuff, and it just, if something goes wrong, then it kind of affects the next day, and then the next day might bleed into the next day. I don't know. I'm not a big believer in reinventing the wheel, and this seems a little like reinventing the wheel. Like
reinventing the wheel.
I know they feel like this is their best option to not have Manaea start. I just don't know what would be so wrong with having Manaea start and then have the guys come in after him. Like, well, who knows? He may surprise you. He may go 5, and then you're in great shape. Who knows? Stripling may surprise you, go 5 or 6. Who knows? But you're not giving him that opportunity to do so when you bring him in the 2nd and 3rd inning. And to your point, which is a very good point, you have the 3rd best record in the National League. So, here I am. I'm bitching and complaining about this stuff, and they have the 3rd best record in the National League. So I don't know if that's so much how they ever been playing?
I think it's 4th best. It's 4th best now. Well, actually, no, it's tied for 3rd. So here, oh no, it's 4th. You're right. Because it's 72 and 41 of the Braves.
Okay.
Because they fell out after the last 4 games or so. They fell out of
Braves,
the
Dodgers.
It's Braves and Dodgers.
Brewers
60 and 46. No, but the Phillies have now.
Oh, Phillies. Okay.
Phillies are 2 games better now. They were ahead of the Phillies before that Oakland series. So. That's where they are now, 6.5 out of the division. And by the way, the Dodgers are starting to get hot. Clayton Kershaw, did you watch that game last night?
A little bit, yeah.
Kershaw, first of all, Kershaw tie block. What's it, 2014 or something?
Yeah.
Like, dude, tie block, by the way, has an ERA going into that game last night, 0.9 at Dodger Stadium. He's like the best pitcher in the history of Dodger Stadium, dude, for opposing teams. Remember, he did like 7 shutout on like opening day against the Dodgers. Yep. He beat them here. to keep to get into the playoffs that 2016 year. Remember that
right.
to clinch the playoff spot. Anyway, Dodgers last night. Thank you. Get Clayton Kershaw.
By the way,
back.
what are the Dodgers up on the Giants?
6.5. It's they're running away.
Everybody tries to I like the Padres this year. The Dodgers just don't have the Dodgers. Dude, the Dodgers are up 6.5.
Padres. I was like, oh no, they're in third. Oh no, they're not. They're in fourth.
Yeah,
13.5 out.
But
they're only 2 back Arizona now.
There's pretty good extension, isn't there, between the Giants and Arizona, Giants and the Padres?
Giants are now 5 up on Arizona.
Wow. I mean,
they're 7 clear of San Diego.
Wow, they were 2 up coming out of the break.
Yep.
And they went 3-1 in that.
Arizona's been atrocious. They're 1-9 in the last 10. They've lost 8 in a row.
But I mean, everybody keeps the Dodgers. The Dodgers. And you know what?
Dodgers won 5 in a row.
You know who kills me? And every Giants fan will agree. They'll shake their head. Muncy. You know how many hits he has?
I know he had one last night off a tie block and broke the tie with a solo home run. I don't know. I'm gonna guess. Because he was hitting like under 200 last I saw. I'm gonna guess he's got like 45 hits.
62.
Okay, of the 62, how many are homers? What's it like? It's like 28 or
27. Or maybe 28.
That's wild, dude.
It's unbelievable.
He hit one last night.
It's unbelievable. This guy, it's like 45% of his hits are homers. It's just like either you're going to get him out or he's going to homer. If against the Giants, he's going to homer.
Yeah.
We all know that.
Or a former Giant in
But
type
no,
1.
it's just it's amazing. I don't know that it gets talked about enough, and it's not going to get talked about much up here because, well, they're the Dodgers. But the Braves doing what the Braves are doing, and of course the Orioles have been a really, really fun story. Even the Reds have been fun this year. But the Dodgers doing what they're doing without a pitching staff, like a legit pitching staff, is like stunningly amazing. It really is, to be that many games up in the West and not have a pitching staff. Like they what was it? Grove, Miller, Ed Sheeran, and a couple other dudes. Urias just got back. He just got back. Yeah, he's been bad. He just got back a couple weeks ago.
Kershaw made a start last night. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, Kershaw was I was like, God, this sucks. I was watching. I was like, this is incredible. This guy's unbelievable. By the way, at one point he's like entering the 6th inning. They go going back to his pre-injury numbers. He's now at 20 consecutive scoreless innings. I was like, what? I said, what the hell's going on with this? And then he gave up a home run to who was it? I forget who that guy is. But the big catcher for the
Rocky?
the Rockies.
Well,
I know the All-Star catcher, the one that I knew.
Yeah, Diaz or
yeah, there you
go. Something like that.
Hit the home run in the All-Star game. Anyway, Kershaw.
What's the one thing you think about when you think of Kershaw?
Curveball.
Curveball. You know what I think about?
The kick.
It's not the kick.
Is it the stretch out?
No. The fanned out.
Oh, the fanned out glove right in front of his face.
I don't know why. Whenever I think of Kershaw, I think of that fanned out because he fans that glove like really, really wide, and I'm guessing that's to hide the grip, whatever grip he's going to put on the ball.
Can I be honest about something though? Last night when I was watching this game,
Please
he
be honest.
got yanked from the game, and I felt bad about this, and I'm getting soft. I started getting a little. I was like, man, I got to start appreciating watching some of these Kershaw starts that aren't against the Giants. I was like, I really have to start remembering what these... Because, dude, it's like when we talk about watching Steph, or when I talk about... I'm getting to the point where you see guys' whole careers. And Kershaw, I mean, he's as close to the best pitcher I'll ever see. You know, it's him, it's Scherzer, I saw Pedro pitch. That was incredible. Maddox. And I've always loved pitching. As a guy who used to catch, it's one of my favorite things. It's an art form in the game of baseball. And the guys who do it well, who don't do it with 98, 99 heat, those are the guys who are the most fun to watch. But I'm not like, I'm not Murph who's like seeing Kershaw across the street over here from the ballpark and he goes, hey man, I want to congratulate you on a wonderful career. Now screw that. I'm not telling him that, I'm just saying I started getting a little like, oh man, we got to start appreciating these outings. Because when they retire, like I say, I always mention this one. I loved giving Tony Gwynn the standing ovation.
He's
one of my
probably the hardest Dodger to hate, I would imagine, from a Giants fan standpoint.
Yeah.
He's a guy you look at and go, God, I'd love to have that guy on my team.
Yep.
And the only reason I hate him is because he's a Dodger. Mookie, everybody loves Mookie too. But
it's a little different.
But Kershaw's just, you're like, damn, that guy'd be awesome to have here.
Yeah, man.
And his 1.9 ERA lifetime at Oracle, whatever. It's insane.
We used to be like, yeah, Lincecum's better than he was for a minute. Kershaw's still here doing the same stuff.
But that's the thing, right?
So it's wild.
It's can you be
He's great
over the long haul? Like, I still contend Jacob deGrom's the best pitcher I've ever seen between right now and the end of Pedro's career.
Skill-wise, right?
Pedro may be the best I've ever seen.
That's
even
true.
better than Clemens.
Yeah.
His stuff was just so
The changeup was
incredible.
unbelievable.
But DeGrom, when he's healthy, is I've said this before. Over the last 10 years, if you had one guy to pitch one game and he was healthy, I'd take him. I wouldn't think twice at all. I don't care. There's a lot of great pitchers. I would take that dude. Problem is, he can't pitch. He just never healthy. And that's part of it. You got to be healthy. You got to make the starts, right? You got to have that longevity. It's got to be greatness over a period of time. That's what we talk about when we talk about Hall of Fame. It's not, Tim Lincecum, who was maybe the best pitcher in baseball for 3, maybe 4 years, but it wasn't 7 or 8 years. And that, Kershaw's been able to do that. Some other guys have been able to. DeGrom hasn't been able to do that. You look at his career, you're like, damn, he was really, really great when he could pitch. Just couldn't pitch. And that's part of the equation. You have to be able to play. You have to get on the court. You have to get on the field. You have to get on the diamond. You just have to. And some guys can, some guys can't. And that's part of what makes Kershaw, pretty incredible, is his longevity. Verlander, another great example of greatness and greatness over a long period of time. And you look at him, you're like, Hall of Famer, easy. Great pitcher, not just for 1 year, great pitcher for 10 years, maybe more than 10 years. That's hard to do.
Yeah, it's even a comment across the sky of baseball. It just again, there's a place for those guys in the Hall of Fame, but usually it's telling their stories because of an achievement, not so much to recognize them with a plaque. But Lincecum is like a truncated Johan Santana. Johan was the best in the game for a while, but for an even longer
He was
period.
like a meteor.
Yeah, he was.
He
just
burned
it went
bright
quick.
and it was gone.
It went quick. All right, when we come on back, a little bit more on the Bochy era here, because, we haven't talked much about Bochy as it relates to Kapler. He had some really nice comments about Kapler when he left. He's been around. He was here for the Will Clark retirement ceremony.
Yep.
He came for the Barry Bonds jersey retirement. He was here for the 2012 reunion, was Bruce Bochy last year.
Talk about that Bochy hand pat.
It's tough to follow a legend, right? Yeah, dude, the Bochy hand. Well, I put it in my video here, so it's me.
I thought it'd be fun to get for my 60th.
Can you imagine if Bochy
got
came
one
out?
of those tats.
Bochy,
It's a Marlin.
Wrestling with a Marlin hand tattoo.
I caught one of those when I was younger.
He said he caught some rockfish in
That was a
Monterey.
big sumbitch, too. I'll tell you that right now.
We got Bruce Bochy talking hand tats. No, when we come on back, the Bochy era as it relates to Gabe Kapler, will he ever do enough to win Giants' hearts? It's going to take 4 or 5 championships, maybe. We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bochy, when the President of the United States leaves office, traditionally he leaves a note in the desk for his successor saying something. What might you say to your successor if you could leave a note like that?
Yeah. I'd probably leave a note telling him he get the best job in baseball. And I mean that. I talk about the owners and our front office, the city, surrounding areas, the ballpark, the fans. He's getting the best job in baseball.
How's Bruce Bochy upon his retirement from the San Francisco Giants? Spent 3 years away before taking the job with the Rangers last October. Has them in first place and a damn good shot at making a run towards a World Series title. That would be unreal, man. If Bochy got back, don't forget he went to a World Series with the Padres in '98 and got swept by the Yankees. If Tanyan Sturtz gets that pitch called a strike in Game 1, I won't go. We're going deep on a weird seventh inning call that is terrible. I'll show it to you during the break. Would have gotten Bochy in a different situation in Game 1 of the '98 World Series, but nonetheless, he's got 3 titles and an opportunity to go for a 4th. So we were just talking a little bit during the break about him taking over Gabe Kapler taking over after Bochy comes in. How much of, because it's always tough to follow a legend. It's like really, really, Giants still haven't found a left fielder. You know what I mean? Like they're still looking for a guy to play left field every year since Barry left. The Cowboys are still looking for a running back, right? But to be the guy right after, especially when there's expectations, we talked last week about Bobby Bonds as it related to Willie Mays, where when you get dubbed something or you get pegged as something and you're not that, it makes it tough. Andrew Wiggins had that happen. He was supposed to be the face of Cleveland right after LeBron left.
Minnesota.
Minnesota. They traded him to Cleveland.
They traded him to Minnesota.
Right. He's drafted there, then they flip him for Kevin Love because LeBron comes on back. So, I think it was going to be tough for him anyway. It was a rebuild with a new regime. I do wonder how much of the Farhan catered, because I do know Farhan catered to Bochy in that final year.
Yep.
He wouldn't have gotten Kevin Pillar in today's game. That's not a guy Farhan wants. He did that because Bochy needed an everyday guy that he could run out there and wanted to compete. So, if he's playing both sides there and Farhan's trying to cater to Bochy a little bit and also set up his run, I know that rankled fans a little bit and made fans feel like Bochy got forced out, which made Kapler start a step behind. And I don't think it 2020 didn't help that. The fast new age move into what baseball has become didn't help that. And the narrative around Kapler coming from Philadelphia didn't help that.
Yeah, and also the Dodgers organization.
Yeah,
he had a lot working against him. But look, when you take over for a beloved figure, it's going to be tough. It just is. But I think 107 wins certainly expedited the love. Because I think people are more willing to embrace Kapler. There's going to be a section of fans that until he wins a World Series, that are never going to buy into him. Probably never going to buy into Farhan. That's just the way it's going to be.
People don't. They have the 4th best record in the National League, and people are like, Farhan's terrible.
Yeah.
The guy tweeted at me yesterday during the show and said, like, why would they lie to us and say they were being aggressive? And I was like, again, they didn't say aggressive doesn't mean it. I can aggressively go try to find something at the grocery store. If they don't have it at 4 stores I go to, what can I do about it?
What would you aggressively try to find at the grocery store?
What would I be aggressively trying to buy?
What would be, you'd have to be aggressive to get at the grocery store?
It would be like I've already cooked part of something and I'm on a clock.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Give those curds.
I can't.
Don't you aggressive?
Cheese curds?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I get a sports bar, not the aggressively ordering cheese curds.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it would be.
It's a bad example.
It's a really stupid line of questioning. But moving on. Let's get back to Kapler.
Back to Kapler.
I just think I think he's much better than he was when he got here. I do.
Me too.
I think he's kind of, again, he's blended the analytics and his experience as a player. Like if you're not going to use that part of a manager's brain, just have a computer sit in there and do it then. I mean, just plug it in and say, what's the best situation to use this in, and how do we do this, and put that guy in and take that guy out. I don't know why you would do that. Like, it always was laughable to me that the front office was kind of running the show in a lot of cases, presumably. Lineups, matchups, bullpens, when guys are coming out, when guys should come off the bench to pinch hit, all that. Like, if you want to do that, just manage then. Just throw one of your Ivy League dudes down there and let him manage. If you're going to do that, then you don't need a guy that's played.
The Miami Dolphins did. Miami Dolphins were like, McDaniel, when you went to Yale, get your analytic ass over here and call some plays, dude.
Yep.
Tua Tagovailoa was like, I played for Nick Saban, now I'm playing for this guy. That's seriously, that's wild. That is wild.
Free coffee?
There he is. I mean, imagine that.
That's a pretty wide spectrum right there.
That's playing for like Jim Harbaugh in Michigan, then you show up and you're playing for McDaniel. Like, again, I'm not saying McDaniel's a bad coach. I'm not judging him because of where he went to school. It's different. It's clearly been an asset. It's different. It's a totally different culture.
Everything's different now.
Absolutely.
I mean, all coaches, managers are different. And in every sport, hockey I can't really speak to, but I'm sure in hockey as well. Basketball, most certainly. Maybe basketball has the highest percentage of kind of like old school type guys that aren't thought of as just analytics guys. Baseball has the highest percentage, and then football's getting there. I mean, football has those guys.
I think basketball's coming though.
Too.
I think it's coming.
It could be.
I think that age is coming. I think the analytic age is on its way because teams are starting to use it way more now. We've talked about how you know how I know it's coming, because the game of basketball is starting to talk about changes, because it's becoming 2-1. It's the 3 true outcomes like we talked about for baseball.
Yep.
It's all 3-point shooting and
free throws
and
then layups.
It's boring. It's become more boring than the product we used to have relative to what it was. Calling it boring isn't fair.
I totally agree. But back to Kapler.
Okay.
I think Kapler is someone who he's just going to keep. And the one thing I do appreciate about Kapler is he's very comfortable in his own skin. Like, he knows who he is. He's not trying to be anybody else, and he's trying to win games the way he sees fit, the way the best way to go about winning games. And look, I appreciate that. Like, I mean, we can make fun of certain things. Like, you would have never saw Bochy eating an apple during a game.
Can you
imagine Bochy eating an apple? Is that a Granny Smith? I like Granny.
Give me one of them Fijis.
I like them Granny Smith apples. Give me one of those. Oh, that's a red delicious, isn't it?
Give me one with a worm in it.
That is nice. I like that one.
Dude, who's sitting on the railing just crushing that apple back-to-back days. But
it's who he is.
It's hysterical.
I mean, I half expected to see him crushing a quinoa bowl like in the fourth inning.
Give me an acai.
Yeah. Let's. I'm doing my Bochy for Kapler. What's a hand tattoo doing on my hand? I don't do that crap.
Give me a henna.
What are we doing? Give me a quinoa bowl. Wait a minute. I'm Bochy, not Kapler.
Bochy's a what?
What happened? But until when you take over for somebody that wins, like I'm telling you, the next person that takes over for the Warriors, enjoy. They're going to be looking at it going, what the hell's going on? And look, someone else is going to probably take over, and there'll be no Steph anymore, no Clay anymore. It's like, good luck. Enjoy yourself. Yeah. And Steve will be like, see ya. Thanks for having me, everybody. Really appreciate it. But, I mean, even Seifert faced that. And Seifert won 2 Super Bowls. And he doesn't get, like, near the credit that Walsh gets. Why? Because Walsh was first. Walsh kind of innovated all that stuff. A lot of stuff that Walsh did, Seifert took over. And a lot of the players, all the players just about.
He's got Mike Shanahan running the offense.
Yeah, exactly, were Walsh's players. Not all of them. They got a few and really good players at that, Sanders being one of them. But it just, when you're the next guy up, it's just hard. It's hard. So, I think Kapler actually, because I questioned. I didn't love the Philadelphia experience, and I shouldn't say that because I didn't watch Philly every day, but from what you read and what you watched and what you heard from people that were around the team, it was like, nah. And then he got here. Give him a chance. You can't judge him based on what he did in Philly. And
which was just go 500 basically.
Yeah, I've seen him grow.
Right, I have too.
I've seen him grow. Like, he would have never in Philly let Johnny Cueto try to pitch a complete game. Ever. That wouldn't have happened. Like, he does things now where it's more in line with what, like, a 1980s manager would do, who just goes by feel. So I think he has that.
And he's admitted that.
Yeah,
this year.
Absolutely.
And he's made gut decisions.
It always comes down to winning. It always does. 107 bought him a lot of goodwill, because 107 that's a magical year, man. That is incredible. But it only buys you so much goodwill. But if you win, that's going to buy you more goodwill. So that's what it's going to come down to. Look, We all know that. Comes down to win. If you win, people will love you or they'll begrudgingly accept you. Let's all remember that most people didn't want Bochy here. He was a retread from San Diego.
I'll put my hand in the air first. I was not happy with the Bochy. I was like, what? I was like, we're just appeasing Barry for 1 year now? That's what we're doing? I was like, what are we going to do after that?
And then
go 500?
And then look what happened. Look what happened. But I will say this. That was more not about Bochy. He certainly was a huge part of it. But that was about Lincecum, Kane, Bumgarner, Posey, and all the rest. Just like, you give Steve a lot of credit for what he's able to do over there. Steph, Clay, Draymond. I mean, it's still the players. The players are the reason you win for the most part. The biggest reason you win is the players. Now, managers and coaches can tie it all together, and that's what you're hoping for, but it's still going to be the players. So the point is, it's still going to be about Bailey, Schmidt, Luciano, Harrison, Mato. Like, it's going to be about the young players. If the young players end up turning out being really good, guess what? They're going to be really good. They are. If they're not so good, then I don't care how good Kapler or how bad Kapler is, it's not going to matter. They're not going to be very good. So I know everybody likes to focus on the managers, but it really comes down to how good your players are.
And that's what Bochy. I mean, Bochy didn't even have that when he got here. We'll talk more about that later as it relates to those other coaches in the NFL and the NBA that you were talking about with Bill Walsh and with Steve Kerr, because Steve Kerr had a better product, I think, more ready to go product when he got here. He wasn't here for the growing pains for a lot of that, and still had to fold it in together. But Bochy took it from one era to the next and then won 3 championships, which is pretty incredible. We'll catch up with Jeremy Affeldt. Already had great conversations with Matt Cain and Javi Lopez. Affeldt's going to join us when we come on back. George Contos at 5:30, and you do not want to miss ahead of week 1 of the preseason. Niners and the Raiders. Kyle Shanahan joins us at 4:50. Pregame starts at 10 a.m. Myself, John London, Dennis Brown over on 810 The Spread on Sunday. But at 4:50, Kyle Shanahan stops by to talk a little 49er football. On the other side, Jeremy Affeldt, only here on the Sports Leader. According to Shams Charania, the Warriors will open their season against the Suns and play the defending champion Nuggets on Christmas Day. That story and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Been talking to you about this for some time because it's important. It affects you, it affects your life, it affects your family's lives. So listen up. Whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, don't you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or taking too much risk, or if you're going to be able to live the life that you've always dreamed of when you finally get to retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you're interested in finding out how Greg O'Donnell can help you or your family, give him a call. Greg and his team are easy to talk to, and there's no cost or no obligation. Call him today, 866-496-2300, or visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representatives offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Who got under Bochy's skin the most?
Well, yeah, it's going to be Affeld.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's Affeld. Affeld for sure could get under his skin. Oh, yeah. It had to be Affeld. I'm trying to think of anybody else. But, yeah, off the top of my head, it had to be Affeld.
Well, I'm guessing you could insert anybody else's name in there.
Yeah,
the answer would always be
yeah.
Affeld. He's our guy. Every Friday we talk to him. Built for the Storm podcast. And a man who, well, I'm not sure if he enjoyed getting under. Yeah, I'm sure he did. I think I know Jeremy well enough to say he probably enjoyed getting under Bochy's skin occasionally. Jeremy Affeld joins us. What's going on, Jeremy?
So good. Yeah, that's great. I'm glad I got voted on that one.
It was 2-0. It was unanimous. And it was only 2-0 because we only had 2 former teammates.
Javi was like, he didn't give a name, did he? Kane didn't give a name. We're like, oh, no. He
did. Yeah, he did. Give me an example of getting under Bochy's skin where maybe you don't even agree with it, but it happened. I always enjoyed those type of stories. What do you got for me?
Oh, man. Well, it depends. If I was pitching, it would be really easy to do. Because two instances we were pitching, he comes out in Cincinnati, and I got bases loaded, and I think I'm facing Votto or something, 2 outs, and he's like, all right, go right after the guy. You got him. You know, he's dangerous right now, but I think you'll be fine. Just whatever you do, don't walk him. I'm like, well, no joke, Sherlock. There's bases loaded. And he kind of looked over at me, and he mumbled something and walked off. I walked him. so I walk him, and the guy comes running. I look over at Boch, and Boch kicked the bucket of balls. Okay, so he's all mad, throwing a temper tantrum, and his foot gets stuck in the bucket, like he can't get the bucket off. And I'm just watching him, and but then he's looking at me like, "Who are you looking at?" And I walked over to the line, and I said, you show me up one more time, I'm just going to walk right off this mound. I'm going to spear attack you in the dugout right here in the live game.
Wow.
And he's like, just go back up there and pitch. So he's just all mad, right? So we get out of it, and him and I kind of get into a little bit, and he's like yelling at me, and I looked at him, and I said, I'm just going to remind you that the 2 rings and the extension that you got were part of what we did. Don't show me up ever again. I walked off, right? So he kind of, we got a little bit of an argument, and then it was fine. He was good. He pulled me up at the plane, said, you know I'm competitive. I said, yeah, it's all good. So Arizona, I think it was the same year, I come in for Kane, and I'm facing Goldschmidt, and he comes in, he's like, listen, we got a base open, pitch around him, do not give him anything to hit. He's the only guy carrying this team. But you got a base open, you got a lefty up, you know. I think I was pitching already, but I think I got a guy on first or something. Like, all right. So Buster, we're working him, and it's a 3-2 count, and he's trying to hit it because he's trying to hit it because he's trying to do some damage. And Buster sets up 6 inches outside. I throw it to the glove, which was a rarity, and he hits a homer. I look at the homer, and I look up, and I look in the dugout, and Kane has pulled his hat over his face. Because he got a loss, right? Yeah. So I'm like, well, now we're losing. And Bochy's just stomping around in there. And I just don't even look at him. I get out, I don't even look at him. The next day he pulls me and Buster in the dugout. And he's like, I said, do not give him anything to hit. And you gave a homer. I'm like, it was 6 inches off the plate. It was in the air. You could have thrown a curveball in the dirt. And I'm like, I finally didn't know what to do. And Buster's sitting there. I look over at Buster, and he looks at me, and I look at Boch, and I said, he called it. I just threw it where he wanted it, man. He's the all-star. What do you want me to do? so I threw him right under the bus, and we get out from the freaking principal's office, and Buster looks at me. He's like, you just threw me under the bus right there? I'm like, yeah. Like, he's not going to snap on you. You're the freaking franchise. I'd rather just blame it on you, and then we'll move on because he can't say nothing, and he didn't. So leave me alone. And Boch, you just hear Boch slam the door behind us. He was all pissed. Just bouncing around off the walls in there. It's great.
You should have told Buster, where were you? Why didn't you own that? Why didn't you tell him that you called that?
Come on, champ. Let's go.
You made me throw you under the bus.
Yeah, because he's probably like, you're a scrub lefty. What am I going to help you for?
I like that early in the season. It's hey, Boch, you didn't get this without us. And late in the year, it's, oh, no, dude, I didn't call that. That was all Buster, man. That was that was his fault. None of us had a ring before Buster either.
So I asked Javi, what was Boch's secret sauce, though? Because obviously he connected with you guys, and you guys respected him. He respected you guys as players. You don't get 3 World Series if that's not the case. But what was it? What was it about him that kind of tied everything together?
I think there's 2 things. One, he had an open-door policy, and he really did. I've had other managers that say it's an open-door policy, and you're like, yeah, okay, until your door's closed. And, but he didn't. He had one. You could go in there, and his only thing is, hey, man, I don't have a problem with the open-door policy, and I don't have a problem with the questions, but you better be ready for the answer, because I don't have time to freaking make you feel good. Yeah. I'm not worried about hurting your feelings. I'm trying to win a ball game, because there's a couple times when he should have pitched me where I was not happy that I didn't get in the game because I felt it was the role that I was supposed to be in. And him and I kind of walk in there and be like, what are you doing? And he's like, listen, I didn't like it right there. And I'm trying to win a game. I'm not worried about you. And I remember I had a scoreless streak going. I think it was in 2019. I had like 29 innings stretch of scoreless innings. And he put me in, and he pulled me out with a runner on third and 1 out. And I'm like, what are you doing? There's runners on first and third, and I'm like, I'm kind of a double play machine right now. Like, I'll figure it out. Like, it's just kind of how my pitches were going. Well, he pulled me, and Meadows came in, and Meadows threw a curveball, and the guy popped it up to the left for an out, but the guy scored. And selfishly, I was a little selfish. I remember I freaking threw the gum bucket, and I was pissed. And he and Boch looked over at Flannery and goes, "What's he all upset for?" He's like, "Well, I don't know. Maybe 29 scoreless innings just got broke up because of a sac fly. He didn't even let him give up his own run. Maybe that's what he's pissed off about. Have you thought about that?" And Boch is like, "Oh, well, I wasn't thinking about that. I didn't even know he had the 29 innings scoreless, And Flannery just shook his head, and he walked by me and said, "I can't even help you. I'm pissed at him too." But he looked, and I went in there after the game, and I'm like, man, he's like, "Listen, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it, but you have to realize my situation is I don't care. I'm trying to win a ball game. I do apologize. I should have thought about the scoreless innings a little bit, but I was actually more thinking about how to win the game, and I was trying to figure that out and utilize the pitches appropriately." And I couldn't say anything to that answer, right? That was a really good answer. And I think that's what he would do, is he would be honest with you. He could apologize, but he's not afraid of hurting your feelings. And that's really good. And the other thing that I think that he did a good job about holding the team together is he understood everybody's personalities. And I got mad at him a couple times for coddling a few guys. I thought he gave them days off when he shouldn't. They're getting paid to play. These guys are going in every Sunday. They don't want to play, so he gives them a day off, but there's no discipline. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. And he's like, listen, there are a few guys that I got to coddle to get the most out of them. And we're trying to win a game. So at some point in time, I've got to kind of maybe I got to be a little bit more of a babysitter with these guys to know that I need to get the most out of them so they're not pouting. A guy like you, I got to snap on you, or we got to get into an argument. We have to toe the line. You and I have to go at it a little bit to get you to wake up, or you need to wake yourself up, or you got to get it out. I know you got to get mad at somebody, so I'll let you do it, and I'll get mad back at you, and then we call it good, and we shake hands. Like, it's just different personalities need different things. And I really appreciated that about him as well. He tried to just kind of recognize, how can I get the most out of you, and what do I got to do? Maybe babysit you, maybe snap on you, maybe not say anything to you, maybe text you encouraging things to keep you motivated. Whatever he had to do, he did it, and I thought that was really important.
Now, that's always an important role for
a great
manager,
breakdown, man.
like realizing what the personalities are and how to handle them. Hobby told us a story when he was on about an hour or so ago. Do you remember the story in Miami when they brought Hobby in and he wasn't warm and he gave up 3 or 4 runs? And
he was hot. Yeah.
He said he gave him the death stare.
He said Boch apologized, and he goes, "That's not helping my ERA right now, is it?"
I totally remember that, because I was in the gym and I watched it happen, and I was watching it unfold. And Hobby's like we call him the professor, right? He doesn't show anything. he's just like, whatever. Like, you knew he was mad if he didn't pitch real well, which really wasn't that often. He usually pitched pretty good I don't remember him really having a bad streak, really. And so, like, he would just and he'd go, whatever, he'd go and maybe grab a beer and sit down and just kind of process. But, man, that time he came into the gym, and I looked over at him, and I'm like, dude, that was brutal. He didn't even give you time. And he's like, yeah, I know I'm pretty pissed right now. I'm going to lift some weights. And I'm like, well, now I know you're really pissed because I've never seen you. I mean, he works out, but I've never seen him come in and lift weights after he pitches, And I said that. I'm like, and he's like, yeah, Boch apologized, but, yeah, well, it doesn't help the scoreboard in my ERA, so I don't know an apology. He goes, why don't I give up a game-winning homer and say, sorry, Boch? How'd that go? I'm like, well, that's a good point.
Oh, dude, that's nothing off.
Like, that's a really good point.
Oh, that's fantastic, dude. That is so funny.
It was good.
Talking to Jeremy Affeld on the UMA guest line. Great stories about Bruce Bochy. We got some from Javi Lopez and Matt Cain. Javi gave us a great sort of breakdown like you did about the clubhouse, because you were talking about Boch sort of having a tab on how he needed to speak to everybody and how it was different for some guys, how he got aggressive with you or had to light a fire under you or had to coddle some guys. He said it's what makes a locker room a clubhouse. That's the change. Is guys come in, they want to hang out, they want to be there. I'm wondering about that culture versus kind of what we see today, where even with a 40-man roster, it's used a little bit differently. Like, you have more guys on the 40-man, not just to protect them. Like, when you were coming up, Jeremy, it was like, we got a guy in AA, we're not ready for him yet. We may bring him up in a couple of years, but we got to protect him from the Rule 5 draft. Nowadays, it's more about, can this guy help us on the taxi squad? Can this guy help us out in any given series? Is it, you think, tougher? And I know you haven't been in these clubhouses, but for a manager now to know every guy because there's so much movement on every roster.
Hey, don't get me started on that. I can tell you right now, it's a joke. But I think it is tougher for managers to deal with that. I think that's what happens when you take basically all the power out of the manager and you use analytics and computers, because it's like, I don't have to get to know these guys because I'm not even going to have to coddle a guy to get the most out of him because the computer is just going to tell me not to play him. So it's really hard, and it's what makes probably Roberts really, really good over in L.A. I think he's kind of managed that situation. He had a lot of guys. Dodgers were pretty deep even on the bench, and they were good. And a lot of these guys could start be a 4 or 5 hole hitter for a lot of lineups, and they're not even in the game every day. And he had to kind of work that. So I think that's what's made him pretty impressive, what he's had to handle over there. With Bochy, man, I sat with him on Sunday. I was at the Rangers game, and I sat with him. I brought my family over there, and he got his tickets, and I sat with him for the game and was talking with him, and he just said, man, he really likes it over there. I think because they don't do as much of that. They probably do some of it, but he's got a little bit more of I feel like he can kind of coach it old school a little bit, where he can kind of do that a little bit more. I think that was what he needed if he was going to come out of retirement. But I think for a lot of these teams, it's really tough. In fact, Jay Buhner lives in Bernie, and he was at my brewery today, and him and I were sitting out back talking, and we were just talking about the old school way of doing things and just how things got done. And we were telling stories of, Buhner coming up and King Griffey Jr., Griff going and buying cowboy hats for all the guys when Buhner walked up to the plate, and Buhner went up with a bat between his legs like he was riding a horse, thinking it was all funny, and the pitcher hit him right in the freaking upper back. Right? Like, and he said, take your pace. You think this is a joke? And Buhner was like, we didn't go fight him. We're like, yeah, makes sense. You can't do that nowadays because you don't really know who the pitcher is. You don't really know you can't even be joking around on the bench because you don't have enough camaraderie going. So you don't even know the personalities of every guy on the bench. So you don't know how to joke with a guy or not joke with a guy now. And you just don't have enough, team connection because it's all about taxi squads and this guy getting moved up and down just because of strategy, not because of performance. And it's just really tough nowadays for some of these managers.
You have to tell Jay Buhner I was in Vegas one time, sitting there in a sports book, watching the game. Seattle's playing in New York. And somebody comes up to me and says, you Jay Buhner?
That would make sense.
And I go, no, I'm not Jay Buhner. He goes, you're lying. You're Jay Buhner, aren't you? I go, no, I'm not Jay Buhner. He goes, come on. I go, bro. I go, look at the TV. I go, Jay Buhner's batting in New York right now. I'm in Vegas watching the game. I'm not Jay Buhner.
Yeah. You're Ozzie Guillen.
Yeah.
You're Ozzie.
Like, he wouldn't buy it. I'm like, bro, he's on TV. Seattle's in New York. Leave me alone. I'm not Jay Buhner. I can
You should go tell that guy, whatever you do not gamble tonight. You would not do well.
No, you would
not do well.
Not do well at all. Well, somebody actually thought I was Eric Gagne one time.
I was going to say,
I'm like, dude, Eric
Gagne
Gagne's 5'11". What are you talking about? Eric Gagne? Are you kidding me? I go, no more beers for you. You get out of here. You're done.
I honestly like how you just keep name dropping on yourself. Like, hey, man, I thought someone thought I was George Clooney one night.
No, I wouldn't say that. No, neither of those guys were.
People always think I'm Michael
George
B. Jordan.
Clooney,
Michael B. Jordan, I get all the time.
Don't tell Jay Buhner I said that, but he ain't George Clooney. neither am I.
You do have a lot of Jay Buhner, though.
Yeah, well, guess
you
what?
Do. I can see Buhner a lot.
Yep.
Like, I definitely could see Buhner a lot.
Yeah. We're all on the Aryan Brothers All-Star team. we're right there. There's about 7 of us on that team.
You need 9 to fill the club.
Yeah, no, I had 5th, by the way.
You need 9 to fill the club.
Yeah, I'm right there, middle of the lineup. I'm a run producer, is what I am.
Run producer, dude.
So let's get to where the Giants are right now. It's kind of weird, Jeremy, because we look at the standings, and they're still in great shape. 4th best record, just right behind Philly in the National League. But I mean, they haven't scored, it seems like, in about a month and a half. They're having troubles scoring. They're now not using just a 2 rotation opener. They're like 3 spots are filled by openers. So it's like Cobb, Webb, and then let's open it up and do it that way for 3 starts. So it just seems like it's kind of precarious. And I said with the lineup of teams coming up, Rangers, Rays, Braves, Phillies, Braves, that if they don't start scoring some runs, they're looking at like a 4-11 like stretch right in the face, because these teams can score. I don't know what the answer is, but somehow, some way, they get the bats cooking.
Yeah, no, it's a tough it'll be a tough run, and this is where these lineups, this is where August can be the true dog days, because you could have a great lineup going into it, and if you're just kind of hanging on and getting by, and if other teams are really, really hot, or you'll meet the teams that are like, now these guys are like hitting on all cylinders, it can get really tough. And offensively, because you're putting a lot of pressure on the pitching staff. Now they do have, with the Giants, with the Roger brothers, I mean, those numbers are, I mean, it's a pretty tough back end of the bullpen with their closer and then the Roger brothers. You got to go through a gauntlet if the Giants can be winning going into the 7th inning. It's going to be a tough go. But, man, when you run into some of these other offenses that, hey, man, like the Rangers the other day, I mean, they were down 5-0. They came back and won like 9-5. Like, they've got this ability to, like, recover from that, from maybe a slow start from a pitcher. But if the Giants don't hit, it's really tough to recover, and you got some bats that are not going to give up. I mean, I watched this Rangers lineup. I mean, they lost their third baseman, which was a pretty tough hit for them, but those guys can hit, man. They are no joke. They can hit, and so you gotta put together some really good pitching performances to get through some of these offenses. And if you don't have an offense that helps you kind of like relax and be like, okay, I got maybe a run or 2 to give up right here. I'm going to go after these guys, and you got to pitch, man, black to black, like right out the gate and nibble right out the gate. That's a tough thing to put on a pitching staff because your offense isn't contributing.
You've lived in Texas long enough. I'm curious. I know football's king. That's a given. But when it comes to baseball versus basketball, Houston's won the World Series. Dallas hasn't won much, but they got Luka. And the Rangers really haven't done as well lately. Maybe they'll get some eyeballs soon. But where is it? Is it basketball, baseball? Is it star-driven? I mean, how would you describe that, knowing that football obviously is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6?
Yeah, man, I think it's going to go about like baseball, but baseball's still pretty I think it's pretty good here. I mean, because so many kids play baseball here, and the league, these guys are in. I mean, baseball goes. They play like 125 games as a 12U team or whatever. Like they're traveling all over. Baseball still has it in the sense of like that's the next thing. Basketball, I don't know, man, because Spurs they kind of slept on them on their fans for a little bit. Houston's kind of fizzled out. Mavericks are what they are, but I just think baseball's it's pretty much like Houston and Texas. It's still the pride, of Texas. Now football is king, no doubt. Even Bochy said, "Hey man, he was told come September, there is nobody in the stadium because everybody's at football practice or games, and it's all high school football, and then college football kicks in. TCU, UT, Tech, all those guys. Like you're not getting anybody to come to many games, especially on the weekend.
Yeah.
So, but he said now that they're winning, it could be a different story. But I think it's football, and then it is baseball. I don't think basketball is that big yet here.
Yeah. Then you got Wembanyama coming to.
Well, we're playing the Twins. Come see us take on the Twinks.
Anything going on with the? I know you're going to take a couple weeks off from the podcast, Built for the Storm. Anything going on there that we should be either looking at now or looking forward to in the near future?
Yeah, we're ginning up. We're starting to record. I was a guest podcast that I'll probably launch on my podcast too with Scott Limebrink the other day. We had a great conversation, dialoguing, but no, we're ginning up. This is what I'm recording now, getting ready for the fall. So I should be posting here in the next probably end of the month. I'll probably post back out, and then it's going to be pretty much game on all the way until next summer. So I'm looking forward to it. It's been a really, really good summer for me, but it's time to get some podcasts up. I'm looking forward to the conversations.
Now, I'm looking forward to them, too, because like I tell everybody, they're different. You think of an athlete doing a podcast, you have preconceived notions. This isn't that. It's people going through struggles in their lives and how they make it through those struggles. And it's really interesting to hear how people in different walks of life have made it through certain things. And I would imagine for a lot of people out there that have gone through, tragedies in their lives, some of these podcasts could most certainly help you listening to how other people have dealt with that type of adversity. Jeremy, we always appreciate the time. It's always fun having you on. Have a great weekend, and we will talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thanks, Jeremy. Good
Appreciate
stuff,
it,
dude. Did Scott Linebrink. He was one of Bochy's. He had like a core 4 in San Diego before he got here. Scott Linebrink, Akinori Otsuka. He had Rudy Seanez and then Trevor Hoffman. He was making games like he had PV and Chris Youngstar. It was like a 6-inning game, and that was it. And that's basically what he did with the to the Giants to the tune of 3 world championships. We do have a Giants lineup for you. We'll get that to you in just a few minutes. But when we come on back, we told you yesterday about the opening night schedule for the Warriors and Suns on opening night. We now have the Christmas schedule.
Yes, we do.
Get Warriors and Niners on Christmas. We'll give you the juicy Christmas slate of games. What do you prioritize? Because last year we projected which NFL games were good. None of them were good. We'll tell you about the NBA schedule next on the Sports Leader.
El Cerrito, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, El Cerrito's Sports Leader.
Bruce Bochy is back in the Bay and joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss his time with the Giants and much, much more. Check out that podcast trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. And if you live in Northern California, well, of course you do. You're listening to the show. I guess you could be doing it, listening elsewhere, huh? Anyway, be that as it may, you care about, maybe all of us do, care about preserving this amazing environment. That's why Honda Hybrid is a smart way to go. It's electrified driving for the way you live today. Want to go green and in style? There's a Honda Accord Hybrid. Want to go green in a rugged, versatile SUV? The Honda CR-V Hybrid. Both hybrids deliver incredible fuel economy, range, minimal emissions, so you can travel every mile of this great state and beyond. That's what we like. You do it eco-consciously. Don't got to worry about charging. Don't waste time for charging. You're not going to get stranded in the middle of nowhere. That would not be fun. Plus, you get Honda's legendary reliability. That's always a given when it comes to Honda. You get all the cool gadgets that come with the Hondas, and you're going to be about as safe as you can possibly be. That's what I like. And with the year's best lease and financing offers on Accord and CR-V hybrids happening now, going green saves you got it, extra green. So see your NorCal Honda dealer to buy or reserve yours today. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you live from the patio of the Public House. It is Bochy weekend as the Rangers come to town to take on the Giants. The first place AL West Rangers. It's going to be a tough task for the Giants as the Rangers have the best OPS in baseball, lead the American League in OBP, batting average, slugging percentage. They're fourth in home runs. They're number one in hits, runs, walks, doubles, total bases, and run differential. John Gray takes the ball tonight, 7-5 with a 3.72. Giants are going to go opener with Scott Alexander against John Gray, and then Alex Cobb is going to start tomorrow. Logan Webb starts this weekend. So that's where we are. We also, by the way, at 4:50 are going to catch up with Kyle Shanahan weekly this year. We'll talk to Shanahan throughout the season. Niners and the Raiders, 10 a.m. pregame on Sunday over on 810 The Spread. Boy, almost went to old school there. All right, we got the Warriors opening night schedule yesterday. We found out they're going to play the Phoenix Suns.
Yep.
And you actually still had the Clay and Booker. Marcus Thompson asked us which storyline on opening night against the Suns is number one. Is it KD returning? He said, how do you rank him? KD returning for the first time in front of fans. Because remember, he came with Brooklyn and fans weren't here. Did you call? You must have called that game. It was here. It would have been 2021.
Man,
did you call it from home?
That whole year.
Who knows what?
Was just like
Derek said that to me. I was like, what year was that? Where we didn't have fans of the arena?
I was here. I want to say they all played. I want to say all three of them played. And nobody was here.
Because
it's hard to even remember those games, but I think so.
Was that the Eric Paschall year? Is that the bad year? Is that the year they made the play-in and lost to Memphis? So it's the first year of Chase Center, right? Okay, because that's what it would have been. Because I went to that game, second year at Chase Center. Because by the time the play-in happened, we were going limited fans in the arena, and Sash and I went to the Memphis loss after the LeBron shot at the middle basket of the three. So the other storylines there would have been Chris Paul against Phoenix and then Klay Thompson against Devin Booker, which I agree. I think it lost some juice, is what you said yesterday after his comments on Book. And who knows, maybe slow playing him. Also, maybe Klay's going to be in a better spot this year. Maybe he mentally wasn't there last year where he needed to be, coming back and winning the title. Anyway, the way it shakes up for Christmas, and we don't have times on these, so we've just kind of estimated. I joked yesterday, no matter what happens, we were going to get some combination of Bucks, Knicks, and 76ers.
Yep.
It's Bucks at Knicks. That's got to be the 9 a.m. game. Then you get 76ers at Heat. Celtics at Lakers, which is an awesome Christmas Day game. Mavericks at Suns, which is fine. And then Warriors at Nuggets. So the way Derek has it down here is his estimation is the two East Coast games would be the earliest ones, where you get Knicks and Heat, 9 and 11:30. Then an estimated 2 p.m. for the Celtics and Lakers. Mavs at Suns, he's got at 5 p. And then Warriors at Nuggets would be 7:30 is the estimate. But I guess there's a chance the Warriors and Nuggets could be earlier than that, 5:30.
I think what might happen is they go Knicks, Bucks, Heat, Sixers, so 9, 11, and then the 1 o'clock game or 1:30 game will be Warriors, Nuggets, and then the primetime game will be Celtics, Lakers, and then Mavs, Suns.
Celtics, Lakers will be primetime, I think.
So I think that's the way that I'm because the more you think about it, who's a bigger draw than Steph? LeBron. That's it. I mean, he's like the biggest draw in the game. The Warriors are the biggest draw probably behind the Lakers. So why would you relegate your biggest draw versus the champs to 7 o'clock at night on ESPN?
It's 10:30 on the East Coast.
Why wouldn't you have them on ABC?
Is that 7:30 local time,
right?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be my guess. Now, it was a little confusing because the way Shams listed them. He listed Warriors last against the Nuggets, and everything else seemed to be in order. So it could be that, but man, that's doing the champs dirty. Like, here you go. You get to play on Christmas. The last game on Christmas. Like, ouch. That just, to me, I don't know. Maybe they do that, but I'm gonna guess 1 o'clock. I'm gonna guess the third game for Warriors Nuggets, then Celtics Lakers, and then Mavs Suns to round it all out.
Would it shock you if it was Celtics Lakers third game and then Warriors Nuggets fourth game? That would still be okay.
That'd be fine, but I think the fourth game is usually the big game. I'm not positive on that, but I if I remember correctly, that's kind of what it is. But no, I mean, it's a good slate of games. The Knicks always play, no matter whether they're good or not. They just play. Period. Like boom, the Knicks. Why?
Because
they
you're
play
lucky
in New
we'll do
York.
it. Yeah,
That's
lucky.
why.
Yeah. 9:30 a.m. at the Garden.
Like who got left out? I still think the Kings got left out a little bit. Kings Warriors would have been fun. They kicked the Clippers to the curb. That's fine. Don't need the Clippers. I mean, you could have had. They're not very good, but you could have had Wembanyama.
I kind of thought the Spurs might get a look because he's going to be a draw. This year he's going to be in like a huge draw.
That would have been a big one.
It's going to be a sellout everywhere he goes.
Memphis drops off. They're like, get out, see ya. So no more Memphis. I just think there could have been. Could there have been better in the Eastern Conference? Like if you're going to get rid of the Knicks, so you have the Heat, Celtics, Bucks, Sixers.
That's it.
Like
Unless
that would have been, and that is the four.
Bucks, Knicks,
They just
Sixers,
have
and
the
Heat.
Celtics playing the Western Conference.
Right.
So the Western Conference, you
five
get the
teams.
Lakers, and then you get the other four teams.
So that's what they did. They give you the best four in the East, best five in the East. But they said, all right, we're going to give you the best rivalry we have in the NBA as one of the Eastern teams. The others, you'll just get a 4-game slate.
Well, it's funny because they took the 2 and the 3 seed out of the Western Conference and said you're not playing on Christmas. Memphis was 2, right? And then Sacramento's 3. And they said, see ya. Beat it. You guys aren't going to be on Christmas anymore. But
who's Sacramento a draw unless they're playing the Warriors?
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe not. Maybe not.
And who's Denver a draw as much against? Like that's the best
Probably
thing
not.
I think for the NBA would look at Denver and say who's the best team we could put them against. That'll be a draw.
Yeah.
It's the Warriors because they're a huge draw. The Warriors we can put with anybody, it'll be a draw. But if we put them with Nuggets, that's like it hurts us more to go Warriors, 76ers, and Nuggets Lakers.
Yeah.
I think.
Probably your biggest draw, Lakers, Warriors. Or Celtics Warriors, or Celtics Lakers. One of those, like those are the 3 teams that are the biggest draw. Now, selfishly, I will hope that either the Warriors are at 7:30 or 132, because then 132 will lead right into the Niner game. It'll be perfect.
Well, here we go.
So Warriors into Niners, and then back into hoops if you want to. But that sounds like a pretty good day to me.
So here's how it'll break up.
Dude, I'm getting hammered on Christmas.
Yeah, me too.
I don't get to do the game. I'll be staying at home.
I got to do that. I'm going to do Niner pre and post, but I'm going to get hammered. Yeah.
You want a gift? Take it.
Here's how the schedule breaks up. By the way, Bucks and Knicks. If you know how many times I've started arguments with my family.
Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
Christmas morning because
that guy's going to be out there.
I got to lock into the Knicks at 9:30.
He'll be out there.
My dad's like, get over here. We're opening presents. I'm like, dude, the Knicks are on, man.
Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
Dude, Dad, the Knicks are on, man. It's opening day in the NBA. Bucks at Knicks, 9 a.m. is the estimation. Okay, then we go Raiders at Chiefs, 10 a.m. Hey, Lamar Hunt.
Classic.
Check under your tree for this ass whooping. Then you get 76ers at Heat at 11:30. Then you get Giants, Eagles, 1:30.
Ooh.
That's pretty good.
NBA's going to get smashed.
The NBA's going to get slaughtered. I'm not taking a minute. I'm not going to watch a minute of the league.
They're going to get smashed.
Yeah, no
oh,
chance.
God.
Then they're going to try to entice you with the Celtics Lakers somewhere in there. Probably right. That would be their best move if they want to go up against Giants Eagles. They might need to fire Celtics at Lakers at 2:00.
They might need.
They're like,
to.
just fire your bullet now, dude. We need to go with this
Man.
one. And then you'll go. So we have a 5:00 tip for Mavs at Suns is the estimation. Then we'll go Ravens at Niners 5:15. Then Warriors Nuggets would be the last one.
Okay,
if that's
so,
the last one.
So
but
here,
five.
I already have it. I don't even need to think about it. My viewing will be this.
Okay.
It will be football.
Yeah.
And then after that, I'll have it all taped.
Yeah.
And then I'll go back and watch Warriors, Nuggets, Celtics, Lakers, and that's it. I don't have time. I don't have time to do the 3 basketball games. Like
It's your fluff time.
If it was just basketball, I could watch basketball. Well, I wouldn't watch the Knicks anyway.
But I've had it on my whole life, all day. You still get NBA on. If it's on, they got games.
But
I'm
I can watch
watching.
the rest of them.
Yeah.
And I don't really want to bring out 2 TVs. But no, it'll be. But I do reserve the right to change my mind because last year I thought the games were good too and they sucked.
No, they stunk.
So
I think you're committed to this. Now you have to commit now. What are you watching?
Probably football. The Raiders could be bad enough where I say, nah.
You're locked in.
But it is Raiders. Just those helmets on the field at the same time. That's an old AFL rivalry.
Best looking
I
unis.
definitely. And then I don't know how. What is it you said? Eagles, Giants?
Eagles, Giants. Giants at Eagles.
Yeah, that's solid. And then, of course, the Niners will be. So that's the game plan right now. Could change. But if I sub out the Chiefs and the Raiders, what am I getting? Eastern Conference basketball.
Ugh.
Nah.
Ugh.
Pass. So
You got the NBA channel. You can catch that.
I'll watch all the football and then 2 basketball games. It's gonna be a long day, but it'll be football before basketball.
Football. That's going to be my whole day.
Hockey.
I don't have to leave until
Sure, Silver's loving to hear me say that.
Yeah,
I'm a basketball guy. Yeah, I'm going football.
No, I'm going football, dude.
You kidding me?
You don't watch
guys
the
get
Dubs?
smashed.
You don't watch the Dubs something? No, NBA's, NFL's on, dude. I got Niners. I'll tape it. I'll watch it after.
Absolutely.
We are live from the patio of the Public House. Giants and the Texas Rangers coming your way at 7:15 tonight. A 6:15 pregame. Still to come on the show. We're going to catch up with George Contos at 5:30. At 4:50 in about 15 minutes or so, we'll catch up with Kyle Shanahan ahead of the Niners and the Raiders opening up the preseason on Sunday. Niners at a joint practice. Devontae Adams injured today by Charvarius Ward in the joint practice. When we come on back, though, a little bit more on Bruce Bochy, his place among the great Bay Area coaches. You brought this up earlier. Who would be number 4 in most beloved and successful all-time Bay Area coaches? But really, when thinking about Bochy's place in history, he may have done more with less in terms of the talent that he had on the teams that he won 3 with. We'll talk about that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. When the big game's on, you want to watch it without any issues. Like bad Wi-Fi? Don't want that. We love unpredictability in our games, not with our Wi-Fi. That is loser. That's why you get Xfinity 10G. That's right, the Xfinity 10G network. You get reliable connection. You can stream all your favorite sports from football to hockey to baseball to field hockey to field. Forget it. You got it. You know what I'm talking about. All the big plays, all the drama, all the excitement. You can stream it without missing a beat. That's the last thing you need. My ball's in the air. Game-winning field goal. Wow, lose. What? You don't want that. You don't need that. You're not going to get that with Xfinity 10G. And the Xfinity 10G network was made for streaming it all. You can enjoy your favorite shows and movies like never before. So treat yourself to front row seats to all the games and get way more into all the sports you're into when you stream on the next generation Xfinity 10G network.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I've been there. It's kind of funny. Here it is happening again. I didn't think it would happen again, to be honest. It took 3 years off, but here I am, and I'm having a blast, so I'll say that. I'm doing what I love to do. I'm in a great place, really good people, and, it's all about, being where you want to be as far as doing what you want to do, and that's managing a baseball team. And I thought, well, when I retired, that's what I did. I retired. 3 years went by and got the urge and got a call, and here I am.
It's Bruce Bochy with Murph and Mac earlier this morning on KNBR 104.5 and 680. You can check out the full interview on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app. We are streaming live on YouTube, Twitch, and on KNBR.com. Check out those pages and get in on the conversation. Bruce Bochy and the Rangers in town, and we were talking earlier, Tom, you said, like, there's a difference between legacy or greatness and beloved.
Yep.
And Bruce Bochy's both, I think, here in the Bay Area. But he's the first, I think, to tell you that it only goes as far as his players would get him. I mean, I said to you and I said to Javi earlier, Javi Lopez, who joined us, that I think he's the best in-game manager I've seen in person, or one of them. I mean, I think Bobby Cox was a great in-game manager. I think there's a lot of great guys across the history of baseball, but the great ones you think about all have, like, great Hall of Fame players, because players are the guys that make plays. So when you think about what Bruce Bochy, though, was able to do, it's different in my mind. Like Bill Walsh changed the game of football, kind of in the way Steph Curry, like from a coaching standpoint, in the way that Steph changed the game of basketball as a player. But he ended up having, and probably a product of what he was able to do, he ended up having numerous Hall of Famers, right? I mean, Joe Montana, he ends up gritting Steve Young, who had already been in the NFL, and brings him over and makes him a Hall of Famer in that system and under Mike Shanahan. You can run up and down the list of Niner Hall of Famers throughout that dynasty. Bruce Bochy doesn't have any yet. He might have one. In Buster Posey. I mean, he coached Tony Gwynn, right? He had Trevor Hoffman. He had Barry Bonds for a year. Like, he probably managed a handful of guys that are going to end up or were in the Hall. But for the championship teams, Buster's about it.
Well, look at the 49ers. Aside from the first year they won, they were favored to win. Like, they were a dominant team in the NFL. The first year against Cincinnati was a little bit of a surprise. I think I should go back and look what the spread was on that game. I'm assuming Dallas was favored by just a little bit. Maybe the Niners were. But yeah, it wasn't what it turned out to be, where the Niners were just like a dominant force, where every year they go into the season and people are expecting them to either win a Super Bowl or get to a Super Bowl. That's how good they were. The Warriors, same thing. After they beat Cleveland the first year, they were favored to win for like 5 straight years. Didn't win every year, and then when they got KD, it was a joke. I mean, they were like huge favorites to win the championship. The Giants never had that. The Giants were never favored to win. 10, 12, 14. They were never favored to win.
No managers that year.
They never had the most wins in baseball that year. They just found a way to win. I mean, it's pretty remarkable that they were able to do what they were able to do. I think I looked, and there was 1, maybe 2 series that they were favored in that throughout that entire run, that they were favored like a couple times. That's it. But that was kind of the magic of it all. There was always somebody else that was supposed to win that was a little bit better than them. Hell, Detroit was supposed to be better than them.
I mean, that pitching staff was wild. I mean, to think back, and they beat Verlander and Scherzer and swept the World Series is wild. I mean, in hindsight, that's a wild sweep.
Yep. And who did they have? They had Cabrera, they had Martinez. Yep. Was Kinsler there at the time?
Ian Kinsler was probably their second baseman then. Yeah.
I know he was with Texas when they played Texas, but I mean, they had a stacked.
They have Granderson
team.
The
I think they did. Oh, the Grandy man can.
The Grandy man.
So I mean, but they found ways to. They weren't supposed to beat Philly that year.
No.
Right?
They've been to the World Series 2 years in a row.
I mean, it's incredible. Like, that was kind of the magic of what they were able to do. They never went to the world. They never went to the postseason favored to win it. They never went to a season favored to win it. The Niners did. The Warriors did, sometimes as overwhelming favorites heading into the year. The Warriors more so than the 49ers, but they were favored. The Giants weren't. So it's pretty amazing to think you make it to the playoffs 3 times in a 5-year span and you win all of them. I mean, it didn't happen.
No.
Even the best teams don't do that. Because it's baseball, and baseball can be fickle. 7-game series, 5-game series, whatever the case may be. It's just hard.
The Grandy man can.
Oh, the Grandy man.
And what's wild is you had 2 teams from the American League in that run that won back-to-back pennants, right? You beat the Rangers, and the Rangers go again the next year. They win the AL pennant. You beat the Royals in 2014, they went in 2015 and won it. Rangers lost it when they went on back with Ron Washington. But you do it with 3 different closers, 3 different second basemen. The core 4 is there the whole time. Your general core of players is there, but Crawford isn't there in 10. You do it with Edgar Renteria, who was a World Series hero from 1997. I mean, he was a phone booth at shortstop. He was an awful shortstop, and he hits the biggest home run of the World Series for you. You know, it's
one of Dave Fleming's greatest calls.
Squeaking away.
I know Dave not real fond of that call. I love that call.
I love him all with Dave.
Derek just told me that the 49ers were 3-point dogs in 81 in the NFC Championship game, and they were 1-point favorites against the Bengals.
Eat shit, Derek.
In the Super Bowl.
Yeah, right on.
Compare that
Mind your own business, Derek.
Compare that to their last Super Bowl win when they were 18.5-point favorites over the Chargers. Now I'm guessing when they played the Bengals. I mean, not the Bengals. The Bengals, I know they were 7-point favorites. I'm guessing the Broncos, they were probably 10, and they just smashed them.
Yeah, by 35 they covered that, right? 55-10?
Yeah, 55-10. I don't know the line was 10, but that's kind of what I'm guessing. I know the Bengals was 7 because I had the Bengals in that game. And, yeah, well, they covered. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, there you go. You need the touchdown at the end.
You know what? I think I had 7.5.
Is that the John Taylor touchdown?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yes,
slant
it was.
across the middle?
I was rooting for that. Like, I kind of wanted to see the Niners win because I like the Niners a little bit. But, you know, it's not at the expense of me losing my path. So I was happy the Bengals got that one done. But, again, the point being, they were one of the kings of the sport at the time. The Giants never were.
No.
In fact, there were probably more people in 2002 that thought they were going to win a World Series, like analysts, than going into 10, 12, or 14.
I think they were underdogs in 2002 until the World Series.
Maybe by 14, people thought, you know what, hell, these guys are in it. They're just going to win it. That's just what they do. They get to the playoffs.
Royals were stacked, though.
They find a way to win. But you look at they didn't have in 2002, they didn't have like the pitching staff that they had in 2003.
They didn't have an ace.
Man, their lineup was stacked.
But no DH.
I mean, no DH.
They were 8 deep.
What are you talking about? Shinzo. Shawan.
He had like 240. Now, Shawan Dunston has a DH homer in Game 6.
Got the homer.
Yeah, I know. He should have been the hero.
But, man, Kent, JT, Aurelia, Bonds. I mean, that team could hit. That team could flat out hit.
They had Galarraga in 01 and 03, but not in 02. He would have been the DH in 2002 if they'd had Galarraga then. But you're right. That team could hit, but they also didn't have, I think, and this is where criticism of Dusty comes in, they also botched the rotation. Like, Livan Hernandez shouldn't have been set up to pitch Game 3 and Game 7. I think it was 3 and 7. I was at Game 3. Yep. They lost Game 3 with Levo, the only one they lost at home. And then he pitches Game 7. They should have gone Woody Game 7, who pitched, I think, 4 shutout or 5 shutout.
Yep.
Entered the game down 4-1, and that was it. So, Levo, by the way, losing his pitcher in baseball that year, 12 and 16.
Was he really?
Yeah, bummer. Big game pitcher, though, right?
Loved to blouse his jersey, though.
Yeah.
Big blouser of the jersey.
If Eric Gregg were behind the plate, it's a different game.
My God.
But I give Bochy a lot of credit. Again, most of the credit goes to players, of course. But to be able to do that and pull that off, it's got to be something. I'm not sure exactly what it is. But to win 3 years out of 5 and not be favored in any of them, I mean, it wasn't the Dodgers, wasn't the Yankees, wasn't one of those teams where you're like, oh, they should win. They're stacked. They're favored to win. They just never were. One year, they're in the wild card. You go to Pittsburgh, win that game, and then roll on to win I mean, Washington was supposed to beat them. Washington was the better team. And Strasburg and Zimmerman.
Petit.
And then that was the Petit game, like 5 shutout innings.
Zimmerman. He's still out there.
Yeah, they did some stuff where you're like, wow, how'd they do that? How'd they get this done? And they just did. That's why their run was more magical, I would say, than the other two. Because you couldn't have seen that coming. You couldn't have expected it. The Warriors winning, we all saw that one coming. You kidding me? We all saw it coming like a year away. Once they got Durant, it was like, over. Thanks for coming. Wake me up in a couple years. They're going to win. And then the Niners, you knew they'd be at least in it because they were so good and so talented. But the Giants, no. You go back and look at that and think, damn, they won in 10, 12, and 14. Shut up, Tim. Pretty amazing stuff.
At one point, I did question it. Like, I was like, I didn't dream any of that, right? They won 3 of them. I was like, three total titles. Like, it's unreal. Anyway, hoping to wipe the floor with Bochy tonight and the rest of this weekend. He's in town for 3. The Rangers come to town. I have always, and Murph and I have joked about this.
Are you going tonight?
I am. I'm going to hang out after the game.
Overrated?
I'm going to boo. Yeah, dude. I booed Uribe when he came back in Dodger uni, and people around me were all miffed. And then I heard Krug say, "Hey, I'll cheer for him when he takes that uni off. We got morals in San Francisco." And I was like, "Hell yeah, Krug! Krug rides with the black and orange, dude." I was like, "I'll applaud Uribe every time he walks through that door, but not if he's in a Dodger. Not if he's wearing a Dodger uni." So we are live from the patio of the Public House. Tolbert and Copes with you until 6:15 tonight when we get you Giants pregame. Scott Alexander, the opener against John Gray, the starter for the Texas Rangers. I think we should differentiate that. When we come on back, though, we had a conversation earlier today with Kyle Shanahan, and we've got that for you next. Our weekly conversations with Kyle Shanahan start on the other side. The Niners and the Raiders get going on Sunday, 10 a.m. pregame over on 810 The Spread. Shanahan next, only here on the Sports Leader. Bochy's boys, Tim Flannery and Ron Wotus, join Papa and Lunt today to discuss their memories coaching with Boch. That podcast and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction down in San Jose. It's where I had my LASIK vision procedure done just a couple of years ago, wore glasses and contacts for many years, but there's a reason I went to Dr. Furlong and Dr. Sane down in San Jose. They've been voted the best place for LASIK in the Silicon Valley, and yet again, Dr. Michael Furlong and Dr. Sane have both been voted the best LASIK surgeons in the Silicon Valley. It's because they offer the most advanced FDA-approved procedures, including a new breakthrough, highly effective FDA-approved alternative to LASIK. It's called EVO, implantable contact lenses. Many celebrities are using them, athletes are using them, and of course, Dr. Michael Furlong, the official LASIK eye care surgeon of the San Jose earthquake. So why not give it a try? Kick your glasses and your contacts to the curb and go ahead and give them a call at 408-453-5600 or visit to get that LASIK consultation online at furlongvision.com. You want to start seeing better, go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
We got a chance to do something this year, man. We know what's ahead of us. You guys feel me? All right, guys.
Here we go. 9-0-3. 1, 2, 3. Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
Fun to watch you guys, man. You guys got after it in every aspect. I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! With Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's a pleasure. Welcome back for the start of the season, preseason week 1. Head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, going to join us weekly throughout the season. Kyle, what's going on, man? How's Henderson?
I'm doing good, man. We just got off the field. I can't tell you how hot it was outside, and now I'm in this freezing cold air conditioning room, so I'm starting to get cold in here, but pretty drastic change right there.
Yeah, man, it's an exciting start to the season. I was looking at listening to some of your press stuff earlier this week, and you were talking about looking at tape and looking at some of week 1 stuff and looking at opponents you guys have coming up. I'm just wondering for you, is that normal? Do you start doing it this early, or is that a product of the health and stability of where the team is right now?
No, that's something that you always do, especially we're getting caught up and just teaching the offense, teaching the defense, which is a lot of stuff to learn, but you're going against the same coverages and fronts all the time. So you just got to be real careful. You don't train guys only against your defense, and then they only have 2.5 days to learn what you're doing versus Pittsburgh and so on. So you always got to stay ahead, knowing what's coming ahead. So even though there's some stuff that might not be good to run versus our defense and look like pretty crappy plays, you got to make sure you're putting the players through it because you know it's going to be coming fast.
Yeah, and what's also interesting, I think, too, is I was looking at this part of the year, like you guys generally don't do the week 1 of the preseason. I feel like most teams don't do the joint practices. Is that unique this year? Does that change how you go about things? Do you like that earlier, or is it better later on?
This is my first time doing it. I was a little worried just because I didn't know if we'd be ready yet. Usually after a couple of weeks, we are dying to go against someone else. So I wasn't sure about that. I did that because I try to do it on the road. We don't have the most fields. The land in California is we're a little landlocked. It's a little more expensive. So I don't like bringing guys out to our field because they end up tearing our field up. So we had our only road game on week 1. So decided to do it then. And it's actually worked out. And we were so sick of going against each other. And it's been 2 good days of practice. We'll have a good game here on Sunday. And then we'll come back and try to be patient against ourselves for the next 3 weeks.
Talking to head coach Kyle Shanahan of the 49ers. When it comes to week 1 of the preseason, you mentioned that we're looking at backup quarterback stuff here. Obviously paying attention to Trey Lance and to Sam Darnold and Brock getting ready to go. But for week 1, you said there's going to be a little bit more juice in terms of that competition. I don't know how much people, I know people are paying attention to the backup quarterback battle, but what do you anticipate as far as usage for these guys? I assume you're going to have them go back and forth per each game, but what's the plan for them? How much should we expect to see them this week?
It's not set in stone. It can always change. Yeah. But right now we're trying to plan on giving Trey most of the first half and Sam most of the second half. We wanted to balance it out that way. I rarely play starters in week 1. I have before. It usually depends on how those 2 practices go. And we had 2 real hard practices that we were real happy with. So I don't plan on playing many starters. And so we'll have a couple of groups in there, but we got enough guys that can go out there and hopefully make some plays for both quarterbacks.
Kyle Shanahan with us on the UMA guest line. When you look at the offseason, I'm wondering for guys like Trey and for Brock, because they're still both young guys. Trey, obviously not a lot of experience on the field and playing time. Brock really impressed us in what we saw last year. But for an offseason going into year 2 for a guy like Brock, how do you gauge or measure any growth? Or is it mental growth? Is it knowing the playbook, having a better grasp of the offense? It's sort of the same question for Trey, being that injuries have kept them off the field. How do you gauge mental progress or the step forward that they've taken over the offseason?
You can just see how natural it becomes to guys the more they do it, just getting in and out of the huddle. Spin the plays out. We got some real wordy plays. Being able to spit that out, not going up to the line and having to think about what you just said. Kind of that part of the game being automatic and just being able to adjust to the coverages and get the ball in the right spot. Trey has been tremendous this year, being in his 3rd year doing it. And really last year, even when he got hurt, just the way he approached it while he was hurt, never missing a meeting, being in everything. So he really got a lot of that stuff last year, just mentally, but didn't get it physically. And Brock being thrown into that fire last year, he was always studying, being ready to go, like everyone says, but holy cow, it happened to him pretty fast. And he learned on the run and got prepared each week. And then he obviously had the injury, but going into this offseason, we had to focus on getting healthy. But he could spend so much of his mental on what he learned in his 7 games last year, and he really approached that the right way in the offseason. You can tell when he's gotten back here, he's been really detailed about some of the mistakes that he made last year, and he's trying to get it better right now.
So I said the most important question is there curfew during preseason?
There is, thank God. Also, thank God we're about 20 minutes off the strip, so you don't have to look at the temptation and stuff outside your window. But the first night we got here was a Tuesday, and you can't count a travel day as a player day off, and you got to give players a certain amount of days off in a week. So we did have to give them the Wednesday off, and you aren't allowed to have curfews on a day off. So they didn't have one Tuesday, and I was actually very impressed. Barely any of our guys went out. We were too far away. We're not allowed to step in a casino while we're here. So there's no one who could go gamble or anything. So we actually had a pretty good deal. And from here on out, we have curfew. So hopefully there won't be any problems.
So walk me through, how does curfew work? Who gets handed that assignment? The walking door to door, knocking? Do they actually walk in the door and look? We didn't have curfew in the NBA.
They're supposed to leave a latch on their door so we don't have to bang and wake anybody up if they are sleeping. But we have Mike Anderson, our security guard, a couple of people who help him out. But they check everybody, and the players get really mad at him when they get fined. They try to go after him and ask him why he turns them in when they're only 30 seconds late, and then they come to me and try to say it. And there's never any dialogue. I feel really bad finding guys, but that's all we do is feel bad. Usually when you find people, they aren't late anymore, and we've had to do it a few times, and our guys have been pretty good about it.
Curious as to how big an impact it is for Brock this year, getting more reps and being more, and maybe, I don't want to say more stuff, because last year he could have been in 2-1 stuff. He didn't get the chance to go out there and put it into practice. How big an impact is that this year, getting, not only the mental reps, but also being able to go out there and run through it?
I think it's huge, but you got to be careful with it too. I mean, we all, and especially him, had some anxiety, like when he was hurt and couldn't do OTAs.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, damn, I really want to be doing this. I didn't get these reps last year. And I was like, I know, and you did all right, man. So don't sit here and freak out about it. You didn't have any of these reps last year, and you did pretty damn good. So you got to be careful with that, because guys who, once they don't have a lot of reps and then they get their time, and after they played well, they're like, all right, now I'm going to get so much better, and I'm going to do this and do that. And some guys they get away from just the basics and being simple and trying to be aggressive in everything you do and keep that clear mind. So I think Brock's working through all that, because what's special about him is, he plays every play like it's the first play, and he doesn't really stack things up in his head. He just goes out there and reacts, and we got to make sure to put him through all these spots. That he's going to have some bad days and some good, but we don't want to build those scars.
What's incredible to me is a guy like Christian McCaffrey showing up when he did. I think he showed up that week on like a Thursday or something. You guys acquired him while Tom and I were doing the show. He gets there, and I think he played 22 snaps or something that weekend against Kansas City. What does a full off season and a full training camp and OTAs and all that mean for a guy like McCaffrey?
It's real similar to what the last thing I said, because I'd like to say it's going to mean the world because of his skill set and what he can do. But, it's not like he did bad on anything last year.
Incredible.
He did come in. He's the most any offensive guy I've really been around who's not a quarterback. He just studies it from that standpoint. He's obsessed with it. He's off in a good way. Reminds me of how his dad was, how a lot of these guys are. But he's just every little detail he owns, and that's what's so cool about him. That we know how good he is with the routes and running the ball, but just helping other guys too, and being kind of such a good leader by example, because everyone knows how talented he is, but the way he works, people can see there's a lot of talented people, but when you get around him, that's, all our guys can see what makes him different.
He talks about being able to run and set up stuff and looking at stuff and getting used to it's a lot more intricate than I think it looks when you're watching it on TV. What are some of the things, like when he gets the ball? Depending on what play is called, of course, Coach, but what's he looking for? What's he looking at? Is he looking at the line? Is he looking at beyond the line to see what's beyond them? Is he looking at the feet of the players to see? I'm just wondering how detailed it gets from his standpoint.
I think he's one of the few running backs, you can't sit and play running back like a coach or anything. You can't play quarterback like that either. You can't just sit in here and think. You do have to react, but you can be so prepared that you can anticipate. When you try to overcoach running backs and teach them exactly where the ball should go versus front and what gaps they're trying to hit it, and it should go here, but you got to go here in case they do it wrong, and just all that stuff. The more you talk to those guys, usually it messes them up, because running is reaction, and you got to press things and make cuts and be violently downhill. Christian's one of the guys that I was careful to at first, but you can just tell the more he listens, the more he hears how we coach the linemen, the more how he hears if you do run this run right and it's bad, you don't have to make stuff up because we got the other run that'll counteract that. And just for him to know, hey, we got to go to this now because I just did this right and I know it's not there, which means this play must be good. And those are the things that are really cool with him because it's very rare that you can have a running back like that who can kind of take the mind and just the quarterback mentality into running a football.
I'd seen you say that Brandon Ayuk had really impressed you with his offseason work and what he looks like coming into camp and the start of the season. What's different about him? What's impressed you? Is it tangible? Is it something that a layperson like me can see? What's going to be different about Ayuk, or what have you seen different about his play to this point?
I think Ayuk really got over the hump going into his third year. His first year was COVID, which was a joke for everybody. And I think it was really unfortunate to the rookies because just how it was for us, them not having an off season, living in the hotel in Arizona, our team going through all the stuff we did. I don't think he got a very good example of NFL. And I think that really hurt him and how he worked going into the next year. Not that he's not a worker, he just didn't understand it well. And he wasn't quite prepared for the second year. And that was well documented. And he caught on strong halfway through that year. And he learned, and he worked so hard last year going into the season. And that's why I thought he was so much better last year and ended up getting 1,000 yards in that last game and got rewarded for that because he was becoming the player that he was capable of. And nothing's changed. He didn't look into this year and say, all right, now I've arrived. He looked into this year and tried to get better from last year, and he has. And when you work that way and you come to phase 1 and phase 2 like that, usually you get better in OTAs. When you work that way when you're gone for 40 days, then usually you come back to training camp and get better. And Ayuk's a first-round draft pick, a first-round talent, and he's one of our hardest workers on the team right now, and that's why I think he's playing like one of our better players.
Isn't it incredible how it takes certain players a certain amount of time to get to a point, but then when it clicks, they're almost self-sustaining. Like they go from like maybe, I don't want to say high maintenance, but some maintenance to low maintenance because they see everything that everybody's been telling them is working, and now they're seeing the benefits and the fruits of their labor, and then they're the ones that kind of push themselves to go even further than even coaches might.
Oh, definitely. I do think that's what's hard for a lot of these guys, and that's what's hard about the league because I wish it could be a developmental league, but it's hard for it to be with the roster spots and the lack of practices, the lack of game experience that you can have. And we got a guy like Colton McKivitz who's starting for us at right tackle, and we cut him a couple of years ago. We thought, and I remember saying it to him, like, dude, we thought you would go after it more, like the way you were in college. And it wasn't any lack that he didn't work hard. He worked real hard, but we thought there was another level that he would do. And he didn't really understand that. And then he got cut. And it wasn't that he was like, oh, I got to work harder now. It just kind of opened his mind up a little bit more to there is another level. And if I don't reach that level, this could be over very fast. And I remember when he came back on practice squad about a month and a half later, we're like, holy cow, we're glad that no one stole him because he's got a chance to be a starter here in a couple of years. And there's so many stories like that. And the guys that you hope you don't have to cut a guy for them to learn it because they usually go learn it somewhere else and stuff to go against them. But that's always the risk of drafts and everything because sometimes people aren't ready and the league rarely has the opportunity to wait on them.
Does that mentality work in a macro too? Like for a team, like I think about you guys after 2019 losing the Super Bowl and coming back the next year, and there's got to be a feeling of, hey, we didn't finish the job. We got to get to that last game and win it this time. But then coming back after last year, it doesn't even feel like you had a chance to finish the job. Is the mentality of the team, does it take on that same sort of thing? You can go out, you can grab it now. We're sort of a full of piss and vinegar, we're angry mentality, or is it similar or different to 2020?
I think. Every year is different. Every year your team's different. I think we always try to keep the same style, the same culture. We want our tape and the way we play to always look the same, but each team's drastically different. You go back to our 19 year, I feel like we have I don't know the exact number, but it's 7 guys left or something.
Yeah.
So it changes so fast. And last year was different. We've had some tough losses, but last year was a little bit more frustrating. Not making excuses for it. They were going to be, they're an awesome team, and it would have been a hell of a game. But we all know it felt weird, and that you don't really get over that. And I don't necessarily think it was losing it. It was that we won 12 games in a row, and we felt like no one could beat us. And when you win 12 games in a row, you don't want to stop playing. And sometimes when you go out there and you lose a tough battle and you got to live with it, like all of it, but we didn't feel like we even really totally got to battle.
Yeah.
So I think it was how confident and how great our team felt going on that win streak and then really not getting in and finish it. And that's why we tried so hard to keep our team as close to the same as we could. We lost a number of really good guys, but we brought in some good guys, and that's why it will be a little bit different, but we got to put this work in, and hopefully we can have some luck with some health, and we got to be ready to go through this grind because, our goal is to get into that tournament, and but you don't get there unless you do some really good stuff in the season. And last year we had to win 12 in a row. The year before we had to win like 7 of our last 8. So it's tough to get there, but if you get there, you got a chance.
Does that make, it kind of leads me to my next question, does that make September more important? Because I get the feeling, I don't know if you feel this way, Coach, but in all sports, they're resting guys more, and maybe not so much in football, but they take the big picture, like just get me into the playoffs, whether it be basketball, baseball, and we'll worry about it when we get there. Instead of saying, let's win as many games we can during the regular season and see if we can get the best seed we can. I get the feeling that doesn't exist as much anymore. Football, obviously, you get the bye week and you get to play 2 games at home. I mean, how important is it? Do you worry much about September? Is it something you'd like? I mean, obviously, you'd like to get off to a great start, but it's a long season.
Anyone who acts that way in football hasn't been in football long enough. They don't understand it. That's other sports. That's games with a 7-game series. When in the NFL, I mean, it's 1 game, and there's no bigger advantage road and away, home and away to me than in football, because when you can't hear a cadence, it's a totally different game for pass rushers. I'm sure it's different in other sports, but I don't get how it affects the actual game that way when a lineman can't hear and D lineman can see the ball. And then when you look, I mean, if we would have beat Chicago last year in week 1, we would have had to play 2 games, both at Levi's. We lost to Chicago in week 1. That means we had to play 3 games, and we had to win our last game of the year to play 1 at home. And we got 3 games, and we had to go to Philly for the 3rd one. That's a complete difference. Now, if you're talking about, what's week 1, because we're going to get to play a team 7 times, and we'll play game 7 at their place, then I totally get it. Like, rest guys, you got to make sure, because it's not worth losing a guy for that. In the NFL, 1 game to me is everything, and it comes down to that always. And you got to make sure your players think that, and you can say it, but that's kind of what's cool about our team. What I like now, we've gone through this stuff the last few years, and I think when I do say that, it's not just lip service. Most of the guys in there are nodding their head because they've learned that.
Coach, thanks so much. We appreciate the time today, man. We'll catch up with you next week. Have a good time in Vegas, and good luck on Sunday.
All right, guys. Thanks.
From Kyle Shanahan, Tolbert and Copes with you live from the patio of the Public House. We'll be talking to the head coach of the 49ers each and every week, normally on Thursdays, but because of the scheduling and being out of town, did it on Friday. We'll keep you updated on all of that. We've got some great football guests coming your way. All of the KNBR shows have great football guests throughout the NFL season, and we'll get you all that stuff in the days ahead. Giants and the Texas Rangers. John Gray is taking on Scott Alexander. Well, Alexander is the opener, and Bruce Bochy is back in town. We'll see how all that goes. Just a little bit later, George Kontos is going to join us coming up here at 5:30. But before we do that, a little reaction to what Kyle had to say. Did give us some insight into what's happening on Sunday with the quarterback situation. Trey Lance is going to start the game and play most of the first half, and then Sam Darnold will play most of the second half. We'll get a look at what goes on with those 2 quarterbacks, and we'll talk about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Ramon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Ramon's Sports Leader.
Raiders wide receiver Devontae Adams suffered a lower leg injury today after being hit by 49ers corner Charvarius Ward in the joint practice, as if the 49ers and Raiders didn't like each other enough. More on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
It's not set in stone. It can always change. But right now we're trying to plan on giving Trey most of the first half and Sam most of the second half. We wanted to balance it out that way. I rarely play starters in week one. I have before. It usually depends on how those two practices go. And we had two real hard practices that we were real happy with. So I don't plan on playing many starters. And so we'll have a couple of groups in there, but we got enough guys that can go out there and hopefully make some plays for both quarterbacks.
Kyle Shanahan is going to join us every week throughout the NFL season, getting ready for week one of the preseason against the Raiders. That game is going to be over on 8:10 a.m. The Spread. We will have pregame for you, myself, Dennis Brown, and John Lund, starting at 10 a.m., and we'll be on after the game for the postgame, breaking down all the good preseason stuff, Tom.
Oh, you know what I just thought
all the
of?
good footballs.
Speaking of spread, gambling angles.
Yes, yeah.
Tonight is starter. And no, it's not. Tuesday, City Connect. Damn. Okay, scratch that.
Were you
theory.
going to opener in City Connect?
Take the Rangers.
Thomas and Orange Friday.
Take the Rangers.
Well, did you know
how are they on Orange Fridays?
That I don't know.
Do we know?
I'm not big on the Orange Friday myself. It's I don't know. The City Connect is the move.
It's a great theory. And then it wasn't a theory at all because I'm an idiot.
You just really want to get the City Connect with a.
I do.
You're craving
I'm sure it's happened. I mean, the opener is like
suck.
50. Thank you, 50 times a year. So we have to look what the City Connect / opener has. What record there is? Damn it!
We'd have to just find.
So we just got Orange Fridays and opener.
It's home Tuesdays through.
Basically, we got everything in opener.
We have everything. We have Bochy. We have Orange Fridays. We have
What's
opener.
Tonight? Wednesday and opener.
It's everything is the opener now.
Sunday and opener. Opener and opener.
It's the opener.
Lefty and opener.
Yeah.
Friday and opener.
Always.
Webb, you ready? What? I'm sleeping.
Come.
Go back to bed. Opener. Just like every. So tonight. But since you did mention the spread, I did notice the Rangers were like minus 115 favorites. And now the Giants are 110 favorites. Giants taking money, which I wouldn't have thought that opener versus John Gray. Look, I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't bet the Giants right now.
I'm not
no
touching
way in
it.
hell. I mean, they can't score 4 runs. And you're going to have to score, I would think, at least 4 to beat the Rangers. So I couldn't do it, but I'm not going to go against them either. I'll just sit back and enjoy the game. Until the Giants start getting the offense clicking a little bit, I just can't trust them. I mean, it's tough enough to win games 3-2, 2-1 when you have a really good pitching staff. I mean, the opener's been good for him. I can't say it hasn't. They've been great. Struggled a little bit recently.
Lost the last 2 with an opener.
Exactly, but overall
15-7, I think is the record.
Fantastic. I mean, that gets you to the playoffs easy.
How'd you feel when Bochy was talking to Murph and Mack and he was like, "Yeah, I think we used the opener once." I was like, that's kind of nice. Yeah. I was like, you guys are in first place, huh?
They actually got pitchers.
Oh, you guys are in first place, huh? That's interesting.
That is nice.
Funny
well,
how
here's
that
the question. Do the Giants have pitchers that could start? They just don't start them. Could Manaea start? Could Stripling start?
They bailed
Could
quick.
Wood start? I mean, could those guys start and then bring the relievers in after? Or is it just, like, I don't know. I wonder what the benefit is of bringing Manaea in the second or third. So you don't got to face the top part of the order 3 times. Maybe you only face it 2 times.
That's right.
I mean, okay.
You want to know what those numbers are?
Okay.
For Manaea?
Yeah. I do.
For what Sean Manaea does the second time through the order, right? When you're facing the top 3 hitters, because that's really what it's about. The point is that when you bring in a starter,
well, it's more about the third time, isn't it?
Yeah, the third time. Sorry,
Okay.
the original idea for it by the Rays, and now it's become even more of a bullpen
Let me contest those numbers
thing.
too. Because how many times does a guy get to face the lineup 3 times?
How accurate is it?
How accurate? What's the sample size?
At some point in 10 years, nobody will have ever faced a lineup a third time. We'll have no sample size, right? There
What
won't
did
be a
Sandy
big enough.
Koufax do the third time through the order? Huh? Want to know that?
You know what's funny is a lot of times
Bob
guys.
Gibson, what did he do the third time through the order?
Fourth time through,
you know what he
oftentimes
did?
are better.
He hit 4 of them and said, F you.
Yeah.
Sit down.
Chin music. We're
All
getting
right,
the splits
moving
on
on.
Sean Manaea. You want him for his career or you want him this year?
I'm just curious this year. Like what I mean for his career would be interesting as well. But I mean that's kind of what it is. It's don't let the top of the order see you 3 times. And that is we don't trust you to let them see you 3 times. And we're talking about 3 guys, basically, Wood, Stripling, Minaya.
Yeah.
Do you have numbers?
No, I don't have them.
Okay.
I don't have them. We're
You
gonna
have them
move
now?
on. No, I don't have them. See, we're
What
not
about
selling
now?
enough. Darius, like, move on, dude. You got to move on.
Look at us.
See, look
the
at us, dude. We're like, we
efficiency.
can't do it.
Yeah, we need a new algorithm on this show.
We need a new algorithm.
That wasn't as efficient.
That wasn't as efficient as you would
we
have liked. See,
But
then I was stressed, and I was
the
like, trying to do
question
it.
still stands. Could they start him if they wanted to?
Yes, probably.
They could.
Dude, in fact, they signed him to do so.
Yes.
In fact, they're paying him monthly to do so.
Oh, guess what? They're going to pay him next year to do so, too.
Yeah.
And they're going to pay Stripling next year to do so.
Only if they opt in.
Oh, they're going to opt in. Trust me.
Well,
and that's a little bit of a problem when you have 3 guys who could opt out, and they're all going to opt in.
So this is the issue with giving a guy a 2-year with an opt-out or an opt-in after the first year, where it's a one-and-one deal is if you bail on him being what you paid him to be early, he's just going to opt in because he's never going to live up to what you asked him to be. Right? If you sign a guy to be a starting first baseman for you, and you decide he started in April, he's terrible, he had $150. But we're paying him $12 million, so we'll bring him off the bench because we got a young first baseman who can hit. And the guy who comes up is playing okay, but you never give the guy on the bench enough opportunity to play. Of course he's opting in. Now you're paying him to do the same thing next year, which is both the Giants are in now for $24 million with 2 players.
Well, we've talked about this before. When you give somebody that type of contract,
you hope they leave.
It only benefits the player.
Yeah, right.
Like, only. Because there's 2 options here. One, they play great.
Carlos Rodon.
That benefits you.
Yeah.
And they opt out. Or they don't, which doesn't benefit you, and then they opt in, which also doesn't benefit you for the most part. Now, maybe if you like Conforto, maybe you look at this year and say, you know what? We know you're going to opt in. Let's try to figure out a way to make that a 3-year deal. If you think he's better than he was this year. If you think he's not as if that's what he is, then you let him ride it out and move on. But that's why I don't like those contracts, and I don't know if the Giants, if that's their only alternative. Like, look, we have to get them here. That's what we have to do. Now, if that's it, then okay, whatever, that's it. But you realize that, like, you do not benefit. You're hoping they help you play well and opt out. Like, that's best case scenario. That ain't right. Like, we have a guy here. God, he was really good. He's going to opt out. Yeah, that's what we wanted. What? You want him to opt out? Yes, because he played well for us. Because if he opts in, that means he was not good. And we don't want him to opt in. But guess what? He's going to opt in. So, Stripling, going to opt in. Minaya, going to opt in. Conforto, going to opt in. They're all going to opt in. All of them. And I don't know that that's a great situation.
So here's Manaya's numbers,
Okay.
3rd time through the order.
Boy, I stretched it long enough
So
to get there.
only had 3 games where he's gone 3rd time through the order.
How many?
3 different times he's gone 3rd time through the order.
Okay.
And teams are 1190 against him, OPS.
Yeah, but
7
3
at bats.
times.
7 at bats.
7 at bats.
1 double.
Ah, you're terrible.
1 double, 2 hits, a home run.
As did the Bochy.
A double and a home run. That's why.
You
they're
can't
slugging. They're slugging out of this world because they're 2 for 7 with a home run. So
3rd time
there you
through.
go. That's the sample size for
Give
you.
me a whiskey.
You know who never faced somebody a 3rd time through? Our next guest, George Contos. He's going to join us when we come on back. We've talked to a handful of Giants relievers, actually all pitchers today, right? Matt Cain, Javi Lopez, Jeremy Affeldt, and then George Contos will stop by when we come on back. George Contos came over from the Yankees. How about that? He's coming up next, and then we'll get you to Giants pregame at 6:15. Tolbert and Copes, how about this? Bill Lasky, what up, Tree in the house right here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. When the big game's on, you want to watch it without any issues. Like bad Wi-Fi? Don't want that. We love unpredictability in our games, not with our Wi-Fi. That is loser. That's why you get Xfinity 10G. That's right, the Xfinity 10G network. You get reliable connection. You can stream all your favorite sports, from football to hockey to baseball to field hockey to field. Forget it. You got it. You know what I'm talking about. All the big plays, all the drama, all the excitement. You can stream it without missing a beat. That's the last thing you need. My ball's in the air. Game-winning field goal. Wow, lose. What? You don't want that. You don't need that. You're not going to get that with Xfinity 10G. And the Xfinity 10G network was made for streaming it all. You can enjoy your favorite shows and movies like never before. So treat yourself to front row seats to all the games and get way more into all the sports you're into when you stream on the next generation Xfinity 10G network.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Live from the patio of the Public House, the return of Bruce Bochy, a 3-game series coming your way starting tonight, 7:15. We got pregame for you at 6:15, and a guy who played for Bruce Bochy for a handful of years, won some world championships. George Contos joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. George, we're going all pitchers today. We had Matt Cain on, Javi Lopez, Jeremy Affelt, and yourself, man. Welcome back to the show, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. All my guys. I'm glad to finish up that group.
Nice, dude. Normally you'd be coming in to set stuff up for that group. Now you get to close it out, dude. That's a good deal for you guys, man. When you think about Boch, when you get traded over here, man, what's your first memory of him? Because I was talking to Matt Cain, I'm like, it's funny that we think of Bochy now in this age as an old school manager, but when Cain came up, he was playing for Felipe Alou. He's like, you guys don't know old school, man. Felipe Alou is a different breed. So what was it like playing for Boch coming over from New York?
You know, it was very. I didn't really know what to expect. I get traded over. It was all a whirlwind. I had just had 1 month in the big leagues, and I played for Joe Girardi, former Northwestern alum. So I felt very comfortable. I had known Joe since I was 17. And then I had seen Boch and watched the playoffs. I was in the Arizona Fall League in 2010 when they won the first championship. And now I'm in in his office, and Boch's office. He's welcoming him. He's like, George, welcome to the club. We're happy to have you. And I was just like, oh, man, this is real. I'm in the big leagues with the San Francisco Giants, where I have not spent one day of my life until I got called up. So it was a whirlwind.
What I've asked Hobby this, I asked Matt Cain, Jeremy, what was the secret sauce for Bochy? We know he knows the X's and O's, and he was really good at managing the pen, but you got to be a leader to lead guys to championships and to winning seasons. What was it about him in your time here that you saw that made him a little bit different and helped him achieve what he achieved?
You know, over the years as a player, I got to know Boch as my manager, and then when he was no longer managing, we got to, hang out a little bit and do a lot of functions and do these things as friends. And Boch has this humility about him and this ability to lead people. And one of the main cogs of our championship teams was team chemistry, and that was so much in part because of what Boch brought to the table. You know, when the AT&T Park, formerly, when the bullpens were on the left field and right field lines, us bullpen guys, and everyone was in the clubhouse or the dugout, excuse me. And when you would look at Bochy, whether you were up by 10, down by 10, in a tight-knit game, he was always even-keeled. He was always the same, and he was always leading the ship by his actions and his demeanor. And his ability to just kind of keep everybody on the same page and everyone focused on the task at hand was better than anybody that I've ever been around.
Talking to George Contos on the UMA guest line. It's funny, when I was a kid, I used to think that catchers, like, they must be the best hitters because they know what pitchers are throwing, especially guys that they used to catch. And it doesn't logically work that way. It's almost like catchers are better with pitchers because they understand how to call a game. They don't reverse engineer it almost when they get to the plate. It's like they know how to call a game. And I've always wondered, because the Giants had such a great pitching staff when you were here, both starting and bullpen, and I look at Mark Gardner and I look at Dave Righetti and the work that they did, and I think of Matt Cain and Javi Lopez both mentioned Billy Hayes earlier, just all the people that were involved in the pitching staff. What was Bochy's impact on that? Did he talk to you guys about strategy or pitching, or was he involved in game planning for that?
He was involved in everything, but the thing that make catchers in general so important is that they're on both sides of the game every pitch. Outside of the pitcher, the catcher is involved just as much in the game, so you have to think about your at-bats, who you're going to face, this and that, but you also have to think about and prepare with the pitchers, the starting pitcher for the day, the bullpen guys. You have to know your bullpen guys, what their mentality is like, what their arsenal is like, what they're comfortable throwing. So as a starting catcher or a backup catcher, you are involved in the game as much, if not more, than anybody throughout the course of 9 innings. And Bochy was just a student of the game, and with his personality, he was able to just impact the game on the managerial side that much more.
From your standpoint, it's going to be different than our standpoint. I mean, we look at Bochy and said, God, this guy really knows how to handle a bullpen. From your standpoint, what does that mean? Like, why was he able to get the best out of the bullpen?
It's funny because I've had that conversation or that question asked to me, and I've had this conversation a lot of times over the last decade. And specific to our teams, everyone knew exactly when they were going into the game because Bochy and the staff and Rags and Gardy, everyone would put you in a position to succeed. If there was something where they felt the moment was too big or you shouldn't be pitching in that moment, whatever that might be, they put you in the best position to succeed. And I always go back to the NLDS of 2012. The phone would ring, and whoever's time of the game or situation that was, those guys would already be up throwing before Gardy was like, hey, Georgie, or hey, Romo, or hey, Jeremy. Like, guys were on the mound throwing 3-4 warm-up pitches before Gardy had even hung up the phone because everyone was so confident in their situation. And he gave you, and the staff gave you, the ability to feel comfortable in when you were going into the game. And when you're mentally prepared and confident to go in the game, you're already destined for success in those types of situations. So they did such a great job, and, Bochy was a mastermind in the deke move and bringing guys in. And, we talk about the gut feeling. He went with his gut a lot. There might be situations where a guy hadn't pitched well in a game or a couple games, and he'd still throw him in that one situation. And when you have your manager put you out there in those situations, it brings out the best in you because you have that much more confidence.
You know what's funny about that, George, is I think that's part of the frustration or the mental block in the change of regime for the Giants now is that we became, and myself included, for 13 years, so accustomed to not just the staff, but we had an internal clock. Like, we understood the timing of when somebody was going to come in. What you're talking about, where we'd get to a spot, you go, oh, this is Affeld's place, or oh, it's the 6th inning, you're probably going to see Contos here. You need to get an out here. We'll probably see Contos before we see them bring in Javi for the lefty. And now, because the game has changed where you got to face 3 hitters, and because you see so much variance on how you use pitching staffs, I think that's part of Giants fans' mental block is we kind of got into the modern day of baseball a little bit later because of all the championships we won at the end of the last era.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, the fans and everyone has been conditioned based on what they've seen for the last, over a decade, but specifically in 10 and 12 and 14, you saw the same formula get you there and win with us there. And then that's what everyone is conditioned to now expect. And the game has changed a little bit, obviously. It's a little bit more analytical driven and numbers driven and matchups and platoons. And you know what? It's working. It worked in 2021 with 107 wins and them getting to the playoffs. in spectacular fashion, winning the division. They're playing really, really well right now. It's just a different style of baseball, and in order for it to work, the guys on the staff and in the bullpen need to buy into it, which these guys have, and they've been selfless in adapting to any role that they are asked to pitch in, and they've done a really good job doing it.
Do you consider, like when you're in the bullpen, is it the staff or is it cut into the bullpen and the starters? Like I've always wondered how the hierarchy is. Do you feel like we're all one unit, or it's, the starters are one unit and the bullpen's one unit?
I think for discussion purposes, it's all one unit, but there's definitely you had your 5 guys. When we were coming out, and this was obviously before the DH was implemented in both leagues, but batting practice was the 5 starters were out there taking BP, and they have their little group, and Bochy and Zito and Timmy and Matty and Bum. All those guys were doing, their thing in BP and shag and fly ball. But you know what? Everyone, at least in our dynasty of Giants teams, everyone viewed each other as an equal, and our team chemistry was matched by nobody, and the results were what we all saw and what we all got to experience in those 5 years.
You made him buy the beer, though, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, they always bought the beer.
I mean, they're the
man,
starters.
Those guys that throw once every 5 days, man, their 2-week paychecks look a lot better than us stepping in the bullpen.
All right, let me ask you this. I know you went to Northwestern. I still can't believe it as somebody who went to a Pac-12 school, Pac-10 at the time, grew up on the West Coast, that the Pac, it's gone. It's just flat gone. It's like, where'd it go? I don't know. It's gone.
Pac-8, Pac-10.
Yeah, see ya. I mean, what do you think about Oregon, Washington, USC, UCLA, now being part of the conference that you played for? It's just, I don't know. It's Looney Tunes now.
Yeah, what's funny is when UCLA joined the Big Ten a couple years ago, I text Craw, and I was like, man, how would that have been, having to fly to Maryland to play a 3-game series and then come back to take a final or whatever the hell you had going on in school? It's just different, and I think when we look back at kind of what happened, right? Johnny Manziel or Menzel, whatever, however you pronounce his name. That changed everything when he kind of went back at the NCAA and said, hey, look, you guys are making a lot off my likeness. I should be getting some too. And I think that set a little bit of a different precedent. And such is all athletics since then. Things have changed a little bit, and money talks, as we all know.
Yep. Well, you play baseball, I play basketball. Basically, when it comes to college athletics, nobody gives a crap about our sports. It's all about football, period. That is it. Football, period, and then we'll worry about the rest of the stuff. It'll be interesting to see where this goes in the future, but as someone who went to Northwestern, do you look at it and go, God, it's going to be fun, though, to watch USC and Northwestern or UCLA and Northwestern or whatever? Or do you say, God, this is not what it should be?
Well, the times are changing and things are getting a little bit different. I mean, what we're going to end up seeing probably is eventually in football just 2 power conferences, and everyone else is unfortunately going to kind of have to sit by the wayside. But I don't really want to talk about college football right now. My guy Fitz just went through a real bad take at Northwestern, so it's I know him very well. He's one of the best human beings I've ever been around, and there are lots and lots of people that will attest to that. So yeah, right now Northwestern's a little bit in shambles, but that's in football and the NCAA. I feel like that's kind of where it's headed.
Yeah, I think there was more to that story than was portrayed. I really do. But anyway, I mean, that's just the way it is in this climate nowadays. I mean, you step out of line a little bit, you're going to get dinged.
Just got too loud with anyway.
That's just that's the way it is. Hey, man, we always appreciate you coming on with us and talk a little Giants baseball. Hopefully we can do it again soon. So enjoy the Rangers and the Giants. Enjoy the series, and we'll talk to you soon, my friend.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks,
Great
George.
chatting with you guys as always.
Yeah.
Good deal, man.
Always good. Like the Giants relievers, like how many smart guys do they have?
Dude, Northwestern, I didn't realize Contos went there. And Javi's a Virginia guy. He still lives out in Virginia.
Really smart. Jeremy went, I don't think anywhere.
that was pretty good.
That's why he's a card.
Yeah,
Man, I love Jeremy.
I love that everybody said. And dude, basically,
where did Brian Wilson go? LSU.
LSU. That's right. LSU produces players.
Did Sergio went somewhere, right? Like really small.
Did he? Was he like a community college guy or a small college guy?
I think he went to like.
He seems like a small college guy, dude. Like a 5'8", just flipping up 60-mile-an-hour sliders.
Yep.
Just a bended.
It's kind of interesting. God, I never really thought about it. When you think about that staff, was Lincecum the only guy that went to college? Kane didn't. Bumgarner
did not.
didn't.
Bumgarner
Sanchez,
didn't.
I don't think did.
I don't think Sanchez did. I don't know about Vogie.
Vogelsong?
I don't know. Vogie came up pretty young in 2001 with the Giants. He had debuted, and then they traded him to Pittsburgh. So Vogie, I don't know. That I'm not sure about. Who else was on that staff? They had another fifth guy in there for a minute. Anyway, Tim Lincecum, yeah, Washington.
Yep.
Because, he was drafted out of high school, too. And probably would not have been the same guy. I mean, he was drafted out of high school, and I think by the Cubs.
Well, it's funny
like
because
30th
when
round,
Lincecum came up, everybody kept saying how young he was, that he came up so soon.
He was like 23,
and I think Kane
24.
was younger than him.
Yeah. But Kane came up in 05.
Yeah, it was wild.
Kane came up in 05.
He'd been there longer, but he was younger.
That's wild.
Than Lincecum.
Yeah, because if you go to college, that's the way it goes. Same with Bum. Bum came up. Bum was the first player to debut that was younger than I was. I was at his debut. It was in August of 2009. And actually, I think it was the first missed start for Lincecum. They scratched a Lincecum start, and Bumgarner got called up and made his debut. It was like a Saturday or a Sunday. It was like one of those 6:05 or something starts. And he pitched okay. I just remember thinking Bumgarner was not what we thought he was. He was projected to be like a hard thrower, 95, 97. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Like he was supposed to be a really like a flamethrower. And he comes out and he was huge. And I was like, dude, this guy's Randy Johnson. He's like 6'5", throwing heat. The Grizzlies.
All of those guys.
All the Fresno Grizzlies, says
yes.
Rick or Nick. I don't know. Their brothers are sitting here. I can't remember which ones. I think it's Rick. Rick's. Anyway, because they're down in Fresno. They said they watched those guys. That's why. Yeah, I thought Bumgarner was going to be a hard thrower.
Yep.
They ended up trading Tim Alderson to go get Freddie Sanchez from the Pirates. But
I think
all that staff was.
Bumgarner at his best was like 93, 94. That's kind of where
I think
he's
you're
at.
right. And then he went like 91, 92.
Occasionally,
yeah.
but yes, it's kind of 91, 92.
I remember reading a book or a story about the Braves in like the 90s and the 80s when they were drafting all these guys and how they just kept producing pitchers. Like a bunch of the guys they cranked out and dudes that they traded. Jason Schmidt was drafted by the Braves, and the Giants ended up getting him from Pittsburgh for Ryan Vogelsong in that trade. Anyway, the Braves were only set on drafting. It was like I think it was only high school pitchers because their thought was if you get to college, you are what you are. Like you've been molded into the type of pitcher you're going to be by then. They're trying to win games. Those coaches are. It's a job. So they're going to put innings on your arm. They're going to use you in a way that's maybe not beneficial to your long-term success. But if we get you as a raw talent when you're 17 or 18 years old, we can make you into what we want. So that was a philosophy, I think, for the Braves organization. To your point, I'd never thought about the Giants in that way from that run.
Yeah, I never thought of it either. And now I don't know if Sanchez was did he get drafted?
He had to be because he's from. He's from Puerto Rico. Is that where he's from?
International draft.
What's wild is Puerto Rico considered international? I think it is. But now the international draft is done differently. But Puerto Rico has a seat in the Senate. They just don't get a vote. We're not going to get into that, Tom.
Fantastic.
They use the U.S. dollar. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I think he was drafted. Yeah, the ruble. How many rubles?
You know what though? Jake Paul has a big house there. I saw that.
Okay. All right.
I'm just telling you. I saw
real
that
quick on the Jake
Puerto
Paul
Rico.
thing. I don't know, and I don't really like. I don't care
know the
about
difference
him.
between Jake Paul and Logan Paul, to be honest.
I don't either. It's the same guy.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I wish they just punch each other.
Dude, that's what we need. What I have a problem with, or what I really upsets me, is all these like legendary UFC fighters are getting like knocked down by him. We're like knocked down. I'm like, what is somebody gonna? This is really
they're
like
40.
I'm really disappointed in it though. But still, I mean, he should probably be given some credit for knocking that guy down.
Yep.
He knocked down Nate Diaz last weekend, dude. Like
yes, he did.
Like he beat him by unanimous decision. I don't care. It doesn't mean anything at all. However, it's disappointing to me. I'm seeing to see your heroes.
Dude, he's cashing
My
in.
Superman sucks. You know what I mean?
He's killing it. He's killing it. Not off my dime because I ain't paying for it.
Yeah,
but he's killing it. Give the guy credit. I mean, he's
no, I don't have to give him anything. I just don't want to see I don't want to see Anderson Silva getting like knocked down by these guys. You know what I mean? Like
Spider.
It's okay when it's like who's the dunk Nate Robinson. When it's Nate Robinson, I'm good with it. That's fine.
He keeps fighting UFC guys, and then he wants to box. It's like, well, yeah, you're going to beat them.
Yeah.
Because they're not great boxers. They're okay.
Yeah, that's what Nate
Thank you.
Diaz said. You want to fight me in the cage? And I
Thank
was like, Nate, you accepted the fight.
Well, you know
fight.
why?
You can't accept the fight and then
Because
be
the
like,
money
go to
was
cage.
good.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and Nate was like, what are you going to pay me?
Everybody's got a price.
I'm
dude.
good.
I take a
Yeah, we're
punch. I
good.
take a punch from Jake Paul.
Yeah,
For a price.
I'd bite him. I'd
You
get him
don't-
in a clinch and go total
You'd
Dracula.
Holyfield him.
I'd bite him.
You gotta have Mills Lane as your referee,
And then go spit it out.
It's over to Coach. We're live from the patio of the Public House. We got Giants pregame coming up in less than a half hour. It's going to be John Gray for the Rangers against Scott Alexander opening for the Giants. You do have Alex Cobb and Logan Webb, your starters for Saturday and Sunday. When we come on back, we got a sound soiree for you. One of the best moments in Bochy's tenure as a San Francisco Giant, and a moment that he authored, because of his genius. We'll get into some of that as well as some other sound from across the sports world. Tolbert and Copes from the patio of the Public House, only here on the Sports Leader. According to Shams Charania, the Warriors will open their season against the Suns and play the defending champion Nuggets on Christmas Day. That story and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app. Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by the Fortinet Championship. The Fortinet Championship returns to Silverado Resort in Napa. The Fortinet Championship, September 14th through the 17th. For tickets, go to FortinetChampionship.com.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes are live from the patio of the Public House. Game 1 between the Giants and the Rangers at 7:15 tonight. A 6:15 pregame. We'll get that to you in about 20 minutes here. You got John Gray for the Rangers and Bruce Bochy in the opposing dugout. By the way, Bochy was on with Murph and Mac this morning, and they asked him about the opposing dugout. They're like, oh, it's going to be weird over there, but you've actually managed over there. He's like, yeah, well, I'm familiar. I know it well. I'm like, yeah, dude, he managed for like 7 years in that dugout before he came over to the Giants side. So into some sound, actually. This is a moment I think as a manager a lot of Giants fans remember for Bruce Bochy. There's some cool moments. I was running down some earlier that I was thinking about. I think the managerial decision to go with Bumgarner in the 4th inning of Game 7 of the World Series after like one day, it's unbelievable. It's incredible. After they just get smoked in Game 6. And he starts Hudson for like an inning and 2/3. Affeldt comes in as if it's the 8th inning, gets that double play. It was like a 3rd inning, right? 2nd inning, something like that. Like it felt like it was a 7th inning play for the Giants in Game 7. Anyway, this moment is it's early on. It's 2010. So he comes over in 2007. It's 2010. It's July of 10. Giants are playing the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium. Dodger manager Joe Torre gets ejected. I didn't remember this part. Dodger bench coach gets ejected. Don Mattingly is the hitting coach. This happened to the Giants. We've talked about this, where Tim Flannery had to manage one time after Wotus and Boch got tossed. So Mattingly then has Jonathan Broxton, the closer in the game. He walks out to talk to Broxton. When he's done talking to Broxton, he turns around to start heading back to the dugout, and he tells James Loney at first base to go do something. He's positioning him. And he takes a step onto the grass off the mound. Then as he turns around, he starts walking back to the mound, says one more thing to Broxton. Bochy immediately comes out, talks to the umpire. Umpires then tell Don Mattingly, you've gone to 2 mound visits now on one trip to the mound, and here's what it sounded like.
I can't imagine what the discussion would be about, other than that he made a second visit, which is illegal.
I think that's what they've actually ruled. I saw Travis Schlichting, a right-hander, up and starting to throw, and George Sherrill is up, and Tim McClellan is waving him in, saying somebody's got to come in. Broxton's out of the game.
Broxton leaves the game. An amazing turn of events.
So Bochy knows the rule that, and this is true, that if a manager goes to the mound or somebody goes to the mound twice, not a catcher, if a coach goes to the mound twice in one inning, and this was instituted in 1967, oddly enough, to stop the game from getting bogged down by mound visits and the slowness of the game. So here's the question I've always had, Tom. And by the way, Bochy did this to the Dodgers like 4 years before, or in 2006, to Grady Little. He said after the game,